Looking back, it's actually crazy where Ichigo starts. Right now, he's just a high school student who can see ghosts and gets into random fights every now and then. Who knew this kid is about to shake up an entire supernatural world without even meaning to? The story begins with a sudden surge of powerful spirit energy appearing in the human world. A mysterious woman dressed in black samurai robes immediately senses it from afar and leaps across the rooftops toward its source, like she already knows trouble is about to start. The scene shifts to a 15-year-old orange-haired teenager arguing with a bunch of grown delinquents over a broken flower vase placed for a dead girl. Yeah, this guy is out here picking fights over ghost memorials. Turns out he can actually see the spirit of the dead girl, and after helping her out, she peacefully disappears with a smile. The boy is Kurosaki Ichigo, a high school student whose family runs a small medical clinic. According to him, being around life and death for so long is probably why he can see ghosts everywhere. And honestly, his family is just built different. His father apparently believes the best way to welcome his son home is with a flying kick straight to the face, while Ichigo responds with equal violence, like this is a completely normal daily routine. Meanwhile, his younger sisters calmly eat dinner in the background, like they have seen this nonsense 1,000 times already. Yuzu acts like the responsible mom of the house, while Karin is the colder twin who pretends ghosts do not exist even though she can see them. The next morning, news breaks out about a mysterious explosion near their neighborhood, and Ichigo immediately senses something is wrong. He heads back to the place where he met the ghost girl earlier intending to replace her flower vase, but she is nowhere to be found. That uneasy feeling in his chest instantly gets worse, and when he rushes toward the explosion site, he finds a gigantic monster spirit trying to devour the girl's soul. Just as things are about to go horribly wrong, the mysterious samurai woman suddenly appears out of nowhere and cuts the creature down in only 2 strikes like it was complete light work. Later that night, Ichigo is still trying to process what happened when the same woman casually appears inside his bedroom holding her sword like she owns the place. She completely ignores his questions, which honestly was the wrong move because Ichigo immediately loses his temper and kicks her. Surprisingly, the woman is not even angry. She is shocked instead because somehow a normal human can not only see her, but actually touch her too. The woman then introduces herself as a Soul Reaper. Meanwhile, another giant monster is chasing after the ghost girl again, while Ichigo sits there trying to understand whatever insane explanation this tiny Soul Reaper is giving him. According to her, she comes from a place called the Soul Society, and her job is to purify evil spirits known as hollows. Ichigo obviously thinks this sounds ridiculous and even insults her by calling her short, which turns out to be the fastest way possible to get humbled. With 1 finger and a high-level spell, she completely restrains his body and tells him she is actually over 10 times older than him. So technically he is the child here. Height excluded, of course. She then demonstrates one of a Soul Reaper's duties by sending a wandering spirit to the Soul Society in a process humans call passing on. After that, she explains the difference between normal ghosts called holes and corrupted monsters called hollows using the most childish drawings imaginable. According to her, Soul Reapers exist to guide harmless spirits to the afterlife and eliminate hollows before they can consume human souls. Simple enough. Except things immediately become complicated when the hollow suddenly changes targets after sensing an even tastier source of spiritual energy nearby. That tastier meal turns out to be Ichigo himself. The hollow attacks his house and grabs Karin, preparing to devour her right in front of him. Seeing his sister in danger sends Ichigo into full panic mode, and somehow he breaks free from a high-level binding spell through pure brute force alone, which should literally be impossible for a human. Even the Soul Reaper is stunned. Together they manage to save Karin, but the Soul Reaper finally realizes the truth. The hollows were never after the ghost girl in the first place. They sensed Ichigo's massive spiritual energy through her and have been hunting him this entire time. Learning innocent people got dragged into danger because of him completely enrages Ichigo, and he recklessly challenges the hollow head-on. But before he can do anything, the Soul Reaper jumps in to protect him and gets severely injured in the process. With no other option left, she tells Ichigo the only way to save his family is to become a Soul Reaper himself. She stabs her sword directly into him to transfer her powers. In an instant, he transforms into a Soul Reaper wielding an enormous sword and immediately slices off the hollow's arm. The Soul Reaper, whose name is revealed to be Rukia, is left completely speechless. She was only expecting to give him only half of her powers. Instead, Ichigo absorbs almost everything. A human with monstrous spiritual energy, capable of breaking high-level spells, had just taken almost all of her power, without hesitation. And with only 2 more strikes, Ichigo completely destroys the hollow. Next morning, Ichigo notices that his sister's injuries are completely gone, and nobody remembers the events from the previous night. They all believe a truck simply crashed into the house and nothing more. This makes Ichigo suspect that a Soul Reaper may have altered their memories. Later at school, Ichigo is shocked to see that Rukia has enrolled as a transfer student and is pretending to be an ordinary human. The two meet on the rooftop where Rukia reveals the truth. After transferring her powers to Ichigo, she lost her own Soul Reaper abilities and can no longer return to Soul Society. She is now stuck inside a Gigai, an artificial human body, until her powers recover. That means Ichigo will have to take over her duties as a Soul Reaper. Ichigo immediately refuses, insisting he only fought before because his family was in danger. But before he can leave, Rukia forcibly pulls his Soul Reaper form out of his body and drags him to a new mission. A wandering spirit in a nearby park is being hunted by a hollow. Ichigo instinctively wants to help. However, Rukia stops him and explains that a Soul Reaper cannot choose who is worth saving. If he accepts this responsibility, he must be prepared to protect anyone in danger, no matter who they are. Ichigo hesitates but decides to help. He cuts the hollow's legs, dropping him down. Rukia asks if he has finally accepted his role as a Soul Reaper. He says that he did not save the boy because of duty, but simply because he wanted to. Hollow gets up and attacks again, but Ichigo drives his blade straight through the monster's head. After defeating the Hollow, Ichigo performs a Kanzo on the young boy's spirit, finally sending him peacefully to the afterlife. Rukia quietly admits that his technique was surprisingly clean. Later, Ichigo and Rukia are out arguing as usual when they spot Orihime sitting near a crosswalk after what looks like an accident. Concerned, Ichigo rushes over to check on her. Orihime insists she is fine, but Rukia notices a strange bruise on her leg and immediately becomes suspicious. Despite Ichigo offering to walk her home, Orihime politely declines and leaves on her own. As evening sets in, Rukia asks Ichigo about Orihime, and he reveals that her older brother, the only family she had left, died in a car accident 3 years ago. He also admits he only recently realized she was the same girl connected to that tragedy. During the conversation, Rukia learns that Ichigo has only been able to see spirits for a short time before casually leaving for the night. Later, Ichigo is in his room chilling, when suddenly Rukia pops out of the closet. Before he can even process what is happening, Rukia uses her special glove to force Ichigo out of his body once again. The reason becomes clear immediately as a newly transformed Hollow crashes into the room and attacks. Ichigo fights back and manages to crack part of the Hollow's mask, and a human face briefly appears. Ichigo freezes in horror after recognizing it instantly. The Hollow escapes before he can react further. The face hidden beneath the mask belongs to Orihime's deceased brother. Rukia then explains the cruel reality. Every Hollow was once an ordinary person consumed by regret, loneliness, or unresolved emotions. Some even lose themselves completely after being devoured by other Hollows. The revelation leaves Ichigo shaken. At Orihime's apartment, she and Tatsuki hear heavy thudding noises echo from the darkened kitchen. Ichigo cannot understand why Orihime's brother is targeting him. Rukia believes a stronger Hollow is manipulating others to hunt Ichigo because his Soul Reaper powers make his soul valuable. Ichigo struggles with the idea of killing Orihime's brother, but Rukia reminds him that the Hollow will keep hurting people and Orihime is already in danger. At Orihime's apartment, a tear appears on her teddy bear before strange noises shake the room. Meanwhile, Ichigo rushes across rooftops with Rukia. She explains that Hollows are drawn to the people they loved most in life. Since Orihime's brother failed to devour Ichigo, Orihime is likely his next target. She also reveals that the bruise on Orihime's leg was probably caused by him. The Hollow attacks the apartment, knocks Orihime unconscious, and injures Tatsuki. Unable to see spirits, Tatsuki has no idea what is attacking her. Orihime's soul leaves her body, connected by a spiritual chain, and she sees the Hollow for the first time. She tries to protect Tatsuki, but Tatsuki can no longer see or hear her. The Hollow tells her this before preparing to attack. Ichigo arrives just in time and blocks the strike. He is surprised Orihime can see him in Soul Reaper form, as he realized her current form. The Hollow reveals that Orihime's body is unconscious while her soul stands before them, claiming she is already dead. It attacks again. Ichigo fights back, but the Hollow grabs Orihime's chain and uses her as a hostage. When Ichigo intervenes, he is slammed into the ground. Desperate to save him, Orihime begs for mercy. The Hollow asks if she truly does not recognize him. Looking into its eyes, she finally realizes it is her brother. Ichigo sits back up despite his injuries. Rukia warns him not to hesitate. Orihime struggles to accept that her brother is now a monster who nearly killed Tatsuki. The Hollow reveals that loneliness and resentment turned him into a monster, after Orihime gradually stopped praying for him, then blames her and tries to kill her in a jealous rage. Ichigo saves Orihime and wounds the hollow. But while the creature insists he only wants to protect the sister he raised, Rukia warns that he is no longer truly her brother, leaving Orihime to hesitate. The hollow notices Orihime's hairpin and memories of their happier days return. For a moment, he struggles against the monster inside him. The hollow quickly takes over again and claims Orihime belongs to him. Ichigo blocks the attack and says Orihime belongs only to herself. He gains the advantage and gets a chance to finish the hollow, but hesitates. The hollow uses that opening to knock away his sword and charge. Before it can strike, Orihime steps forward and embraces it. Through tears, Orihime admits she always depended on her brother and realizes he can never find peace if she keeps holding on to him. Her words help him break free from the hollow's control and regain his true self, while Rukia assures a worried Ichigo that the exhausted Orihime will survive, because her chain of fate remains intact. While Rukia heals Orihime, her brother picks up Ichigo's sword. Knowing he could lose control again, he chooses to disappear while he is still himself. Ichigo tries to stop him, but Rukia explains that Soul Reapers do not kill hollows. They cleanse their souls and guide them to the Soul Society. Orihime tearfully calls out to her brother and finally says the words she never could while he was alive. She wishes him a good day. Smiling peacefully, he passes on. The next morning, life returns to normal. Orihime casually tells her friends that a sumo wrestler blasted a hole through her wall with a gun. Nobody understands what she means. Watching from afar, Ichigo and Rukia remember that Rukia altered Orihime's memories to protect her, though the replacement memories are always random. Ichigo realizes she did the same thing to his family. Later, Ichigo admits he is not willing to die for complete strangers and does not see himself as a hero. Still, he cannot ignore people who are suffering. Even if he does not fully understand the role yet, he decides to help Rukia carry out the duties of a Soul Reaper. Rukia smiles and accepts his answer. The next day at school, Ichigo is surprised that his injuries healed overnight, with Rukia casually revealing her Kido expertise. Ichigo realizes Soul Reapers can attend school. His friends arrive, including Mizuhiro, who teases Ichigo and Rukia's closeness, which Ichigo denies. Chad joins them with bandages on his head and hand, calmly explaining he was struck by a steel beam and earlier injured in a bike collision, while also helping the rider to a hospital afterward. He then places the same parakeet in a cage, triggering an uneasy sensation in Ichigo and Rukia. Rukia senses something unnatural but not evil, deciding they must deal with it that night. Ichigo reflects on Chad's past, remembering how they met in middle school when Ichigo's hair attracted gang trouble, and Chad silently stepped in and took the beating without fighting back. Later, Ichigo arrives at his family clinic amid chaos from a car accident. His father refuses his help, but Chad is suddenly brought in as a patient. He bears a massive claw-like burn on his back, a clear hollow-related wound that both Ichigo and Rukia recognize, though Rukia notes the parakeet itself shows no hollow presence. The next morning, Chad disappears from the clinic. Ichigo searches for him, while Rukia confirms they cannot track the hollow directly. Ichigo decides to trace the parakeet instead. Chad is found at a construction site with the parakeet, who warns him to abandon it due to the misfortune it brings, but Chad refuses. Meanwhile, Karin, ill at home, senses something wrong and tries to warn Ichigo. Rukia is shocked that Ichigo can now detect the Soul Ribbon, a skill usually limited to high-level Soul Reapers, and they rush out. Ichigo and Rukia locate Chad, but Karin collapses nearby. Rukia sends Ichigo to take her home while she goes after Chad. As Ichigo carries Karin, she recalls fragments of the parakeet's child spirit, who witnessed his mother's death and is trapped in grief. She begs Ichigo to help him pass on peacefully so it can reunite with its mother. At the same time, Rukia confronts a hollow that ambushes her and uses destructive spell 33 Sokatsui, but it has no effect. The hollow reveals it has already devoured 2 Soul Reapers who tried to help and boasts about it. Ichigo quickly dashes back after safely taking Karin home. Meanwhile, Rukia struggles against the hollow until Chad suddenly arrives and punches the creature away despite being unable to see or sense it, leaving Rukia shocked by how calm he remains. The hollow flies into the air with its bat wings, but with Rukia guiding him, Chad tears out an electric pole and smashes the hollow back down. The hollow then orders its frog-like minions to restrain both Chad and Rukia, but Chad easily breaks free through pure strength alone and frees Rukia as well. Rukia then attacks with Chad's support as he launches her into the air toward the hollow, but the creature counters her attack and grabs the parakeet hostage to threaten Chad. Rukia immediately runs off to lure the hollow away while its minions continuously fire leeches at her. The hollow detonates them with a sound wave attack, badly injuring Rukia, but she still succeeds in leading the creature straight to Ichigo. Rukia then releases Ichigo into his Soul Reaper form, and he immediately begins fighting the Hollow. During the battle, the Hollow reveals that it was once a serial killer responsible for murdering the child's mother while it was still human, a crime that had once appeared all over television. It explains that the child accidentally caused its death afterward through a small mistake, making the woman its final victim. After becoming a Hollow, it trapped the child's soul inside the parakeet and deceived him into believing that if he survived in that form for 3 months, his mother would return. The promise was impossible, but the child still believed it, allowing the Hollow to kill anyone who tried protecting him. After hearing the truth, Ichigo quickly defeats the Hollow in rage. Soon after, the gates of the Netherworld suddenly appear, and Rukia explains that such gates only appear for Hollows who committed terrible sins while alive. The gates open, drag the Hollow inside, and vanish into nothingness. Rukia then reveals that the child's chain of fate has already been severed, meaning he can now only pass on. Ichigo comforts the child by telling him that he will see his mother again once he reaches Soul Society. Later that evening, Karin is seen resting at the clinic as she quietly grateful to Ichigo. The next morning, Ichigo takes his breakfast to his room as usual to share with Rukia, but is surprised to find her gone. With no idea where she is, he eats alone. His sisters begin noticing that he no longer joins the family for meals, though his father does not think much of it. Before he can even comment on the change, Ichigo arrives and kicks him as usual. Later, Rukia stops by a shop to buy some pills, making her late for school. As soon as she arrives, she pulls Ichigo aside and gives him a substitute soul pill. She explains that it allows him to separate his soul from his body whenever a Soul Society mission comes up and she is not around. Ichigo tries it and is shocked when his soul instantly leaves his body. Rukia then reveals that a substitute soul takes over his body until he returns. Ichigo worries that people will quickly notice something is wrong, but before they can discuss it further, Rukia receives a mission alert and the two immediately head out. While they are away, the substitute soul begins acting strangely. It leaps across buildings and behaves so wildly that classmates and teachers are left wondering what has gotten into Ichigo. After quickly defeating the Hollow on their mission, Ichigo suddenly feels that something is wrong. Realizing the substitute soul may be causing trouble, he rushes back to school, leaving Rukia confused by his urgency. As they approach, they find the school in complete chaos, and Rukia immediately understands the problem. Inside the classroom, Ichigo catches his substitute acting outrageously toward his classmates. When he tries to stop it, the substitute fights back, shocking even Rukia as the students watch the bizarre confrontation. The substitute eventually escapes, forcing Ichigo and Rukia to chase after it. Rukia explains that the body has likely been possessed by a mod soul, an artificial soul with supernatural abilities, and warns that they must catch it before it causes serious damage. The runaway mod soul eventually reaches a group of high school boys playing outside. After overhearing them joke that a servant who disobeys its master deserves to die, it becomes furious and prepares to punish them. Fortunately, Ichigo arrives just in time and stops the mod soul before it can attack the boys. Ichigo and the mod soul clash again while the children watch in fear. Since they cannot see Ichigo's spirit form, they only see his body fighting an invisible opponent and have no idea what is happening. Before Ichigo can settle things, Rukia receives another mission alert. He protests that he still needs his body back, but Rukia insists they handle the mission first and return afterward. The mod soul also leaves on its own. Soon after, the boy's teacher finds the children outside. As Ichigo and Rukia head toward their mission, Rukia discovers she cannot locate the Hollow, leaving both of them confused. Meanwhile, the mod soul somehow senses that the Hollow is heading toward the children's location. Even though he finds the kids annoying, he rushes back to protect them. Arriving first, he takes on the Hollow alone, but is quickly overwhelmed. Ichigo and Rukia soon arrive, and Ichigo immediately takes over the fight to prevent further damage to his body. After defeating the Hollow, he returns to the injured mod soul, who finally explains his actions. Ichigo realizes that despite his reckless behavior, the mod soul genuinely cares about protecting the children. At that moment, the manager from the shop where Rukia bought the pills arrives and forcibly removes the mod soul pill from Ichigo's body. Ichigo is shocked, but the manager announces plans to destroy it. Rukia objects, arguing that she paid for it and therefore has the right to keep it. After some discussion, the pill is returned to her and the shop staff leave. Once Ichigo regains his body, he notices pain in his shoulder, a reminder of the injuries the mod soul suffered while fighting the Hollow. On their way home, Rukia suggests placing the mod soul inside a discarded teddy bear. After some hesitation, they try it and the experiment works perfectly. The mod soul is shocked to find himself trapped in a tiny stuffed body, but the talking teddy bear quickly becomes part of their group. Ichigo takes him home and begins looking after him. The next morning, the teddy bear is the one who wakes Ichigo up. Rukia leaves early as usual before Ichigo's friends arrive to walk with him to school. Before leaving, however, she notices a sudden change in Ichigo's mood when he checks the date and time. At school, Tatsuki is the first to realize that the following day holds special significance for Ichigo. Orihime remains confused about what is bothering him, which only makes her feel more concerned. Back at home, Ichigo asks Rukia if he can take the next day off. She initially refuses, but changes her attitude when he reveals that it is the anniversary of his mother's death. Meanwhile, in the Soul Society, concerns begin growing over Rukia's unusually long stay in the human world. Complaints about her absence continue to pile up, prompting the authorities to send a man to investigate what has been keeping her there for so long. On the day of his mother's memorial, Ichigo heads out with his family to visit her grave. Along the way, Rukia suddenly appears and calls him over. He quickly tells Yuzu that she is a new classmate before pulling her aside and demanding to know why she came. Rukia insists on staying nearby in case a hollow appears, and even suggests that a hollow may have been responsible for his mother's death. The comment immediately angers Ichigo, who admits that he still blames himself for her death. While Yuzu worries about him, Karin simply says their brother is acting like a grown man, and the family continues to the cemetery without him. At the same time, Orihime asks Tatsuki why Ichigo has been acting strangely. Tatsuki explains the story of his mother's death and how deeply it affected him, leaving Orihime feeling sorry for him. Elsewhere, Ichigo sits alone and reflects on the tragedy, remembering how his mother died protecting him. Despite wanting to protect his family, he still carries the guilt and believes he was responsible for her death. Meanwhile, the Mod Soul climbs out of Rukia's backpack for some fresh air. Soon after, Rukia senses a strange presence and follows it into the woods, where she encounters the Soul Reaper sent to investigate her long stay in the human world. The Mod Soul panics and runs away, after realizing the stranger is a Soul Reaper. As the spy repeatedly questions Rukia about her actions, the Mod Soul rushes to Ichigo and warns him that she is in trouble. Ichigo immediately heads over and finds Rukia confronting the spy. Despite her attempts to stop him, he jumps into the fight, unwilling to leave her defenseless without her sword. He takes back the substitute Soul Pill, enters his Soul Reaper form, and clashes fiercely with the powerful Soul Reaper. The battle intensifies as neither side backs down. However, while they are distracted, Karin and Yuzu become the targets of an invisible hollow. Just as the creature is about to attack, Rukia receives an emergency alert and realizes Ichigo's family is in danger. She tells him to stop fighting at once, and even the spy follows after hearing the warning. As they race toward the scene, Karin and Yuzu are left helpless before a powerful hollow that is only moments away from devouring them. As soon as they arrive, Ichigo charges at the hollow without hesitation. During the battle, the hollow suddenly transforms into a woman, and Ichigo is stunned to recognize her as the same figure he saw on the day his mother died. He remembers trying to save that woman near the river, which led his mother to follow him. In that moment, the truth finally hits him. His mother was not killed because of his mistake. The woman was the hollow that devoured her. Overcome with rage, Ichigo becomes determined to avenge his mother's death and attacks with everything he has. The fight quickly turns against him as the hollow proves far stronger than expected, leaving Ichigo badly injured. Rukia jumps in and uses a Kido spell, but it fails completely and she is wounded as well. Seeing the situation worsen, the Soul Reaper spy finally steps in. His attack severs one of the hollow's arms, freeing Karin from its grasp and giving Ichigo an opening to strike back. When the hollow tries to target Karin again, the spy throws himself in the way and takes the attack instead. He collapses from severe blood loss and falls into a coma-like state. With the battle growing more dangerous, Rukia orders the Mod Soul to carry Karin and Yuzu to safety, and he quickly obeys. Now alone against the hollow, Ichigo continues fighting despite his injuries. In the middle of the battle, memories of his mother flood back to him. Just as the hollow prepares a finishing blow, a brilliant light suddenly surrounds Ichigo and blocks the attack. The hollow is left stunned, while Rukia and the spy watch in shock. Ichigo realizes that the light is his mother's spirit still protecting him even after death. Rukia and the spy conclude that her final wish to protect her son never disappeared. Inspired by her sacrifice, Ichigo finds new strength and launches a powerful counterattack that finally defeats the hollow. Though the creature escapes before being completely destroyed, Rukia stops Ichigo from recklessly pursuing it further. After the battle, the spy tells Rukia that he is returning to the Soul Society. However, he warns her that even if he stays silent about everything he witnessed, the Soul Society will eventually discover the truth about her activities in the human world. Later, Ichigo visits his father's gravesite and finally talks openly about his mother's death. He asks why his father never blamed him for what happened. His father firmly tells him that it was never his fault, and that his mother would never want him to carry that burden. Instead, he encourages Ichigo to live happily and become strong enough to protect his sisters when the time comes. Afterward, Ichigo meets Rukia and makes a life-changing decision. He asks her to let him continue using Soul Reaper powers so he can grow stronger and protect his family and everyone around him from hollows. Hearing his resolve, Rukia can only stand there in disbelief. A TV broadcast announces an upcoming live spirit-themed show featuring the entertainer Mr. Kanonji. The next day, Orihime invites Ichigo to attend the show with her, but he initially refuses, saying he is not interested in spirit-related entertainment. However, he later realizes Rukia is also a fan, and since his family is attending, he decides to go along. Orihime is surprised when he shows up, and Ichigo explains he came only to accompany his family. Ichigo's friends also arrive at the event. Chad senses something strange in the area but cannot explain it, while the others dismiss his concern. Meanwhile, Rukia reveals the truth to Ichigo. A demi-hollow is present at the venue, being used as part of Kanonji's performance. She explains that it is not yet fully dangerous, but if left unchecked for about 6 months, it will fully transform into a hollow. The crowd remains unaware, cheering as Kanonji performs exorcisms, believing it is all staged entertainment, while he is actually accelerating the demi-hollow's transformation. Ichigo, unable to stay silent any longer, tries to intervene, but security stops him. At that moment, chaos escalates as the demi-hollow breaks free. Ichigo is suddenly pushed out of his body again using the substitute soul pill and immediately moves into action. Before he can fully stop Kanonji, the demi-hollow begins its full transformation into a hollow, shocking the stage staff while the audience remains clueless. Rukia realizes the hollow has relocated and quickly informs Ichigo that it is now above him. Ichigo immediately engages it in battle as it attacks the venue, slamming into the hospital building used for the show. The fight drags inside when Kanonji insists on joining instead of fleeing, and Ichigo pulls him into the building, breaking the windows as they move the battle indoors. As panic spreads outside and people are told an unknown spirit attack is occurring, Rukia prepares to intervene. But the mod soul pill seller stops her, confident that Ichigo can handle the situation. Inside, Ichigo questions Kanonji for trying to send him away earlier. Kanonji explains that he cannot run while children look up to his courage. He insists they must face the spirit together. Ichigo corrects him, explaining the hollow will come to them because it is drawn to high spiritual energy. Almost immediately, the hollow appears, and Ichigo launches into battle once again. At school, Ichigo is seen in the principal's office where the teacher scolds him for causing trouble on live TV and creating a public scene. Tatsuki quickly distances herself, insisting she and Orihime are not involved. Meanwhile, Ichigo's friends and Rukia are also present. Rukia acts overly apologetic and uses a pity act that softens the teacher, allowing everyone to escape punishment and slip out of the office. Soon after, Rukia receives a sudden alert on her phone and immediately pulls Ichigo away from the group as they rush off together. When they arrive at the location, they only find a lingering spirit, but no hollow. Since the spirit is uncooperative and unhelpful, Ichigo simply moves on from it. However, someone is watching them from the top of a building, observing everything in silence. Later, Ichigo and his classmates check their exam results posted at school. Orihime ranks 3rd, surprising no one, while Asano is shocked that Ichigo only placed 23rd. Feeling betrayed that Chad ranked 12th and did better than expected, Asano storms off with Mizuhiro. Ichigo then notices the top-ranked student, Uryu Ishida. Rukia receives another hollow alert, but it turns out to be false again. Suddenly, the mysterious observer reveals himself. He fires a glowing energy arrow that instantly destroys a nearby hollow in a single shot. He introduces himself as Uryu Ishida, a Quincy, and declares his hatred for Soul Reapers like Ichigo. The next day at school, Orihime informs Ichigo that Ishida is actually in his class and belongs to the Handicrafts Club. After school, Ichigo secretly follows Ishida but is immediately discovered. Ishida confronts him, criticizing his lack of control over his spiritual energy and revealing that he already knows about Rukia's true identity. He also demonstrates superior skill in manipulating spirit energy, then challenges Ichigo to a duel to prove who is stronger, while openly rejecting the need for Soul Reapers in the world. Meanwhile, Rukia visits Urahara to learn about the Quincy. Urahara explains that they were an ancient group spread across the world who specialized in destroying hollows. Unlike Soul Reapers, who purify hollows and send them to the Soul Society, Quincy's simply erase them completely, because this imbalance threatened the natural order, The Quincy were eventually wiped out nearly 200 years ago. Back at the confrontation, Ichigo accepts Ishida's challenge, activates his Soul Reaper powers, and asks for the rules of their duel. Ishida reveals a hollow bait pill and explains the rules. Once crushed, it attracts hollows, and the duel will last 24 hours. The winner is whoever defeats the most. Ichigo immediately worries about civilians being endangered, but Ishida confidently says he will eliminate every hollow before harm is done. Without waiting for approval, he crushes the bait, triggering a sudden hollow appearance in the sky, which Ishida instantly shoots down with a single arrow. Ichigo confronts him, but Ishida declares the match already begun and warns that hollows are drawn to high spiritual pressure. Ichigo instantly thinks of his sisters and rushes off in panic. Elsewhere, Tatsuki suddenly recalls fragmented memories from the night she visited Orihime's home, realizing something strange happened. Orihime also confirms she remembers the same thing, and both of them begin sensing spirits more clearly. A sudden commotion breaks out at school, and they rush toward it. At the same time, Karin is playing football when she also senses something unusual in the sky. Rukia, who is with Urahara, notices a massive surge of hollow activity as a dark rift opens above the city. Ichigo is already in the streets, fighting off incoming hollows while desperately searching for his sisters. Chad, walking with his friends, also feels something wrong just before a hollow attacks him. He lures it away to protect everyone, but ends up running into Karin. Shockingly, Karin can actually see the hollow and helps guide Chad's movements as he fights blind. Despite her help, Chad is injured and momentarily unable to move. Karin tries to get help, but the others still cannot see the enemy. Forcing himself back up, Chad engages the hollow in a final clash. His arm becomes encased in strange spiritual armor, and with a powerful punch he obliterates the hollow before collapsing from exhaustion. Karin immediately orders him to stay down while she goes for help. Meanwhile, Orihime remains calm and focused as she looks toward the sky. A hollow suddenly appears on a rooftop nearby. Ichigo runs through the streets while Kan finds him and reassures him that his sisters are safe at home. Relieved, Ichigo decides to leave them behind for now and heads off to find Ishida. At school, Orihime becomes distant after sensing the presence of a hollow. She quickly sends her friends away with excuses, not wanting them involved. She confirms the hollow is real and dangerous. But before she can act, it vanishes and reappears right behind her, realizing she can see it. The hollow attacks by releasing seed-like projectiles that burst into corrosive green liquid, causing students to fall under its control. One of Orihime's friends, Chizuru, becomes infected and grabs Orihime against her will. The hollow's goal is revealed. It is forcing students to attack each other. Possessed students charge Orihime, but Tatsuki arrives just in time, fighting them off. She can also faintly perceive the hollow. However, she is hit by one of its seeds and loses control of her body. Even so, she manages to bite one of the hollow's tentacles, angering it further. The hollow retaliates, launching more attacks at her. Seeing Tatsuki in danger triggers Orihime's memories of their friendship and how Tatsuki protected her from bullying in the past. Overwhelmed with emotion, Orihime embraces her and vows to protect her. In that moment, her hairpins awaken into the Shun Rika, the 6 shielding flowers, spiritual beings born from her power. Guided by them instinctively, Orihime erects a shield, heals Tatsuki, and ultimately slices the hollow in half, defeating it. However, the sudden surge of power drains her completely, and she collapses. Her powers return to the hairpins just as Urahara arrives, while his assistant carries an unconscious Chad away. Karin, Yuzu, and their father arrive later at the soccer field but find no sign of Chad. At Urahara's shop, Chad and Orihime are recovered. Meanwhile, Ichigo continues battling hollows across the city. Ishida begins noticing something wrong. The number of hollows is far too high for a single hollow bait. His hands are injured, and he realizes something else must be attracting them. Urahara explains to Orihime and Chad the existence of hollows, Soul Reapers, and Ichigo's current fight against them, offering to reveal everything behind the situation. Meanwhile, Ichigo finally catches up to Ishida and also finds Rukia and Kan at the scene as well. Ichigo confronts Ishida, insisting they should stop focusing on who defeats more hollows and instead fight side by side. Before the argument continues, a massive swarm of hollows suddenly gathers in the sky, forcing Ishida to rush off and engage them. Rukia explains to Ichigo that Ishida is the last Quincy, a group once wiped out by Soul Reapers after their methods of completely erasing hollows disrupted the balance between the human world and the Soul Society. She adds that repeated conflicts between Quincies and Soul Reapers ended with the Quincy's annihilation due to their refusal to cooperate. While Ishida fights, he notices the hollow numbers are not decreasing. Ichigo arrives and declares he now understands Ishida's motivation but refuses to get involved in the Quincy Soul Reaper conflict. Ishida responds that he was initially taught to respect Soul Reapers by his teacher, the last Quincy he knew. But everything changed when that teacher died under Soul Reaper observation. The teacher was left alone despite being surrounded by multiple powerful hollows, and Soul Reapers arrived too late to save him, leading Ishida to abandon trust in them. Driven by this resentment, Ishida aims to prove his strength against Soul Reapers, but Ichigo rejects the rivalry and insists they should work together instead. Eventually, both agree and fight back-to-back against the swarming hollows. Their focus shifts when a massive presence tears open the sky. A Menos appears. Urahara and his group arrive, quickly handling weaker hollows and instructing Ichigo to take care of the Menos. Rukia identifies the creature as a Menos Grande, a monstrous hollow formed from hundreds of fused hollows, something normally beyond a single Soul Reaper's ability to handle. Despite this, Ichigo charges in without hesitation, and Rukia attempts to stop him, only for Urahara to restrain her with a spell, telling her to trust Ichigo. Ichigo's attack fails, and he is kicked back by the Menos. Ishida, after briefly touching Ichigo's sword, realizes his Quincy powers are reacting unusually, and suggests they may have a way to defeat it. However, the Menos unleashes a massive energy blast. Ichigo, driven by rising spiritual pressure, pushes forward and forcibly cancels the attack, forcing the Menos to retreat back into the sky as the rift begins to close. Immediately afterward, Ichigo collapses as his sword destabilizes and releases violent spiritual energy. Ishida steps in, stabilizing the situation by channeling his own power and firing repeated arrows to disperse the excess energy, even as his own body begins to break down from the strain. Eventually, the surge is contained and Ichigo is saved. Ichigo heads off to school with Rukia, calling out to her as they leave. Orihime meets them and asks Rukia about her plans for summer. Rukia says she has none, but Orihime mentions a fireworks festival in August and invites her, adding that she should also bring Ichigo. She comments that Ichigo should relax more, since he has a lively family, but always looks serious. Elsewhere, Orihime is seen playing a mix of soccer and baseball with Tatsuki. At school, Ichigo hangs out with Mizuhiro and Asano while they talk about Ishida's absence. Asano mentions seeing Ishida acting strangely the day before, but Ichigo is relieved they don't suspect anything about his Soul Reaper activities. During the third period, Ishida unexpectedly shows up and explains his injured arm as a stair accident. At lunch, to Asano's shock, Ichigo invites Ishida to join them, and he agrees. The lunch atmosphere is tense and awkward as Ichigo and Ishida exchange subtle arguments while the others struggle to keep up. Meanwhile, the girls eat together, and one of them directly asks Rukia if she likes Ichigo. The question shocks her so much she spits out her food, while the others eagerly await her answer. She quickly insists Ichigo is just a friend. Later that evening, Rukia calls out to Ichigo on his way home and asks if he is okay. Ichigo says he is fine, but notices she is acting unusual. Before she can explain, Kon suddenly appears and clings to her, accusing her of trying to run away again. At home, Ichigo brings dinner for Rukia, but finds she is gone, only missing a farewell letter she left behind. Outside, Rukia is on the streets leaving, while elsewhere, two Soul Reapers close in on her location, confirming she has been found in her Gigai form. Rukia runs through the night with her backpack, reflecting on her time in the human world and her memories with Ichigo and the others. She realizes she has stayed too long in a place she does not belong, and considers it unbecoming of a Soul Reaper. However, she is suddenly confronted by Renji, a fellow Soul Reaper, who accuses her of reckless behavior while living inside a Gigai. He demands to know who stole her powers, insisting it must be a human since Rukia now shows human-like emotions. He reminds her of the Kuchiki clan's efforts in raising her into an elite Soul Reaper and presses her to reveal the human's identity so they can be eliminated. Rukia refuses to say anything. Renji attacks her immediately, cutting her despite her attempts to dodge, and repeatedly pressures her for answers. As he closes in for another strike, Ishida suddenly intervenes to stop him. Meanwhile, Ichigo learns from Kon that Rukia has left behind a farewell letter. Realizing she is in danger and trying to protect them by leaving, Ichigo decides to go after her. Before he can leave, Urahara appears and offers assistance. Back at the confrontation, Ishida is overwhelmed by Renji and defeated. Renji prepares to finish him off, but Ichigo arrives just in time in his Soul Reaper form. His spiritual pressure manifests in a massively enlarged sword, surprising Renji, who realizes Ichigo is the human who took Rukia's powers. Ichigo and Renji clash fiercely. Ichigo manages to land a minor cut on Renji's jaw, but is quickly injured in return, taking damage to his back and struggling against Renji's superior skill. Meanwhile, Byakuya Kuchiki observes from afar, noting reports that Ichigo previously forced a Minos Grande to retreat back to Hueco Mundo. Renji dismisses the report, claiming Ichigo's power is unreliable and that he hasn't even properly mastered his Zanpakuto or named it yet. Renji then releases his Zanpakuto, Zabimaru, which transforms into a segmented, jagged blade. The renewed attack overwhelms Ichigo, breaking his guard and leaving him severely injured in the shoulder. Renji moves in to strike Ichigo again while he is already down and barely conscious. Rukia rushes in and tries to stop him, yelling at Ichigo to run. Instead, Ichigo forces himself up, grabs his sword, and suddenly erupts with a surge of spiritual pressure. In that instant, he injures Renji's shoulder and begins overwhelming him with improved speed and pressure, gaining the upper hand. Just as Ichigo prepares a finishing blow, Byakuya appears and ends the fight in an instant, moving so fast no one can follow, snapping Ichigo's blade and severely injuring him before he even realizes what happened. Ichigo collapses, stunned by the speed and difference in power. Rukia rushes to Ichigo, but Renji stops her, warning that her punishment will worsen if she continues interfering. Rukia snaps back that she does not care anymore and blames herself for involving Ichigo. Byakuya observes that Rukia's emotional reaction suggests Ichigo resembles someone important to her. Despite his injuries, Ichigo grabs Byakuya's sleeve. Byakuya coldly warns him to let go or lose his arm, and Rukia immediately intervenes, knocking Ichigo's hand away and telling him harshly to stop. She declares she will accept her punishment and tells the Soul Reapers to leave Ichigo, who is already dying. Byakuya confirms he has already severed Ichigo's soul chain and soul sleep, meaning he will die within an hour or survive as a powerless human if at all. Rain begins to fall as Rukia is taken away by the two Soul Reapers. Ichigo, weakened and helpless, realizes she sacrificed herself to protect him. As his body grows cold, Urahara appears beside him with an umbrella. Later, Ichigo awakens at Urahara's shop, heavily bandaged and alive. He learns that Ishida returned home after receiving treatment and refused to rest, instead urging Urahara to help Ichigo since only he can save Rukia. Frustrated, Ichigo demands to go to the Soul Society immediately, but Urahara explains he has no way to enter yet, and that he is far too weak for such a mission. He offers a deal, 10 days of training to prepare Ichigo, followed by the creation of a path to the Soul Society. Ichigo protests, worried Rukia could be executed at any moment. Urahara calmly explains there is a 1-month execution window, meaning there is still time, but only if Ichigo uses it wisely. He lays out the timeline, 10 days of training, 7 days to open the gate, and the remaining time to reach and act within the Soul Society. He then tells Ichigo the truth plainly. He can become strong enough in 10 days, but only if his desire to save Rukia is absolute. Ichigo sits in class, unable to stop thinking about Rukia. Her seat is empty, and worse, none of his classmates even seem to remember her. It is revealed that since she returned to the Soul Society, her presence in the human world has been erased completely. Asano tries to organize a 10-day beach trip and invites everyone, but Ichigo and the others immediately refuse. After school, Ichigo walks home reflecting on how normal everything feels without Rukia. Orihime approaches him and notices something is wrong. She also points out that everyone seems to have forgotten Rukia entirely. Ichigo explains that Rukia has been taken back to the Soul Society, but insists she is still in danger. Orihime's concern helps reinforce Ichigo's determination to bring her back no matter what. Meanwhile, in the Soul Society, Rukia sits in her prison cell as Renji visits her. She asks if she is going to die. Renji tells her that Byakuya would never allow that, suggesting he is likely requesting leniency. Rukia, however, doubts it. Knowing Byakuya's cold nature, at Urahara's shop, Ichigo begins his training in the underground cavern. Urahara uses his staff to force Ichigo's soul out, revealing that his Soul Reaper powers are now unstable due to his damaged soul chain and soul sleep. To restore his spiritual strength, Ichigo is ordered to fight Ururu and defeat her. Though initially hesitant due to her appearance, he quickly realizes her strength is overwhelming. He adapts mid-fight, manages to land a hit, and even scratches her before being kicked away. Urahara then declares the first lesson complete. Ichigo has begun recovering his spiritual power through combat awareness. Immediately after, Ichigo's chain of fate is severed completely. Elsewhere, Orihime and Chad are informed by a talking black cat that Ichigo has begun preparing to enter the Soul Society. Yoruichi offers to train them as well, and they all agree. Ishida is found alone at a waterfall, where Orihime, Chad, and Yoruichi confront him. They inform him that Ichigo intends to rescue Rukia. Ishida pretends not to care, but it is clear he is only pushing them away so they will not witness his own secret training. Back at Urahara's underground facility, Ichigo is told the terrifying truth. If his chain of fate fully corrodes and reaches his chest, he will become a hollow. As part of his second trial, Ichigo is dropped into a deep pit with his arms restrained and forced to climb out within 3 days or they will kill him. Rukia sits quietly in her cell as Captain Kuchiki declares that she has committed a first-degree offense and will be executed in 25 days at the Central Execution Grounds, while she can only stare ahead blankly. Elsewhere, Orihime and Chad train under Yoriichi to learn how to activate their powers at will. Orihime successfully awakens her abilities, leaving Chad as the only one still struggling. At the same time, Ichigo realizes he cannot move once the encroachment begins, because of the unbearable pain, so he decides he has to act before the chain of fate fully awakens. He immediately rushes up the wall but falls back down, while Jinta warns him that feeling hungry is a dangerous sign that he is close to becoming a hollow. Ichigo continues struggling as Jinta brings him a tray of fruit, but Ichigo refuses it, saying parts of his chain of fate still remain. Jinta then reveals that 70 hours have already passed outside, and that the final encroachment is on an entirely different level. Moments later, the remaining chain of fate is completely consumed, causing Ichigo to scream as something bursts out of him, and a whirlwind surrounds his body. Ururu tries to save him, but Urahara stops her, explaining that when a plus becomes a hollow, the spirit body normally explodes before reforming. However, Ichigo's transformation happens in reverse, proving he is still resisting and that there is still a chance for him to become a Soul Reaper again. As Ichigo fights desperately, his inner self arrives in an endless space where a mysterious man explains that the soul power destroyed by Captain Kuchiki only belongs to Rukia. To survive, Ichigo has to discover his own Soul Reaper power before the world around him collapses. Otherwise, he will fully become a hollow. Faced with countless boxes, he searches for the one containing his true power. Remembering how Ishida uses spirit ribbons, Ichigo copies the technique and locates a specific box. Inside, he discovers the handle of a Zanpakuto. At that exact moment, Ichigo nearly transforms into a hollow and even shatters the restraints on his arms. Tessai immediately activates full suppression mode and strikes Ichigo with a finishing blow. But Ichigo breaks through the attack and finally becomes a Soul Reaper once again. Furious, he confronts Urahara, who calmly states that it is now time for Lesson 3. He explains there will be no time limit and that Ichigo only needs to knock off his hat to pass the test. Confidently, Ichigo declares he can do it in 5 minutes as he points his broken Zanpakuto at Urahara, who slowly unsheathes his own sword from his staff. Captain Kuchiki is approached by 2 other captains who tease him for remaining calm about his sister's upcoming execution. One of the captains aggressively challenges Captain Kuchiki, but Captain Kuchiki refuses to back down. However, the aggressive captain is dragged away by the other captain, who has no interest in confronting Captain Kuchiki. Meanwhile, Ichigo faces Urahara and initially believes Urahara's sword cannot hurt him since he assumes Urahara is not a Soul Reaper. However, he is quickly proven wrong when Urahara releases his Zanpakuto by calling out its name, transforming it from a thin blade into a massive weapon. Urahara immediately unleashes a fierce attack and closes the distance, slicing away the remaining broken pieces of Ichigo's Zanpakuto until only the hilt remains. For the first time, Ichigo becomes terrified and tries to run away while Urahara relentlessly chases him. As he flees, Ichigo feels pathetic and questions whether this is truly the limit of his determination. At that moment, Ichigo sees the mysterious man again, who points out that Ichigo still has not called his Zanpakuto's name. The man guides him to cast aside his fear, and Ichigo finally calls out the name Zangetsu. Instantly, an overwhelming spiritual power erupts from him as he obtains a new Zanpakuto with no hilt or guard. Ichigo then unleashes a single slash that sends Urahara's hat flying into the distance. Urahara realizes that if he had not protected himself with a blood shield, he would have lost an arm. Exhausted from releasing such immense power, Ichigo collapses unconscious, while a massive trench carved by his attack leaves Urahara astonished at how terrifying Ichigo truly is. Elsewhere, Ishida, Chad, and Orihime continue their own training as well. After completing his training with Urahara, Ichigo is instructed to remain at home, while preparations are made to open the gate to Soul Society. Later, he spends time with his friends and family watching the fireworks festival. That night, Ichigo waits in his room and opens his window exactly at 1 a.m., just as Urahara instructed him to do for the next 7 days. Suddenly, a blood-written message crashes against his wall, shocking him, but he quickly realizes it is a summons ordering him to come to Urahara's shop immediately. Ichigo heads there and finds Chad, who declares that he is coming along because Rukia once saved him. Ishida and Orihime soon arrive as well, along with Yoriichi, who tells Ichigo that instead of criticizing them, he should recognize how much their hidden powers have grown and be grateful for their support. Urahara then leads everyone to the underground training area and activates the gate to Soul Society known as the Senkaimon. He brings out Ichigo's Soul Reaper form and explains to Orihime, Ishida, and Chad that they must be transformed into spirits in order to enter Soul Society. However, the gate can only remain open for 4 minutes, and if they fail to cross within that time, they will become trapped between the human world and Soul Society forever. Yoruichi encourages the group and declares that he will accompany them. Urahara then activates the Senkaimon and the group rushes inside. But when Urahara reaches out toward the gate, he is blocked from entering. Urahara quietly mutters that everything now rests in Ichigo's hands. Ichigo and the group sprint through collapsing walls as Yoruichi pushes them to move faster. The structure keeps falling apart behind them, and Orihime eventually realizes they will not make it out in time. Ignoring Yoruichi's warning against using their powers, she steps in and activates her barrier, blocking the incoming destruction. Her shield absorbs the attacks long enough for everyone to escape safely. Yoruichi criticizes her afterward for acting recklessly, but Ichigo defends her, saying she only did it to save them. However, there is no time to recover as a new obstacle appears immediately. Ichigo is suddenly dragged away, and they come face to face with Jidanbo, the massive gatekeeper of the Seirete, who has guarded the gate for 300 years. He blocks their path completely, and Ichigo is effectively taken hostage in front of him. Yoruichi begins planning how to deal with the situation, while Chad and Uryu rush in, trying to take him down directly. But Jidanbo easily barricades the area and prevents anyone from reaching Ichigo. Yuri manages to communicate with Ichigo through the barriers, and Ichigo confidently declares he can handle Jidanbo himself. They agree to settle it in a one-on-one fight. Jidanbo is surprised that someone would challenge him and attacks first with overwhelming strength, but Ichigo withstands every blow without being harmed. Chad and Uryu are stunned, and Uryu realizes Ichigo's progress from his recent Soul Reaper training is far greater than expected. Ichigo then begins counterattacking with growing confidence, forcing Jidanbo to acknowledge his strength. Eventually, Ichigo destroys Jidanbo's axes, leaving him without weapons. Defeated and impressed, Jidanbo concedes and opens the gate for them. As the massive gate opens, a bright light floods through. However, a mysterious figure is already waiting at the entrance. Ichigo asks who it is, and Jidanbo reveals the identity of the man standing there, Jin Ichimaru, the captain of Squad 3. Jin immediately fires a shot at Jidanbo's arm, punishing him for opening the gate without permission. Ichigo becomes worried seeing Jidanbo already weakened while the gate begins to close, but Jidanbo manages to hold it open just long enough for the others to slip through. Enraged, Ichigo steps forward to confront Jin over injuring him, but Jin shows interest in Ichigo after hearing his name. Without hesitation, Jin turns hostile again, attacking both Ichigo and Jidanbo, leaving Jidanbo severely injured and causing him to collapse while Ichigo remains standing. With most of the group already inside, the gate finally shuts behind them. After Jin departs, Ichigo notices Soul Society officials gathering outside. He asks Orihime to heal Jidanbo, and she uses her spiritual abilities with assistance from others to restore his injuries. Yoruichi warns them beforehand that the Soul Society may treat them as intruders, but instead, many of the guards show respect after seeing they protected Jidanbo rather than harming him. During discussions with the elders, Yuichi is reunited with Chad, who explains that he has not yet found his mother and was instead raised by foster parents and a brother. Chad encourages him not to give up hope of finding her in the future. The group then plans their next move and asks the elder about Kukaku, since they need her help to proceed further into the Soul Society. Before they can continue, a loud disturbance interrupts them, and a man riding a boar crashes into the area. The man introduces himself as Ganju. The situation escalates immediately as Ganju and Ichigo clash. Ganju proves surprisingly strong, even managing to sink Ichigo's sword into the ground and forcing him into hand-to-hand combat. During the fight, Ichigo suddenly notices Ganju collapse after hearing a bell. Ganju's companion reports the time as 9 p.m., which triggers Ganju to immediately call his boar, Bonnie, to let them leave. Ichigo tries to stop Ganju and his group from leaving, but they ignore him and promise they will fight again the next day. After they leave, Uryu urges Ichigo to move on and continue searching for Kukaku. Ichigo hesitates, worried that Ganju will think he ran away when they meet again. But Yoruichi quickly knocks some sense into him by scratching his nose, reminding him that he came to Soul Society to save Rukia, not worry about pride. Meanwhile, Rukia is being moved to the repentance cell and learns she now has less than 14 days before her execution, deepening the urgency of her situation. Back with Ichigo's group, They finally reach Kukaku's residence, but are stopped at the entrance. The guards immediately let them pass once they recognize Yoruichi. Inside, they meet Kukaku, while Yoruichi exchanges greetings and the others wait outside. At the same time, Rukia, now in the Repentance cell, is secretly informed that Ichigo and the others have arrived in the Soul Society. The news shocks her. Kukaku agrees to help them, but makes it clear she does not trust Ichigo or his group. She says her brother will supervise them. To everyone's surprise, that brother turns out to be Ganju, leading to another immediate clash between him and Ichigo as soon as they see each other. Kukaku is confused about how they already know each other and at first does nothing to stop them. The fight only ends when their chaos accidentally knocks her cigarette away and ignites it, forcing her to step in. She unleashes a burst of lightning-like force to separate them, shaking and damaging the entire house in the process. Both Ichigo and Ganju fall silent, finally recognizing her overwhelming power. Orihime is shocked that Kukaku went that far just to stop a fight, but no one objects. Kukaku then leads them underground where they discover a massive tower-like structure. She explains that she will launch them into the tower from the sky, revealing her role as the top fireworks expert. Everyone is shocked as Kukaku immediately gets to work. She orders her guards to activate the tower system, and before Ichigo and the others fully realize what is happening, the entire structure begins to rise. Within moments, they are launched upward and land inside as the tower shoots straight into the sky. Kukaku then explains the next step. They must gather spiritual energy into a core and form it into a Kido cannonball to power the launch into the Soul Society. She asks Ichigo to try first, but he fails, still too inexperienced. Yoruichi steps in, clarifying that Ichigo is not yet skilled enough. Kukaku then demonstrates through her brother, Ganju, showing them how to properly form and launch the energy. After the lesson, she assigns them practice while Ganju and her guards supervise. At the same time, a bell rings across the Soul Society, signaling an emergency captain meeting inside the training. Everyone struggles at first. Eventually, Uryu and Chad manage to form the Kido successfully, while Ichigo still cannot get it right. Dinner is announced, and everyone heads off to eat, but Ichigo refuses to stop training. Orihime offers to stay with him, but he tells her to go ahead, and she reluctantly leaves. Ganju remains behind and asks Ichigo why he is pushing himself so hard for Rukia. Ichigo explains that Rukia saved his life and his family by giving him her powers, and now she is going to be executed because of it. Deeply moved, Ganju teaches him a technique to better shape the Kido before leaving. With this help, Ichigo finally succeeds, forming a powerful energy core strong enough to shake the tower and alarm everyone nearby. Kukaku is forced to step in again to help him control it properly. Meanwhile, in the Soul Society, the captain meeting begins. Several captains question Jin about his failure to eliminate Ichigo and the others. Jin lies, claiming he dealt with them and assumed they were already dead. But one captain remains suspicious and senses that Jin allowed them to pass intentionally. As Captain Aizen questions Jin further, a bell suddenly rings, signaling that intruders have been detected in the tower. Instantly, attention shifts. Jin realizes who it is, and the other captains begin to piece it together as well. After Ichigo successfully forms the cannonball, he suddenly collapses from exhaustion and falls asleep mid-process. The others panic at first, thinking something is wrong, but Yoruichi confirms he is simply unconscious from overexertion. While Ichigo rests, they finalize preparations for the launch. When he wakes up, Ganju is already nearby, muttering to himself. Ichigo is called outside, where Kukaku asks about Ganju. Ichigo replies that he is still inside, but Ganju soon appears in full gear. Ichigo questions why he is dressed up just for a send-off, and Ganju reveals his true intention. He is going to Seiretai to settle a score with the Soul Reapers for killing his brother. Kukaku tries to stop him from revealing more, but he insists he will be joining them. Kukaku then leads everyone into the tower and activates a protective barrier around it, giving final instructions and expressing hope that her brother will return safely. Inside, the group begins merging their spiritual energy to form a stable cannonball for transport. However, Ichigo releases too much power, causing instability. As they try to correct it, Ganju misreads the chant, leading to confusion and arguments that disrupt their synchronization and weaken their focus during the launch. Meanwhile, in Seiretai, news breaks that intruders are approaching. The captain meeting is disrupted as one of the captains storms out to handle the situation, followed by others despite orders to remain. The tension escalates as they prepare to intercept the incoming threat. Outside the barrier, the captains are shocked when a massive spiritual cannonball suddenly crashes through their defenses. The impact breaks the shield, and the cannonball begins to destabilize and prepare to explode. Yoruichi quickly orders everyone to stay together to survive the blast, In the chaos, Chad sacrifices himself to save Uryu by throwing him toward Orihime, ensuring they are separated from the worst of the explosion. The group is shaken, believing Chad may be lost, but Yoruichi reassures them they must survive first in order to find him later. Elsewhere, the captains observe the aftermath, puzzled by how the intruders managed to breach Saraete's defenses and split apart so quickly. Even the aggressive Captain Kenpachi is left momentarily confused. Ganju manages to divert the landing area using his technique, turning the impact zone into sand, so Ichigo and the others land safely without injury. As they recover, two Soul Society guards suddenly appear on a rooftop and immediately descend to engage them. Ganju panics and runs, drawing one guard away in pursuit, while Ichigo stays behind to fight the other. Yoruichi lands separately on another rooftop and quickly assesses that the group being split is actually an advantage. Meanwhile, Orihime and Uryu also recover from their landing, still shaken but regrouping. Ganju continues fleeing until he is eventually cornered by the pursuing guard. Back with Ichigo, he faces the guard Ikaku in a brutal close-quarters fight. Both exchange heavy blows, and although Ikaku recognizes Ichigo's raw talent, he mocks him for his inexperience and asks about his mentor. Ichigo mentions Urahara, which surprisingly triggers recognition in Ikaku and intensifies his hostility, pushing the fight into a more dangerous level. At the same time, Ganju is forced into a tight situation and uses his cannonball technique defensively to block attacks. The guard is stunned by the unfamiliar method and Ganju's resilience. Ichigo's fight escalates further as Ikaku begins seriously injuring him, even believing Ichigo may lose the use of his arm. However, Ichigo shocks him by continuing to fight through the damage, gripping his sword with the injured arm and counterattacking with renewed strength. He declares that he still hasn't shown his real abilities yet. Meanwhile, other Soul Reaper guards begin moving in coordinated groups, drawn by the promise of reward for eliminating intruders. From above, Yoruichi observes their movements from a rooftop, tracking their formations as they spread out across the area. Elsewhere, the guard who used to deliver food to Rukia arrives at her former cell, only to learn she has been transferred to the Repentance cell. The news shocks him. At the same time, Rukia sits alone in her new confinement, quietly realizing that Ichigo has truly made it into the Soul Society. Back in the fight, Ichigo continues battling Ikaku, both pushing each other to the limit. Ichigo confidently declares that Ikaku will be the one losing his arm instead. Their clash intensifies as Kenpachi's Araki begins heading toward the disturbance, guided by a small girl beside him, who senses their location. Meanwhile, Uryu and Orihime regain their composure and begin searching for their allies in Rukia. However, they quickly run into hostile guards from different divisions, forcing them to flee through the chaos as battles erupt across the area. Chad, watching from a tree, notices the widespread commotion and decides to head toward it, unsure whether his friends are involved. Ganju and the pursuing guard continue their fierce battle elsewhere, neither willing to back down. Ichigo's fight with Ikaku finally shifts as Ichigo gains the upper hand, overpowering him and leaving Ikaku unable to continue standing. Ichigo uses a technique involving Ikaku's own weapon to stop the bleeding and stabilize the situation. Defeated but impressed, Ikaku acknowledges Ichigo's strength and reluctantly agrees to give him information about Rukia's location. Ichigo demands answers, revealing the urgency of their rescue mission and the number of captains involved in Rukia's execution. Ikaku warns him that their chances are extremely slim, but still offers to point him toward Rukia's whereabouts, also revealing that Ichigo's opponent is tied to a very powerful captain so he can prepare ahead. Ikaku reveals to Ichigo that Ganju is currently fighting the fifth strongest fighter, which immediately makes Ichigo panic. Without hesitation, he starts running through the corridors shouting for Ganju, trying to find him before it's too late. Along the way, multiple guards attempt to stop him, but Ichigo defeats them one after another and keeps moving forward. Meanwhile, Ganju is still locked in a brutal fight with his opponent. He eventually finds himself trapped in a dead end, forcing another direct clash. During the battle, the opponent hears Ichigo calling Ganju's name and realizes Ichigo has already defeated Ikakaku. This changes the situation, making him take the fight more seriously. Ganju, however, uses Ichigo's presence as motivation, realizing his ally is already progressing, and manages to gain the upper hand using his techniques. At the same time, Ruri and Orihime continue fleeing through the Soul Society, but they are eventually cornered on a rooftop by a Soul Reaper. The guard targets Orihime first, but Uryu steps in and challenges him instead, insisting Orihime is not suited for combat. The Soul Reaper agrees, and Uryu engages him with his Quincy bow, unleashing a powerful spiritual arrow. The energy release is so strong that even Yoruichi senses it from afar, though she cannot identify the user. She quietly hopes they all survive the battles ahead. Elsewhere, another squad mobilizes under the command of Captain Mayuri, who is briefing his forces when a black butterfly delivers urgent intelligence about the intruder's strength. The report immediately puts the squad on high alert. Yoruichi, sensing a dangerous presence approaching, realizes one of the Soul Reapers is actively hunting them. He silently hopes Ichigo will be careful. Uru continues his fight against the Soul Reaper and does not even give him the chance to use much of his power before launching a counterattack. The moment the Soul Reaper tries attacking with his sword, Uryu cuts the blade apart with his bow and slashes his stomach, proving that both of them fight with projectiles. At first, the Soul Reaper proudly claims to be the best projectile user, but he eventually admits that Uryu surpasses him in both skill and power. Believing that Uru is about to kill him, he is shocked when Uru spares his life. However, he immediately tries taking Orihime hostage. But before he can move, Uru attacks again and completely strips him of his spiritual power, leaving him in a coma. Orihime becomes grateful to Uru for saving her. Meanwhile, Ichigo continues running through the Soul Society and eventually reunites with Ganju. Since the guards are chasing both of them, they decide to team up and fight together. Soon, another guard from a different squad who appears lost also tags along with them. While they are still thinking of how to deal with the enemies, Ichigo suddenly senses an overwhelming spiritual pressure from somewhere unknown, and the confusion created by it allows them to escape. At the same time, Chad is nearby and also senses the massive spiritual pressure. He initially assumes that Ichigo is responsible for it, but when he arrives at the scene, the guards instead question him about whether he caused it. Chad becomes confused, though he later realizes that Ichigo and Ganju have already escaped. Elsewhere, Mayuri visits the defeated Ikaku in hopes of gathering information about the intruders, but Ikaku refuses to say anything. Later, his captain, Kenpachi, arrives, and Ikaku finally reveals information about Ichigo and everything he knows about him. Later on, Ichigo, Ganju, and the young boy successfully escape and begin discussing their next move to rescue Rukia. During their conversation, the boy reveals that he knows a secret route that can lead them directly to Rukia's location, leaving them surprised. Meanwhile, Kenpachi begins moving through the Soul Society in search of Ichigo, eager to finally meet the powerful fighter that Ikaku spoke about. Hanataro later leads Ichigo and the others through the underground sewer system, explaining that they would not encounter any obstacles there since only his squad knows the passage well. While traveling, Ichigo questions him about why he is helping them, and Hanataro reveals that he wants to save Rukia. He explains that before Rukia was transferred to another cell, she often talked to him while cleaning her prison cell, sharing many stories about her time in the human world. According to Hanataro, almost everything she talked about revolved around Ichigo, which is why he decides to help them. With Hanataro's guidance, they eventually get close to the White Tower where Rukia is being held. However, Ichigo quickly notices someone standing guard at the entrance. The person turns out to be Renji, the lieutenant of Squad 6. The moment Ichigo sees him, he instantly recognizes his face, while Renji also remembers Ichigo immediately. Renji then declares that he is determined to kill Ichigo for stealing Rukia's powers, claiming that Rukia cannot regain her powers until Ichigo is dead. In response, Ichigo makes it clear that he also intends to deal with Renji for bringing Rukia back to Soul Society, which ultimately leads to her execution. At the same time, Kenpachi senses that Ichigo has already started fighting Renji, rather than interfering. He hopes Ichigo defeats Renji because he wants their eventual battle to be even more exciting. Elsewhere, Uryu also senses the clash between Ichigo and Renji and immediately informs Orihime. The two quickly rush toward the battlefield. Chad also heads in the same direction after sensing Renji's overwhelming strength, though he can also feel Ichigo's spiritual pressure steadily rising. As the battle continues, Ganju doubts that Ichigo can defeat a lieutenant-class Soul Reaper. However, Hanataro is shocked to notice that Ichigo is already overpowering Renji, leaving Ganju surprised as well. Although Renji manages to land attacks on Ichigo, he begins to realize that Ichigo might actually defeat him. Renji then warns Ichigo that even if he wins, there are still many more lieutenants and captains waiting inside the tower. Despite the warning, Ichigo remains completely unfazed. Renji continues attacking Ichigo relentlessly and gradually begins overpowering him. At one point, Renji becomes confident that victory is already his. As Ichigo struggles during the fight, he starts recalling Kisuke's training about reading an opponent's attacks, understanding their maximum range, and knowing the right moment to counterattack. Even after carefully studying Renji's movements and calculating his attacks, Renji still manages to counter him with ease. Shocked by this, Ichigo listens as Renji explains that the reason he keeps losing exchanges is because he is too slow, while Renji's superior speed allows him to react and counter instantly. At that moment, Hanataro and Ganju begin losing hope as they watch Ichigo getting overwhelmed. However, Ichigo suddenly reflects on another lesson Kisuke once taught him. Kisuke had explained that Ichigo's sword strikes lack true killing intent because deep down, he is afraid of killing his opponents. He tells Ichigo that if he truly wants to protect someone, he cannot hesitate in battle. Instead of fighting with fear, he must attack with the resolve to kill. Ichigo then remembers the training where Kisuke taught him how to gather killing intent around his sword, a technique powerful enough to create massive destruction when they clashed during training. Determined to change the tide of the battle, Ichigo calmly gathers his resolve and focuses his killing intent into his sword. Renji immediately notices the overwhelming aura surrounding Ichigo's blade and becomes shocked by the sudden change in pressure. Before Renji can fully react, Ichigo charges forward to attack. Even though Renji tries countering again, Ichigo moves faster this time, dodges the attack completely, and lands a devastating slash on Renji. The powerful strike sends Renji crashing violently into a massive stone structure, leaving him unable to move any part of his body. In disbelief, Renji realizes that he has lost the fight and is overwhelmed by both pain and shock. Meanwhile, Ganju and Hanataro become excited and relieved after seeing Ichigo successfully defeat him. As Renji lies defeated, he begins recalling his past with Rukia. Back when they were children, they grew up in a poor district where adults constantly mistreated and bullied the younger kids. Whenever Renji tried standing up for everyone, they would only get beaten even more. However, one day Rukia stepped in and helped them fight back against the men tormenting them. From that moment onward, Rukia repeatedly came to their rescue whenever trouble appeared, and over time, they all became close friends. Eventually, Renji and Rukia decided to enter the Soul Reaper Academy together, dreaming of one day joining one of the 13 court guard squads. The two trained side by side, overcoming every hardship together as they chased their goals. One day, Renji successfully passed his second exam and became excited to share the good news with Rukia. However, when he arrived to see her, he was shocked to find Captain Kuchiki and several nobles speaking with her. As soon as they noticed Renji, the nobles quietly took their leave. Confused, Renji asked Rukia what they wanted, and she revealed that Captain Kuchiki intended to adopt her into the Kuchiki noble family. By doing so, she would automatically graduate from the academy and enter one of the 13 squads. After hearing this, Renji initially became happy for Rukia because he believed she would finally live a comfortable and luxurious life. However, he quickly noticed that Rukia herself did not seem happy about the decision, though he chose not to think too deeply about it at the time. Back in the present, Renji blames himself for encouraging Rukia to join the noble family, never imagining that it would eventually lead her toward execution instead of happiness. He bitterly reflects on how he spent years training and trying to surpass Captain Kuchiki, yet despite all his efforts, he still could not stand on equal footing with him. Now, after being defeated by Ichigo, Renji realizes that Ichigo has become the only person capable of saving Rukia. Swallowing his pride completely, Renji shamelessly begs Ichigo to do everything possible to rescue her, since he himself failed to achieve that goal. After the intense battle, both Ichigo and Renji collapse from exhaustion, with Ichigo heavily wounded from the fight. At that moment, Hanataro notices several people approaching their location, so Ganju quickly carries Ichigo while Hanataro grabs Ichigo's sword, and the two immediately escape through the area. When the group finally arrives, it turns out to be Kira and several Soul Reapers under his command. They are shocked by Renji's condition, and Kira instantly realizes that the person who defeated him must have been incredibly powerful. Rather than continuing the chase, Kira orders his men to retreat and prioritize taking Renji for medical treatment. As Kira and the guards transport Renji back, they run into Hinamori, one of Renji's close friends. Kira explains everything that happened to her, and they prepare to take Renji to Squad 4 for healing. However, Captain Kuchiki suddenly appears and coldly orders them to throw Renji into prison instead for losing the battle. Hinamori feels devastated by the decision, but Kira tells her to calm down since they have no choice but to obey Captain Kuchiki's orders. Meanwhile, Hanataro and Ganju return to the underground passageway so Hanataro can properly treat Ichigo's injuries. After some time, Ichigo wakes up during the treatment and immediately insists that he is already fine. However, Hanataro and Ganju completely disagree since his wounds are still severe. To stop him from moving, Ganju punches Ichigo hard enough to knock him unconscious again, giving Hanataro enough time to continue the healing process properly. Later that night, a meeting is held for all the lieutenants, as the Soul Society finally realizes that the intruders are far stronger than expected. Because of this, they decide that weaker fighters are no longer enough to deal with the threat. Hearing this only saddens Hinamori, since all she truly wants is peace within the Soul Society. Afterward, she visits Captain Aizen, who comforts her and assures her that Renji will eventually return to his squad once he fully recovers, since everyone respects him as an excellent lieutenant. Relieved by his words, Hinamori feels comforted enough to fall asleep at Aizen's place. The next morning, Hinamori wakes up and notices that Aizen is no longer in the room. Assuming that he already left early for the meeting while she overslept, she quickly rushes toward the meeting hall. However, the moment she arrives, she looks up in horror and sees Aizen's corpse pinned high against the building, covered in blood. Hinamori immediately screams in shock, drawing the attention of the other lieutenants who are heading toward the meeting. Kira quickly recognizes her voice, and everyone rushes to the scene. The lieutenants are left completely horrified after witnessing Aizen's brutal death, unable to understand who could possibly have committed such a crime. Hinamori remains in shock as she tries to understand what happened to Captain Aizen. However, the moment she turns around, she is startled to see Jin standing nearby with a smile on his face. Instantly, she becomes convinced that Jin is the one responsible for Aizen's death, especially after remembering Aizen's warning for her to be careful around him. Without hesitation, Hinamori draws her sword and charges at Jin in anger. To her surprise, Kira suddenly steps in and blocks her attack. Instead of supporting her, he turns against her and begins fighting her directly, declaring that no matter what Jin may have done, he cannot allow anyone to attack his captain. Hinamori is shocked by Kira's actions, but she refuses to back down and continues clashing with him fiercely. Their battle is eventually interrupted when Captain Hitsugaya arrives at the scene. He immediately stops both of them and orders his subordinates to arrest Kira and Hinamori, sending them to prison. Hitsugaya is disappointed that Hinamori chooses to fight instead of helping remove Aizen's body from where it hangs. After Kira and Hinamori are taken away, Hitsugaya turns his attention toward Jin. He realizes that Jin's true intention may have been to provoke the situation and possibly kill Hinamori in the chaos. Because of this, Hitsugaya directly warns Jin never to lay a hand on Hinamori. Meanwhile, Ichigo, Ganju, and Hanataro continue their mission and finally make their way toward the White Tower. At the same time, Chad also learns that Rukia is being held there and immediately heads toward the location on his own. After climbing countless staircases and making their way through the basement area of the White Tower, Ichigo and the others finally reach the entrance. Seeing no guards around, Ichigo assumes they can enter without resistance. However, the moment they step forward, dark spiritual powers suddenly trap them in place. Completely caught off guard, they realize they can no longer move their bodies and are left wondering how to escape the mysterious force restraining them. Back at the prison, Hinamori receives a visit from Rangiku, a female captain who brings her a letter written by Captain Aizen before his death. Rangiku tells Hinamori that she should appreciate the fact that Aizen still thought about her even while standing at the brink of death. As Hinamori reads through the letter, she becomes shocked after discovering that Aizen already knew he was going to die beforehand. Meanwhile, at the White Tower, Ichigo, Ganju, and Hanataro continue struggling against the overwhelming spiritual pressure pinning them down. Despite the crushing force, Ichigo urges the others to keep moving because they still have no idea where the spiritual pressure is coming from. The group forces themselves forward, step by step, only to eventually discover that the terrifying pressure belongs to Kenpachi, who has been waiting near the White Tower specifically to fight Ichigo. The moment Kenpachi appears before him, Ichigo immediately realizes that he is the source of the monstrous spiritual energy. Ichigo asks who he is, but Kenpachi instead questions whether Ikaku never mentioned him. At that point, Ichigo finally understands that Kenpachi is the master Ikaku previously spoke about. He recalls Ikaku saying that if he was the strongest among his squad, then his captain would definitely come after Ichigo next. Understanding the danger before them, Ichigo quickly orders Ganju to carry Hanataro and continue toward Rukia while he stays behind to buy time. Deep down, Ichigo already believes he cannot defeat Kenpachi, but he still decides to face him alone. Kenpachi then reveals that he has no interest in Rukia at all and only wants to fight Ichigo. He openly states that he has no intention of attacking Ganju or stopping the rescue mission, even if they succeed in saving Rukia. This surprises Ichigo, who realizes that he alone is Kenpachi's target. As Ichigo prepares himself for the battle, he notices a small girl sitting on Kenpachi's shoulder and asks who she is. To his surprise, Kenpachi reveals that she is actually a lieutenant. Hearing this shocks Ichigo even more, as he realizes she must be comparable in rank to someone like Renji. Kenpachi then casually allows Ichigo to attack first without even drawing his own sword. Ichigo charges in with all his power and swings directly at him, but to his horror, the attack does absolutely nothing. Instead, Ichigo's own hand tears open and begins bleeding from the impact, Completely stunned, he listens as Kenpachi explains that the difference in their spiritual power is so massive that Ichigo's attack cannot even injure him. After giving Ichigo the chance to prove himself, Kenpachi finally decides to draw his sword and end the battle immediately. At the same time, he expresses disappointment in Ichigo's current strength, realizing that after spending days searching for him, the fighter he anticipated turns out to be far weaker than expected. Chad is seen facing the assistant adjutant and third seat of Squad 8, in Joji Tatsufusa, who keeps rambling as he swings his sword around, only for Chad to send him flying with a single punch. However, he then comes across the captain of Squad 8, Shunsui Kiraku, who tells him to have a drink with him instead of fighting, explaining that the other captains are already on the move and the battle will soon be over. Despite this, Chad feels the urgency even more and launches an attack at him, but Kiraku effortlessly diverts the blast with his bare hand. Chad fires multiple punches at Kiraku, but Kiraku dodges every single one of them. Even after realizing that captains are on a completely different level, Chad refuses to back down despite struggling in the fight. Kiraku learns that Chad is risking his life simply because Ichigo Kurosaki wants to save Rukia Kuchiki, causing him to become serious and draw both of his swords, while Chad charges at him with determination to win. In a flashback, Ichigo saves Chad from some bullies because Chad refuses to fight for himself, explaining that he makes a promise to his grandfather that he would never raise his fist for his own sake. However, Chad is suddenly ambushed and kidnapped by the bullies, who steal his most precious possession, the pendant given to him by his grandfather, the man who raises him into a decent person. Seeing the pendant taken away fills Chad with rage, but Ichigo arrives and defeats the bullies while making Chad promise to use his fists only to protect lives. In the present, Chad courageously charges at Kiraku and unleashes a devastating blast punch that reduces the building to debris, but Kiraku swiftly dodges the attack and strikes Chad at the same moment. Meanwhile, Ichigo is relentlessly chased and battled by Kenpachi, who completely overwhelms him by easily parrying every attack and constantly pressuring him. Ichigo strikes Kenpachi's chest once again with his sword, but the attack fails to leave even a scratch, briefly frightening Ichigo before he calms himself and realizes that if he sharpens his spiritual power further, he might still be able to cut Kenpachi down. However, Ichigo suddenly notices that Chad's spiritual pressure has disappeared, though he refuses to believe Chad has been defeated. Elsewhere, Chad lies collapsed in a pool of blood as Kiraku remarks that Chad's final attack was incredibly powerful and would have seriously injured him if it had landed directly. At that moment, his lieutenant Nanao rushes over with urgent news from the stealth force, reporting that Captain Aizen has been murdered. She explains that the message is marked as top priority and signed by both the head captain and Captain Hitsugaya. As Ichigo calls out to Chad in his mind, a faint wisp of Chad's spiritual pressure suddenly reignites. Nanao immediately notices this and realizes Chad is still alive, asking Kiraku if she should finish him off, since his group might be responsible for Captain Aizen's death. However, Kiraku stops her and orders that Chad be taken away by the medical team and locked in a cell instead. He reasons that if Chad's group truly is connected to the murder, then keeping him alive becomes even more important. Sensing that Chad is still alive, despite his weak spiritual pressure, gives Ichigo renewed determination to continue fighting, knowing that all of his friends are risking their lives as well. He confronts Kenpachi once more, and finally manages to slash a wound across Kenpachi's chest, giving Ichigo hope that victory may actually be possible. Meanwhile, Kenpachi becomes even more excited by the fight and hopes Ichigo can maintain this sharpened state as the battle continues. He explains that Ichigo's reactions and concentration are steadily improving, revealing that the tiny bells in his hair and the eye patch he wears are self-imposed handicaps designed to make battles more enjoyable for him. Ichigo then asks why Kenpachi refuses to release his Zanpakuto, only for Kenpachi to reveal that his Zanpakuto has neither a name nor a sealed form. Ichigo initially feels relieved after hearing this, but his confidence is instantly shattered when Kenpachi effortlessly drives his blade through Ichigo's chest and even pierces straight through Ichigo's sword, snapping it clean in half. Ichigo collapses into his own pool of blood as Kenpachi, now deeply disappointed, begins walking away. However, Ichigo stubbornly refuses to give in because he still has not saved Rukia, and at that very moment Zangetsu suddenly appears before him. Zangetsu asks Ichigo whether he wants to merely survive or truly win, and Ichigo firmly declares that there is no meaning in simply fighting or surviving, so he chooses victory. Zangetsu then brings him into his inner world and hands him a plain sword known as an Asauchi, a nameless Zanpakuto used by low-ranking Soul Reapers who fail to join the 13 court guard squads. Zangetsu explains that Ichigo must face his other self, who is wielding Zangetsu itself, and prove whether he is worthy of carrying the blade. During the battle, Ichigo realizes through his other self that he has never truly tried to understand Zangetsu and has only treated it like a tool. He finally learns that every Zanpakuto is alive and possesses its own name and will. Ichigo then opens his heart in order to better understand Zangetsu, and as a result, he regains his sword. He realizes he has been given another chance and feels grateful for it. At the same time, Kenpachi, who is already walking away from the battlefield, suddenly stops after sensing the overwhelming spiritual pressure erupting from Ichigo, who now rises back to his feet. Ichigo immediately launches another assault and is now able to slash Kenpachi's shoulder with ease after only a few exchanges, showing that Kenpachi is beginning to be overwhelmed. However, Kenpachi becomes even more excited by the battle and continues fighting ferociously without caring about his injuries. Realizing that Ichigo is now evenly matched with him, or perhaps even slightly stronger, Kenpachi finally decides to fight seriously and removes his eye patch, unleashing a terrifying pillar of spiritual pressure that towers endlessly into the sky. It is then revealed that the eye patch is actually a device that constantly devours his spiritual power, allowing him to suppress himself for the sake of enjoying battles. Now free from that restraint, Kenpachi unleashes immense power capable of slicing through an entire tower with a single casual swing, cutting it apart like a hot knife through butter. Despite this, Ichigo remains calm because he places complete trust in his sword, Zangetsu, something Kenpachi himself lacks. Ichigo's spiritual pressure rises even further as he decides to end the fight in a single strike. Both fighters charge directly at one another and clash with their swords and spiritual pressure, creating a massive explosion that sends shockwaves powerful enough to collapse and destroy the surrounding towers. When the dust settles, Ichigo's blade has carved deeply into Kenpachi's shoulder, while Kenpachi's sword has pierced deeply into Ichigo's chest. Ichigo then collapses into a pool of his own blood, apologizing to his friends in quiet tone as he loses consciousness. However, Kenpachi's sword suddenly snaps in half before he collapses to the ground, admitting that Ichigo is the winner of the battle. As both fighters lie defeated, Lieutenant Yachiru Kusajishi arrives and thanks Ichigo for giving Kenpachi a fight he truly enjoys, explaining that it has been a long time since she last sees Kenpachi this happy. Despite her tiny figure, she effortlessly lifts Kenpachi onto her back and leaves while hoping Ichigo survives so he can fight Kenpachi again someday. Elsewhere, Rukia remains imprisoned in her cell and senses that both Ichigo's and Kenpachi's spiritual pressures have disappeared. Unable to fully sense the outcome because of the restrictions placed on her, she wonders who actually wins the battle. At the same time, Yoruichi arrives at the battlefield and is deeply impressed that Ichigo manages to defeat Kenpachi, noting that severe injuries are only natural after such a fight. Yoruichi then immediately begins treating Ichigo's wounds in order to save him. Meanwhile, Yachiru and Kenpachi are later seen resting on top of a tower as Kenpachi admits that he wants to become even stronger now that he has finally found someone capable of fighting him equally. He also expresses his desire to learn the name of his Zanpakuto, but before receiving any answer, he suddenly loses consciousness. Elsewhere, Ganju and Hanataro successfully take down two Soul Reaper guards stationed outside the prison where Rukia is being held. Hanataro then brings out the spare key he secretly steals and unlocks the prison door. However, the moment Ganju sees Rukia, he immediately recognizes her as the Soul Reaper responsible for killing his older brother, Kaien. Rukia calmly admits the truth and even accepts that Ganju has every right to punish her. At that exact moment, Captain Kuchiki arrives, causing Ganju to realize that escaping is nearly impossible. He declares that he has no intention of risking his life for the person who kills his brother. However, Hanataro desperately pleads with Ganju to at least escape alongside Rukia, while he stays behind to face Captain Kuchiki himself. Ganju is left stunned by Hanataro's resolve, especially because Hanataro does not even possess a Zanpakuto. In the end, Ganju pushes Hanataro aside and decides that he himself will stand against Captain Kuchiki. Ichigo wakes up and thanks Yoruichi for saving his life, but he is immediately more concerned about Chad and the others. Yoruichi assures him that Chad and the rest are safe, explaining that they are fortunate to have encountered the opponents they did. She then reveals that half of Ichigo's internal organs are crushed and that he only survives because the hollow mask attached to his chest protects him. Ichigo is shocked to see the mask again, especially after Hanataro throws it away into the underground waterway because it gives him an unnatural feeling. Yoruichi decides to keep the mask for herself, and Ichigo finally discovers Yoruichi's true form, learning that she is actually a woman. He is also surprised that she possesses a priceless flying item, making him wonder who she truly is. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by the eruption of a terrifying spiritual pressure. Sensing danger, Ichigo immediately rushes off because he fears something has happened to Ganju and Hanataro, completely ignoring Yoruichi's warning. Meanwhile, Ganju struggles under the overwhelming pressure of Captain Kuchiki's spiritual power, but still bravely charges forward to fight him. However, Captain Kuchiki instantly slashes Ganju's arm with a speed too fast for the eye to follow. Even while badly wounded, Genju refuses to surrender and proudly declares that no member of the Shiba clan is a coward. Taking him more seriously now, Captain Kuchiki attacks again with his Zanpakuto, whose blade scatters like flower petals and slices Genju across multiple places at once. Kuchiki then prepares to strike Hanataro as well, but Captain Yukitake suddenly appears and stops him. Not long after, everyone senses a captain-level spiritual pressure approaching, only to discover that it belongs to Ichigo himself as he arrives to rescue Rukia. Rukia cannot help but feel touched by his appearance, though she also becomes frustrated that he ignores her repeated warnings not to come after her. The two briefly argue, and Rukia realizes that Ichigo has not changed at all. Captain Yukitake immediately becomes serious upon seeing Ichigo, while Captain Kuchiki dismisses him as nothing more than an ordinary Ryoka who simply needs to be killed. Ichigo and Captain Kuchiki then face each other as Kuchiki releases an immense spiritual pressure powerful enough to force Rukia and Hanataro onto their knees. However, Ichigo remains completely unaffected and even manages to block Kuchiki's famous high-speed attacks. Slightly surprised, Kuchiki initially assumes it is just luck, but Ichigo shocks him again by blocking the attacks a second time. Rukia is stunned by how much stronger Ichigo has become, yet she knows those attacks are merely child's play compared to Captain Kuchiki's true power. Fearing that Ichigo will be killed if Kuchiki becomes serious, she desperately thinks of a way to stop the battle. However, just as Kuchiki prepares to unleash a far more dangerous attack, Yoruichi suddenly appears and restrains his sword while casually adding the suffix boy to his name. It is revealed that Yoruichi is the former Supreme Commander of the Stealth Force and the former leader of the 1st Division Punishment Force, who has remained in hiding for over 100 years. Ichigo insists that he must defeat Captain Kuchiki himself, but Yoruichi suddenly knocks him unconscious by injecting an anesthetic directly into his organs before carrying him away. Captain Kuchiki immediately attempts to stop her, but even with his flash step technique, he is unable to catch her because Yoruichi's speed far surpasses his own. Before leaving, Yoruichi declares that she only needs 3 days to make Ichigo faster than Kuchiki, postponing their battle until then. Living up to her title as the Flash Master, Yoruichi effortlessly escapes with Ichigo, while Kuchiki quickly loses interest and walks away. Meanwhile, Captain Ukitake orders his subordinates to help Hanataro and Ganju, while Rukia is taken back to her prison cell. Although Ganju and Hanataro's actions are considered crimes, Ukitake chooses to protect them for the sake of his subordinate, Rukia. Elsewhere, Orihime and Uru successfully blend into the ranks of the Soul Reapers by pretending to be newly recruited members, a lie their squad leader completely believes. They secretly plan to head toward the prison where Rukia is being held, unaware that someone nearby overhears their conversation. At the same time, Ichigo regains consciousness and becomes furious that Yoruichi takes him away instead of rescuing Rukia directly. However, Yoruichi explains that no one besides Ichigo is capable of defeating Captain Kuchiki, which is why she brings him away to become stronger so he can save everyone himself. Yoruichi then reveals an important truth about Zanpakuto, explaining that every Zanpakuto has 2 releases. The first release is known as Shikai, while the second and ultimate release is called Bankai, something Ichigo has never heard of before. She further explains that every captain in the Soul Society is required to master Bankai, with the sole exception being Kenpachi, who becomes the only captain in history to achieve that rank without knowing his Zanpakuto's name or attaining Bankai. Normally, mastering Bankai requires at least 10 years of intense training, even for highly skilled fighters. However, because they do not have that kind of time, Yoruichi decides that Ichigo must undergo a far more dangerous method in order to achieve Bankai within only 3 days. Orihime uses her healing abilities to restore Tsubaki, who is injured because of her hesitation during the earlier battle. Later that night, she and Uryu move through the Soul Society in secret, but are suddenly stopped by a drunken Soul Reaper who questions which squad they belong to. They quickly claim to be members of Squad 11, only to discover that the drunken Soul Reaper is also from Squad 11, and immediately notices that their robes actually belong to Squad 12. Fortunately, several Squad 12 members suddenly appear and seemingly rescue them from suspicion. However, the rescue quickly turns out to be a trap orchestrated by a research-obsessed captain who mercilessly uses his own subordinates as living bombs to attack Orihime and Uryu. Thankfully, Orihime reacts in time and protects both of them with her shield ability. The man behind the attack is revealed to be Captain Mayuri Kurotsuchi, the captain of Squad 12 and the second chief of the Research and Development Institute. The moment Captain Kurotsuchi releases his overwhelming spiritual pressure, Uryu immediately orders the drunken Soul Reaper, who survives the explosion, to take Orihime and escape, while he stays behind to confront the captain himself. However, Captain Kurotsuchi is far more interested in experimenting on Orihime and decides to quickly eliminate Uryu first. He draws his Zanpakuto and attacks, but at the last second his lieutenant Nemu suddenly grabs Uryu. Without hesitation, Captain Kurotsuchi strikes anyway, showing complete disregard for Nemu's life. Nemu suffers severe injuries from the attack, while Uryu also receives a wound across his shoulder. Instead of helping his injured lieutenant, Captain Kurotsuchi cruelly stomps on her, causing Uryu to protest that she will die if he continues. Offended by the remark, Captain Kurotsuchi arrogantly declares that he would never allow such a thing because he personally creates Nemu by combining the essence of Gigai and Gikon techniques. Uryu attempts to intervene, only to realize that he can no longer move his left hand, due to the special ability of Captain Kurotsuchi's Zanpakuto. As Captain Kurotsuchi continues tormenting Nemu for being useless because she cannot move under the poison's effects, Uryu angrily snaps at him. This enrages Captain Kurotsuchi even further, prompting him to reveal his hatred for the Quincy race. He admits that he intentionally delays the rescue operation for the last remaining Quincy so that he can obtain their souls for research purposes. He then reveals that one of those victims is Uryu's own grandfather, who also happens to be his mentor. Filled with rage after hearing the truth, Uryu unleashes an overwhelming surge of spiritual power. He quietly admits that he is relieved Orihime is no longer there, because this is not a battle he wants her to witness. Declaring his pride and honor as a Quincy, Uryu resolves himself to kill Captain Kurotsuchi. Uryu is able to move because he masters the Quincy Ultimate Battle Technique, a lost art that Captain Kurotsuchi never expects to see again despite experimenting on 2,661 victims over the years. Shocked by Uryu's abilities, Captain Kurotsuchi begins wondering whether Uryu is actually a genius among the Quincy. However, Uryu's true goal is to prove to his father, who despises the Quincy, that he can become an exceptionally powerful Quincy himself. Uryu then recalls the sealed box his grandfather once gives him, which contains the special Sanrei glove used to disperse spirit particles at an extremely high level. His grandfather explains that if Uryu wears the glove, forms a spirit bow, and maintains it continuously for 7 days and 7 nights, he will infinitely draw closer to the pinnacle of Quincy power. Back in the present, Uryu faces Captain Kurotsuchi as the captain relentlessly attacks him using a ranged sickle weapon. Uryu dodges the attacks at incredible speed while firing arrows in return, though Captain Kurotsuchi avoids them as well. Uryu also remembers his grandfather's final warning that the glove must never be removed afterward, because doing so would cause his ability to gather spirit energy to exceed the limits of a Quincy. Although he would gain overwhelming power for a brief moment, the backlash would eventually burn him out and permanently strip him of all Quincy abilities. As the battle continues, Uryu begins taking hits from Captain Kurotsuchi's ranged attacks and finally decides to remove the glove. Instantly, a colossal surge of spiritual power erupts from his body. Reishi armor forms around him while a single wing made of spirit particles appears behind his back. His power becomes so immense that he even begins absorbing the nearby structures made entirely of Reishi. Uryu's speed and strength now increase dramatically, and with a single arrow, he completely severs Captain Kurotsuchi's entire left arm. Realizing the danger, Captain Kurotsuchi activates the second release of his Zanpakuto, Bankai, transforming it into a gigantic centipede-like creature that spews deadly poisonous gas. However, Uryu calmly fires a direct arrow that completely pulverizes the monstrous Bankai and blasts a massive hole through Captain Kurotsuchi's stomach. Despite the devastating injury, Captain Kurotsuchi suddenly stabs his own neck with his Zanpakuto and transforms into a puddle of green liquid, narrowly escaping death. As the liquid seeps away, he smugly declares that the outcome of the battle remains unchanged because, although he may temporarily remain in this state, he will eventually recover, while Uryu himself is destined to die. Moments later, blood begins leaking from Uryu's mouth, revealing that he is poisoned by the toxic gas released during the battle. Nemu then calls out to him and offers him an antidote for the poison as gratitude for sparing Captain Kurotsuchi's life instead of finishing him off with his final attack. The following morning, Uryu struggles to walk and realizes he can no longer move his injured arm. He quietly accepts that his life as a Quincy may soon come to an end, but despite his condition, he continues forcing himself toward the prison where Rukia is held, hoping to reunite with Ichigo, Orihime, and the others there. However, before he can reach his destination, Captain Tozen suddenly appears and immediately attacks him, declaring that he must eliminate Uryu for the sake of peace. As a result of Captain Tozen's attack, Uryu immediately falls asleep. Meanwhile, Ichigo trains alongside Yoruichi, who brings out a special doll that once serves as a spiritual tool for the stealth force. She explains that the doll forcibly draws out the true form of a Zanpakuto and materializes it into the physical world. Yoruichi reveals that in order for Ichigo to master Bankai, he must first materialize Zangetsu and defeat it within 3 days so that the Zanpakuto will submit to him. Without hesitation, Ichigo thrusts his sword into the doll, causing Zangetsu to appear before him. Zangetsu then summons countless swords and explains that only one of them represents his true self, and that Ichigo can only defeat him using that specific blade. He warns Ichigo that if he truly wants Zangetsu to submit, then he must find the correct sword before Zangetsu kills him. Ichigo immediately grabs one of the swords while Zangetsu does the same, and the two instantly clash as their fierce battle begins. Elsewhere in Squad 4, the third seat Yasuchika is seen handling reports as injured members of Squad 11 are brought in for treatment. However, he becomes frustrated after learning that Captain Kyoraku and Captain Ukitake also request for Chad and the other defeated intruders to receive medical care. Captain Unohana then explains that she cannot completely ignore Hanataro's actions in helping the intruders because Hanataro's true position is the leader of the 14th Advanced Relief Team as well as the 7th seat of Squad 4. Meanwhile, Renji breaks free from his prison cell after recalling all the memories he shares with Rukia. Determined to act, he takes his Zanpakuto and leaves. At the same time, Ichigo continues his intense Bankai training but is constantly overwhelmed by Zangetsu. Yoruichi repeatedly orders him to stand back up because they do not have time to waste. Elsewhere, Orihime encounters members of Kenpachi's squad, and Kenpachi himself declares that he will assist her because he has a feeling that staying near her will eventually lead him back to Ichigo for another fight. Uryu later wakes up and finds himself alongside Chad and Ganju as all of them receive medical treatment. Chad explains that because a captain has been assassinated and the true culprit remains unknown, they become the prime suspects and are only being kept alive for investigation purposes. Since their spiritual powers are restrained and sealed, Chad says they can do nothing except wait for Ichigo while recovering and preparing for the battles ahead. Meanwhile, Ichigo continues fighting Zangetsu but keeps getting defeated because every sword he chooses breaks apart, including one that perfectly resembles his own Zanpakuto. Zangetsu then explains that all the swords Ichigo keeps selecting merely represent the weaknesses inside his heart, while only one sword is truly suited for battle. Realizing that time is running out, which Ichigo acknowledges Zangetsu's words. Renji is seen running through the night after escaping from his prison cell, while Captain Ichimaru is also seen bringing Kira out. A flashback then reveals the days when Kira, Renji, Hinamori, Rukia, and the others first enter the Soul Reaper Academy and are all placed into the elite class. Kira quickly stands out for his exceptional spiritual power control, while Renji proves himself highly skilled in swordsmanship and even defeats Kira during practice. Despite their rivalry, the two boys formally introduce themselves and become acquainted. Soon after, all the students gather to see Captain Aizen, who at the time has Captain Ichimaru serving under him as his lieutenant. Inspired by Aizen's presence, Hinamori immediately decides that once she becomes an official Soul Reaper, she will join Captain Aizen's squad. Later, Kira, Renji, Hinamori, and several other students are sent to the world of the living for combat training inside a special barrier where they are tasked with fighting dummy hollows under the supervision of 3 upperclassmen. Kira, Renji, and Hinamori are assigned as a 3-man team and successfully defeat a dummy hollow through their teamwork and coordination. However, the training suddenly turns deadly when a massive real hollow appears and kills the students maintaining the barrier before launching an attack on everyone else. 2 of the upperclassmen are instantly killed, while the remaining senior student, Hisagi, desperately calls for reinforcements and orders all the first-year students to flee immediately. Despite the danger, Hinamori refuses to run and questions why they should abandon the fight. As Hisagi struggles against the hollow and suffers a serious injury to his eye, Kira, Renji, and Hinamori step in to support him and attack the monster together. Their combined effort buys them enough time to retreat, but they soon encounter even more hollows that rapidly surround them from every direction, leaving the students completely terrified. Just as the situation becomes hopeless, Captain Aizen arrives alongside Lieutenant Ichimaru and effortlessly destroys all the hollows. Returning to the present, Hinamori is then seen quietly using her powers to make a prison guard lose consciousness and fall asleep. Hinamori escapes from prison after reading Aizen's letter and learning the identity of the supposed culprit behind his death. Elsewhere, Matsumoto wakes up from a dream about the first time she meets Captain Ichimaru and soon notices Captain Hitsugaya exhausted from handling Squad 5's paperwork. Shortly afterward, they receive reports that Kira, Renji, and Hinamori have all escaped from their prison cells. The moment Hitsugaya hears about Hinamori's disappearance, he immediately realizes why she escapes and rushes off to find her. Meanwhile, Ichigo continues his brutal battle against Zangetsu, who has already shattered 51 swords that Ichigo picks during the training. Ichigo grabs another blade and attacks again, but this time he manages to deflect Zangetsu's strikes and even launch a counterattack before the 52nd sword is destroyed as well. Even so, Yoruichi notices that Ichigo is improving at a terrifying pace. Soon, Ichigo is able to fight Zangetsu with a single sword for 5 entire minutes. However, just as he prepares to attack again, Zangetsu suddenly disappears and the training doll reappears in his place. Afterward, Ichigo relaxes inside a healing hot spring that restores all of his injuries. During this time, Yoruichi reveals that Urahara is actually a former Soul Reaper captain and once served as the captain of Squad 12. She further explains that he also founded and became the first chief of the Department of Research and Development. Ichigo is completely shocked, never expecting Urahara to be such an important figure in Soul Society. Elsewhere, Captain Hitsugaya encounters Captain Ichimaru alongside Kira, while Hinamori arrives moments later. Consumed by grief and rage, Hinamori immediately points her sword at Hitsugaya and declares that she will avenge Captain Aizen. She explains that Aizen's letter reveals the true reason behind Rukia's execution being moved forward is not to kill her, but to obtain the Sokyoku, a weapon said to possess the power of 1 million Zanpakuto, along with the Taka, which has enough defensive power to withstand that same force. According to the letter, the mastermind behind everything is supposedly Hitsugaya himself. Aizen also writes that if he is killed for confronting Hitsugaya, then Hinamori must continue his will and kill Hitsugaya in his place. Driven by her love for Aizen and blinded by anger, Hinamori attacks Hitsugaya relentlessly. However, Hitsugaya insists that Aizen would never ask her to do something like this and quickly realizes that someone forges the letter in order to manipulate both him and Hinamori into killing each other. At that very moment, he notices Ichimaru standing nearby with a smile on his face. Hitsugaya then gently knocks Hinamori unconscious before turning his attention toward Ichimaru, furious that Hinamori is forced to suffer like this. Releasing a powerful spiritual pressure, Hitsugaya places his hand on his sword and confronts Ichimaru directly, while Ichimaru calmly does the same as well. Hitsugaya immediately charges at Ichimaru and launches a relentless assault, forcing Ichimaru to narrowly dodge each strike. Even while evading, Ichimaru praises Hitsugaya as a once-in-several-centuries child prodigy. Growing more serious, Hitsugaya unleashes an enormous dragon of water and ice created purely from his overflowing spiritual pressure, powerful enough to even influence the weather itself. He sends the dragon crashing toward Ichimaru, who dodges at the last moment, causing the attack to instead injure Kira. Despite this, Hitsugaya continues pursuing Ichimaru aggressively. Ichimaru pierces through the ice dragon, only for his arm to suddenly become frozen solid. However, he still manages to launch a surprise counterattack that Hitsugaya barely avoids. Unfortunately, the attack heads straight toward Hinamori, but Matsumoto suddenly appears in time and blocks the strike. Saving her. Elsewhere, Yoruichi realizes that dawn has arrived and that only 2 days remain before the deadline. Although Ichigo's combat skills are improving at a terrifying pace, his spiritual energy still has not increased enough. She begins wondering whether she should extend the training period since the method they are using is created by Urahara himself, who is also the only person to ever master Bankai within 3 days. However, Yoruichi recalls Urahara saying that Ichigo possesses even greater talent than he does, which is the reason she agrees to this dangerous training in the first place. Even so, she decides to wait 1 more day to see whether Ichigo's spiritual power will finally rise, otherwise she may have to take a major risk. Meanwhile, Rukia suddenly receives news that her execution date has once again been moved forward and that she will now be executed the very next day. At the same time, Hinamori remains unconscious while receiving treatment, and it is revealed that Ichimaru stops fighting and leaves shortly after Matsumoto arrives. Soon after, Hitsugaya and Matsumoto receive an official Hell Butterfly message announcing that Rukia's execution will now take place the following day. The announcement quickly spreads across the Soul Society as the other squads also hear the news. Meanwhile, Ichigo resumes his fierce battle against Zangetsu, while Yoruichi observes that he continues making steady progress, though she still cannot shake her uneasiness about the situation. Suddenly, Renji arrives at the secret training grounds and declares that he wants to join the training as well. He informs Ichigo about Rukia's execution date being moved up again, and explains that he also wants to become stronger because he believes he is close to mastering his own Bankai. Hearing the deadline has become even shorter causes Yoruichi to panic internally, but Ichigo confidently declares that he simply needs to master Bankai before tomorrow. At that moment, he releases an enormous surge of spiritual pressure, so overwhelming that even Yoruichi is left shocked. Rukia recalls the time she first joined Squad 13 and meets Lieutenant Kaien, who completely ignores her noble status and treats her like an ordinary subordinate. To Rukia, that simple treatment is exactly the kind of normal life she longs for, and she quickly feels comfortable around Kaien. She also meets Kaien's wife, Miyako, the third seed of Squad 13, whose warm and kind personality deeply impresses Rukia and makes her wish to become someone like her. However, tragedy soon strikes when Miyako and her squad are sent on a reconnaissance mission involving a hollow. Only Miyako returns alive, unconscious and severely injured, while the rest of her team is completely annihilated. That very night, Miyako suddenly begins attacking and killing members of the squad as if she is possessed. When she sees Kaien blocking her path, she briefly struggles against the influence before fleeing and continuing the massacre elsewhere. Kaien, Captain Ukitake, and Rukia immediately pursue her and eventually discover the hollow responsible for everything. Kaien insists on fighting the creature alone, but the battle quickly turns against him as his Zanpakuto is destroyed. Even then, Captain Ukitake prevents Rukia from interfering, explaining that Kaien is fighting for the honor of both his wife and his fallen subordinates. However, the hollow suddenly enters Kaien's body and possesses him completely. Captain Ukitake is forced to battle Kaien and manages to injure him, but the hollow escapes with Kaien's body. Ukitake attempts to pursue him, only for his illness to flare up violently, causing him to cough up blood and collapse. Moments later, the possessed Kaien suddenly leaps toward Rukia. Startled, Rukia instinctively raises her sword, only for Kaien's body to impale itself on the blade, killing him instantly. Ever since that moment, Rukia continues blaming herself for Kaien's death. Later, Captain Ukitake visits Captain Kuchiki to discuss Rukia's emotional suffering and current situation. However, Captain Kuchiki calmly states that he is already aware of everything and shows little concern, even telling Ukitake not to trouble himself over it. The next day, Rukia is escorted out of her prison cell as preparations begin for her execution. At the same time, Kenpachi charges through the Soul Society with Orihime and Yakiru riding on his back while his subordinates follow closely behind as they search for the others. Eventually, the group breaks into the prison where Uryu, Chad, and Ganju are being held, and the trio is relieved to reunite with Orihime. Elsewhere, the captains of the Soul Society are also seen preparing to move out as tension spreads throughout the Seiraite. However, Kenpachi's group soon encounters Captain Tozen and Captain Komamura, along with their respective lieutenants. Without hesitation, Kenpachi declares that he alone will fight all four of them, while Yakiru drags the others away to safety. Meanwhile, Kenpachi's lieutenant and third seat stay behind to engage the opposing lieutenants as the rest of the group escapes. Kenpachi then faces both captains simultaneously as Tozen and Komamura launch powerful attacks at him, believing no one could survive such a direct assault. However, after the strikes land, Kenpachi remains standing completely unfazed despite several blades piercing his body. He casually remarks that the attack barely even qualifies as a warm-up for him. Meanwhile, Renji prepares to leave after completing his own training, but cannot help asking Yoruichi whether Ichigo can truly master Bankai with so little time remaining. Yoruichi responds that she chooses to believe in Ichigo's determination as he continues fiercely battling Zangetsu in his desperate attempt to achieve Bankai before time runs out. Multiple Zangetsu suddenly appear and begin overwhelming Ichigo as he desperately fights them off. However, he is eventually pushed back once again when the sword he is holding shatters. Even so, Ichigo refuses to give up, immediately grabbing another sword and charging back towards Zangetsu. Meanwhile, Renji cuts down several Soul Reapers as he rushes forward with the determination to save Rukia. However, his path is suddenly blocked by Captain Kuchiki. The moment Kuchiki attacks, Renji instantly counters and prevents him from using his signature flower petal technique without even calling out his Zanpakuto's name. Realizing something unusual, Captain Kuchiki quickly understands that Renji has successfully mastered Bankai and has already activated it. Knowing that Captain Kuchiki has no intention of letting him pass, Renji immediately launches a fierce assault. However, Captain Kuchiki effortlessly dodges the attacks and begins destroying Renji's Bankai piece by piece. It is then revealed that Renji intentionally dismantles his own Bankai beforehand in order to evade Captain Kuchiki's devastating 1,000 flower blades technique, slightly surprising Captain Kuchiki with his strategy. Renji then manages to land a surprise attack that forces Captain Kuchiki down onto one knee. Now taking the battle seriously, Captain Kuchiki casts a destructive spell that immobilizes Renji's Bankai before using another spell to completely restrain Renji himself. He then releases his own Bankai and decisively overwhelms Renji, declaring that the difference in power between them is simply insurmountable. Captain Kuchiki further explains that because Renji's Bankai is forcibly dispersed against its master's will, Renji will soon lose his ability to use Bankai altogether. Holding his sword toward Renji, Kuchiki asks whether he still intends to save Rukia. At first, Renji can barely even move his body due to the severity of his injuries. But the moment he thinks about Ichigo, his fighting spirit reignites. Renji forces himself back onto his feet, grips his sword tightly, and charges at Captain Kuchiki one last time. However, the blade instantly shatters upon impact and fails to leave even a scratch on Captain Kuchiki, who nonetheless acknowledges Renji's determination. Elsewhere, Rukia suddenly senses Renji's spiritual pressure fading away and becomes deeply worried. At that very moment, she notices Captain Ichimaru slowly approaching her. Rukia is shocked as Captain Ichimaru approaches her, wondering why he has come. She questions his purpose, recalling the first time she meets him and how she never feels comfortable around him, despite his calm and ordinary expression. That uneasy feeling has always remained with her. However, Captain Ichimaru casually tells her that he does not come for any particular reason. He simply wants to greet her. With that, he lightly pats her on the head. After he leaves, Rukia is left disturbed and unsettled. She has always believed she is not afraid of death and has no reason to cling to life, but Ichimaru's touch triggers an unfamiliar fear within her, something she cannot understand. Meanwhile, Captain Tozen and Kenpachi are about to clash. Tozen condemns Kenpachi as a monster because of his desire to always kill, stating that someone like him should not exist in Soul Society. In response, Tozen activates his Bankai, creating a completely black void like space where only he and Kenpachi remain, believing this environment will allow him to defeat Kenpachi. Outside the Bankai, their subordinates are also fighting. Tozen's subordinate senses the activation of Bankai and realizes a deadly battle is unfolding, so he attempts to stop his fight with Kenpachi's subordinate. However, Kenpachi's subordinate refuses to end the battle. Elsewhere, Renji is being treated by Hanataro, who heals his injuries. Renji wakes up in surprise, wondering why Hanataro is helping him. Rikichi then explains that he is the one who brings Hanataro there, after he is already abducted while treating Rukia. Hanataro then reassures Renji that Ichigo will definitely save Rukia, so he should not worry and should focus on recovering. Back in the battle, Tozen and Kenpachi's fight intensifies further. Tozen does not expect Kenpachi to continue dodging all his attacks even within complete darkness. He believes Kenpachi should be unable to see, smell, or even sense spiritual pressure, yet Kenpachi still evades every strike. In reality, Kenpachi cannot rely on sight, smell, or spiritual perception, but instead follows pure instinct in combat. Eventually, he manages to catch Tozen and breaks his Bankai, though he chooses not to kill him, calling it mercy and allowing Tozen to live and fight another day. Despite this, Tozen refuses to give up and continues attacking, irritating Kenpachi enough that he prepares to finish him. However, just as Kenpachi raises his sword, Komamura arrives and takes the blow instead to protect Tozen. Tozen is shocked and grateful, while Komamura then challenges Kenpachi to a death match and activates his own Bankai. Kenpachi accepts, acknowledging that Komamura must now come at him with full strength. Meanwhile, Rukia is finally brought to the execution grounds as several captains gather to witness it. Captain Kuchiki is also present, which shocks her. She is then asked to speak any final words she may have before the execution begins. Rukia demands that Ichigo and the others be allowed to return safely to their world and that none of them be killed. The head captain agrees to her request, stating that he will oblige. With that decision made, the Sokyoku execution begins. Meanwhile, Kenpachi's lieutenant Yachiru, along with the others, prepares to move out to rescue Rukia. Yachiru rushes ahead first, declaring that she will secure Ichigo so he can save Rukia, and even promises to handle the stronger opponents while the others deal with the weaker enemies. The group is grateful for her lead. At the same time, Kiyone goes to inform her captain that the execution has already begun, and fortunately he manages to break through the seal and regain his movement. As the execution reaches its final stage, the Sokyoku bird is released and begins moving in to kill Rukia. However, Ichigo suddenly arrives and stops the bird just before it reaches her. Rukia immediately warns him to leave, insisting that he cannot possibly handle the Sokyoku, but Ichigo refuses to listen and engages it directly in battle. This shocks the head captain and all the other captains, as it is the first time they are seeing Ichigo in person, even though they had already received reports about him. Just as Ichigo struggles to hold the Sokyoku back and tries to buy time, Kyone's captain arrives and uses the seal he breaks to destroy the bird completely, shocking everyone present. Taking the opportunity, Ichigo immediately breaks the platform holding Rukia. He quickly begins figuring out a way for them to escape, but Renji suddenly arrives after fighting through the surrounding guards. Ichigo immediately throws Rukia toward Renji so they can retreat while he stays behind to hold off the captains. Ichigo then drops down to face them directly, and the captains prepare to engage him. However, to everyone's shock, Ichigo defeats them without even using his sword. At that moment, Captain Kuchiki arrives from behind and attempts to strike him, but Ichigo has already become able to read his movements. He reacts instantly and blocks Kuchiki's attack with his sword, meeting him head-on. Ichigo and Captain Kuchiki engage in a fierce battle as Kuchiki repeatedly questions why Ichigo is so determined to save Rukia. Ichigo does not answer at first, instead throwing the question back at him and asking why he cannot save her as her brother. Kuchiki replies that he cannot explain, and even if he does, Ichigo would not understand. He then declares that he will still kill Rukia himself, but Ichigo firmly responds that he will not allow that to happen under any circumstances. Meanwhile, Kiyone and Captain Ukitake find themselves in danger as they are surrounded by Soifon and the head captain. At that moment, Yoriichi suddenly arrives and intervenes, confronting Soifon and effortlessly dealing with her to protect Kiyone. Elsewhere, Nanao and the two captains are also stopped by the overwhelming presence of the head captain. The sheer pressure of his spiritual energy overwhelms Nanao completely, as she realizes that even the two captains may not be enough to stand against him. She attempts to assist, but she cannot withstand his power at all, forcing one of the captains to quickly pull her away to safety. That captain then returns to support Ukitake as they both face the head captain together. Even though the head captain's power is overwhelming, the two captains manage to hold their ground. The head captain is shocked that his own students would go so far as to oppose him after everything he has taught them. However, they respond that they are still following his teachings, especially the principles of justice that he instilled in them. The head captain refuses to accept their interpretation, growing even more enraged and unleashing an even greater surge of power as the battle intensifies further. Kenpachi is seen resting after his long battle with Kamamura when his other lieutenant arrives to check on his condition. However, Kenpachi immediately states that he is not done fighting yet. He explains that Kamamura already runs off after sensing the head captain's spiritual pressure elsewhere. Despite this, Kenpachi is impressed that his lieutenant manages to defeat his own opponent without sustaining any injuries. Meanwhile, the head captain releases an overwhelming burning flame that engulfs both Captain Ukitake and the opposing captain. He then gives them a chance to draw their swords so they do not die without resistance. After a brief pause, the other captain finally agrees, and Ukitake also consents, prompting both of them to draw their blades. It is then revealed that both captains wield dual swords, making them the only two captains in Soul Society with paired Zanpakuto. The head captain is slightly surprised, but admits he already expects such exceptional ability from them. With that, the true battle begins. Elsewhere, Jidenbo has recovered significantly and expresses gratitude to the guards who helped him. However, they inform him that he should actually be thanking Orihime, who heals him, and add that she and the others already leave 5 days ago to rescue Rukia. At that moment, Kukaku unexpectedly arrives, declaring her intention to join forces with Ichigo's group. Meanwhile, Yoruichi and Soifon face off once again. Soifon challenges Yoruichi for opposing the Soul Society, and their battle immediately begins. Soifon is shocked when Yoruichi effortlessly counters her first attack, forcing her to realize she must go all out. During the clash, Yoruichi is injured on her hand, prompting Soifon to unleash her second technique. The attack is far more powerful, forcing Yoruichi to temporarily retreat. Realizing the situation is escalating, Yoruichi decides she has no choice but to use her own technique as well, warning Soifon beforehand that it is something even she cannot fully control. Soifon is stunned that Yoruichi can still withstand her attacks and even use the same technique. She believes she should have become stronger while Yoruichi should have grown weaker after years of isolation. Her thoughts drift back to the day she entered the Fawn family and received the name Soifon. From that moment, she admired Yoruichi as her senior and role model. As they spent time together, Yoruichi showed her genuine kindness and care, causing Soifon to become deeply devoted to her. She swore to remain by Yoruichi's side forever and wished for greater power so she could protect her whenever she was in danger. Everything changed when Yoruichi suddenly disappeared without taking her along. Feeling abandoned and betrayed, Soifon took back her vow and began calling Yoruichi a liar. Filled with pain, she admits she had always wanted to surpass Yoruichi in strength, Yet she is shocked to find Yoruichi still far stronger than her. Eventually, her anger fades and she drops to her knees before Yoruichi, heartbroken as she asks why she was left behind when Yoruichi departed. Elsewhere, Ikaku and Iba are talking together when they decide to settle things with a fight. As they prepare themselves, Iba notices a powerful lightning-like spiritual aura nearby, wondering who could possibly be fighting Captain Kuchiki. He admits he does not recognize the spiritual pressure. Ikakaku immediately guesses it is Ichigo, explaining that he knows because he has fought him before. Although Iba remains curious about the mysterious fighter, the two continue their conversation while getting ready to battle. Meanwhile, Ichigo continues his clash with Byakuya Kuchiki and boldly challenges him to release his Bankai, claiming he can defeat him. Byakuya dismisses the challenge, insisting that no amount of provocation will change his intention to kill both Ichigo and Rukia. Refusing to back down, Ichigo slams his sword into the ground and unleashes a powerful strike that tears through the area. Even Byakuya is caught off guard and questions whether Ichigo truly caused such destruction with a single swing, especially after being grazed by the attack himself. Ichigo confidently confirms it and explains that Kisuke and Zangetsu have already taught him the fundamentals he needs. With renewed determination, he once again challenges Byakuya to release his Bankai, declaring that he will defeat him once he does. Captain Kuchiki finally grants Ichigo's request and releases his Bankai, declaring that he will leave him with no regrets before reducing him to dust. The overwhelming power of the technique is far beyond what Ichigo expects, yet he manages to survive the attack. Surprised by this, Byakuya questions whether Ichigo has also attained a Bankai. To his astonishment, Ichigo confirms that he has, a response Byakuya never anticipated. Elsewhere, Rangiku checks on Hinamori before meeting with Hitsugaya outside. After learning that Hinamori is asleep, Hitsugaya places a protective barrier on her room to keep any enemies away while they are gone. As the two depart, they sense an enormous spiritual pressure in the distance. Rangiku wonders who could be releasing such incredible power, and Hitsugaya immediately identifies it as Ichigo. Realizing the situation has escalated, they quickly move toward the source. At the same time, Orihime and the others also feel Ichigo's massive spiritual pressure and rush toward the execution grounds. Meanwhile, the battle between Ichigo and Byakuya intensifies. Byakuya unleashes another form of his Bankai, even more powerful than the last, but Ichigo destroys it without hesitation and immediately lands a slash on Byakuya, caught completely off guard. Byakuya is stunned by the sudden counterattack. Later, Rangiku and Hitsugaya arrive at their destination only to find the area strangely unguarded. When they attempt to enter the central 46 chambers, the automatic security system activates and seals the entrance instead. The unexpected lockdown leaves them shocked, and Hitsugaya becomes even more suspicious of the situation. Elsewhere, Orihime and her group finally reach the White Tower. They tell Makizo, the Squad 11 member accompanying them, to return, insisting they can handle things from there. However, Makizo refuses to leave, explaining that standing by his comrades is part of what he was taught in Squad 11. Despite the injuries he has already suffered, Byakuya refuses to surrender. Determined to prove his strength, he continues pressing the attack and remains focused on crushing Ichigo's power once and for all. When Orihime and the others finally arrive at the execution grounds, they can no longer sense Rukia's presence and begin wondering if she has already escaped. As they try to figure out what happened, Makizo notices Yakiru sitting atop a nearby tree. Some of the group believe Ichigo must have successfully rescued Rukia, while others question why he is still fighting if the rescue is already complete. Uru explains that Ichigo is likely battling someone who could still interfere with their escape or force the execution to proceed. Meanwhile, Captain Kuchiki releases the true extent of his power and commits everything to a final attack. He tells Ichigo that he is abandoning his defense and risking his life to end the battle. After gathering his power, he creates a massive barrier that surrounds both fighters. The pressure is so overwhelming that even Ichigo's friends can feel it from afar. Concerned for Orihime's safety, they suggest moving to a safer location, but she refuses to leave. Ryu understands her decision, realizing she is holding herself back from rushing to heal Ichigo because doing so could interfere with his battle. Instead, they can only pray that he survives regardless of who he is facing. Inside the barrier, Ichigo struggles against Captain Kuchiki's overwhelming power. Captain Kuchiki becomes noticeably faster, while Ichigo's movements begin to slow. Seizing the advantage, Captain Kuchiki uses one of his blade fragments to wound Ichigo's leg before driving his attack through him and leaving a hole in his chest. Barely able to breathe, Ichigo finds himself on the brink of death as Captain Kuchiki prepares the final strike. Unable to move, he desperately clings to the hope of surviving. At that critical moment, a mysterious power suddenly takes over his body and begins fighting Captain Kuchiki on his behalf. Although the power gains the upper hand, Ichigo refuses to surrender control and forcibly suppresses it, believing it is interfering with his own will. After reclaiming his body, he continues the fight himself and ultimately defeats Captain Kuchiki without taking his life. Following the battle, Captain Kuchiki finally answers Ichigo's question about why he was willing to execute Rukia. He explains that the law must be upheld and that anyone who breaks it must face punishment, regardless of personal feelings. Ichigo strongly disagrees, insisting that if it were his own sister, he would never choose duty over family. Soon afterward, Captain Kuchiki departs, while the exhausted Ichigo collapses from his injuries and can no longer stand. Fortunately, his friends locate him in time. Orihime apologizes for not being able to help him sooner, worried that she had failed him, but Ichigo is simply relieved to see that everyone is safe and together again. Elsewhere, Rangiku and Hitsugaya remain outside the Central 46 headquarters. With no other option left, Hitsugaya destroys part of the lock, but the automatic security seal remains active. Realizing that someone must have already defeated the guards and entered the chamber from within, they force their way inside. The moment they enter, Hitsugaya senses something deeply unsettling about the place. Inside Central 46, Hitsugaya notices that the bloodstains have already turned black and dried up. From this, he realizes the victims were not killed recently, but had actually been dead for quite some time, though the exact time remains unknown. As he and Rangiku continue investigating, they suddenly spot Kira. The moment they see him, they give chase, but Kira immediately flees the scene, leading them away from Central 46. After running for some time, Kira finally slows down and tells Hitsugaya that chasing him is a waste of time. Instead, he warns him to check on Hinamori. Kira reveals that Hinamori has already broken through the protective barrier Hitsugaya placed on her room and has been secretly following him and Rangiku throughout their investigation. The revelation shocks Hitsugaya, who instantly realizes she may be in danger. Leaving Kira to Rangiku, he rushes off to find Hinamori, while Rangiku stays behind to battle Kira. Meanwhile, Hinamori arrives at Central 46 and searches for clues about who murdered Captain Aizen. Suddenly, Jin appears before her and asks her to follow him. Trusting him, she does, and he claims there is someone he wants her to meet. To her complete shock, that person is Captain Aizen himself. Confused and unable to understand what is happening, Hinamori learns from Aizen that he never died and merely staged his own death. Overcome with relief and happiness, she embraces him without hesitation. In that very moment, Aizen betrays her trust and drives his sword through her stomach. Hinamori never imagines that the captain she admires would turn against her. As she collapses from the attack, Aizen and Jin leave together, while Hitsugaya continues racing toward her location. When Hitsugaya finally arrives, he discovers the truth and is devastated by what Aizen has done to Hinamori. Consumed by rage, he immediately attacks Aizen, but despite his fury, he is effortlessly defeated. Soon afterward, Captain Unohana and Lieutenant Isayan arrive and are shocked by the horrifying scene before them. Aizen then reveals the truth behind his supposed death, showing them the duplicate body that everyone believed was his corpse. He explains that the deception was created through his own special ability. The revelation leaves them stunned, especially after realizing that Aizen had lied about the nature of his power all along. Now that they know the truth, Aizen calmly informs them that they have already been under the influence of his illusion for a long time. Elsewhere, Renji and Rukia are intercepted by Captain Tosen, one of Aizen's followers. Moments later, after disappearing from Unohana's sight, Aizen arrives before them as well. He orders Renji to hand Rukia over and leave without resistance. However, Renji is left completely stunned, unable to believe that Captain Aizen is standing before him alive after everyone had believed him dead. Captain Unohana immediately begins using her abilities to break through Aizen's illusion, while Captain Isayan rushes to transmit an emergency broadcast to all divisions, warning everyone including Ichigo and his group about Aizen's true betrayal. The revelation spreads quickly, shocking all who receive the message. Renji, still standing before Aizen, also hears the broadcast. At the same time, Kira receives the news and is devastated, realizing too late that he never understood Aizen's true nature. He regrets allowing Hinamori to go to Central 46, never imagining Aizen would actually kill her despite being her lieutenant. Renji himself feels a deep shock as he understands that Aizen had been manipulating both Kira and Hinamori all along. However, Aizen coldly corrects him, stating that he was also being used, just like the rest. He further declares that he is no longer the Aizen they once knew, revealing that everything he showed before was only an act. Despite the chaos, Aizen continues pressing Renji to hand over Rukia. Renji refuses without hesitation, declaring that he will protect Rukia until his last breath. At that moment, Aizen prepares to attack, but Ichigo suddenly arrives and intercepts the strike with his sword. Renji, already wounded, is relieved to see him but barely able to stand. Ichigo confronts Aizen directly, but the difference in strength becomes immediately clear. In a swift exchange, Aizen slashes Ichigo down, leaving him unable to rise. He then strikes Renji as well and takes Rukia captive. Even after the attack, Ichigo remains conscious, which surprises Aizen. Calmly, Aizen thanks him, revealing that Ichigo has simply played his role in a much larger plan. He exposes how Ichigo entered Soul Society from the west, and explains that everything has been unfolding exactly as he predicted. Aizen further reveals that Kisuke Urahara was never truly helping them, but instead seeking to recover the Hojoku he created. He explains that the Hojoku has the power to blur the boundaries between Hollow and Soul Reaper, making it one of the most dangerous creations ever formed. He adds that Urahara was once part of Soul Society, but was exiled after its creation, eventually hiding it in Rukia's soul, which unintentionally allowed her to become human in the world of the living. As Aizen continues his explanation, Komamura suddenly appears behind him, ready to strike with full force. Komamura is enraged at Aizen's betrayal, recalling how Tozen first introduced him to Aizen and how they once served together as fellow captains. He never imagined that trust would end in deception. Driven by anger, Komamura confronts Aizen, but their clash is short-lived. Aizen overwhelms him with ease and defeats him, leaving even Ichigo stunned as he lies injured and unable to understand the massive gap in strength between captains. Afterward, Aizen approaches Rukia and forcefully retrieves the Hojoku from within her, piercing through her chest. Once he obtains it, the wound heals instantly as the object stabilizes in his possession. Declaring that Rukia is no longer useful, Aizen orders Jin to finish her. As Jin moves in to strike, Captain Kuchiki suddenly arrives and takes the blow meant for Rukia, shocking both Ichigo and Rukia. Just when the situation seems to worsen, reinforcements arrive from above as Jidanbo and Kukaku descend into the battlefield. Kukaku attempts to attack Aizen immediately, but her strike has no effect. At the same moment, Yoruichi and Soi Fon also arrive and launch their own attacks, joining the growing confrontation. Soon after, all the remaining captains, including the head captain, gather on the battlefield. Aizen realizes he can no longer continue fighting directly. Instead, he activates his power and prepares to retreat toward the Hollow World. Some try to stop him, but the head captain commands them not to interfere, and Aizen successfully escapes. With the battle over, the healing squads move in to treat the injured captains and lieutenants. One of the lieutenants, Lamora, orders 2 healers to assist Ichigo's group, acknowledging their role in saving Soul Society. However, they soon discover that Orihime is already healing Ichigo, and Lamora is shocked by her unfamiliar and powerful ability. Meanwhile, Captain Kuchiki requests to speak with Rukia during his treatment. He finally reveals the truth behind his past, how he married her sister, who once betrayed Rukia in the world of the living. Overcome with guilt, she blamed herself, and before dying, asked Kuchiki to take Rukia in and care for her as family. Kuchiki honored that promise despite opposition from his own parents. After their deaths, he swore to uphold the law above all else. This is why he could not save Rukia earlier, even when she was condemned. However, he admits that meeting Ichigo changed his perspective and led him to break that resolve at the last moment in order to protect her. Ichigo and Ikkaku are seen fighting among themselves while the guards stand nearby. Suddenly, Captain Kenpachi arrives, forcing both of them to stop in shock. Kenpachi immediately seeks out Ichigo for another fight. The moment Ichigo sees him, he instinctively runs away, but Kenpachi quickly follows right behind him. After a brief chase, Kenpachi catches up and forcefully engages Ichigo in battle once again. Meanwhile, Uru presents 2 sets of clothing. He has made one for Chad and one for Rukia. He asks Orihime to deliver them, and she happily agrees, knowing Rukia has been feeling down and believing the gift might cheer her up. However, when Orihime reaches Rukia's room, she does not find her there. Alarmed, she rushes outside in search of her and unexpectedly meets Ichigo on the way. She informs him immediately, and the two begin searching together. They even visit Captain Kuchiki to ask if Rukia is there, but she is not found. Elsewhere, Rukia has already gone to Kukaku and Chad to apologize for the death of Kukaku's brother. However, Kukaku reassures her that she had already forgiven her long ago and tells her there is no need for further apologies. At that moment, Ichigo and Orihime arrive and are surprised to see Rukia there. At the same time, Chad and Uryu begin searching for Orihime as they want feedback on the clothes. Kenpachi is also searching for Ichigo so he can continue their fight, causing everyone to move in different directions across Soul Society. Later, Ichigo is given a special gift from Soul Society, an item that allows him to transform into a Soul Reaper whenever he wishes. It is presented as a token of gratitude for saving them, though they admit it may not be enough to repay what he has done. Eventually, Ichigo and his team are transported back to their world. Kisuke Urahara welcomes them and apologizes for involving them in everything, though he already knows they are aware of the truth. Despite this, the group thanks him instead, acknowledging that his training made them stronger. He then sends each of them back to their respective locations. Ichigo finally arrives near his family's clinic, taking a moment to reflect. As he stands there, he feels a quiet sense of relief, realizing that he is finally home. Before we skip this filler arc, all you need to know is that there is a race of immortal spirit vampires, called Bounce, created by Soul Society, who seek revenge under Jin Kariya's leadership, leading Ichigo and the Gote 13 to stop them. Also, 3 main mod souls are introduced: Ririn, Noba, and Kuroto. They helped Ichigo track the Bounce and defeat them. While Rukia is asleep, Ichigo is seen sitting quietly on the porch when Renji arrives and asks if he is alright. Ichigo responds that he has already been healed by Orihime. The two of them then begin discussing how the Seiretai has acknowledged the existence of the Bounce and the reasons behind their creation. Their conversation soon turns into an argument, with both of them bickering heatedly, until Captain Kuchiki suddenly appears and interrupts them. The noise from their dispute ends up waking Rukia from her sleep. Rukia is then informed that she will be stationed in the human world within a 4-kilometer radius around Karakura town. Captain Yukitake explains that, given her skill set, the mission should not be too difficult. Hearing this, Rukia reflects on how everything began from that assignment, which eventually led her to meet Ichigo. Meanwhile, the last surviving Bounce awakens and finds Yorichi beside him, having rescued him earlier. He is also being treated by Ran Tao. He learns that Kariya has died during his battle with Ichigo. The Bounce, moved by what has happened, asks Yoruichi to thank Ichigo on his behalf for helping to stop Kariya. Yoruichi agrees. Ichigo is later seen lost in thought, unable to stop reflecting on everything that has happened so far, including how Kariya was consumed and manipulated by the power he obtained. Captain Ukitake approaches him and asks what he is thinking about. Ichigo suggests that Kariya may have believed history itself is a repeating cycle. Elsewhere, Rukia also reflects on this idea, wondering whether history is truly a loop that must either be broken or accepted as it is. Ichigo and his friends are eventually seen leaving Soul Society together, returning to the human world. In the distance, a mysterious man stands atop a tall pole, looking down at the city with quiet interest. After a brief pause, he jumps down, hinting at something new approaching in Karakura town. In the hollow spirit world, a fully bandaged figure transforms into a hollow while part of his face remains visible through the mask as he mutters Ichigo's name. At school, Ichigo arrives and greets Asano and Mizuhiro before exchanging greetings with Uryu, Chad, and Orihime, causing Asano to complain that they are always together. Soon after, Tatsuki approaches them and surprisingly notices the mask on Ichigo, even though normal humans should not be able to see it. Before she can say more, the teacher interrupts to announce a new transfer student. At that moment, Ichigo recalls what Yukitake once told him about the dangerous tool and how a visual barrier was placed on it to stop ordinary people from seeing it. Suddenly, the device begins beeping loudly, alerting them to a hollow nearby. Ichigo and the others quickly rush out of class under the excuse of going to the restroom while Asano tries to follow them but gets stopped by the teacher. Meanwhile, Tatsuki appears able to see Ichigo leaving the school in his Soul Reaper form. Ichigo quickly defeats the hollow and leaves together with Chad and Orihime, unaware that someone is watching them from above while standing upside down in the sky, as if gravity does not affect him. The transfer student is later revealed to be the same mysterious man from earlier. He introduces himself as Shinji Hirako, and even takes the seat beside Ichigo while casually greeting him. That evening, Ichigo argues with Kon at home, while Kon continues ranting non-stop, but their fight is interrupted when the device starts beeping again. Ichigo immediately heads out in his Soul Reaper form and defeats another hollow with a single strike before encountering another Soul Reaper named Zenosuke Kurumadani, who introduces himself as Rukia's replacement for the district. However, Ichigo is suddenly ambushed by Hirako, who attacks him with a Zanpakuto. Ichigo reacts in time and blocks the strike. At the same moment, hollows begin tearing through space itself as they appear and attack Uru. Elsewhere, Kon, who is possessing Ichigo's body, recognizes the hollow attacking him as Grand Fisher. Ichigo demands to know who Hirako really is, causing Hirako to reveal a hollow mask. He reminds Ichigo about the Soul Reaper who crossed over into the hollow realm, and reveals that he belongs to the Vizard, claiming that he and Ichigo are the same before inviting Ichigo to join them. Meanwhile, Uryu desperately tries to escape from a powerful hollow and begins wondering if it is a Menos Grande. He manages to fight back using the Ginto he collected during the Soul Society battle. But despite his efforts, he is eventually overwhelmed. As Uryu struggles against the Hollow, his father suddenly arrives. Uryu calls him Ryukin, and to his shock, Ryukin instantly defeats the Hollow with ease. Uru questions why he possesses Quincy powers despite always claiming to hate Quincy so much. Ryukin coldly reminds him that he already said he had no interest in the Quincy path and that Uru lacked talent. It is then revealed that Ryukin inherited all the powers and techniques of his predecessor, Soken Ishida, the only man allowed to call himself the last Quincy and also Uryu's grandfather. Ryukin then offers to restore Uryu's lost powers under one condition. Uryu must swear to never involve himself with Soul Reapers again. Elsewhere, Kon desperately runs from Grand Fisher while trying to explain that he is not really Ichigo. But Grand Fisher refuses to believe him and continues attacking relentlessly. Kon is eventually rescued by the Bount sensors, but Grand Fisher quickly resumes the chase. The three mod souls manage to trap Grand Fisher in an illusion for a short time, but the trick soon fails. Grand Fisher catches Kon and prepares to finish him off, only for the attack to be blocked by the protection charm given to Kon by Ichigo's father. Moments later, Ichigo's father arrives in Soul Reaper form and introduces himself as Isshin Kurosaki. At the same time, Ichigo and Hirako both sense the spiritual pressure of Grand Fisher and another Soul Reaper. Ichigo immediately stops fighting Hirako, declaring that he has no interest in joining any organization because he is already a Soul Reaper. Meanwhile, Isshin hands the protection charm to Kon, who is shocked that he knew his identity all along, but Isshin casually reveals that he had known from the beginning. Grand Fisher realizes that Ichigo comes from a true Soul Reaper bloodline after learning that his father is also a Soul Reaper, finally understanding why Ichigo managed to defeat him before. However, Grand Fisher declares that he still intends to kill Ichigo rather than fight Isshin. Isshin calmly responds that he came there specifically to kill Grand Fisher. Grand Fisher then transforms into a far larger and more monstrous form, revealing his true power and declaring himself an Arrancar, a hollow that gained Soul Reaper abilities by removing its mask. Isshin already knows about Arrancars and their goal of obtaining Soul Reaper powers. Grand Fisher unsheathes a gigantic Zanpakuto and attacks, but Isshin effortlessly clashes against it and slices the enormous blade clean in half with a single strike. It is then revealed that Isshin is a captain-level Soul Reaper. Unlike Grand Fisher, he has complete control over his Zanpakuto, explaining that true masters do not swing around blades the size of buildings. Moments later, a slash suddenly appears across Grand Fisher's body as he is defeated instantly. Before Grand Fisher dies, Isshin tells him that the size of a Zanpakuto does not determine the strength of its wielder. After defeating Grand Fisher, Urahara suddenly appears and asks Isshin how it feels to become a Soul Reaper again after 20 years. Isshin replies that it feels fine, but admits that his greatest regret is still his inability to save Masaki that night. The two then discuss the masked group known as the Vizards, who recently made contact with Ichigo. They explain that the Vizards are outlaws made up of former Soul Reapers who obtained hollow powers through forbidden methods. Their motives and location remain unknown, and while they are not allied with the Arrancars, they are not allies of the Soul Reapers either, since they despise Soul Reapers as well. However, the fact that they approached Ichigo suggests they are preparing for some kind of battle. They also realize that the Vizards have likely noticed the recent evolution of the Arrancars. The fake Arrancar Grand Fisher displayed enhanced powers, implying that Aizen has already begun experimenting with the Hogyoku in an attempt to create true Arrancars. Urahara points out that the Hogyoku was not supposed to mature for another year, while Isshin believes Grand Fisher was merely a test subject to measure its effectiveness. Despite that, both know Aizen will continue his experiments until he creates an army of true Arrancars and Menos powerful enough to crush the world. Sensing Ichigo's spiritual pressure approaching, Isshin and Urahara quickly leave before their presence complicates things further. Elsewhere, the head captain gathers the other captains for an important meeting. The following day at school, Ichigo keeps thinking about the spiritual pressure he sensed earlier and heads to the location, only to find nobody there. At the same time, Uryu continues thinking about the condition his father gave him in exchange for restoring his powers. Meanwhile, Hirako casually arrives at school together with Orihime and acts friendly around her, irritating Ichigo enough to drag him outside. Ichigo demands to know why Hirako is still around despite already rejecting the invitation to join the Vizards. Hirako refuses to back down and says he will stay around Ichigo until he changes his mind. He insists that whether Ichigo realizes it or not, he already stands on the same side as the Vizards. Hirako warns him that if he continues acting as a Soul Reaper without learning control, His inner hollow will eventually consume him completely and drive him insane. He explains that Ichigo's hollow has already grown too powerful to control, and warns that once it takes over, Ichigo's overwhelming power could destroy everything around him. Hirako then offers to teach Ichigo how to maintain his sanity. After school, Hirako walks through the streets when Hiyori suddenly appears and scolds him for failing to bring Ichigo along. Before they can continue, Orihime and Chad approach them, with Orihime directly questioning Hirako about what he wants from Ichigo. Hiyori introduces herself and asks for their names, prompting Orihime and Chad to introduce themselves as well. Hiyori immediately looks ready to attack, but Hirako quickly carries her away before she can do anything reckless. Chad then stops Orihime from chasing after them, warning her that they are far too weak to catch up and would only end up getting killed. As Hirako and Hiyori soar through the air, Hirako tells her to calm down and remain patient. Meanwhile, Uryu visits his father and finally agrees to the condition in order to regain his Quincy powers. Ichigo returns home, but unlike usual, he completely ignores his father's antics. His family quickly notices how quiet and gloomy he has become as he heads straight to his room and lies on his bed, asking Kan and Liren to leave him alone. While resting, Ichigo keeps thinking about his inner hollow. Ever since he forced it back before, the hollow mask that used to appear has vanished, but now the voice constantly calls out to him inside his head. The hollow even begins speaking directly to him, warning that it is getting closer and will eventually devour him completely. Soon after, Karin enters his room to check on him. Although Ichigo insists that nothing is wrong, Karin suddenly reveals that she already knows he is a Soul Reaper. Meanwhile, at the Soul Society's Research and Development Institute, alarms suddenly go off after an intruder is detected in Karakura town. Something crashes into the town with an enormous impact that can be felt across the area. The disturbance is sensed by Ichigo, Karin, Orihime, Chad, Isshin, and Urahara as well. Realizing the danger, Ichigo immediately leaves in his Soul Reaper form, despite Karin trying to stop him. At the same time, a report reaches the head captain revealing that 2 fully developed Arancars have appeared in Karakura town. Elsewhere, the impact site leaves behind a massive crater as the gigantic Arankar named Yami notices crowds gathering nearby. Without hesitation, he begins sucking out the souls of people around him, even draining those from far away. Chad and Orihime sense the danger and rush toward the area, with Chad warning Orihime that once they arrive, she should focus only on healing and evacuating the injured because the enemies are far too dangerous for her to fight directly. Among the civilians near the Arankars is Tatsuki, who somehow survives Yami's soul-draining technique. Yami asks his partner if she is the person they are searching for, but his companion, Ulquiorra, calmly replies that she is not since his spiritual pressure alone is already overwhelming her. Yami then moves to finish Tatsuki off, but Chad suddenly intercepts the attack and blocks Yami's kick. Even so, Chad immediately realizes from the impact that Orihime stands no chance against opponents of this level. As Orihime attempts to carry Tatsuki away, she watches in shock as Chad is defeated in a single blow. Refusing to give up, Orihime quickly heals Chad's injured arm and launches an attack of her own, only for Yami to effortlessly destroy it. Yami then asks Ulquiorra whether they should capture Orihime alive because of her rare powers and offer her to Aizen instead. However, Ulquiorra coldly tells him to kill her. Just as Yami launches another attack with his palm, Ichigo suddenly arrives and blocks it in time. Ichigo immediately activates his Bankai upon arriving at the battlefield. Orihime is amazed by the sight, but she quickly notices that the spiritual pressure feels different from the Bankai she sensed back at Sokyoku Hill. Ulquiorra informs Yami that Ichigo matches the appearance of their target, causing Yami to attack instantly with a massive punch while claiming Ichigo just saved them the trouble of searching. However, Ichigo calmly blocks the punch with his sword and asks if Yami was the one who injured Chad's arm. After Yami arrogantly confirms it, Ichigo instantly severs his arm in a single strike. Furious over losing his arm, Yami unleashes his rage and prepares to draw his Zanpakuto. At that moment, Ichigo notices that both Arankars possess hollow masks as well, making him wonder if they are similar to himself and Hirako. Suddenly, Ichigo's inner hollow interferes, causing his body to freeze and leaving him unable to move properly. Taking advantage of the opening, Yami brutally beats him down with ease. Orihime rushes toward Ichigo in panic, only to be casually knocked away by a single slap from Yami. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra quietly observes the fight and notices that Ichigo's spiritual pressure is fluctuating in a strange and unstable way. Just as Yami prepares to land a finishing blow, Urahara suddenly appears and blocks the attack alongside Yoruichi. Yoruichi then overwhelms Yami with incredible speed and power, while Urahara checks on Ichigo and the others. However, Yami quickly recovers and fires a massive crimson energy blast known as a Sero, only for Urahara to completely neutralize it using a similar attack of his own. When Urahara prepares another strike, Ulquiorra steps in and effortlessly blocks it before telling Yami that they stand no chance against opponents like Urahara and Yoruichi. The two Arrancars then retreat, with Ulquiorra coldly declaring that they will report to Aizen that Ichigo, the person Aizen has taken interest in, is nothing more than trash. Later at Urahara's shop, Yoruichi casually devours bowl after bowl of rice within moments. She explains that her body remains in shape for normal daily life, though Urahara questions whether she is still fit for actual combat. Yoruichi admits that she has to be careful, but also reveals that the Arrancars they encountered were far stronger than expected. Meanwhile, Ichigo lies in bed covered in bandages while silently staring at the ceiling in deep depression. He cannot stop worrying about his inner hollow eventually taking control of him completely. The next day at school, Chizuru is shocked to see Orihime covered in bandages with her arm in a cast. Orihime casually lies and says she simply fell down the stairs. Ichigo later arrives as well, overwhelmed with guilt after realizing that Chad, Orihime, and even Tatsuki nearly died because he was too weak to protect them. Not long after, several Soul Reapers suddenly appear at school disguised in student uniforms. Hitsugaya, Matsumoto, Renji, Ikaku, and Yumichika reveal that the higher-ups sent them to assist Ichigo in the coming battle against the Arrancars. They are surprised to learn that Ichigo does not even know the true identity of the enemies he fought. Moments later, Rukia also appears and casually remarks that it has been a while, leaving Ichigo shocked to see her again. Rukia suddenly slaps Ichigo across the face and questions why he is making such a pitiful expression. Without giving him time to respond, she drags him out of his Soul Reaper form and pulls him away. At the same time, Hitsugaya grows irritated seeing everyone acting recklessly in public without caring about being seen by normal students. Rukia then brings Ichigo to a location where a hollow appears and tells him to fight it. Ichigo initially struggles, repeatedly dodging the hollow's attacks. However, when he tries to draw his sword, his inner hollow begins to interfere, attempting to take control of his mind and mocking him, making him unable to handle even a low-level hollow properly. Rukia quickly realizes that ever since Ichigo was defeated by the Arrancars, he has not been able to properly switch into his Soul Reaper state with confidence. She asks what he is afraid of and encourages him to overcome it and grow stronger instead of hesitating. Her words reach Ichigo, and he regains his resolve, unleashing his power and defeating the hollow in a single strike. Rukia then takes him to Orihime, where Ichigo promises to become stronger and protect her properly next time. Orihime, relieved and grateful, thanks both Ichigo and Rukia. Later, Ichigo returns home with Rukia while Hitsugaya's group also gathers there. Renji explains to Ichigo that Arrancars are hollows who have removed their masks and gained both hollow and Soul Reaper abilities. He adds that they were previously rare and imperfect, but after coming into contact with Aizen's Hojoku, fully evolved Arrancars have begun to emerge rapidly. He further explains that the Soul Society had been waiting for Aizen to make his move, especially after losing 3 of their captains to his side. However, the sudden appearance of fully developed Arrancars in the human world forced them to act immediately, which is why their group was dispatched. Hitsugaya then reveals that there exist hollows even stronger than Menos. He explains the hierarchy of Menos. The lowest class, Gillians, are large in number and all look identical, and the one Ichigo previously fought was only a Gillian-level foot soldier. Above them are Ajuchas, smaller in number but far more intelligent and significantly stronger, capable of controlling groups of Gillians. At the top are Vasto Lord, extremely rare humanoid-shaped Menos that surpass Soul Reaper captains in strength. Ichigo is shocked by this revelation. Hitsugaya warns that if Aizen has even a small number of Vasto Lord under his control, the Soul Society could be in serious danger. With 3 captains already defecting to Aizen's side, the situation becomes even more critical. Meanwhile, Yami and Ulquiorra arrive in Hueco Mundo and report to Aizen. Aizen stands calmly among other Vasto Lord-level Arrancars and acknowledges their arrival, telling them to report their progress in the presence of their other 20 brothers. Ulquiorra is then seen removing one of his own eyes and crushing it, allowing Aizen and the other Vasto Lord to view a live report of Ichigo. Several Vasto Lord question why Ichigo was spared, arguing that he should have been eliminated immediately regardless of his potential threat level. Ulquiorra calmly responds that although Ichigo's growth rate is remarkable, his power is unstable. He suggests that with time, Ichigo will either destroy himself or can be brought under their control. Aizen agrees with Ulquiorra's assessment and grants him permission to handle Ichigo as he sees fit. At Ichigo's home, Renji explains that they will be staying in Karakura town for the time being to counter the Arrancar threat. Matsumoto decides to stay with Orihime, while the other Soul Reapers agree to make their own arrangements. Rukia insists on staying with Ichigo, much to his annoyance. She then dramatically acts pitiful to persuade him, and both Isshin and Yuzu immediately side with her, forcing Ichigo to reluctantly accept. Meanwhile, Matsumoto later arrives at Orihime's home, where Orihime feels downhearted after seeing how easily Rukia was able to lift Ichigo's mood upon arriving, something she feels she could not do. This makes her unexpectedly jealous of Rukia, even though she knows she should not feel that way. Matsumoto notices her feelings and encourages her to stay positive and not compare herself to others. Elsewhere, several Vasto Lord arrive in Karakura town. Among them is Grimmjow, the same Arrancar who previously confronted Ulquiorra. They detect multiple strong spiritual pressures in the area that do not match Ulquiorra's earlier report. Grimmjow quickly realizes that Soul Society reinforcements have already arrived. He orders the others to locate anyone with even a trace of spiritual pressure, declaring that they will eliminate all of them. The group then spreads out across the town and begins their attack. Meanwhile, Ichigo and his group also sense the overwhelming spiritual pressure of Grimmjow and his Arrancar squad approaching. At the same time, Captain Hitsugaya and his team enter their Soul Reaper forms in preparation to confront the Arrancars. Soon, 2 of the 6 Arrancars arrive before Hitsugaya and Matsumoto. The Arrancar facing Hitsugaya introduces himself as Xiaolong, the 11th ranked Arrancar, while Hitsugaya calmly introduces himself in return. Elsewhere, another Arrancar attacks Chad and nearly kills him before Ichigo suddenly arrives in time to block the attack. Ichigo immediately tells Chad to stay back, but Chad takes those words as proof that he is no longer strong enough to fight beside Ichigo and silently walks away in frustration. Seeing Ichigo's emotional state, Rukia decides to take over the battle herself, insisting that Ichigo is far too tense to fight properly right now. Ichigo is shocked to see that Rukia regains her Soul Reaper powers, but Rukia explains that it is only natural since the Soul Society is overflowing with Reishi. The Arrancar immediately lunges toward Rukia, but she effortlessly blocks the attack. The enemy then introduces himself as D-Roy, the 16th ranked Arrancar. Rukia counters with her Zanpakuto technique, nearly freezing D-Roy completely. Although he initially breaks free and flies into the sky while boasting that his true battlefield is above ground, he soon realizes too late that Rukia's attack does not freeze the ground itself, but everything trapped within its circular range. Since D-Roy remains inside the attack zone, he is completely frozen solid and instantly shattered into pieces, defeating him. Ichigo, who is still distracted by Rukia's Mod Soul companion, is left stunned by how easily she wins the battle. He also notices that Rukia's Zanpakuto is an ice and snow type weapon known throughout Soul Society as the most beautiful Zanpakuto because of its completely white appearance. Rukia further reveals that her true combat ability is already comparable to that of a seated officer, but if she were officially assigned a seat, the danger level of her missions would greatly increase. Because of this, Byakuya intentionally prevents the other captains from giving her an official position in order to keep her safe. At that moment, Grimmjow suddenly appears and notices that D-Roy is already dead. Angered by the loss, Grimmjow declares that he will personally crush both Rukia and Ichigo as he introduces himself as the 6th ranked Arrancar. Meanwhile, Asano is standing near a vending machine when he suddenly encounters Ikkaku, whom he recognizes as one of the members from Hitsugaya's group that previously visits the school. Ikkaku is currently facing another Arrancar and casually tells Asano to allow both him and Yumichika to stay at his house temporarily in exchange for saving him from the Arrancar attack, with no other choice. Asano reluctantly agrees. Immediately afterward, Ikkaku steps forward and boldly declares that he will be the one to kill the Arrancar himself. Ikkaku fiercely battles the Arrancar Edrad, while Asano watches nervously, worried that Yumichika refuses to help him. However, Yumichika calmly explains that Ikkaku is the 2nd strongest fighter in the strongest squad in Soul Society, and that he is clearly enjoying the battle. As the clash intensifies, Ikkaku and Edrad exchange powerful sword strikes, and Ikkaku becomes excited because it has been a long time since he faces such a formidable opponent. During the fight, Edrad believes he discovers a weakness in Ikkaku's fighting style, noticing that Ikkaku attacks only with the sword in his left hand while using the sheath in his right hand purely for defense. Thinking he finally sees an opening, Edrad moves in to exploit it, only to be slashed across the face when Ikkaku suddenly reverses his fighting pattern and attacks from the opposite side instead. Realizing he can no longer hold back, Edrad decides to awaken his Zanpakuto, causing his appearance and power to transform dramatically. Meanwhile, Grimmjow lands nearby, with an overwhelming and terrifying spiritual pressure so immense that Rukia immediately realizes the difference between Grimmjow and D-Roy is like heaven and earth. In an instant, Grimmjow effortlessly defeats Rukia and coldly remarks that she does not appear to be the stronger one between herself and Ichigo. Elsewhere, it is revealed that when Arankars release their Zanpakuto, they regain their original hollow forms and unleash their true power, which is exactly what happens to Edrad. Now vastly stronger, Edrad completely overwhelms Ikkaku and relentlessly pummels him in battle, left with no other choice. Ikkaku finally releases his Bankai, instantly increasing his power enough to injure Edrad and nearly sever one of his arms. As the battle escalates even further, Ikkaku's Bankai releases an even greater surge of spiritual pressure while he and Edrad continue clashing violently in an intense fight. Before becoming a Soul Reaper, Ikkaku constantly wanders around, searching for strong opponents because of his love for fighting. Everything changes the day he encounters Kenpachi, who effortlessly defeats him in battle. Despite the loss, Kenpachi acknowledges Ikkaku and praises him for not holding back during the fight. After recovering from his injuries, Ikkaku searches everywhere for Kenpachi but cannot find him. Later, Yumichika informs him that Kenpachi has joined the 13 court guard squads and has become the captain of Squad 11. Upon hearing the news, both Ikkaku and Yumichika immediately set out to find him. Eventually, they join Squad 11 and begin fighting alongside Kenpachi against Hollows. Sometime later, Renji approaches Ikkaku and begs him to teach him how to fight because there is someone he desperately wants to surpass. Ikkaku agrees and trains Renji relentlessly until Renji eventually grows much stronger. At the end of their training, Ikkaku declares that it will be their final session together because he finally acknowledges Renji's strength. However, after Captain Aizen defects to the Hollows, Renji later urges Ikkaku to become the next captain of one of the vacant squads, especially since he is already capable of using Bankai. Ikkaku immediately rejects the idea, explaining that becoming a captain would mean he could no longer fight under Kenpachi. Just as Renji's goal is to surpass Byakuya, Ikkaku's own dream is to continue fighting under Kenpachi and eventually die beside him in battle. Back in the present, Ikkaku's Bankai weapon is finally shattered, causing him to fall from the sky. At the same time, Edrad crashes heavily to the ground, with a massive wound across his body, his right arm completely destroyed, and most of his chest severely torn apart. Even in defeat, Edrad acknowledges Ikkaku's strength. Matsumoto is seen overwhelmed in her battle against Nakim, while nearby, Hitsugaya continues fighting Xiaolong and notices his condition. At the same time, Renji is struggling badly against the Arankar he is facing. Seeing this, Lirin, Kuroto, and Noba decide to interfere and distract the Arankar so Renji can gain an advantage. However, the Arankar quickly sees through their tactics, breaks free from the distraction, and defeats all three of them with ease. Meanwhile, Ururu suddenly appears before the Arankar and calmly declares that he is a threat who must be eliminated. In response, the Arankar releases his Zanpakuto and transforms into his true form, instantly overpowering Ururu. Even Jinta, who rushes in to rescue her, fails to land a single hit on the Arankar, who then introduces himself to Renji as Ilfort and announces that he intends to kill him personally. Elsewhere, Xiaolong releases his own Zanpakuto and begins completely suppressing Hitsugaya in battle. Hitsugaya questions whether the Arankar's numbers represent their strength, but Xiaolong explains that most Arankar numbers are based on the order of their birth. However, the 10 Arankars with the greatest killing abilities are assigned the ranks 1 through 10 based on power, and these elite warriors are known as the Espada. Their numbers are branded somewhere on their bodies, and they possess authority over all lower-ranked Arankars. Xiaolong even admits that the Espada exist on an entirely different level from the rest of them. He further reveals that one of the Espada has accompanied them on this mission and that the Arankar is ranked 6th by Aizen. That Espada is revealed to be Grimmjow, who is currently confronting Ichigo directly. Grimmjow demands that Ichigo release his Bankai immediately, or else he will stab him just like he did to Rukia earlier. In response, Ichigo unleashes his Bankai. It is then revealed that Matsumoto has actually been stalling for time while waiting for a response from Soul Society. Suddenly, strange marks appear branded onto the bodies of Matsumoto, Hitsugaya, and Renji, allowing all three of them to release an enormous and terrifying surge of spiritual pressure. It is revealed that the activation of Gentei Kaijo removes the power limitations placed on the Soul Reapers while they are in the world of the living, allowing them to unleash their full strength. With their restrictions lifted, Renji, Matsumoto, and Hitsugaya instantly become 5 times stronger. Their speed and spiritual pressure increase so dramatically that all three of them defeat their opponents with a single attack. However, Hitsugaya sustains injuries during the battle, prompting Matsumoto to immediately call for Orihime to heal him. Meanwhile, Asano reluctantly brings Ikaku and Yumichika to stay at his house. He secretly hopes that his older sister will reject them, but to his complete shock, she immediately becomes fond of Ikaku because of his bald head. Terrified of his sister, Asano has no choice but to accept the situation and let them stay. Elsewhere, Ichigo is completely overwhelmed by Grimmjow despite already being in his Bankai form. Grimmjow relentlessly pummels him while effortlessly blocking Ichigo's counterattacks. During the fight, Ichigo's inner hollow begins trying to take over again. Just as Grimmjow prepares to release his Zanpakuto, Captain Tozen suddenly intervenes and stops him. Tozen accuses Grimmjow of committing a serious offense by invading the world of the living without authorization and mobilizing 5 Arrancars, all of whom are now dead. With that, Tozen forcibly brings Grimmjow back to Hueco Mundo to face punishment. Meanwhile, Ichigo is left devastated by his inability to defeat Grimmjow, especially after seeing Rukia and the others injured during the battle. Back in Hueco Mundo, Aizen calmly welcomes Grimmjow and Tozen upon their return. Seeing that Aizen has no intention of punishing Grimmjow, Tozen requests permission from Aizen to execute Grimmjow for violating orders and invading the world of the living without authorization. Grimmjow angrily confronts Tozen for speaking against him, prompting Tozen to instantly sever Grimmjow's left arm. Enraged, Grimmjow prepares to retaliate, but Aizen calmly intervenes and warns him that if he attacks now, he may no longer be forgiven. Hearing this, Grimmjow is forced to restrain himself. Elsewhere, Uryu is seen training with his father inside a spiritualized space. His father relentlessly attacks him while forcing him to continuously dodge in order to gradually recover the Quincy powers he previously lost. The next morning, Yuzu notices that Ichigo is absent from breakfast and not in his room. Rukia quickly realizes something is wrong and recalls how depressed Ichigo looked after his defeat the previous day. Worried about him, she immediately rushes out to search for him. Meanwhile, Ichigo is alone elsewhere, deeply reflecting on his overwhelming defeats against Yami and Grimmjow. At the same time, Hitsugaya explains to Matsumoto that the Arrancars they fought earlier are merely Gillians, yet they still require their full power to defeat them. This realization makes it clear just how terrifying the Arrancars truly are. Meanwhile, Chad visits Urahara and sincerely asks him to train him so he can become stronger. Elsewhere, Ichigo arrives before the Vizards. Harako asks whether Ichigo finally decides to join them, but Ichigo refuses and states that he only wants them to teach him how to suppress the hollow inside him. He even threatens to force the information out of Harako if necessary, causing the two to immediately clash in battle while the other Vizards observe from the sidelines. However, Hiyori suddenly intervenes and violently kicks Harako away before confronting Ichigo herself. She explains that the Vizards are only interested in determining whether Ichigo possesses enough power to be worth recruiting. Hiyori then demands that Ichigo transform into a hollow, but Ichigo refuses. In response, Hiyori immediately hollowifies herself and appears directly in front of Ichigo in an instant, warning him that if he keeps resisting, he may truly die. Ichigo attempts to fight against Hiyori, who attacks him relentlessly and without holding back. Even while under intense pressure, Ichigo refuses to use his Bankai or transform into a hollow as she demands. However, Hiyori's assault becomes so overwhelming that Ichigo finally begins hollowifying, with part of his face becoming covered by a hollow mask. In an instant, he completely overpowers Hiyori and nearly strangles her to death before the other Vizards quickly intervene. Harako then destroys Ichigo's mask and declares that Ichigo has passed their test, announcing that they will now forcefully teach him how to suppress his inner hollow. Meanwhile, Yuzu is seen crying at home because Ichigo still has not returned. Rukia also comes back after searching for him but sadly admits that she cannot find him anywhere. The next day at the Vizards' hideout, Ichigo is forced into bizarre training using an old rowing machine. After enduring it for some time, he eventually loses his temper, kicks Harako away, and angrily questions how this kind of training is supposed to help him suppress his hollow. Harako calmly explains that the training is meant to strengthen Ichigo's foundation, and that the amount of time he can continue rowing directly reflects his level of spiritual endurance. He then reveals that the Vizards will only begin teaching him hollow suppression once he can continue rowing for 3 straight days and nights. Ichigo immediately snaps back, insisting that he does not have time for such slow training. Based on his current spiritual power, he confidently estimates that he could last for 5 days instead. Hearing this, Hirako remembers just how terrifyingly fast Ichigo's growth has been and eventually agrees to move forward immediately with Ichigo's hollification training. Hirako suddenly knocks Ichigo unconscious and orders one of the Vizards to construct a double barrier around the building before they carry Ichigo underground. Deep within the underground facility, which resembles a vast desert. Hirako instructs Hachi to place another barrier, while powerful seals are attached all over Ichigo's body. Massive iron pillars connected with chains are then bound to him in order to restrain him completely. Inside his inner world, Ichigo suddenly encounters his inner hollow, who is wielding a white version of Zangetsu and immediately attacks him. Meanwhile, in the real world, Ichigo's restrained body violently begins moving as he starts transforming into a hollow. The seals are instantly shattered, forcing a female visored to enter the barrier and engage Hollow Ichigo in combat. At the same time, inside the inner world, Ichigo continues battling against his inner hollow, and both of them eventually activate their Bankai. Ichigo continues battling against his inner hollow when he suddenly finds himself inside Soul Society facing Byakuya once again. Byakuya relentlessly attacks him, forcing Ichigo to do nothing but dodge and retreat as he becomes completely overwhelmed. During the confrontation, Byakuya declares that Ichigo is incapable of obtaining the true form of Bankai. Moments later, Ichigo is dragged back into battle against his inner hollow, who effortlessly blocks Ichigo's Bankai attack with only one hand before firing the exact same technique back at him from point-blank range. At the same time in the real world, the 10-minute shift ends, causing the female visored fighting Hollow Ichigo to switch places with a male visored. Meanwhile, Hirako anxiously hopes Ichigo can gain control quickly enough before the visored are ultimately forced to kill him. As the battle continues, Ichigo's hollowification begins progressing far faster than expected. The visored realize that Ichigo only has 1 hour left to gain control over his inner hollow. If he fails within that time limit, everything will be over for him. Meanwhile, inside his inner world, Ichigo suddenly finds himself facing Kariya, who also completely overwhelms him. Kariya criticizes Ichigo for relying far too heavily on his weapon before suddenly disappearing. Immediately afterward, Ichigo confronts his inner hollow once again. The hollow coldly states that he has no interest in someone as weak as Ichigo and suddenly stabs him through the body. He mocks Ichigo further, claiming that Ichigo fights only with logic and reason, unlike the pure instinctive nature that separates them. However, just as the inner hollow attempts to pull the sword back out, Ichigo suddenly grabs the blade firmly with his hand, showing a fierce determination that instantly puts the inner hollow on guard and forces him to leap backward cautiously. Ichigo is suddenly seen facing Kenpachi once again, who attacks him ferociously inside his inner world. At the same time in reality, Ichigo's main Soul Reaper body has already become completely hollowified and is violently battling another visored as the full 60 minutes finally pass. Meanwhile, inside his inner world, Ichigo tells Kenpachi that they no longer have any reason to fight since their battle already ended long ago. However, Kenpachi responds that anyone who craves greater power must constantly seek battle, explaining that this is exactly how he himself reaches his current level of strength. Ichigo then returns once more to his confrontation against his inner hollow, this time pulling the sword completely out of his own body and directly facing him. At the same moment outside, Ichigo's fully hollowified body begins going berserk. Realizing the danger, Hachi immediately pulls the visored fighting inside the barrier back out, before things spiral completely out of control. Back in the inner world, Ichigo finally defeats his inner hollow. The hollow acknowledges Ichigo as his king for the time being, but warns him that if he ever leaves even the slightest opening, he will immediately seize control again. In the real world, Ichigo's completely hollowified form finally begins cracking apart and crumbling away, revealing that he successfully suppresses his inner hollow at last. Meanwhile, Orihime returns home and discovers a strange root-covered screen prepared by Hitsugaya and Matsumoto. Shortly afterward, the head captain appears on the screen and reveals that Soul Society finally uncovers Aizen's true objective. Although Orihime initially attempts to excuse herself, the head captain tells her to remain because the matter directly concerns the human world as well. The head captain explains that after months of investigation, they discover that Aizen has been researching the Oken. Matsumoto further explains to Orihime that the Oken is essentially the key to the royal family of Soul Society. Beyond Soul Society exists another dimension containing the Royal Palace, where the Soul King resides as an absolute existence protected by the Royal Guard. The Oken is the only key capable of opening the gate to that dimension. However, the head captain reveals that the location and secrets of the Oken have only ever been passed down verbally between successive head captains, meaning no written record exists about it. Despite this, Aizen somehow discovers a method to artificially create the Oken. According to the Oken Codex, its creation requires 100,000 souls and an enriched spirit zone covering a radius greater than 1 spirit mile. An enriched spirit zone is a spiritually dense location in the world of the living, where spiritual entities naturally gather, and its location constantly changes over time. The head captain then reveals the horrifying truth that the current enriched spirit zone is Karakura Town itself. If Aizen successfully creates the Okin there, Karakura Town, along with all nearby land and its inhabitants, will be completely erased from existence. Orihime is horrified and immediately asks whether there is any way to stop such a disaster. The head captain assures her that preventing this catastrophe is precisely why the 13 court guard squads exist. He explains that they only have until winter to prepare, meaning everyone must train and strengthen themselves for the coming battle. He then instructs Orihime to inform Ichigo that his help will once again be necessary. Orihime agrees before leaving alongside Matsumoto, who heads off to notify Ikkaku and the others. Meanwhile, the head captain tells Hitsugaya that someone wishes to speak with him, revealing that person to be Hinamori. Elsewhere, Chad and Uryu continue their own intense training in order to become stronger for the battles ahead. Chad is seen training intensely against Renji's Bankai form. Renji initially refuses to help with the training but eventually agrees after making a deal with Urahara, who promises to answer a question Renji desperately wants to ask if he trains Chad for 3 months. Meanwhile, Ichigo continues his brutal training with Hiyori, who repeatedly kicks him directly in the jaw whenever his hollow mask breaks apart before the required time limit. As a result, the two constantly bicker while training. Elsewhere, Orihime successfully locates the Vizard's hideout, but discovers that it is protected by a barrier strangely similar to her own type of powers. Because of this, she is able to pass through it without difficulty. Inside the hideout, Ichigo continues training with Hiyori, but can only maintain his hollow mask for 4 seconds, which is still far too short. Hachi suddenly realizes that someone has bypassed his barrier and entered the building. The Vizards soon discover that it is Orihime, who finally meets Ichigo again. After learning about the dangerous situation surrounding Aizen, Ichigo surprisingly does not appear too worried, confidently declaring that he is becoming stronger and will personally deal with Aizen himself. As Orihime leaves the hideout, she is approached by Yoruichi, who informs her that Urahara wants her brought immediately to the training grounds. Meanwhile, Uryu reaches his absolute limit, while desperately continuing to dodge Ryuken's relentless arrows. Gathering the last of his remaining strength, Uryu launches a counterattack, only for Ryuken to effortlessly destroy it before firing an arrow straight through Uryu's chest. However, Ryuken calmly reveals that Uryu has finally fulfilled the necessary conditions required to regain his Quincy powers. Orihime and Yoruichi arrive at the underground training grounds where they meet Urahara, while Orihime also sees Chad intensely training against Renji. Urahara reveals that he already knows Orihime is aware of the coming conflict and bluntly tells her that he wants her to stay out of the upcoming battle entirely. He explains that the war against Aizen and the Arankars will be an all-out battle, and since her only offensive ability, Tsubaki, is still broken, she currently has no reliable means of combat. Chad immediately steps in to defend Orihime, arguing that even if she cannot fight directly, her defensive and healing powers are still extremely valuable. However, Urahara coldly responds that her current level of ability will not be enough for the scale of the coming war, and that Squad 4 already exists to handle healing duties, meaning there is no real need for her participation. Chad attempts to argue further, but Orihime stops him herself. Despite clearly being hurt, she thanks Chad for standing up for her and admits that she appreciates Urahara for being completely honest with her before quietly leaving the training grounds. Later, Orihime runs into Rukia, who immediately notices that something is wrong and asks why she seems so troubled. Unable to hold back anymore, Orihime suddenly breaks down in tears and tells Rukia everything. Rukia comforts her, assuring her that she is not a burden at all and reminding her that Orihime is one of the main reasons she herself is alive and standing there today. Suddenly, Hiyori appears out of nowhere and abruptly interrupts them, claiming that Hachi wants to see Orihime immediately. Hiyori then grabs her and leaps away at incredible speed, leaving Rukia completely shocked. At the Vizard's training grounds, Orihime finally meets Hachi, who notices that her hairpin has been damaged. Because his powers are similar to hers, Hachi is able to repair Tsubaki completely. Orihime becomes overjoyed after seeing Tsubaki restored. However, Hachi also advises her not to participate in battle, explaining that because her abilities resemble his own, she is naturally more suited for support rather than direct combat, especially against terrifying enemies like the Arankars. Despite the warning, Orihime firmly declares that she still intends to fight, causing Hachi to eventually accept her determination. As Orihime leaves the Vizard's hideout, she reunites with Rukia and the two depart together. Meanwhile, in Hueco Mundo, Yami finally has his severed arm reattached. Elsewhere, Aizen is calmly seen observing a screen displaying Orihime using her healing powers. Watching carefully, he remarks with great interest that Orihime possesses a truly fascinating ability. Ulquiorra and Yami are seen opening a passage into a hall where the other rankers are gathered. As they arrive, their leader informs them that the transformation process is almost complete. Moments later, a strange human-like being is finally created, and when asked for his name, he calmly introduces himself as Wonderweiss. Meanwhile, Ichigo continues his brutal training with Hiyori. Although the other wizards expect him to improve rapidly and catch up quickly, Ichigo himself struggles heavily and finds the training far more difficult than expected. Elsewhere, Rukia approaches Captain Ukitake and asks for permission to use the training grounds because she wants to train together with a friend, who turns out to be Orihime. Ukitake eventually grants the request, allowing the two to begin training together. During the training, Rukia instructs Orihime to fight as though she is facing a real enemy because they absolutely must win the coming battle against Aizen. One day, Soul Society suddenly receives an emergency report that an Arrancar has appeared. To everyone's shock, the enemy turns out to be an Espada, something they never expected. Meanwhile, Hitsugaya quickly heads out to confront the Arrancar and is stunned to discover that the enemy introduces himself as the 10th Espada, Yemi. The coincidence surprises Hitsugaya since he himself leads Squad 10. At the same time, Rangiku arrives at another battlefield and is shocked to discover that the female Arrancar she intends to fight is also an Espada named Lupi, who holds the 6th rank position. Realizing the difference in power, Rangiku immediately doubts whether she can even stand against her. Elsewhere, Ichigo is still being restrained by the wizards when news arrives that his friends are currently fighting the Espada. Ichigo desperately struggles and demands to be released, insisting that this exact moment is the reason he has trained so hard all this time. Eventually, Shinji orders the others to let Ichigo go, though the wizards are clearly irritated by his decision. Meanwhile, Rukia also receives the report concerning the Espada's appearance. Captain Ukitake immediately gives her permission to head out and assist in the battle. However, Orihime is ordered to remain behind so she does not become trapped between worlds. Although deeply upset by the decision, Orihime reluctantly obeys while Rukia departs for battle, already imagining how terrifying the Espada must be. Luckily, Ichigo is also on his way toward the battlefield. However, he suddenly stops after encountering Grimmjow, who declares that he intends to finally finish their unfinished fight. Grimmjow also wants to show Ichigo how much stronger he has become over the past month. During the confrontation, Ichigo notices that Grimmjow is missing one of his arms and asks what happened to it. Grimmjow lies and arrogantly claims that he removed it himself because of how badly he underestimated Ichigo during their previous battle. Hearing that response, Ichigo decides there is no longer any reason to hold back. Preparing for the battle, Ichigo resolves to use his hollow powers against Grimmjow. However, he realizes that he can currently maintain his hollow mask for only 11 seconds, meaning he has just 11 seconds to defeat Grimmjow. Hitsugaya continues battling fiercely against the Espada, but to his shock, the enemy effortlessly breaks through every attack he launches. As the fight drags on, Hitsugaya slowly begins doubting whether he can actually defeat an Espada at all. Meanwhile, the other Soul Reapers are also engaged in desperate battles since 4 Espadas appear at the same time. At the same time, Rukia is already on her way to the battlefield when she suddenly stops to check on Renji. She is surprised to find him calmly resting despite the emergency reports about the Espadas. Renji explains that he already hears the reports, but Urahara volunteers to fight in his and Chad's place instead. According to Renji, Urahara insists that both of them need proper rest after their intense training, causing Rukia to continue onward alone. Meanwhile, Rangiku and the others suddenly witness Hitsugaya being violently thrown down from the sky, making it appear as though he has been defeated. The sight immediately terrifies everyone and makes the situation feel even more hopeless. Elsewhere, Ichigo is already fighting Grimmjow while using his hollow mask. During the battle, Ichigo gains the upper hand and is moments away from defeating Grimmjow when his hollow mask suddenly shatters unexpectedly. Caught completely off guard, Ichigo is unable to react in time. Grimmjow instantly seizes the opening, completely turning the battle around as he overwhelms Ichigo and brutally smashes him from the sky straight into the ground below. Meanwhile, Rangiku and the others continue struggling against Lupi, but the Espada's overwhelming power allows him to completely restrain all of them at once. Elsewhere, Urahara finally arrives on another battlefield where he directly confronts Wonderweiss. At the same time, Orihime attempts to head out through the Senkaimon to help the others but suddenly finds herself trapped inside a dark and ominous passage. There, Ulquiorra appears before her. The moment Orihime sees his face, she immediately remembers seeing him once before. Soon after, her companions attempt to attack Ulquiorra, but he instantly wounds them with ease, proving to Orihime just how terrifyingly dangerous he truly is. as Orihime desperately tries healing her injured companions. Ulquiorra calmly orders her to come with him without asking any questions. He coldly warns her that if she refuses, he will kill all of her friends. Hearing that threat immediately fills Orihime with fear. Kisuke is amazed by Wonder Wife's abilities, realizing that he has never witnessed such strange power before. Because of this, he decides to become serious, and the two immediately engage in an intense battle. Meanwhile, Rangiku continues confronting Luffy. During their exchange, Luffy becomes careless and lowers his guard, allowing Rangiku to suddenly break free from the tentacle-like wings he uses to restrain them. She immediately counterattacks and overwhelms Luffy before he can react, eventually managing to defeat him. From a distance, Yemi watches the battle while believing that Luffy should easily handle the Soul Reapers. However, he becomes furious and disappointed after witnessing Luffy's defeat. Just as Yemi prepares to join the battle himself, Kisuke suddenly appears behind him, shocking Yemi since he never expects Kisuke to survive his fight against Wonder Wife's. Without hesitation, Kisuke immediately engages Yemi in battle as well. Elsewhere, Ichigo continues struggling desperately against Grimmjow. Grimmjow realizes that Ichigo can no longer maintain his hollow mask and decides to finish him off immediately. Even Ichigo himself begins losing hope. However, just as Grimmjow launches a deadly attack, his arm suddenly freezes solid before it can hit Ichigo. Grimmjow is left stunned, wondering who interferes with his attack. The one who arrives is Rukia, who immediately rushes to Ichigo's aid. She quickly traps Grimmjow in ice using her Zanpakuto, hoping to buy enough time to rescue Ichigo. Unfortunately, the blade Grimmjow drives into Ichigo prevents her from pulling him away quickly enough, allowing Grimmjow to shatter the ice prison and retaliate against Rukia almost instantly. Thankfully, Shinji suddenly appears and steps into the fight, declaring that he has no intention of standing by while Grimmjow kills one of his people. Shinji immediately clashes against Grimmjow and successfully stops him from attacking Rukia any further. As both Shinji's battle and Kisuke's battle continue growing more intense, Ulquiorra suddenly appears and orders Grimmjow to stop fighting because their mission has already been completed successfully. Grimmjow reluctantly obeys, and the Arancars begin retreating back to Hueco Mundo. Yemi and Luffy also withdraw alongside them through the portal. Although frustrated that they are unable to finish their fights, the Espadas warn their opponents that they will settle everything the next time they meet before disappearing completely. After the Arancars leave, Rangiku and the others immediately rush over to check on Hitsugaya. However, Hitsugaya grimly tells them that the battle is far from over and believes that the true war has only just begun. However, Ulquiorra gives Orihime a bracelet and tells her that she has only 12 hours to say farewell to just one person she loves the most. He also explains that the bracelet allows her to pass through physical objects. Meanwhile, Hitsugaya is finally freed and begins observing Kisuke closely. Although he realizes he does not know much about him, he notices that Kisuke has become far more focused ever since the Arrancar incident began. Hitsugaya also notices that during Kisuke's battle against one of the Espada managed to injure him slightly, making him even more curious about Kisuke's true abilities. Later, Orihime returns to her town and walks around unseen since nobody can perceive her. She eventually visits her classroom and sees her friends, who still remember her, Ichigo and Chad. However, she cannot speak to them because they cannot see her, and Ulquiorra has warned her not to reveal anything to anyone. As a result, Orihime becomes conflicted and does not know what to do. Meanwhile, Rukia stays with Ichigo while he rests from the injuries he sustained during his battle against the Espada. The healer warns that Ichigo must avoid people with hollow powers if he wants to recover properly. Rukia then remembers Orihime after repeatedly failing to contact her and decides to check on her at home. However, Yuzu and Karin suddenly arrive and insist on having dinner together with Ichigo and Rukia, forcing her to stay and eat with them first. At the same time, Orihime has already entered Ichigo's room to say goodbye to him. As Ichigo and his sisters sleep peacefully, Orihime quietly recalls all the memories they shared together and talks about the different things she once dreamed of becoming in the future. She then thanks Ichigo for everything he has done for her. Throughout the entire moment, Orihime becomes overwhelmed with emotions as tears continuously roll down her cheeks. The next day, Ichigo wakes up and realizes that all his injuries have been completely healed. Wondering who could have done it, he immediately checks his hand and notices traces of spiritual power remaining on it, instantly recognizing it as Orihime's power. However, he cannot understand when she came to heal him. Just then, they receive an alert from Yukitake, who shares information about Orihime. He explains that he was with her until the very last moment before she passed through the Heaven Gate. However, the two guards stationed there later returned and reported that Orihime had been abducted by a man. Because of this, Yukitake assumes that Orihime may already be dead. Instead of accepting that Ichigo becomes furious and insists that Orihime is still alive. To prove it, he shows everyone the remnants of Orihime's power still lingering on his hand. At that moment, the head captain steps in and declares that if Orihime is truly alive, then she must now be considered a traitor since she willingly went with the enemy. Ichigo immediately offers to go rescue her alone, but the head captain forbids him from leaving, explaining that his strength is needed for the coming battle. Ichigo is devastated by the decision, while Rukia can only watch helplessly and feel sorry for him. Later, Ichigo returns to his town and finally goes back to school. His teacher is happy to see him again after his long absence, while Mizuhiro gives him a ticket to a show they plan to attend together on December 5th. Ichigo accepts the ticket, already deciding in his mind that he must return from the mission before then. However, Tatsuki angrily blames Ichigo for Orihime's disappearance because nobody can find her anywhere. Ichigo refuses to tell her the truth and instead pretends not to care, which only makes Tatsuki even angrier. Later that night, Ichigo finally meets with Kisuke, who is already prepared to guide him on the journey to rescue Orihime. Kisuke believes that Aizen abducted Orihime because of her abilities and plans to use her powers for the upcoming war. Along the way, Chad and Uryu also volunteer to help. At first, Ichigo refuses their assistance and insists on going alone, but Chad proves that they are strong enough to fight beside him. After receiving that reassurance, Kisuke realizes they are fully prepared, and the group finally sets out on their journey. As Ichigo heads to meet Kisuke, his friends Asano, Mizuhiro, and Tatsuki secretly follow him. They hide nearby while Kisuke creates the path that Ichigo, Chad, and Uryu will use to enter the enemy's world. Before leaving, Ichigo says that he will apologize to his friends once he returns and asks Kisuke to look after them while they are away. The moment Ichigo and the others leave, Kisuke calls out Asano, Mizuhiro, and Tatsuki from their hiding spot, shocking them that he already knew they were there. Kisuke then blames Ichigo for being naive enough to think acting cold toward his friends would allow him to cut ties with them completely. Meanwhile, Orihime is finally brought before Aizen, who asks her to demonstrate her powers by restoring Grimmjow's missing arm. At first, Luffy refuses to believe such a thing is possible, while even Grimmjow himself has already given up hope. However, to everyone's shock, Orihime successfully restores Grimmjow's arm. Aizen then explains that Orihime's true ability is the power to return things back to their original state. With his arm restored, Grimmjow immediately asks Orihime to restore his rank as well, since he had lost his position before. Luffy becomes confused about what Grimmjow intends to do, but Orihime restores the tattoo anyway. The moment it returns, Grimmjow instantly attacks Luffy, declaring that since he is the true 6th-ranked Espada, Luffy is now nothing more than a former 6th-ranked Espada. Meanwhile, Ichigo and the others continue their journey. In a flashback, Kisuke appears before Uryu and Chad, explaining that Ichigo insisted on rescuing Orihime alone and therefore does not want them following him. Back to the present, Uryu refuses to back down, saying Soul Society's opinion means nothing to him, while Chad also refuses to give up. As a result, both of them continue chasing after Ichigo. At the same time, Orihime is taken to a room and ordered to remain there quietly. However, she quickly becomes restless because she is hungry, causing her to wonder if coming to Hueco Mundo was truly the right decision. She begins worrying that by healing Grimmjow's injuries earlier, she may have only caused even more conflict to happen. Eventually, Ichigo, Uryu, and Chad arrive in Hueco Mundo. The place is completely silent, and Ichigo cannot sense any presence around them. He starts doubting their location, which leads to an argument with Uryu. In frustration, Uryu strikes a wall, causing the ground to suddenly collapse beneath them. The three immediately begin running, but Chad gets caught in the falling ground. Uryu tries to save him, only for both of them to nearly fall into the pit as well, before Ichigo rescues them in time. Not long after, they encounter another obstacle, and Chad volunteers to handle it. After walking further, the group finally discovers an opening and steps through it, only to find themselves standing before a massive hall. They realize they have finally reached the true destination and prepare to enter, but two Arrancar suddenly appear before them. Chad and Uryu immediately volunteer to fight, while asking Ichigo to conserve his strength until they find Orihime. Uryu takes on the giant Arrancar, while Chad faces the other opponent. As the battle continues, Ichigo notices that the giant Arrancar is already overpowering Uryu and tries to step in, only for Chad and Uryu to stop him and insist on handling the fight themselves. Though surprised, Ichigo has no choice but to trust them. Chad then realizes Uryu is struggling because of the Arrancar's massive size and decides to switch opponents with him. Uryu agrees, taking on the faster Arrancar while Chad battles the giant one instead. Against his new opponent, Uryu quickly manages to keep up with the Arrancar's speed, shocking him completely. Uryu then reveals that he is no ordinary human, but a Quincy with special powers. Even so, the Arrancar refuses to believe Uru can defeat him and unleashes his lightning abilities. Uru immediately responds by releasing his own power and counterattacking with equal force. Meanwhile, Chad corners his opponent after the Arrancar uses his final fighting technique. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Chad decides to finish the battle by unleashing his own powerful finishing move. Chad finally defeats the giant Arrancar, while Uryu also succeeds in defeating his own opponent. However, shortly after their victory, the entire place begins collapsing. Ichigo immediately blames Chad and Uryu for being reckless during the fight, but the defeated Arrancar explains that the room is collapsing because they have been conquered. Before disappearing, he warns them that even more obstacles await ahead, and that the battles will never end if they truly wish to enter Las Noches. The group eventually finds a way out of the collapsing room. As they continue moving forward, they spot a massive structure in the distance that looks like a palace. They begin wondering if the building is the Las Noches the Arrancar mentioned earlier. At the same time, their enemies already receive news about the intruders entering their territory and immediately begin making preparations against them. Meanwhile, Ichigo and his team continue heading toward Las Noches, but no matter how long they run, the palace never seems to get any closer. Even so, they refuse to stop moving forward. Suddenly, a violent tornado appears with a powerful whirlwind, forcing them to run back and grab onto something nearby. They hold onto a tree, but the force of the wind snaps it apart and sends them flying away. Fortunately, Uru brought along a spirit container and quickly traps all of them inside it for protection. Ichigo is shocked by the sudden move, but the container successfully shields them from the storm. Moments later, Chad breaks through the container to stop them from remaining trapped inside the tornado, causing all of them to fly back out. Ichigo becomes grateful to Chad for saving them once again. Elsewhere, Aizen gathers the Espadas for a meeting and informs them about the intruders entering Hueco Mundo. He explains that Ichigo and his friends have come to rescue Orihime, who is being held captive. However, the Espadas fail to take the threat seriously because they view the intruders as nothing more than children. Aizen then reminds them of what Ichigo and his team are truly capable of and warns them not to let their guard down. While still continuing their duties as usual, Grimmjow, however, already wants to go after Ichigo and his group immediately without waiting for orders. But Aizen stops him and commands him not to act until he gives permission. Later on, Uryu explains everything he knows about the enemies they are about to face, but Ichigo feels he is wasting time and urges Chad to keep moving already. Just as they prepare to continue their journey, they suddenly hear a loud noise behind them and quickly turn around. To their surprise, they discover a human girl being chased by several Arrancar. Shocked to see another human in Hueco Mundo besides themselves, they struggle to understand the situation. Even so, Ichigo immediately decides that they should rescue the girl first. Just as Ichigo is about to kill the Arrancar chasing the girl, she suddenly stops him and explains that the Arrancar are actually her brothers. She then introduces herself as Nell, revealing that she is also an Arrancar. Ichigo is left completely shocked after hearing that. Once they realize that Nell and her brothers were only playing around, Ichigo and his group introduce themselves to her as well. Nell becomes surprised after learning that their group consists of a Quincy, a Shinigami, and a human, and she immediately starts calling them dangerous people. At first, Nell considers asking her brothers to attack Ichigo and his team, but they quickly admit that they have no chance of defeating them. Because of that, Nell instead decides to become friends with Ichigo and asks him to play with her. However, Ichigo tells her they do not have time for games, which immediately makes Nell emotional, as she dramatically claims she would rather die. At that very moment, another Arrancar suddenly appears and declares that he will kill Nell and her brothers for interacting with intruders. Seeing the danger, Ichigo immediately steps forward to protect them and attacks the Arrancar, whom Nell refers to as the Watchman. Ichigo slices him cleanly into two and believes the fight is already over, only for the Watchman to instantly restore his body back together. The sight leaves everyone shocked. Before they can react, the Watchman suddenly disappears, and the sand beneath them begins swallowing them alive. Even while sinking, Ichigo still tries to save Nell and quickly asks if the Watchman has any weakness. Nell reveals that water is his weakness, but Ichigo has no way of producing water in the middle of the desert. Just as the Watchman prepares to devour them, he suddenly becomes frozen solid. To everyone's surprise, the one responsible is Rukia, who arrives together with Renji. Ichigo and the others are stunned because they never expected the two of them to appear there. Rukia and Renji immediately become angry at Ichigo for entering Hueco Mundo without waiting for them to return. But after arguing for a while, they eventually settle their differences and agree to rescue Orihime together. Soon after, Nell offers to guide them safely to Las Noches, and one of her companions even volunteers to carry the group and transport them directly toward the palace. As they arrive at Las Noches, Ichigo thanks Nell for helping them and points out that staying with them will make her a traitor. Nell and her companions decide to leave, but Nell quickly runs after them, saying they became traitors the moment Lord Runuganga spotted them. Suddenly, she falls into a shaft, forcing Ichigo to jump in after her. When the passage above collapses, they have no choice but to continue deeper through the tunnel. Ichigo begins smashing through walls to create new paths until the group reaches a massive structure, filled with crossroads. 5 separate paths stretch ahead, each radiating intense spiritual pressure. Rukia suggests that each of them take a different route. Ichigo worries about her safety since they are facing the Espada, but Rukia reminds him that she did not come to be protected by him. Accepting her decision, Ichigo agrees, and the 5 of them split up to follow separate paths. Meanwhile, Nell and her friends are left behind, but Nell decides to chase after Ichigo. Elsewhere, Ulquiorra is approached by Noetra, who questions whether Aizen truly controls Orihime. Ulquiorra explains that Orihime is already trapped within Aizen's psychological cage. She agrees to come with them to protect her friends' lives, and the 12 hours she is given to say goodbye only weakens any desire to escape. On top of that, she fears that any attempt to flee could make her friends believe she willingly betrayed them. Meanwhile, Orihime recalls her meeting with Aizen, where he shows her the Hogyoku and explains that it will soon fully awaken. He states that creating Arrancar and forging the Okin would be impossible without it, and asks her to see his actions as proof of his trust. He also tells her that her power to negate phenomena is something he needs. Orihime understands that Aizen does not truly trust her, but she now knows the location of the Hogyoku and has gained a deeper understanding of her own ability. Realizing that her power can negate events and erase phenomena, she reaches a conclusion. She knows there is something only she can do, which is to make the Hogyoku a phenomenon that never existed. Ichigo rushes down his chosen path while an Arrancar secretly watches him from above. Before long, he notices that Nell is following him and asks about her friends, only for her to realize that they have gotten lost. Suddenly sensing another presence nearby, Ichigo demands that the hidden observer reveal himself. The Arrancar ends up exposing himself after an embarrassing fall, and is stunned when neither Ichigo nor Nell reacts to it. He introduces himself as Dordoni and claims to hold rank 103. Hearing this, Ichigo assumes he must be weak, but when he attacks, Dordoni effortlessly dodges his strikes with movements that seem impossible. Elsewhere, Tozen and Jin observe Ichigo's group as they travel through separate paths. Jin remarks that they have entered the lair of the Tres Cifras. At that moment, Ichigo suddenly suffers a slash to his arm without even seeing the attack coming. Dordoni then reveals the truth behind his rank. Triple-digit numbers belong to demoted former Espada known as Privaron Espada. Using a powerful back kick, he destroys Ichigo's attack and explains that those who carry such numbers were once Espada themselves, meaning their abilities still rival those of the current Espada. Dordoni launches a relentless assault, and although Ichigo blocks and counters, he quickly realizes that his opponent is growing faster and stronger with every attack. A barrage of devastating kicks sends him crashing through another chamber. Even so, Ichigo insists that being a Privaron Espada does not make Dordoni a true Espada and refuses to waste his Bankai on someone he considers unworthy. Dordoni warns him not to underestimate him and releases his Zanpakuto, transforming into his true form. The power difference becomes immediately apparent as he overwhelms Ichigo with a brutal beating, while a hidden Nell watches in growing fear and concern for Ichigo's safety. Renji continues running through his assigned path when he is surprised to find one of Nell's friends chasing after him. The small Arrancar explains that he is searching for Nell, but ended up getting lost instead. Worried about her safety, he grows increasingly anxious and becomes determined to find her as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Dordoni relentlessly attacks Ichigo and repeatedly demands that he use his Bankai or face death. Despite being overwhelmed and battered by Dordoni's assaults, Ichigo stubbornly refuses to release more of his power. Frustrated by his resistance, Dordoni fires a Sero to force him into fighting seriously. To his shock, Nell suddenly jumps in and swallows the attack whole before spitting it back at him. Although the reflected blast barely injures Dordoni, he immediately turns his attention to Nell and moves to finish her off. Before he can strike, Ichigo intervenes in his Bankai form and lands a powerful counterattack that wounds Dordoni. After rescuing Nell, Ichigo apologizes for letting her get hurt because of his stubbornness over something so trivial. Dordoni then brings up Ichigo's holification, surprising Ichigo with his knowledge. Dordoni explains that they possess records of all of Ichigo's battles in the world of the living and know about his ability to become a hollow. He points out that this transformation greatly increases Ichigo's power and insists on seeing his full strength, determined to force the issue. Dordoni targets Nell once again. Enraged, Ichigo questions whether Dordoni feels no shame in using such tactics. Dordoni responds that his true shame comes from Ichigo refusing to fight him seriously. Realizing there is no other way, Ichigo finally agrees and tells Nell to stand back. He warns Dordoni that he can only maintain the power for a brief moment before activating his hollow mask. The battle ends almost instantly as Ichigo unleashes overwhelming speed and power, defeating Dordoni in a single decisive attack. After the fight, Nell drools on Dordoni to help heal his injuries. Dordoni admits complete defeat and praises Ichigo's strength, confessing that he could not even see the final attack that struck him. He reveals that he had hoped defeating Ichigo at full power might convince Aizen to restore his position as an Espada. However, just as he finishes speaking, Dordoni suddenly lunges toward Ichigo with his sword. As Dordoni and Ichigo clash one final time, Ichigo quickly departs with Nell. Moments later, a squad of exequias arrives and announces that they have been ordered to hunt down the wounded intruders. Despite being badly injured and weakened, Dordoni chooses to stand against them. As a gesture of gratitude for Ichigo fighting him with his true power, he decides to hold them off and hopes that Ichigo will be ruthless enough when facing future opponents. Elsewhere, Chad and Uryu continue their own battles against their respective enemies. Meanwhile, Aizen receives a report that Dordoni has been defeated by Ichigo. Rather than being surprised, he remarks that he expected Ichigo to accomplish the feat even faster. He then asks who ordered the exequias to intervene. Releasing a tremendous amount of spiritual pressure, Aizen demands an explanation until a Vasto Lord steps forward and admits responsibility. Referring to him as Sailaporo, Aizen listens as he immediately kneels and apologizes. Aizen accepts the explanation and tells him that everything is fine as long as there is a valid reason behind his actions. Elsewhere, Uru continues battling the female fallen Espada as he skillfully dodges her long-range attacks. He counters by firing arrows that can change direction in midair, allowing him to pressure her from unexpected angles. The two exchange a relentless barrage of attacks while evading each other's strikes. However, the battle becomes more difficult when his opponent begins curving the paths of her weapons instead of firing them in straight lines. As a result, Uryu can no longer rely on the massive pillars for cover and finds it increasingly difficult to launch effective counterattacks. At the same time, Rukia races through her assigned path until she unexpectedly arrives at an area beneath a bright blue sky. The sight catches her completely off guard. Suddenly, an Espada appears and asks her to follow him into a darker room. Rukia agrees, and once inside, Espada explains that he cannot tolerate sunlight and prefers a place where its rays cannot reach. He then removes his mask and introduces himself as Araniero, the ninth Espada. Rukia is left stunned when she sees his face, as it is identical to that of Kaien Shiba. Rukia is left stunned and asks if the person before her is truly Kaien. However, she quickly remembers that Kaien died long ago and struggles to understand what is happening. Despite her doubts, Espada begins acting exactly like Kaien, speaking and behaving in a way that gradually convinces her that it may really be him. Suddenly, Araniero produces two wooden swords and hands one to Rukia, claiming that he wants to train her like old times. Rukia soon realizes that her surroundings have changed into the former training grounds of Squad 13. Araniero immediately attacks, and every movement reminds her of Kaien. Unable to keep up, she is defeated. The scene then shifts back to the dark room, where Araniero remarks that she would have died if it had been a real battle. He warmly pats her on the head and offers her a futon to sit on, saying that there is much he needs to tell her. Araniero then recounts what supposedly happened after their last encounter. He claims that his spiritual body began to crumble after the battle, and completely fell apart after parting ways with her at the Shiba residence. He explains that the hollow that infected him was one of Aizen's experimental subjects, designed to regenerate in Hueco Mundo after being destroyed. Because that hollow had fused with his spiritual body, it regenerated while retaining Kaien's appearance. According to his story, Araniero eventually took control of that body and later rose through the ranks to replace one of the Espada. Since then, he claims to have been searching for an opportunity to kill Aizen. He goes on to reveal that the blue sky above Las Noches is an artificial creation made by Aizen and that everything beneath it remains under Aizen's surveillance. Araniero says he is glad Rukia arrived because she is the only person capable of carrying out the plan he wishes to share. He asks her to follow him to another location, and Rukia cautiously agrees. However, the moment she approaches, Araniero suddenly attacks with his sword. Rukia reacts just in time to avoid a fatal blow, though the blade still cuts her face. Shocked by the attack, Rukia demands an explanation. Araniero coldly claims that he wants to kill her, because she was the one who stabbed him that night long ago. Rukia admits that it is true and accepts responsibility for her actions. Araniro then asks if she is prepared to die for that sin. Rukia replies that she is willing to give her life, but not until she rescues Orihime. Moments later, Araniro abruptly changes his tone and claims he was only joking. Instead, he says he wants her to do something else for him, which is to bring him the heads of all her friends. He insists it should be easy since she knows their strengths, abilities, and weaknesses better than anyone. At that moment, Rukia finally sees through the deception. She realizes that the real Kaien would never make such cruel jokes or test his subordinates in such a manner. Certain that the person before her is not Kaien, she immediately launches a fierce assault. Araniro calmly blocks and evades her attacks. Rukia and Araniro continue their fierce battle as Rukia unleashes a barrage of attacks, but he easily evades them while claiming that every move she uses was taught to her by him. Rukia, however, remains certain that the man in front of her is not Kaien. At that moment, she suddenly senses Uryu's and Chad's spiritual pressures, confirming that they are still fighting elsewhere. Araniro notices her reaction and uses it to his advantage, revealing that her friends are currently facing the fallen Espada and that Ichigo, though victorious, has already taken damage. He coldly implies that all of them are close to death. Enraged, Rukia attacks again, but Araniro blocks her strike and releases his Zanpakuto. His weapon transforms into a trident, unleashing wave-like energy that grows increasingly heavy and overwhelming. To Rukia's shock, the technique he uses is Kaien's own fighting style. Even though she is certain he is an imposter, he continues replicating Kaien's techniques perfectly. Despite the confusion, Rukia steals her resolve, choosing to believe in the warm-hearted Kaien who once taught her how to fight and gave her a place to belong. During their clash, Araniro manages to disarm her, taking her sword away. Elsewhere, Ichigo suddenly stops running as he senses the spiritual pressures of Uryu, Chad, and Rukia. He believes they are still alive and pushes forward with renewed determination. Back in the battle, Rukia suddenly fires a close-range spell. Araniro dodges, but the attack destroys part of the wall behind him, exposing a large opening where sunlight pours into the dark chamber. Instantly, Araniro recoils and moves away from the light. Rukia realizes this reaction and becomes fully convinced that he is not Kaien and that everything he has told her is a lie. Seizing the opportunity, she casts a sealing spell to bind him in place, then follows up with a powerful attack that destroys the wall completely, allowing sunlight to flood the area. As the light engulfs him, Araniro's face begins to burn and melt away as he screams in agony. Beneath the ruined mask, his true form is revealed, a container containing two small hollow skulls suspended in a liquid-filled jar attached to his neck. The two skulls speak, one in a male voice and the other in a female voice, both confirming once again that they are Espada number 9. Rukia states that exposing his true identity is necessary, and that now she can kill him without hesitation. However, Araniro reveals that while he cannot fight in direct sunlight, he can still move and attack freely wherever shadows exist. His face briefly reforms into Kaien's appearance, as he explains further. He declares that he is the only Gillian-class Hollow among the Espada, an anomaly granted his position due to his unique ability to evolve endlessly. He explains that his power comes from the Hollow Kaien once fought, which he later devoured after it reached Hueco Mundo. He reveals his left hand, normally hidden inside a glove, transforming it into a monstrous sucker-like mouth. He then activates his Resurrection, transforming into a massive grotesque creature with his true body fused into its upper structure, while his lower form is absorbed into the beast. Towering over the battlefield, Araniro prepares to face Rukia in his full released form. The battle becomes even more intense as Uryu continues fighting his opponent, who attacks him from the top of one of the massive pillars. Despite his efforts, Uryu slowly starts getting overpowered, and his opponent manages to injure him during the clash. Meanwhile, Pesce, one of Nell's brothers, secretly watches the fight from hiding. Seeing how badly Uryu is struggling, he begins to doubt that Uryu can survive on his own. Even though he has no real plan, Pesce eventually steps out and volunteers to help Uryu while asking him to stand aside for a moment. At first, Pesce surprisingly manages to counter several attacks from the enemy, but he is suddenly struck back almost immediately, forcing Uryu to step in once again. Even then, Pesce stubbornly insists on defeating the opponent himself. Gathering his courage, Pesce launches another attack and finally succeeds in knocking the enemy down from the top of the pillar. Believing he has won, he becomes excited too early. Uryu, however, remains cautious and warns Pesce not to lower his guard yet. Moments later, the enemy rises back up and releases even greater power by growing massive wings. Suddenly, the surrounding pillars begin getting sliced apart, leaving both Uryu and Pesce confused about what is happening. The opponent then starts sending her wings flying toward nearby pillars, cutting down everything close to Uryu and Pesce. With destruction happening all around them, the two are forced to keep running for their lives. Eventually, the attacks become impossible to escape from, forcing Uryu to carry Pesce while trying to dodge the collapsing pillars and deadly wings. After some time, Pesce realizes he has become a burden because Uryu cannot properly fight back while protecting him. Wanting to help, Pesce releases himself from Uryu's grip so Uryu can finally focus completely on the battle. Realizing that his normal attacks cannot cut through the wings, Uryu switches to a different weapon instead. This time, the weapon successfully slices through every wing directed at him, shocking the opponent completely since she never expected Uryu to counter her ability so effectively. Uryu had actually borrowed the special weapon from Kisuke's warehouse before entering Hueco Mundo because he already knew the battles ahead would not be easy. Using the weapon, he continues attacking his opponent and even tells her to accept defeat already. However, the Arrancar refuses to give up and quickly changes her strategy. Before long, she figures out the weakness behind Uryu's attacks and begins dismantling her own wings to avoid his weapon completely. She then switches to a different fighting style and attacks Uryu with a blade instead. This immediately shocks Uryu because his weapon is unable to break through her new attacks, putting him under heavy pressure once again. Despite that, Uryu slowly begins gathering all the surrounding spirit particles, including the ones belonging to his opponent. The Arrancar becomes shocked after realizing what he is doing, but before she can stop him, Uryu reveals that he has already absorbed her spirit particles completely. Even after hearing that, the Arrancar refuses to accept defeat and charges at Uryu once again with everything she has left. This time, Uryu reveals that his weapon is not truly a sword, but actually a bow and arrow. He fires directly at her incoming attack, instantly shattering it into pieces. Without wasting any time, Uryu flies into the air, lands behind her, and launches another powerful attack. Completely overwhelmed, the Arrancar is finally defeated. Though she can hardly believe it, Uryu and Pesce leave her behind and continue moving forward. Meanwhile, Chad is also engaged in a fierce battle against another powerful Arrancar. Despite the enemy's overwhelming strength, Chad keeps pushing through every attack thrown at him. However, during the fight, the Arrancar suddenly lands a direct blow into Chad's stomach while his guard is down. Taking advantage of the opening, the Arrancar continues attacking Chad repeatedly without giving him any chance to recover or even breathe properly. Eventually, the Arrancar becomes convinced that Chad has already been defeated and decides to finish him off with one final attack. But just as the strike is about to land, Chad suddenly retaliates, shocking the Arrancar completely. Ever since arriving in Hueco Mundo, Chad has felt unable to fully understand or control his true power, and he cannot figure out why. However, at the very moment he is about to lose the battle, something suddenly changes within him. Chad finally manages to fully grasp his power and immediately strikes back against the Arrancar. With his newfound strength, Chad suddenly begins attacking at incredible speed, matching the Arrancar blow for blow. The Arrancar is completely shocked by the sudden change because Chad had been much slower earlier in the fight. At the same time, Chad himself becomes confused, wondering why the Arrancar now seems slow enough for him to keep up with so easily. The Arrancar desperately tries to dodge Chad's attacks, but Chad has already become too fast. Every time the Arrancar attempts to counterattack, Chad lands another hit before the attack can even reach him. Chad continues overwhelming him with relentless strikes until the Arrancar finally decides to reveal his true form. Gathering all his energy, the Arrancar unleashes a powerful attack directly at Chad. To his shock, Chad blocks the attack completely with his arm and explains that his grandfather had already taught him how to properly use his power. Because of that training, Chad is now able to defend against even the strongest attacks. No matter how much force the Arrancar uses, Chad keeps blocking everything effortlessly. At that moment, the Arrancar realizes he can no longer defeat Chad and slowly begins to fear him. Before he can react, Chad charges forward at full speed and lands a devastating punch that blasts the Arrancar through the wall and sends him crashing outside. The Arrancar immediately understands that he has been completely defeated. Meanwhile, Ichigo, Nell, Uryu, Pesce, and Renji continue making their way forward together. However, just as Chad finishes his battle, another powerful presence suddenly appears before him. Chad realizes he is the first among the group to arrive there. Even Chad's defeated opponent becomes terrified after seeing the newcomer and urgently warns Chad to run away because he knows how dangerous the new Arrancar truly is. Despite the warning, Chad refuses to back down and prepares himself to fight. However, Chad is eventually overwhelmed by the new opponent and suffers terrible injuries. Unable to continue fighting, he collapses helplessly on the ground without the strength to move. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra visits Orihime to inform her about Chad's condition, hoping she will believe that Chad is already dead and fall into despair. Instead, Orihime calmly replies that she is certain Chad is still alive. Seeing that she refuses to believe him, Ulquiorra orders someone to bring food for her and tells her to eat. Orihime refuses, but Ulquiorra coldly threatens that if she does not eat willingly, he will either force feed her or tie her up until she does. Even after the threat, Orihime still refuses to touch the food. Ulquiorra then tries to break her spirit by mentioning the dangerous situation her friends are currently facing. This immediately angers Orihime, causing her to slap him across the face. Surprisingly, Ulquiorra does not retaliate. Instead, he quietly walks away while warning her that he will return in 1 hour and expects the food to be gone by then, otherwise he will force her to eat it himself. Elsewhere, Noitra, the Arrancar who defeated Chad, continues deciding what to do with him. Just then, his companion Tesla arrives and suggests killing Chad immediately. However, Noitra refuses, claiming that killing Chad would simply be a waste of time and effort. Before he can stop him, Tesla suddenly attacks Chad anyway. This instantly enrages Noitra, who places his blade against Tesla's neck for interfering. Noitra considers Tesla's actions an insult, as if he were questioning his status as the strongest among the Espada. At the same time, Renji and one of Nell's brothers fall into a massive pit and end up trapped in another area they do not recognize. Suddenly, an Espada appears before them and introduces himself as the 8th-ranked Espada, Granz. He proudly reveals that he created many of the traps inside Las Noches, although he is personally disappointed that Renji ended up falling into the easiest one. Without wasting time, Granz immediately begins attacking Renji, forcing Renji into battle. Meanwhile, Ichigo and Nell are still trying to find their way through Las Noches and have yet to escape the area they are trapped in. Elsewhere, Rukia finds herself cornered by a terrifying hollow using the body of Shiba Kaien. The hollow possesses the ability to kill and consume other hollows in order to steal their powers. The moment Rukia sees him, she realizes just how dangerous he truly is. Even so, she understands that she has no choice but to fight if she wants to survive, because otherwise he will eventually take her powers as well. The threat becomes even more terrifying after it is revealed that he has already devoured more than 36,000 hollows on his own. As the hollow continues demonstrating his terrifying abilities, he notices the fear on Rukia's face and takes pleasure in it. He keeps releasing more and more power, showing off the countless abilities he has gathered from the many hollows he has devoured over time. He then launches another attack at Rukia, leaving her badly wounded and nearly unconscious. In that moment, Rukia begins remembering the past and how she first met Kaien, the man who welcomed her into Squad 13 and personally trained her. She remembers how close they became and the many moments they shared together. However, those memories also remind her of the painful day she was forced to kill Kaien in order to survive. Now, seeing his body standing before her once again, trying to kill her even after everything that happened, fills her with even more pain. Yet she also remembers that Kaien never blamed her for killing him. Even at the moment of his death, he entrusted his heart and feelings to her without regret. Those memories become impossible for Rukia to ignore as she recalls the bond they once shared. Suddenly, Rukia regains her determination and strength. Just as the hollow attacks again, she grabs onto the blade that pierced her. The hollow becomes shocked because he believed she had already lost consciousness. Even then, he still refuses to take her seriously after seeing that her sword has been broken in half. He cannot understand how she plans to continue fighting with a damaged weapon. To his surprise, Rukia calmly reveals that she has finally remembered something important. In that instant, she uses her spell to restore her sword back to its original form. Before the hollow can react, Rukia slashes straight through him, cutting him into two. Kaien's body and the hollow powers controlling it begin disappearing first, and then Rukia completely destroys the Espada-like creature once and for all. Meanwhile, Renji continues his intense battle against Granz and attempts to use his Bankai against him. However, to his shock, the Bankai becomes completely ineffective. Confused, Renji wonders what is happening, only for Granz to explain that Bankai abilities are restricted in that area. Granz then begins using his true abilities against Renji. At first, Renji believes his attacks are landing successfully, but he soon realizes that Granz is countering every move without difficulty. It becomes clear that Granz has already analyzed and studied Renji's fighting style, allowing him to defend against every attack with ease. Before long, Renji begins suffering serious injuries during the battle. In the middle of the fight, two Espadas suddenly arrive to inform Granz that one of the Espadas has been killed. The Espada they mention is the one who used Kaien's body. However, they also claim that the Shinigami who fought him died as well. The moment Renji hears this, he freezes in shock. Then Granz reveals the name of the fallen Shinigami, confirming that it was Rukia, Overcome with anger and pain, Renji instantly attacks Granz with everything he has. Granz, however, is not surprised by Renji's emotional reaction because he had fully expected it. Elsewhere, the others also begin sensing that Rukia's spiritual pressure is fading away. Ichigo immediately feels that something is wrong and starts rushing forward even faster. Uru also senses that something terrible may have happened. Soon after, Ichigo arrives at another area where Ulquiorra suddenly appears before him. At first, Ichigo does not recognize him completely, but he soon remembers that Ulquiorra was the one who came to retrieve Orihime during their previous encounter. Ichigo surprisingly calls him by name, leaving Ulquiorra slightly shocked because he never introduced himself to Ichigo before. During their conversation, Ulquiorra informs Ichigo about the death of the Espada who fought Rukia, while also claiming that Rukia herself has died. Ichigo immediately refuses to believe him and suspects that Ulquiorra is lying. Even so, he knows he must hurry to wherever Rukia is. However, Ulquiorra expects Ichigo to fight him before leaving. Ichigo initially refuses, explaining that Ulquiorra has never directly harmed his friends before, so he sees no reason to battle him. That quickly changes when Ulquiorra reveals that he was the one responsible for abducting Orihime. The revelation instantly enrages Ichigo. Without hesitation, he attacks Ulquiorra head-on, but Ulquiorra effortlessly blocks every strike. Ichigo becomes furious knowing that Orihime has been treated like a traitor because of Ulquiorra's actions, and he fully resolves to fight him with everything he has. Meanwhile, Orihime suddenly senses that Rukia is in danger. Desperate to help her, she begs the guards to let her leave the room, but none of them respond to her pleas. Unable to do anything, Orihime breaks down in tears because she cannot bear the thought of losing Rukia. At the same time, Rukia herself is already on the verge of death. Ichigo continues his fierce battle against Ulquiorra and releases his hollow powers to fight with everything he has. The clash becomes extremely intense, and after unleashing all his strength, Ichigo begins to believe that he has finally defeated Ulquiorra. Thinking the battle is over, he carries Nell and prepares to leave the area. However, to his shock, Ulquiorra suddenly stands back up as if nothing happened. From Ulquiorra's perspective, he realizes that Ichigo has already exhausted most of his power during the attack. Seeing this opportunity, Ulquiorra finally begins his counterattack. His assault is so powerful that Ichigo and Nell are blasted straight through the walls of the structure. By that point, Nell has already lost consciousness because of the violent impact and the disturbance caused by the sand. Even so, Ichigo refuses to give up and tries to escape somewhere safer so he can check on her condition. Before he can get away, Ulquiorra catches up to him and launches another attack. Ichigo immediately swings his sword in retaliation, but the blade barely affects Ulquiorra at all. It is then that Ichigo finally discovers the truth, that Ulquiorra is the fourth-ranked Espada, one of the strongest among them. The revelation shocks him because he now understands just how powerful his opponent truly is. Despite that, Ichigo still refuses to surrender because he believes that defeating Ulquiorra would practically guarantee victory for their side. Unfortunately, Ulquiorra completely overwhelms him and lands a final devastating blow that leaves Ichigo unconscious. At the same moment, Orihime suddenly senses that Ichigo's spiritual pressure has fallen. The feeling deeply pains her because she realizes she cannot do anything to help either Ichigo or Rukia. Just then, she hears her door opening, and two female Espadas walk into the room. Meanwhile, Renji continues getting brutally beaten by Granz, yet he stubbornly refuses to give up. Seeing that Renji is already badly weakened, Granz sends another Arrancar to finish him off. However, Uru arrives just in time and saves Renji by defeating the Arrancar before Renji can be killed. Even Granz becomes surprised that one of Renji's allies managed to appear at the perfect moment to rescue him. Back with Orihime, the two female Espadas begin bullying and attacking her out of jealousy. They resent the fact that Aizen does not mistreat Orihime the same way he treats others, making them believe that he favors her above them. Driven by jealousy, they begin beating Orihime mercilessly while she remains completely helpless. The two female Espadas continue bullying Orihime until Grimmjow suddenly bursts into the room by smashing through the wall. Seeing the chaos happening while Ulquiorra is absent immediately annoys him, and he decides to attack the two girls himself. Although they attempt to fight back, their strength is nowhere near enough to stand against Grimmjow's power. In the end, Grimmjow completely overwhelms and defeats them without much difficulty. After dealing with them, Grimmjow turns his attention to Orihime. Confused, Orihime asks why he decided to save her, and Grimmjow explains that he is only repaying her for healing his left arm earlier. However, he also makes it clear that after paying back the favor, he now intends to use her for his own plans. Meanwhile, Uru remains with Renji and begins thinking about what to do next since many Arrancars are still surrounding them. At that moment, Granz decides to personally fight Uryu. After seeing Granz's rank, Uru initially believes he may not be that powerful, but Granz confidently claims he is still far stronger than him. As the battle continues, Uryu eventually manages to land a successful attack by firing his weapon directly through Granz's sword. The strike appears to defeat Granz and immediately terrifies the surrounding Arankars after seeing one of their commanders fall in battle. Elsewhere, Grimmjow orders Orihime to heal the two girls he injured earlier. Left with no choice, Orihime begins healing them despite everything they did to her. Even while being healed, one of the girls still slaps Orihime because she wrongly believes Orihime is trying to harm her. However, the girl quickly becomes shocked after realizing that Orihime is genuinely healing her wounds instead. Shockingly, Granz is revealed to still be alive. He rises back up and resumes fighting Uryu, but this time the battle becomes far more dangerous. Uryu struggles to maintain his balance against the overwhelming attacks, while Pesh secretly watches from his hiding place and begins feeling sorry for how badly Uryu is being pushed during the fight. Meanwhile, Renji continues battling another Arankar, while Uryu focuses entirely on fighting Granz. Both of them struggle desperately as the battle becomes more intense. Watching from hiding, Peshe begins feeling guilty because he believes Uryu should never have rushed out to confront Granz so suddenly. Wanting to help, Peshe starts planning a way to rescue Uryu. However, just as he prepares to move, Nell's other companion suddenly notices him and begins shouting loudly, accidentally drawing the attention of the nearby Arankars. Before the enemies can attack them, the entire area suddenly shakes violently, causing a massive disruption that distracts everyone for a moment. At the same time, Uru asks Renji to buy him some time so he can prepare a stronger attack against Granz. Renji successfully holds the enemy back while Uru gathers his energy. Once ready, Uru unleashes his attack and finally defeats Granz. Grateful for the support, Uru thanks Renji for helping him create the opening he needed. But just when they believe the battle is over, Granz suddenly restores himself completely as if he had never been injured at all. The sight shocks everyone present. Granz then reveals that he recovered by using another Arankar's ability, consuming others in order to regenerate from fatal wounds. Elsewhere, Nell feels devastated seeing Ichigo lying unconscious and blames herself for his condition. Unexpectedly, Grimmjow suddenly appears with Orihime beside him. After seeing how badly injured Ichigo is, Grimmjow gives Orihime permission to heal him. Orihime becomes shocked because she never expected Grimmjow to allow such a thing, but she immediately rushes over and begins treating Ichigo's wounds without hesitation. Ulquiorra unexpectedly arrives at the place where Orihime is healing Ichigo, instantly shocking Grimmjow. His sudden appearance immediately creates tension between the two espadas. Meanwhile, Granz tells Uryu and Renji that he wants to change his clothes because his current outfit has been torn apart during the battle. Surprisingly, Uryu and Renji are left waiting while he casually prepares to change, despite everything that has happened. Back with Ulquiorra and Grimmjow. Ulquiorra questions Grimmjow for interfering with Orihime when she was specifically entrusted to him. He demands that Grimmjow hand Orihime back over immediately, but Grimmjow refuses without hesitation. This quickly leads to the two espadas clashing against each other. Not long after, Orihime finishes healing Ichigo. However, Grimmjow orders her to continue healing him completely. Orihime refuses because she knows Grimmjow only wants Ichigo restored so he can fight and injure him again. Angered by her refusal, Grimmjow attempts to intimidate and bully her into obeying him. Just before he can do anything further, Ichigo suddenly grabs Grimmjow and stops him using the little strength he has regained. With that, Ichigo and Grimmjow decide to finally settle their unfinished battle once and for all. As the fight intensifies, Nell becomes terrified for Ichigo's safety. Orihime tries comforting her by saying that Ichigo is definitely going to win, but Nell doubts those words because she believes people often say that before someone ends up losing anyway. The battle quickly grows even more intense as Grimmjow unleashes his hollow powers, believing Ichigo cannot possibly match him. To everyone's shock, Ichigo forcefully releases his own hollow powers in response. Instantly, his speed and strength increase dramatically as he launches a furious assault against Grimmjow. Orihime and Nell are both left stunned because they never expected Ichigo to unleash such overwhelming power, especially after seeing the terrifying hollow mask suddenly appear on his face. Ichigo apologizes to Orihime for letting her see him in his hollow form and assures her that he will put an end to all the fighting soon enough. Realizing that the battle is about to become even more dangerous, he asks Orihime to cast a protective barrier around herself and Nell so they can stay safe while he and Grimmjow continue fighting at full power. As Ichigo and Grimmjow clash violently in the sky, the entire area begins shaking from the intensity of their spiritual pressure. Even the people far below on the ground can feel the destruction spreading across the battlefield. One of the espadas tries calming her companion by explaining that such chaos is expected whenever an espada fights seriously. However, she soon notices that part of the overwhelming spiritual pressure is actually coming from a human, which completely shocks her. The battle continues with neither side willing to fall. Grimmjow eventually releases his true form, making the fight even harder for Ichigo. Seeing the pressure Ichigo is under, Orihime nervously asks if he is all right, but Ichigo reassures her that he is still fine and insists that Grimmjow's attacks are not enough to defeat him. Meanwhile, Orihime watches Ichigo fight while wearing the hollow mask and begins feeling conflicted inside. The terrifying appearance makes her feel as though Ichigo has become a completely different person. Even so, she tries calming herself and forces herself not to fear him. After a while, Ichigo's hollow mask slowly begins breaking apart and fading away. Nell immediately becomes frightened because she knows how unstoppable Ichigo seemed while the mask was active. Now that the mask is disappearing, Ichigo starts getting overwhelmed and beaten back by Grimmjow once again. Worried for him, Nell begins cheering Ichigo on and even asks Orihime to encourage him as well. Nell reminds her that Ichigo is risking his life to fight for her sake and recalls how Orihime once described Ichigo as a kind person. At that critical moment, Ichigo is on the verge of defeat when Orihime suddenly shouts his name. She desperately cheers him on and begs him not to get hurt anymore. Just then, Grimmjow launches what appears to be the final attack that will finish Ichigo off. To Grimmjow's complete shock, Ichigo blocks the attack effortlessly with a single strike. Grimmjow cannot believe it because he was certain Ichigo had already reached his limit. Before he can react, Ichigo counters immediately and slashes Grimmjow down with a devastating attack. Surprisingly, Grimmjow does not die and immediately counterattacks by slashing Ichigo across the stomach. Ichigo is stunned, as he never expects Grimmjow to still be alive. Meanwhile, Grimmjow was once a Gillian, a being formed from countless hollows fused together. To satisfy their endless hunger, Gillians devour humans and eventually begin consuming other hollows as well. As this continues, their souls merge and they lose their individuality. However, a rare few manage to retain their sense of self even after devouring others. Those exceptional hollows evolve into what are known as ajuchas. As time passes, they realize their power no longer increases no matter how many hollows they consume. While many of them give up, Grimmjow refuses to stop pursuing greater strength. Seeing his determination, the others choose to let Grimmjow devour them as well, so he can continue his journey of consuming hollows and humans alike. That is how Grimmjow gains the overwhelming power he possesses today. As his battle with Ichigo intensifies, he unleashes his strongest technique, the claws of the Panther King, and launches a devastating assault. The attack is so powerful that Ichigo cannot defend against it and is forced to evade. However, Ichigo eventually finds an opening and lands a decisive strike. Realizing the battle is finally over, Grimmjow accepts his defeat and dies. Afterward, Ichigo returns to check on Orihime and Nell, making sure nothing has happened to them during the fight. Orihime is relieved when she sees that the hollow mask has completely disappeared from Ichigo's face. Ichigo quickly carries Orihime and Nell back to the ground so they can continue their mission to save Rukia. However, the biggest surprise is that Grimmjow is still alive. Despite his condition, Grimmjow continues threatening Ichigo, but Ichigo tries to make him understand that the battle is already over. He tells Grimmjow that he has no intention of fighting him again because his priority is saving his friends. Suddenly, Grimmjow is attacked from behind, and the assailant turns out to be Noetra. Noetra warns Grimmjow not to interfere with his fight against Ichigo, as he wants to face Ichigo himself. At this point, Ichigo is completely confused, having no idea who Noetra is. As the battle begins, Noetra orders Tesla to abduct Orihime. This immediately enrages Ichigo, who demands that they release her. However, Noetra reveals that he is Espada rank 5, leaving Ichigo shocked after realizing that Noetra ranks even higher than Grimmjow, who is rank 6. Despite being heavily injured from his previous battle, Ichigo continues struggling to block Noetra's relentless attacks. Meanwhile, Uryu, Renji, and Nell's brothers continue making their way to rescue Orihime. Unfortunately, when they enter a large chamber which happens to be the same they fought Grands, they come face to face with Sailaporo Grands once again, as they now see that they cannot escape from there. Determined to settle things, Grands challenges them to another battle. So, Uryu, Renji, and the others continue battling Grands. Uryu unleashes a powerful attack, believing it will finally finish him off, but to their horror, Grands survives. The sight of him still standing only increases their fear. Grands then devours one of the Arankers accompanying him, instantly restoring all of his wounds. The battle then flashes back to reveal what happened earlier. After leaving to change his clothes, Granz returns at full power. In this state, he is able to create replicas of his opponent's bodies. Each fighter is forced to battle a clone of themselves, and these replicas possess the same abilities as their originals. While his enemies struggle against their own doubles, Granz simply sits back and enjoys watching the chaos unfold. Elsewhere, Ichigo continues his brutal battle against Nenoitra. Already weakened from his previous fight, he does everything he can just to defend against Noitra's overwhelming attacks. Back with Granz, the situation becomes even worse as he creates additional clones of Renji and the others, making the battle even more terrifying. The group finds themselves increasingly overwhelmed as Granz continues to toy with them for his own amusement. Later, Orihime attempts to attack the Arrancar holding her captive so she can rush to Ichigo's aid, seeing how much difficulty he is having against Nenoitra. However, Tesla warns her that although her powers are incredibly powerful, they are also fragile. He explains that under Aizen's orders, they are permitted to damage her powers whenever she tries to resist. Realizing the risk, Orihime is forced to hold back. Soon afterward, Orihime notices that Nell is nowhere to be seen and begins searching for her. Tesla quickly realizes who she is looking for and uses his abilities to locate Nell. He discovers that Nell is hiding inside a mountain and immediately drags her out. The commotion catches Noitra's attention, prompting him to take a closer look. The moment he sees her, he instantly recognizes Nell. Noitra then asks Ichigo if he knows Nell's true identity. Confused, Ichigo wonders what he means. That is when Noitra reveals the shocking truth that Nell is actually an Espada. This leaves both Ichigo and Orihime completely stunned. Nell, meanwhile, can only panic in silence, unable to say a single word. Nell immediately denies Noitra's claims, insisting that he is lying and that she is not an Espada. However, Nenoitra remains adamant, revealing that Nell was once an Espada. Seeing how strongly she rejects the claim, he asks if she has forgotten her past, but Nell insists that she has not and continues denying it. Nenoitra then warns Ichigo that Nell is dangerous and declares that he intends to kill her. He even admits that he is tired of having her around. As he moves to strike Nell, Ichigo steps in and stops him, making it clear that he will not allow Noitra to lay a finger on her. Noitra attacks Ichigo repeatedly and continues targeting Nell, but no matter how badly Ichigo is injured, he keeps getting back up to protect her. Eventually, even Noitra becomes frustrated by Ichigo's determination. He tells Ichigo that he should have realized by now that he cannot defeat him. Ichigo agrees, admitting that he has no chance of winning, but declares that he will continue protecting Nell regardless. Even if victory is impossible, he refuses to back down. Watching the scene unfold, Orihime cannot help but feel moved by Ichigo's unwavering resolve and his determination to protect Nell. When Nell sees just how badly wounded Ichigo has become, something suddenly changes. In an instant, she transforms into an adult woman. Everyone is left speechless, including Nenoitra, who immediately realizes that Nell has returned to her former self. Before anyone can react, Nell grabs Ichigo and carries him away at incredible speed. Even Ichigo is stunned by how fast she moves. Nell assures him that it is now her turn to protect him and tells him to leave Nenoitra to her. As she rushes back toward the battlefield, Ichigo notices the number tattooed on her back. To his shock, it reveals that Nell was Espada rank 3, placing her above Noitra's rank 5. Without hesitation, Nell and Nenoitra clash in battle. Elsewhere, Pesce and the others sense the immense spiritual pressure being released. Renji quickly realizes that the power does not belong to Ichigo, leaving everyone wondering whose it could be. Pesce then suggests that it must be Nell, shocking the group even further as none of them expected such a revelation. The battle between Nell and Noitra continues fiercely until Noitra fires a powerful Sero. Instead of dodging, Nell absorbs the attack and immediately releases an even stronger Sero in return, engulfing Noitra in the blast. Believing she has finally defeated him, Nell returns to Ichigo. At the same time, Tesla also assumes that Noitra has been beaten and decides to release Orihime. However, to everyone's surprise, Noitra rises back to his feet. Furious, he immediately attacks Tesla for freeing Orihime. Realizing that the fight is not over, Nell prepares to face him once again. Noitra mocks her, claiming that she has been away from Las Noches for too long and should not assume that she is still as powerful as she once was. Despite his taunts, Nell remains completely unfazed and stands ready to continue the battle. Meanwhile, Granz continues creating more clones to battle Renji, Uryu, and Nell's brothers. Renji quickly realizes that the fight has become endless, as every clone they destroy is immediately replaced by another. Seeing no other option, he comes up with a risky plan. Renji unleashes a powerful technique aimed at destroying the entire area around them. As he activates the attack, his clones mirror the same action. The combined force of all the attacks is enough to bring the structure crashing down. Afterward, Granz decides to abandon his cloning ability altogether. Having grown bored of watching the clones fight, he chooses to take on his opponents personally. Renji and Uryu initially believe this might give them a better chance, but they soon realize the situation has become even more dangerous. Suddenly, Uryu finds himself trapped by Granz's ability. By the time he breaks free, Granz has already created a doll linked directly to his body. Holding the doll in his hand, Granz gains control over Uryu's physical condition, preventing him from fighting at full strength. The nightmare only worsens as Granz begins manipulating different parts of Uryu's body through the doll, causing them to malfunction at will. Enraged by what he is seeing, Renji rushes in to attack Granz. However, his anger makes him careless, allowing Granz to catch him as well and create a doll connected to his body. Now holding dolls of both Uryu and Renji, Granz begins to toy with them for his own amusement, completely controlling the flow of the battle while they struggle helplessly against his abilities. Elsewhere, the battle between Nell and Neutra continues to intensify. Despite Neutra's relentless assaults, Nell effortlessly avoids each of his attacks. Meanwhile, Dandachaka continues trying to free Pesci from beneath the massive rocks that have trapped him. However, the debris is far too heavy for him to move alone. Pesci desperately wants to know what is happening outside, but Dandachaka tells him not to worry about it, explaining that all he would see is Granz mercilessly toying with Renji and Uryu. Elsewhere, Nell continues her battle against Neutra. Seeing that she appears to be in danger, Ichigo attempts to rush in and help her. However, Orihime quickly warns him that he is not fully recovered from his injuries. Before either of them can act, Tesla steps in and blocks their path. He makes it clear that he does not want anyone interfering in the fight, as he wants Neutra to be the one who defeats Nell. In a flashback, Neutra launches another fierce attack. This time, Nell catches his weapon with her bare hands and counters with a powerful strike from her sword, sending him crashing to the ground. Believing the battle is over, Nell decides to end the fight there. However, Neutra refuses to accept the outcome. He asks Nell why she did not kill him, insisting that a true battle should only end with death. Nell remains silent and offers no answer. Seeing Neutra on the ground, Tesla asks if he is all right, but the question only angers him. Neutra snaps at Tesla, declaring that just because he cannot defeat Nell does not mean they are equals. Determined not to lose, he refuses to give up. As the battle continues, memories from the past begin to surface. Neutra recalls the day he shattered Nell's head and caused her to lose her memories of being in Espada. Back then, Nell had been searching for Pesce and Dandachaka while they were still in their original forms. During her search, she encountered Neutra, who had already defeated her companions and torn away parts of their masks. Furious, Nell moved to avenge them, unaware that Neutra had already set a trap. Working together with Granz, Neutra devised a plan to bring her down. The scheme succeeded and Neutra struck Nell's head with enough force to crack it open. As a result, she transformed into a child and lost all memory of her former life. Neutra had orchestrated everything because he could not stand the fact that Nell consistently outperformed most men on the battlefield. Now, after all these years, Nell has finally regained her memories and returned to her former self. Meanwhile, Dandachaka finally succeeds in freeing himself from the collapsed rocks. Without wasting any time, he unleashes his hidden power against Granz. The display leaves both Renji and Uryu completely stunned, as they never imagined Dandachaka possessed such strength. Then, to everyone's amazement, Dandachaka vomits out their third companion, a gigantic ally who had been hidden inside him the entire time. Renji is left wondering how Dandachaka could possibly have swallowed someone that large. Moments later, Pesce takes control of the giant and sends it charging toward Granz in a powerful attack. At the same time, Nell continues pressing Neutra in battle, refusing to give him any opportunity to regain control of the fight. Before Granz can react, he is already struck by an attack. In response, he summons the two creatures he created with his powers and sends them to battle the giant ally, while he personally decides to deal with Pesce and Dandachaka. However, to his surprise, Dandachaka effortlessly defeats both monsters right before his eyes with a single sword attack. The sight reminds Granz of his previous encounters with Pesce and Dandachaka. Even though their past battles forced them to change forms, they never stop training. Every day, they continue growing stronger for one reason alone, which is to protect Nell after she is transformed into a child. Elsewhere, Nell manages to defeat Neutra once again. Realizing that ordinary attacks are not enough, she unleashes one of her most powerful techniques, an ability she has been reluctant to use since recently returning to her adult form. The attack overwhelms Neutra, but even then, Nell chooses not to kill him. Just as she raises her sword after the battle, her transformation suddenly expires, and she reverts back into a child. Noitra is overjoyed by the turn of events. He immediately takes advantage of the situation and kicks Nell aside before turning his attention to Ichigo. He then orders Tesla to switch opponents with him. Noitra takes responsibility for watching Orihime, while Tesla is tasked with finishing off Ichigo. The moment they switch places, Tesla releases his power and transforms into a gigantic monster. He grabs Ichigo with one hand and crushes him in his grip, already exhausted and severely wounded. Ichigo is pushed to the brink of death. Meanwhile, back in Granz's battle, Pesce launches another attack, but this time it fails to affect Granz at all. Shocked, Pesce wonders what happened. Granz explains that such an attack might have defeated him if it had been used at the start of the battle. However, after everything that has happened, he has become far stronger and is now capable of countering it with ease. He immediately retaliates against them. At the same time, Tesla continues brutally overpowering Ichigo. He repeatedly slams him into the ground, leaving him barely conscious. Noitra forces Orihime to watch as the very person who came to rescue her is relentlessly beaten and torn apart. Orihime can do nothing but watch in horror, feeling completely helpless as Ichigo suffers before her eyes. After enduring countless attacks, Ichigo desperately attempts to strike back. However, Tesla catches him immediately, knocks his sword away, and resumes his merciless assault. Eventually, Noitra decides that the fight has gone on long enough and gives Tesla permission to end it once and for all. As Tesla prepares to deliver the finishing blow, he suddenly freezes. The abrupt stop shocks everyone. Even Noitra becomes wary as he wonders who could have interrupted the attack. Then, the answer reveals itself, to everyone's surprise. The one who steps in is Kenpachi. Arriving at the scene, he immediately notices that Ichigo is practically dead and has appeared just in time to save him. Tesla immediately rushes to fight Kenpachi, but Noitra warns him to run instead. Recognizing that Kenpachi is far stronger than he is, Tesla ignores the warning and charges forward anyway. In a single strike, Kenpachi cuts him down with ease. After disposing of Tesla, Kenpachi pushes Ichigo aside and turns his attention to Noitra. Confused, Ichigo asks why Kenpachi has come to save him when the Soul Society had supposedly decided not to interfere in the mission to rescue Orihime. However, Kenpachi completely ignores the question and focuses solely on the battle ahead. Elsewhere, Rukia finds herself on the verge of being killed by another Espada, seeking revenge for the death of one of their comrades. Just as the finishing blow is about to land, Captain Byakuya Kuchiki arrives and steps in to save her. At the same time, members of Squad 4 begin treating the wounded, including Chad and the injured Arankar. Meanwhile, Captain Mayuri Kurotsuchi arrives to assist Renji and Uryu in their battle against Granz. When Granz first sees him, he is confused by his sudden appearance. However, he quickly realizes that Mayuri is an ally of Renji and Uryu, making him another enemy to eliminate. Back on the battlefield, Ichigo refuses to accept being rescued and attempts to interfere with Kenpachi's fight. Fortunately, Yachiru arrives alongside Kenpachi and immediately kicks Ichigo away to keep him out of the battle. With the interruption dealt with, Noitra and Kenpachi finally begin their long-awaited clash. Meanwhile, Byakuya continues fighting the Espada. During the battle, the Espada multiplies himself into numerous copies, causing additional versions of himself to appear across the battlefield. At first, Byakuya believes there are only 2 enemies to deal with and swiftly eliminates them. However, he soon discovers that many more remain hidden among the clones. Even so, he continues cutting through them one after another. Elsewhere, Mayuri also falls victim to Granz's abilities and becomes trapped just as Renji and Uryu were before him. Watching this scene unfold, Renji and Uryu begin to fear that even their captain will suffer the same fate. Granz is equally confident, believing he now has complete control over Mayuri. However, the situation takes an unexpected turn. Even after obtaining a doll linked to Mayuri, and assuming the captain is weaker than expected, Granz discovers that Mayuri remains completely unaffected. Instead of losing control of his body, Mayuri continues acting normally. The shocking development leaves Granz completely stunned. Meanwhile, Kenpachi realizes that Noitra is no ordinary opponent. After testing his strength, Kenpachi decides to draw upon the special technique he learned from Yachiru's training, although he has no desire to use it. The intensity of the battle forces his hand. The moment he unleashes this power, Noitra is visibly shaken. Back in Byakuya's battle, the captain appears to be cornered as the original Espada closes in on him while the remaining clones keep him occupied. Believing victory is finally within reach, the Espada moves in for the kill. However, he suddenly realizes that the Byakuya he has trapped is merely a decoy. Before he can react, the real Byakuya emerges and begins unleashing the full extent of his true power. Captain Kuchiki unleashes his attack against the Espada, but it has no effect. Instead, the Espada reveals his full power, gaining the ability to attack and manipulate his opponents from a distance. Using this ability, he takes control of Kuchiki's left leg. Realizing the danger immediately, Kuchiki does not hesitate and cuts off his own leg, choosing to continue the battle on a single leg rather than allow himself to be controlled. The Espada then shifts his focus toward Rukia, but Kuchiki instantly rushes to protect her. This surprises the Espada, who cannot believe that Kuchiki is still able to move at such incredible speed despite fighting with only one leg. Meanwhile, Hanataro is desperately trying to find his way through Hueco Mundo. Although he arrived alongside Captain Kuchiki, he was left behind when Kuchiki rushed off to save Rukia. Lost and struggling against the harsh, cold environment, Hanataro spends a long time wandering before finally arriving at the battlefield. There, he is shocked to discover that Kuchiki has already lost one of his legs. However, Kuchiki immediately orders Hanataro to stay back. He explains that he cannot focus on fighting his opponent while also protecting him. With that, Kuchiki begins chanting and unleashes an enormous surge of spiritual power. The pressure is so overwhelming that everyone nearby can feel it. Even the healers treating Chad sense the immense spiritual pressure. They quickly realize that Kuchiki is not the only captain fighting at full strength. The other captains have also released their full spiritual power, proving just how dangerous the Espada truly are. Despite their concern, the healers hope the captains can win so they can treat their injuries afterward. Elsewhere, Kenpachi continues battling Nanoitra and gradually begins gaining the upper hand. His overwhelming strength starts pushing Nanoitra further and further back. Back in Kuchiki's battle, the Espada continues using his powers to manipulate parts of Kuchiki's body. This time, he takes control of Kuchiki's left arm. Once again, Kuchiki refuses to hesitate. Without a second thought, he cuts off his own arm, astonishing the Espada with his willingness to sacrifice any part of his body that becomes a liability. At the same time, Hanataro prepares to escort Rukia away from the battlefield, believing the area has become far too dangerous. However, neither of them realizes that the Espada has already taken control of Rukia. Suddenly, the Espada commands her to kill Hanataro, and Rukia unwillingly attacks him with her sword. Seeing Rukia being used as a weapon pushes Kuchiki to become even more serious. Under the Espada's control, Rukia immediately turns her blade toward him as well. Fortunately, Kuchiki manages to stop her advance by trapping her within a barrier created by his power. Then, in a surprising move, Kuchiki drops his sword, making it appear as though he has surrendered. The Espada believes he has finally won. However, that moment of confidence proves fatal. Kuchiki suddenly releases his Bankai. An overwhelming storm of power erupts across the battlefield, engulfing the Espada and devastating the entire area. Despite the destruction caused by Captain Kuchiki's Bankai, the Espada refuses to give up and somehow survives the attack. Determined to continue fighting, he launches another assault, but Kuchiki quickly overwhelms him once again. Realizing he stands no chance, Espada suddenly changes his tone and begs Kuchiki to spare his life. Kuchiki remains completely silent, offering no response whatsoever. The silence convinces the Espada that Kuchiki intends to kill him, causing him to become furious. He questions what gives Kuchiki the right to decide another person's fate, and in desperation, places his sword against Rukia's neck as a threat. To his surprise, Kuchiki calmly reveals that he never intended to kill him in the first place. However, the moment the Espada threatens his sister, he forfeits any chance of mercy. Without even needing to lay another hand on him, Kuchiki decides to end his life. As the Espada slowly dies, he offers his final respects to Aizen before taking his last breath. With the battle finally over, Kuchiki calls for Isane to come forward and treat Rukia's injuries. Meanwhile, Granz continues believing he has Captain Kurotsuchi completely under his control. Confident in his abilities, he assumes everything is proceeding according to plan. However, the situation suddenly takes a shocking turn when he realizes that Kurotsuchi should have already died from his attacks, yet the captain remains completely unharmed. Renji and Uryu are equally stunned. For much of the battle, they had believed their captain had been defeated. Once they realize that Kurotsuchi has merely been pretending all along, they feel a huge sense of relief. On the other hand, Granz begins to panic. One after another, his attacks fail to produce any results, and he quickly realizes that he is losing control of the battle. As a last resort, he takes Nemu hostage, believing she can be used against Kurotsuchi. However, Nemu calmly informs him that using her as a hostage will have no effect on her captain whatsoever. Granz refuses to believe her and continues with his plan. Before he can do anything further, Kurotsuchi finally unleashes his Bankai. The terrifying release completely changes the battlefield. Kurotsuchi's Bankai begins releasing a deadly poisonous gas that spreads throughout the area and seeps directly into Granz's body. Realizing the danger, Granz desperately attempts to heal himself using his specialized healing claws. However, instead of curing him, the poison begins destroying the claws themselves. For the first time in the battle, Granz finds himself completely overwhelmed. All he wants is a little time to recover and devise another strategy, but Kurotsuchi gives him no such opportunity. As Granz struggles against the poison, Kurotsuchi's monstrous Bankai continues advancing toward him, closing in for the kill. The healers begin treating Rukia, and she eventually regains consciousness. She is surprised to discover that it was her brother, Captain Kuchiki, who came to rescue her. However, Kuchiki immediately tells her not to overexert herself and reminds her that she needs proper rest in order to recover. Instead of focusing on her own condition, Rukia becomes concerned when she notices the severe injuries her brother has sustained. Kuchiki quickly warns her not to worry about him and insists that she conserve her strength for the far greater battle that still lies ahead. Meanwhile, Kenpachi continues his fierce battle against Noitra. With Orihime finally freed, she immediately rushes toward Ichigo to heal him. However, Ichigo asks her to tend to Nell first. Although the request puts Orihime in a difficult position, she agrees and promises that she will return to heal him as soon as she is finished. Elsewhere, Renji and Uryu believe Granz has finally been defeated after Kurotsuchi's Bankai seemingly consumes him. To their shock, Granz suddenly emerges from Nemu's body. Using one of his abilities, he manages to preserve himself by exploiting his opponent's body and effectively rebirths himself. None of them see it coming. At the same time, Renji and Yuru begin suffering from the effects of Kurotsuchi's poisonous gas. Kurotsuchi attempts to provide an antidote, but the bottle is accidentally dropped and shatters before it can be used. Even Kurotsuchi is surprised to see that Granz is still alive. Granz proudly declares that he has been reborn through Nemu's body and is now ready to continue the battle from the beginning. However, Kurotsuchi remains completely calm. Rather than showing concern, he encourages Granz to demonstrate even more of his abilities, since he considers himself so close to immortality. Confident in his newfound body, Granz unleashes additional powers and even manages to shut down Kurotsuchi's Bankai, exploiting information he gained after previously consuming part of Kurotsuchi's body. Believing he has finally turned the battle around, Granz becomes increasingly arrogant. What Granz does not realize is that Kurotsuchi has already set a trap. Kurotsuchi reveals that he has administered a special superhuman drug designed to distort the victim's perception of time and sensation. The drug had secretly entered Granz's system while he was inside Nemu's body. As a result, Granz is completely unaware that he has already been affected. Kurotsuchi then calmly strikes him with his sword. To Granz, the attack seems insignificant at first, as he cannot even feel the wound. However, the drug drastically slows his perception, causing every moment to stretch endlessly. By the time he begins to comprehend the pain and understand Kurotsuchi's explanation, his mind is already trapped within the drug's horrifying effects. Kurotsuchi explains that while Granz's abilities may prevent him from truly dying, the drug will effectively imprison him in an endless state of perception, rendering him incapable of acting for what feels like a century. Unable to escape the overwhelming effects of the drug, Granz is completely defeated. Thus, Kurotsuchi brings the battle to an end, and Granz ultimately vanishes from the battlefield. After defeating Granz, Kurotsuchi turns his attention to Nemu and proceeds to heal her. Once she recovers, he orders her to remove the massive debris trapping Nell's brothers beneath it. Nemu effortlessly carries out the task, freeing them and bringing great relief to the group. Kurotsuchi then decides to treat Uryu's injuries. However, Uryu immediately refuses, making it clear that he does not trust Kurotsuchi and wants nothing to do with his treatment. Kurotsuchi finds the reaction amusing and remarks that regardless of the outcome, Uryu should be grateful since he is offering his services for free. Uryu remains stubborn and tries to resist, but Nemu quickly restrains him, preventing any escape. As Kurotsuchi prepares a large injection for Uryu, Renji desperately asks to be treated first. He argues that he needs to get back into the fight and assist the others, who may still be battling powerful Espada. However, Kurotsuchi dismisses the concern. He explains that there is no need to rush, because the only person delaying the battle's conclusion is Kenpachi. According to him, Kenpachi has absolutely no intention of accepting help and will insist on defeating the Espada by himself. Renji is stunned by the statement. Meanwhile, Kurotsuchi's prediction proves completely accurate. Kenpachi continues battling Inoitra alone, refusing any assistance despite the increasingly dangerous situation. Throughout the fight, Yashiru remains on the sidelines and does not intervene even once. At one point, Kenpachi swings his sword at Noitra, only for Inoitra to catch the blade with his bare hand. Holding the sword firmly by its edge without suffering any damage, Noitra boasts that his Hyro is too strong for Kenpachi to cut through. Later, Kenpachi finally manages to corner Inoitra and swings again. This time, Noitra quickly dodges and slips away before the attack can land. Watching his opponent retreat, Kenpachi realizes something important. He notes that Noitra only dodges when he feels genuinely threatened, proving that there are still parts of his body vulnerable to attack. Noitra immediately rejects the claim and stubbornly insists that his body cannot be cut under any circumstances. Determined to prove his point, he launches another attack. However, Kenpachi intercepts the strike and drives his sword directly into Noitra's eye. Kenpachi remarks that he has encountered many opponents who claim to be invincible and that the eyes and throat are usually the first weaknesses worth targeting. For a brief moment, it appears as though he has found Noitra's weakness. Unfortunately, Noitra counters immediately by thrusting his hand into Kenpachi's body and injuring him. At the same time, Kenpachi discovers something unexpected. Although his sword pierced Noitra's eye, it simply passed straight through his head without causing any real damage. The inside of Noitra's head appears hollow, rendering the attack completely ineffective. Witnessing the exchange, both Ichigo and Orihime begin to worry for Kenpachi. The situation looks increasingly dangerous, and Noitra seems as monstrous as ever. Yet, while everyone else is concerned, Yachiru remains perfectly calm and continues watching without a hint of fear. Then, Kenpachi suddenly bursts into laughter. Despite being injured by Noitra and not having his eyes stabbed through, Kenpachi smiles and says he cannot help but be happy. Now that he knows Noitra will die if he can cut him, he declares that he is going to enjoy cutting him down. The two immediately resume their intense battle, and Ichigo and Orihime can clearly see that Kenpachi is now taking the fight directly to Noitra. Meanwhile, Yachiru is not surprised at all, as she fully expects that kind of response from Kenpachi. After exchanging fierce attacks, Kenpachi finally slashes Noitra across the forearm. Ichigo is thrilled to see that Kenpachi is finally able to cut him, but Noitra dismisses it as nothing more than a fluke. In response, Kenpachi casually swings his sword, creating a massive shockwave that leaves both Ichigo and Orihime stunned by the terrifying pressure it releases. Noitra suddenly lunges at Kenpachi, but Kenpachi cuts through his weapon and nicks his face as well. Kenpachi remarks that he is finally getting the hang of Noitra's hardness. He admits that he has been a little rusty and had forgotten to keep his strength in check. Thanking Noitra for the warm-up, Kenpachi charges forward. Noitra immediately fires a ranged attack, but Kenpachi swats it away with his bare hand. The display of power begins to pressure Noitra, who strikes at Kenpachi and accidentally removes his eye patch, sealing his own fate. Kenpachi's spiritual pressure instantly becomes far more dreadful as he delivers a devastating slash. Barely able to remain standing, Noitra finally realizes that the eye patch is actually a seal used to keep Kenpachi's immense power under control. Refusing to give in, Noitra releases his sword. An incredible spiritual pressure erupts around him as he transforms, gaining 4 arms, each wielding a scythe. His severe injuries also heal completely. Kenpachi becomes excited by the surge in Noitra's power, but during their clash, he discovers that he can no longer cut through Noitra's weapon. Noitra counters immediately and carves a deep slash across Kenpachi's chest. Believing Kenpachi to be dead, Noitra turns his attention to the others and decides to start with Yachiru. However, Yachiru calmly tells him to look behind him. Kenpachi suddenly reappears with even greater ferocity and severs one of Noitra's arms. Yachiru then warns Noitra to be careful because Kenpachi gets furious whenever someone tries to attack her. However, Noitra quickly regenerates the severed arm and launches another relentless assault. The two clash repeatedly until Noitra suddenly drives one of his hands into Kenpachi's stomach, causing him to cough up blood. It is then revealed that Noitra now possesses 6 arms. Watching the brutal attack, Yachiru softly mutters Kenpachi's name in concern. Ichigo and Orihime worry about Kenpachi, but Yachiru tells them not to, reminding them that this is Kenpachi's fight and that Ichigo must not interfere. Suddenly, Kenpachi bursts into laughter, completely unfazed by his wound. He excitedly declares that he has finally gotten a hole in his body, making him equal to Noitra. The battle intensifies even further as the two continue clashing relentlessly. Kenpachi accumulates more wounds and cuts, yet he only grows more excited and ferocious. Notraka cannot understand it. Despite being the one inflicting the injuries, he wonders why Kenpachi keeps coming back stronger and striking harder. Convinced that he is the strongest, Noitra is unsettled as Kenpachi becomes more imposing than ever. He launches a fierce assault and slashes Kenpachi across the neck, leaving Ichigo and Orihime deeply worried. Touching the wound on his neck, Kenpachi remarks that he might actually die at this rate. Realizing he has no choice, he decides to try kendo for the first time in a long while. He explains that the head captain made him learn it when he first joined the 13 court guard squads, but it never suited his style, so he never used it. However, he says he did learn one important thing from Kendo, which is that a sword swung with both hands is far stronger. Kenpachi then grips his sword with both hands. As Naitra charges forward, Kenpachi simply swings his blade downward. The strike unleashes an enormous shockwave and overwhelming pressure, forcing Ichigo, Orihime, and the others to shield their faces from the blast. As a result of the attack, Noitra is nearly split in half. Even Kenpachi is surprised to see that he survives. Acknowledging Noitra's strength, Kenpachi turns to leave, stating that he has no obligation to keep fighting someone who can no longer fight back. However, Noitra struggles to his feet and uses several of his remaining arms to hold his injured body together, insisting that he can still fight. The two clash one final time, and Kenpachi ends the battle with a single devastating slash. Dropping to his knees, Noitra spends his final moments looking ahead and seeing Nell open her eyes. As she gazes back at him, Noitra breathes his last breath and dies. Looking down at Noitra's lifeless body, Kenpachi cannot help but acknowledge that their battle was an absolute blast. He then casually shatters Orihime's barrier around Ichigo with a kick, grabs Ichigo and throws him aside, telling him to pick up his sword, take Orihime, and go home. Kenpachi declares that his job is finished and that the captains will handle everything from here. Ichigo tries to say something, but Kenpachi cuts him off, reminding him that he is only a substitute Soul Reaper whose duty is to protect Karakura Town. Since he has already rescued Orihime, Kenpachi insists that he should be satisfied with that. Kenpachi then asks Orihime to heal his wounds. She immediately agrees and rushes toward him, only to be intercepted by a Vasto Lord. Before anyone can react, the Arankar snatches Orihime away and effortlessly escapes both Ichigo's and Kenpachi's attacks. Orihime is brought before Aizen, who coldly tells her to remain there and watch, as he erases Karakura Town and creates the Oken. Soon afterward, Tozen activates a method that allows everyone inside Las Noches to hear his voice. He congratulates Ichigo and the others for defeating the Espada thus far, and announces that they will now proceed with their invasion of Karakura Town. He reveals that Orihime is being held in the 5th tower, and invites them to come and rescue her if they can. Tozen further explains that Orihime is no longer useful to Aizen. Since Soul Society is already aware of her ability to reject phenomena, they understand just how dangerous her powers truly are. Aizen then seals the exits that the 4 captains used to enter Hueco Mundo. With 3 captains already having defected and 4 more now trapped inside Hueco Mundo, Soul Society's military strength has effectively been cut in half. Therefore, after creating the Oken and erasing Karakura Town, Aizen intends to overthrow Soul Society itself. Hearing this, Ichigo immediately worries about Karakura Town. However, Kenpachi reassures him that the head captain has already made preparations by dispatching other captain-level officers to defend the town. Chad, on the other hand, becomes concerned about the destruction that a battle between captain-level fighters could cause in Karakura Town. Kurotsuchi then reveals the contingency plan. Through the combined efforts of Kisuke and the Research and Development Institute, they have created an exact replica of Karakura Town. The upcoming battle will take place within that replica, while the real Karakura Town, along with all of its sleeping residents, has been safely transferred to the outskirts of the Rukon district. Meanwhile, Aizen arrives in Karakura Town and comes face to face with the head captain and several other captain-level fighters. He is not surprised by their presence and calmly remarks that he already knows this is not the real Karakura Town. Nevertheless, he declares that he will kill the captains gathered there, proceed to Soul Society, and create the Oken. At his side stand his 3 Vasto Lordes along with numerous Arankars. Before the battle begins, Aizen assigns Ulquiorra to remain behind and take command of Las Noches. Back in Hueco Mundo, Ichigo wastes no time. The moment he learns where Orihime is being held, he immediately charges toward the 5th tower, where Ulquiorra awaits. Back when Aizen serves as a lieutenant under Squad 5 Captain Shinji Hirako, the captains gather and walk together while discussing recent events within the Gote 13. Captain Retsu Unohana reveals that Squad 3 has a retirement and Squad 1 has a promotion, unlike Squad 10, which recently suffered a death in the line of duty. She remarks that the current situation feels peaceful, and she considers that a good thing. Curious about the news, Aizen points out that neither he nor the other lieutenants are informed. He then asks whether Captain Kiryo Hikifune of Squad 12 has been promoted and wonders if she is joining Central 46. Captain Jushiro Yukitaki corrects him, revealing that Hikifune has instead been promoted to the Royal Special Task Force, Squad 0. Elsewhere, Yorichi Shihoan effortlessly intercepts a surprise attack from Kisuke Urahara. The two exchange a series of fierce blows, but Yorichi clearly holds the advantage. Afterward, she informs Kisuke that she is recommending him for the position of Squad 12 captain and tells him that a captain proficiency test will soon be held. Later, Yorichi returns to her residence where Soifan voices her concerns. She argues that Yorichi made a mistake by placing Kisuke in charge of the detention unit, one of the 5 divisions of the stealth force and a critical department responsible for monitoring and detaining dangerous individuals. Soifan firmly believes that Kisuke is unsuited for such an important role. However, Yorichi pays little attention to her concerns. Determined to prove her point, Soifan begins secretly observing Kisuke's activities and compiles numerous reports detailing his behavior. Eventually, Soifan arrives carrying the stack of reports, only to find Yorichi already spending time with Kisuke. Yorichi casually reveals that Kisuke will soon be taking the captain exam and wants Soifan to accompany him. She then teasingly suggests that Soifan must have feelings for Kisuke, otherwise she would not spend so much time following him around. Embarrassed, Soifan hands over all the reports she prepared, but Yorichi shows little interest in reading them. Soon after, Kisuke receives a mission involving a group of deserters. Soifan accompanies him and witnesses his abilities firsthand as he swiftly handles the situation in a remarkably short time. Not long afterward, Kisuke successfully passes the captain exam and officially becomes a captain. However, when he attends his first captain's meeting, he realizes that he is the last one to arrive. Seeing this, Hirako immediately jokes that they seem to have gained a slacker among their ranks. The head captain soon arrives and begins the induction ceremony, officially appointing Kisuke Urahara as the new captain of Squad 12. Later, Kisuke meets the members of his new squad, but the reception is far from welcoming. The squad members appear unimpressed, especially Lieutenant Hiyori Sarugaki, who openly rejects the idea of a former stealth force member becoming their captain. Despite her constant complaints, Kisuke remains unbothered. He calmly states that he now belongs to Squad 12 and warns that he will not tolerate anyone speaking badly about the squad. Even after his appointment, Hiyori refuses to accept Kisuke as her captain. The following day, Kisuke gathers the squad to discuss their objectives and future direction. However, instead of presenting a clear plan, he admits that he is still thinking about it. He explains that there is a lot he needs to understand first and asks everyone to give him a little more time. The response infuriates Hiyori, who immediately kicks him straight in the face. Later, when Shinji Hirako happens to encounter her, he also becomes a victim of her frustration and receives a kick to the face as well. Watching Kisuke spend his time relaxing and acting carefree only irritates Hiyori further. Determined to test him, she challenges him to a duel. Kisuke casually suggests that they fight barehanded instead. Hiyori immediately launches herself at him with a powerful 2-footed kick, striking him squarely in the face. Seeing this, several squad members begin to wonder if their new captain is actually weak. However, Hiyori cannot stop thinking about what happened during the exchange. She realizes that Kisuke had completely read her attack beforehand. In fact, he seemed to deliberately move his head back into the path of the kick. This leaves her wondering whether he intentionally took the hit to prevent her from embarrassing herself in front of the other squad members. That evening, Hirako visits Kisuke, knowing that he is having difficulties dealing with Hiyori. He explains that Hiyori viewed the former Squad 12 captain, Kiryo Hikifune, as a mother figure. Understanding this, Hirako advises Kisuke not to overthink the situation and simply handle things in his own way. As Hirako makes his way back later that night, he suddenly tears through a camouflage veil concealing Aizen's presence. Aizen is visibly surprised that Hirako is able to detect the illusion. He remarks that Hirako is a frightening man, but Hirako immediately responds that he was about to say the exact same thing about Aizen. The next day, Hiyori is stunned to discover that Kisuke has begun installing research tanks and scientific equipment directly inside the captain's office. She immediately starts complaining, but Kisuke casually reminds her that it is now his office and that he is merely redecorating it. After enduring another round of her outbursts, he informs her that he wants her to accompany him on a visit to the maggot's nest. Hiyori initially believes that she and Kisuke Urahara are heading directly to the maggot's nest. However, she soon realizes that they have actually entered the grounds of Squad 2, home of the Stealth Force, an organization whose origins are separate from the 13 Court Guard squads. As one of the 4 great noble clans blessed with immense Soul Reaper power, the Shihoin clan serves as the Stealth Force's supreme authority. Whenever the head of the Shihoin clan becomes a captain within the Gote 13, their squad develops close ties to the Stealth Force. As a result, Yorichi Shihoin, the current supreme commander, also serves as captain of Squad 2, placing the entire Stealth Force under her direct command. Kisuke explains that the Stealth Force is divided into 5 units, with each unit leader also serving as a seated officer in Squad 2. He himself leads the 3rd unit, the Detention Unit, whose primary responsibility is to imprison and monitor those who commit crimes within the Seirete. He then reveals that the detention unit has another important duty as special detention officers. They investigate, apprehend, and monitor members of the court guard squads whose ideas or actions could endanger other Soul Reapers or interfere with the organization's duties. Finding the explanation overly complicated, Hiyori demands a simpler answer. Kisuke responds bluntly by saying that he captures and locks up dangerous elements within the 13 court guard squads. He then leads her across the massive 54-meter-wide moat on the northwest side of the Seirete. Beyond it lies the entrance to the underground special detention facility, better known as the Maggot's Nest. Descending underground, they arrive at the area where the detainees are kept. To Hiyori's surprise, the confined individuals are allowed to move around freely within the facility. Kisuke explains that none of them have actually committed crimes. Instead, they are merely considered potentially dangerous according to the standards established by the Seirete, which is why they are imprisoned there. Kisuke further reveals that members of the court guard squads are not truly permitted to resign. Retirement is often used as a pretext for transferring individuals into confinement. He explains that the Gotei 13 is viewed as a noble institution, and according to the philosophy of Central 46, it must never publicly produce unsuitable members once they have been accepted into its ranks. As they continue through the facility, one of Hiyori's former classmates approaches her and begs for help. Moments later, a giant and intimidating prisoner attempts to attack her, but Kisuke immediately stops him. Soon, several detainees rush at Kisuke at once, only to be effortlessly defeated by him. Watching this display, Hiyori is surprised by just how capable he truly is. Not long afterward, her former classmate takes her hostage in an attempt to gain leverage. Unfortunately for him, Hiyori proves to be the worst possible hostage, responding by kicking him so hard that his already large mouth becomes even bigger. The two then descend even deeper underground, arriving at a heavily secured cell containing Mayuri Kurotsuchi. To Hiyori's shock, Kisuke offers to release him and invites him to leave with them. Mayuri initially refuses, but Kisuke explains that he believes in his abilities. He reveals that he is creating an entirely new organization under the authority of Squad 12, one that has never existed before in Soul Society. He plans to call it the Research and Development Institute, and wants Mayuri to serve as its deputy chief. Kisuke even adds that if he were ever to die, the entire organization would belong to Mayuri. Hearing this offer, Mayuri responds with an eerie smile. Elsewhere, a young Byakuya Kuchiki diligently practices his sword swings. His grandfather, Captain Genrei Kuchiki, comes to observe his training. Before long, Yoruchi appears and begins teasing the young noble. She then dashes away using Flash Step, prompting Byakuya to immediately chase after her. Meanwhile, Captain Jushiro Ukitake enjoys tea with Kai and Shiba while discussing a remarkable new prodigy. The student graduates from the Soul Reaper Academy in only a single year, matching the achievements of Byakuya. Ukitake explains that the prodigy will skip the usual process and begin his service as a seated officer immediately. Kaien happily remarks that perhaps the newcomer will take over the lieutenant position, a role he has no desire to hold. However, the prodigy is ultimately assigned to Squad 5. There, he introduces himself to Sosuke Aizen as Jin Ichimaru. Despite having already defeated Squad 5's third seat, Gin casually claims that the achievement is nothing special, all while wearing his trademark mysterious smile. 9 years after Kisuke becomes a captain, a strange incident begins to unfold. Several residents of the Soul Society suddenly disappear, with only their clothes left behind as unknown individuals absorb their souls. Earlier that day, Aizen and Hirako inform Kisuke about a series of violent incidents in the Rukon district. Many residents have vanished over the past month, leaving only their clothes behind. Hirako explains that if they had simply died and turned into reishi, their clothes would have disappeared as well. Instead, they vanished while still alive and were unable to maintain their human forms. He adds that the information comes from Captain Unohana and that Squad 9 has already been dispatched to investigate the area. Upon arriving at the scene, Squad 9 discovers a gigantic hollow attacking a group of children. One boy stays behind to protect his friends but is caught by the hollow. Captain Kensei Mugaruma quickly intervenes and saves him. After defeating the hollow, Kensei notices the boy crying and asks for his name. The boy introduces himself as Shuhei Hisagi. At the same time, Lieutenant Mashiro uncovers a pile of Soul Reaper uniforms. Kensei realizes that the advance investigation team has been wiped out by the same mysterious phenomenon. He immediately orders a subordinate to report the first Soul Reaper casualties to Central 46. He also requests assistance from Squad 2 for further investigation and orders the remaining troops to set up tents and camp for the night. Believing the enemy may eventually target the Seireitei, he decides to eliminate the threat before it can advance any further. Before leaving, Kensei tells Hisagi to return home, and the boy notices the 69 tattoo on Kensei's chest. Meanwhile, Squad 12 has been transformed into a research laboratory. Hiyori argues with Mayuri Kurotsuchi over their ranks, insisting that she is a lieutenant while he is only the third seat. Mayuri counters by claiming that as deputy chief of the Research and Development Institute, he outranks her in scientific matters. Nearby, Kisuke works on a prototype Gigai. Shortly afterward, one of Kensei's subordinates arrives with a request for assistance, prompting Kisuke to send Hiyori to the investigation site. Later that night, Squad 9 sets up camp, with 3 members standing guard. Suddenly, Kensei hears and witnesses his subordinates being killed. Before he can react, darkness surrounds him, and he is unexpectedly stabbed from behind. An emergency alarm suddenly rings throughout the Soul Society, summoning all captains to Squad 1's barracks. The disappearance of Kensei and Mashiro's spiritual pressure has triggered an emergency meeting. Upon hearing the news, Kisuke realizes that Hiyori had departed for the investigation site only moments earlier. Filled with concern, he immediately heads out, regretting that he had not gone himself. Meanwhile, Hiyori rushes toward the scene and notices a strange presence lurking within the forest. At Squad 1 headquarters, the head captain begins the emergency meeting and announces that 5 captain-class individuals must be dispatched to investigate the incident. At that moment, a breathless Kisuke arrives and requests permission to join the mission because of his concern for Hiyori. However, the head captain refuses and instead assigns 3 captains to head to the scene immediately, while giving the remaining captains defensive duties to protect the Seireitei. He also instructs Captain Unohana to prepare her medical team but refuses to send her into such an unpredictable situation. Instead, he assigns the mission to 2 specialists, Tessai Tsukabishi and Hachigen Ushoda. The assembled captains quickly realize the gravity of the situation, as both experts are being called in for support. Noticing Kisuke's anxious expression, Kyoraku suggests that his own lieutenant, Lisa Yadamaru, be sent as reinforcement. The head captain approves the proposal, and Lisa immediately departs for the scene. Confident in Lisa's abilities, Tessai withdraws from the assignment since she has taken his place. At the investigation site, Hiyori struggles against a powerful attacker. Just as she is about to be overwhelmed, Hirako arrives and deflects the attack. To his shock, he discovers that the attacker is Kensei, whose face is now covered by a hollow mask. Moments later, the other captains and Lisa arrive and are horrified to see Kensei's monstrous transformation. Without hesitation, Hirako and the others engage Kensei in battle. However, Mashiro suddenly appears behind one of them in a hollowified state and knocks him unconscious. She then targets Hirako, who is still protecting Hiyori, unleashing a relentless barrage of kicks. Although Hirako manages to block the attacks, he is steadily pushed back by her overwhelming strength. Just then, Hachigen arrives and uses powerful sealing techniques, summoning massive iron pillars that restrain Mashiro. He then casts a high-level binding spell on Kensei. For a brief moment, it appears successful, but Kensei soon shatters the binding through sheer force, leaving Hachigen stunned. Elsewhere, Kisuke secretly attempts to leave the Seireitei while disguised in a cloak. Before he can slip away, Tessai intercepts him and offers to accompany him, sensing the ominous atmosphere surrounding the night's events. Tessai admits that he is experiencing a fear beyond anything he can put into words. Captain Kyoraku is seen walking around when he notices Aizen and wonders if he is simply being paranoid. He then comes across young Nanao, who is looking for Lisa so they can read together. Kyoraku informs her that Lisa is currently on an important mission, but reassures her that she will return before dawn. Meanwhile, Lisa is struck by Kensei, who attempts to follow up with a powerful attack before Rose intervenes. Seeing the situation worsen, Hachi proposes using maximum force against Kensei to create an opening for a high-level Bakudo, though the spell could potentially affect them as well. Love immediately volunteers to lure Kensei in so Hachi can focus entirely on capturing him. Love and Lisa launch a coordinated assault on Kensei, allowing Hachi to cast a powerful Bakudo that violently restrains him to the ground. At the same time, Hirako asks Hachi to heal Hiyori, but Hiyori suddenly transforms into a hollow and launches a brutal attack against him. As the others rush to help, a dark shadow engulfs the area, and Love is severely wounded by a sword strike. Hirako quickly recognizes the attacker as Tozen when he removes his mask and demands to know why he betrayed his captain, Kensei. Moments later, Aizen and Ichimaru arrive. Aizen calmly states that Tozen has betrayed no one, insisting that he has remained completely loyal by faithfully carrying out his orders. Hirako responds that he always suspected Aizen was dangerous. which is precisely why he made him his lieutenant so he could keep a close watch on him. Aizen then reveals that Hirako's deep distrust blinded him. He explains that the person following Hirako for months was not actually Aizen, but an illusion created through the true power of his Zanpakuto, complete hypnosis, which allows him to manipulate how others perceive reality. Aizen adds that if Hirako had truly understood him, he would have noticed the difference between the real Aizen and the imposter. He further explains that while captains may choose their lieutenants, squad members also have the right to refuse such appointments. However, he accepted the position because Hirako's extreme suspicion and distrust perfectly suited his plans. As Hirako attempts to attack Aizen, a hollow mask suddenly begins forming over his face, while the same phenomenon affects the others as well. Aizen remarks that agitation only accelerates the hollowification process. Soon after, Tozen attacks Hiyori, forcing Hirako, whose face is still partly human, to defend her. Aizen is surprised to see that Hirako has retained his sanity. Realizing that remaining calm slows the transformation, Hirako steadies himself and continues fighting. Tozen attacks again, but Hirako manages to overpower him, prompting Aizen to step in personally. However, Hirako is increasingly struggling against the advancing hollowification. As Aizen prepares to strike the final blow, Kisuke suddenly arrives alongside Tasai and stops him. Kisuke quickly notices the condition of Hirako, Hiyori, and the others. He asks Aizen what he is doing there, and Aizen claims that he encountered the squad investigating the disappearing souls case and came to rescue them. Hirako immediately calls him a liar, while Kisuke also recognizes that Aizen's story is false after realizing that a hollowification experiment has taken place. Aizen remarks that he is glad Kisuke arrived that night and tells Tozen and Ichimaru that their objectives have been completed. As the three prepare to leave, Tasai suddenly unleashes a devastating Kido attack. However, Aizen effortlessly counters it with a spell of his own, despite not using an incantation. The collision creates a massive explosion, leaving Tasai shocked that a mere lieutenant could counter his Kido so easily. Despite Aizen's escape, Kisuke and Tasai quickly shift their focus to Hirako and the others, whose hollowification continues to worsen. Kisuke reveals that he may know a way to save them, though the method is nothing more than a gamble. Tasai then offers to use the forbidden techniques of time stoppage and teleportation to transport everyone to a treatment facility, fully aware of the consequences. He activates the techniques and successfully moves them all. At the facility, Kisuke explains that while researching ways to strengthen the souls of Soul Reapers, he created a substance capable of destroying and recreating the boundary between Hollows and Soul Reapers. This creation is known as the Hogyoku. He intends to use it to treat the victims of hollowification, but admits that even under the most generous estimate, the chance of success is only around 20%. The following morning, Kisuke believes the treatment has failed when Hirako and the others remain trapped in their hollow forms. As he apologizes to Tasai, a group of enforcers suddenly arrives under orders from Central 46. They accuse Kisuke of conducting hollow experiments on Hirako and the others. Although Kisuke insists that Aizen is responsible, the council rejects his claims, stating that Aizen never left the Saratai that night, and that 124 squad members and one captain have testified in his favor. Central 46 immediately delivers its verdict. Tasai is sentenced to the underground prison for using forbidden techniques. Kisuke is stripped of his spiritual powers and sentenced to exile in the world of the living. Meanwhile, Hirako and the others are condemned to be disposed of as hollows. Before the sentence can be carried out, Yoriichi suddenly appears in disguise, rescues Kisuke and Tasai, and escapes with them. Yoriichi then takes them to a secret hideout where Hirako's group is being kept. She urges Kisuke to begin treatment immediately. Kisuke instructs Tasai to place Hirako and the others under time stoppage and surround the area with multiple barriers. He then declares that within 20 hours, he will create 10 spiritual pressure concealing Gigai, one for each of them, while Yoriichi will handle herself. Determined to save everyone, Kisuke decides that they will hide in the world of the living and search for a permanent cure, promising that he will eventually find a way to reverse the hollowification. Back in the present, as the head captain and the Gotei 13 confront Aizen's forces, the Vizards finally make their move and head toward the battlefield as well. A young girl is seen being chased by a group of hollows when a sudden burst of overwhelming spiritual pressure erupts nearby. The immense force instantly annihilates the hollows, saving her before they can reach her. Meanwhile, the head captain and the other Soul Reapers stand before Aizen, Tozen, and Ichimaru. Determined to keep the battle contained, the head captain orders everyone to stay back. He then transforms his staff into his Zanpakuto and unsheathes it, releasing blazing flames. With a single swing, he creates a massive circular dome of fire that traps Aizen, Tozen, and Ichimaru inside. His goal is to isolate them so the remaining Soul Reapers can focus entirely on defeating the Espada. At the same time, back in Tower 5 of Las Noches, Ulquiorra tells Orihime that Aizen no longer has any use for her and that she is going to die. However, he notices that Orihime shows no fear. He realizes that her confidence comes from the fact that her friends have come to rescue her. Elsewhere, Ichigo races toward the tower at top speed, determined to reach Orihime. Before he can get there, he is intercepted by the Exequias and their leader, Rudabon. The large number of Exequias quickly overwhelms Ichigo with their relentless attacks. Seeing this, Renji steps in to assist him, while Chad charges into battle and takes down numerous enemies. Rukia also joins the fight and confronts Rudabon directly, using her freezing techniques to keep him occupied, knowing that every second counts. Rukia orders Ichigo to continue on alone. Without hesitation, Ichigo bursts past the battlefield and rushes toward the tower. Back inside the tower, Ulquiorra reaches toward Orihime and coldly wonders whether he should pierce her chest or her skull in an attempt to find the so-called heart she always speaks of. Just as he is about to act, Ichigo suddenly blasts through the floor and arrives before them, finally reaching Orihime's side. Ichigo immediately confronts Ulquiorra and demands that he step away from Orihime. Ulquiorra calmly replies that he already intends to do so, explaining that his duty is to guard Las Noches until Aizen returns. Since he was never ordered to kill Orihime, he has no intention of taking her life. However, he makes it clear that Ichigo is different. In Ulquiorra's eyes, killing Ichigo is the same as protecting Las Noches, and with that, he draws his sword. Ichigo is surprised to see Ulquiorra unsheath his weapon first, and asks if that means he finally considers him an equal. Ulquiorra responds that while he does not necessarily see him as an equal, he does consider him worthy of being destroyed. Without another word, the two charge at each other and clash blades. The collision releases a tremendous shockwave that tears through the area, forcing Orihime to shield herself with her powers. Meanwhile, in the fake Karakura town, Baragon sits upon a throne made of skeletons and declares that he will assume authority in Aizen's absence. Rather than searching for the enriched spirit zone hidden within Soul Society, he wonders what would happen if the pillars supporting the replica town were destroyed. Acting on this idea, he sends 4 gigantic hollows to attack the pillars that maintain the fake Karakura town. One of the lieutenants becomes alarmed, realizing that if the pillars are destroyed, the fake town will disappear and the real Karakura town will be brought back from Soul Society, turning the human world into the battlefield. However, the head captain calmly reminds him that precautions were already put in place for such a situation. The contingency plan is immediately revealed as Ikaku, Yumichika, Kira, and Hisagi appear at the locations of the pillars. Each of them effortlessly defeats one of the gigantic hollows before any damage can be done. Watching this unfold, Omaeda is stunned that everyone seemed to know about the plan except him. It is then revealed that he missed the briefing because he was busy eating snacks while his captain was explaining it. Refusing to give up, Baragon dispatches 4 Arancars to eliminate the defenders guarding the pillars. The Arancars arrive at their respective locations, and soon Ikaku, Yumichika, Kira, and Hisagi each find themselves facing a powerful opponent atop the pillars. Yumichika and Chulhorn engage in a heated argument while fighting, each insisting that the other is the uglier of the two. Their bickering eventually leads them to a simple conclusion: whoever is defeated and dies will be declared the ugly one. Chulhorn then launches a powerful slash that sends Yumichika crashing into the ground. However, Yumichika quickly reappears and taunts him into attacking again. Chulhorn obliges, but Yumichika effortlessly dodges the strike and appears behind him to counterattack. Chulhorn blocks the attack and finally acknowledges Yumichika as a worthy rival. That acknowledgement quickly turns to rage when he notices that part of his hair has been cut off. Enraged, Chulhorn releases his Zanpakuto. His transformed appearance becomes even stranger than before, causing Yumichika to burst into laughter at the sight. Chulhorn immediately retaliates, and Yumichika soon realizes that his opponent has become several times faster and stronger. A devastating punch sends him crashing into the side of the massive pillar, leaving a large crater behind. After taking the hit, Yumichika discovers that his left arm has suffered 3 fractures. The battle quickly turns against Yumichika as Chulhorn relentlessly overwhelms him. His speed and power make it impossible for Yumichika to keep up, and he continues to batter him without mercy. Chulhorn then unveils a new technique, creating a massive black dome of thorny vines topped with a white flower. He calls it Rosa Blanca, the sentence of the white rose. The dome begins releasing a mysterious gas as it seals the battlefield. Chulhorn proudly explains that Yumichika will die inside the dome without anyone ever witnessing it. The barrier blocks outside vision and completely conceals spiritual pressure, making it impossible for anyone beyond its walls to sense what is happening within. To Chulhorn's surprise, Yumichika thanks him. Breaking free with ease, he finally releases the true form of his Zanpakuto. Tendrils extend outward and wrap around Chulhorn, binding him in place while steadily draining his spiritual power. As the energy is absorbed, flower buds begin to grow along the tendrils. Yumichika explains that he normally keeps this ability hidden and has no intention of revealing it to others. However, Chulhorn's black briar dome creates the perfect environment for him to use it, since no one can see inside and no spiritual pressure can escape. With Chulhorn trapped and his power being continuously drained, Yumichika calmly states that once the flowers bloom, the battle will be over, and Chulhorn's defeat will be inevitable. The black briar dome is undone, revealing Chulhorn's defeat. In the aftermath, Yumichika calmly takes one of the flower petals and absorbs Chulhorn's remaining spiritual power. Weak and fading, Chulhorn can only remark that Yumichika was hiding a dangerous secret weapon all along and assumes it must be his Bankai. Yumichika corrects him, stating that it is not Bankai, but the true name and ability of his Zanpakuto. He then explains that, as a member of Squad 11 under Captain Kenpachi, there is an unspoken rule among them to avoid Keto-type Zanpakuto in battle. Because of this, he has always avoided revealing his true power, especially to Ikkaku and Captain Kenpachi himself. He further admits that if Chulhorn had not trapped them inside the dome, he would have never released his sword, even if it meant death. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Ikkaku is seen clashing with Pao, who blocks his attacks using only his bare hands. Pao withstands Ikkaku's relentless strikes, engaging him in a brutal close-quarters exchange. At another location, Hisagi fights Finnegan, who gradually increases his power step by step until reaching lieutenant-level strength. The fight intensifies as Finnegan adapts and pressures Hisagi with growing force. Meanwhile, Kira is engaged in combat with Aburama, who has transformed into his true form, a massive crimson bird with steel-like wings capable of crushing anything in their path. Aburama unleashes a storm of steel feathers, forcing Kira to defend and retreat while carefully analyzing the situation. Sensing Kira's movements, Aburama accelerates his attacks and closes in for a decisive strike. Kira blocks the blow, but uses the opportunity to counterattack, deliberately striking Aburama with his sword. The moment the blade connects, Aburama becomes unable to lift his wings, as their weight suddenly increases drastically. Kira reveals the ability of his Zanpakuto. Each cut doubles the weight of whatever it strikes. Realizing he has been affected, Aburama becomes enraged and accuses Kira of fighting dishonorably. Kira responds coldly that Squad 3's philosophy is to bring fear and despair into battle, and his Zanpakuto embodies that principle exactly. Without hesitation, he presses his advantage and swiftly overwhelms Aburama, bringing the fight to a decisive end. Findor unleashes a barrage of sword slashes at Hisagi, who manages to block them but is steadily pushed back under pressure. Hisagi attempts a fierce counterattack, but Findor continues to land clean hits and follows up with a volley of small Sero blasts. Hisagi dodges for a time, but eventually one of the attacks connects. Findor continues taunting him, pointing out that Hisagi is already panting while fighting someone at lieutenant level, which he claims is his own level as well. Hisagi quickly understands that Findor is trying to imply that he lacks the strength expected of a lieutenant. Without hesitation, Findor then releases his true form. Despite the power increase, Hisagi manages to stand his ground and even restrain him briefly. In response, Findor unleashes a high-pressure water stream capable of slicing through buildings and terrain. Hisagi narrowly escapes by taking to the air, but Findor follows up with a barrage of high-pressure water slashes that engulf the area. In the chaos, Hisagi suddenly breaks through the attack using his released Zanpakuto. He admits that he is not fond of its shape, describing it as something that resembles an instrument meant to reap lives. Even so, he uses it effectively, launching a series of precise counterattacks that begin to overwhelm Findor, whose movements become increasingly difficult to predict. Findor escalates further, pushing his power close to captain level and managing to chip away much of Hisagi's mask-like defenses. However, Hisagi remains composed and manages to sever part of Findor's weapon in return. Realizing the tide has turned, Findor becomes frightened and launches a desperate full power blast, but Hisagi cleanly slices through it and defeats him decisively. At the same time, Hisagi, Kira, and Yumichika notice something alarming. Ikkaku's pillar has been destroyed. This implies that Ikkaku has been defeated, a realization that shocks even the captains observing the battlefield. Yumichika becomes increasingly worried about Ikkaku and attempts to rush toward his location, but Hisagi stops him. Frustrated and unwilling to wait, Yumichika tries to force his way through, only for Kira to quickly knock him out with a thrown pill. stopping the situation before it escalates further. Because one of the pillars has been destroyed, the fake Karakura town begins to destabilize and is gradually reverting back to the real Karakura town. Meanwhile, Ikkaku is seen still fighting Powwow, attempting to counterattack but being brutally overpowered and pummeled. Powwow insists that Ikkaku is holding back and demands that he reveal his true strength. However, Ikkaku refuses to release his full power. Powwow prepares to finish him, but at that moment Captain Komamura arrives and intervenes, calling out to Iba, who acknowledges him immediately. Iba quickly deploys sealing staffs around the area, stabilizing the pillar and halting the town's reversion. He warns that the effect will hold only as long as the seals are not broken. Powwow retaliates with a powerful punch that sends Komamura flying, but Komamura recovers and draws his sword, releasing his Bankai. His Bankai manifests as a massive giant samurai matching Powwow's enormous size. The battle escalates as Powwow attacks with devastating punches, but the giant samurai effortlessly blocks and counters. In a desperate move, Powwow grabs the samurai's hands and fires a Sero at point-blank range. However, the attack is reversed back into Powwow's mouth, overwhelming him. Komamura's Bankai then raises its massive blade and delivers a finishing strike, unleashing a shockwave that spreads across the battlefield and defeats Powwow. After the battle, Iba reveals that he is aware Ikkaku possesses Bankai, but assures him he has no intention of reporting it to their captain. However, he also reprimands Ikkaku, reminding him that his duty was to protect the pillar, which was lost because he held back. Iba warns him not to let personal pride interfere with his responsibilities or undermine their mission. Elsewhere, Baragon reacts in fury upon learning that all 4 of his subordinates have been defeated. In anger, he crushes the skeleton armrest of his throne. Baragon rises from his throne, prompting his remaining 2 subordinates to urgently plead with him to sit back down, insisting they will eliminate the Soul Reapers themselves. Across the battlefield, captains and lieutenants stand ready, fully engaging their opponents. The head captain observes Baragon directly and asks if the true battle may now begin. Nearby, Kyoraku remarks that his shoulders always feel tense whenever he is near the head captain's wrath. Elsewhere, Hitsugaya and Rangiku find themselves surrounded by a female Espada and her female subordinates. Baragon orders his remaining forces to destroy the Soul Reapers, declaring that there is no place for failure or retreat. His subordinates immediately obey. Kyoraku, facing his own Espada alongside Ukitake, requests that the small Arankar girl, Lilinette, be moved away, stating that he cannot fight at full strength with her present. The Espada replies that they could simply fight while holding back, but Kyoraku counters that such a condition is unrealistic. Rangiku declares that she will handle the 3 female subordinates while Hitsugaya takes on the female Espada, who steps forward and draws her blade to face him. The head captain then commands all Soul Reapers to fight with full strength and ensure the enemy does not reach Soul Society. Omaeda and his captain engage Baragon's subordinates but struggle as they are pushed back. Meanwhile, Hitsugaya clashes directly with Haribol, the female Espada, while Rangiku faces Haribol's 3 Fraction. As the 3 subordinates begin bickering among themselves, Rangiku seizes the opening and activates her Zanpakuto, releasing a torrent of ash that engulfs them. She then manipulates the ash as an extension of her blade, declaring that anything touching it will be cut. She expands the technique into a swirling cyclone around them, warning that the first to touch it will be shredded. However, the 3 Fraction respond by unleashing Sero together, blasting the ash formation apart. At the same time, Omaeda is overwhelmed in his fight, while Soifan quickly dominates her opponent, pinning him against a wall before activating her Zanpakuto in preparation to finish the battle. Soifan's Zanpakuto ability is revealed. If she strikes the same target twice, the opponent will die. With that in mind, she charges at her opponent, but he reacts quickly and fires a Sero into the wall, creating an escape route. He then becomes significantly faster, shifting the battle into a completely defensive struggle for Soifan. Meanwhile, Omaeda swings his sword repeatedly at his opponent, but fails to land any meaningful damage. Exhausted and gasping for breath, he is easily smacked away. His opponent mocks him, saying he had originally wanted to fight Rangiku instead. Back with Soifan, she increases her attack speed even further, but her opponent keeps up with her movements and eventually kicks her hard, sending her crashing into a building. Without hesitation, he activates his Zanpakuto. At the same time, Omaeda continues complaining and provoking his opponent, only to witness him transform into his true form, a massive being with a large trunk-like structure used for devastating attacks. Omaeda is suddenly pushed into a more serious fight as the situation escalates. Soifan's opponent, Vega, also completes his transformation, becoming sharper, faster, and far more destructive. Soifan continues to evade his attacks at high speed, still insisting that his power is not enough to kill her. Unexpectedly, Omaeda suddenly gains a burst of speed and momentum, turning the tide of his own battle as he slams his opponent to the ground. However, his moment of relief is short-lived when he looks over and sees Soifan herself being overwhelmed and slammed into the ground by Vega. Omaeda rushes toward Soifan in concern, but she dismisses him, telling him not to make a fuss over something so minor. However, Omaeda can clearly see that Vega is putting serious pressure on her. He suggests they should fight together, but Soifan rejects the idea outright, viewing it as an insult to her ability. She continues facing Vega alone, engaging him in a fierce exchange. Omaeda watches in shock as Vega manages to keep up with Soifan, even appearing to gain the upper hand at moments, while she remains mostly on the defensive. He briefly wonders if she is holding back or testing the opponent, but quickly dismisses the thought, knowing her pride would not allow her to act that way or accept help. As Omaeda considers intervening again, he is suddenly struck by Nigra's massive trunk and sent crashing into a building, causing part of it to collapse. Despite the impact, Soifan remains completely unconcerned. Shortly after, Omaeda emerges from the rubble unharmed. Meanwhile, Soifan is briefly restrained against a wall by Vega, who remarks that their positions have now been reversed. Omaeda struggles as Nigre restrains his feet with his trunk and prepares a point-blank Sero. At the same time, Vega moves in to deliver a decisive strike on Soifan. In that moment, Omaeda suddenly appears and blocks Vega's attack. Vega responds by firing a Sero at him, but Soifan intervenes immediately, kicking Vega away. She becomes visibly annoyed at Omaeda for interfering and reminds him that she intentionally wanted to observe Vega's resurrection in order to properly prepare for fighting Espada-level opponents. She orders him to leave and finish his own battle, using proper stealth force principles. Soifan then fully commits to the fight, declaring that she has seen enough and will now demonstrate the true assassination technique of the stealth force. Vega, enraged, releases his full power and evolves further, but Soifan ends the fight in a single decisive movement, striking him twice in the same exact spot, front and back, activating her lethal ability and finishing him instantly. Elsewhere, Omaeda also manages to defeat Nigra. As both battles conclude, Barragan's overwhelming spiritual pressure erupts across the battlefield as he steps forward, facing Soifan and Omaeda directly. Preparing to engage them himself, Rangiku is seen panting heavily as she struggles against the combined pressure of the three female Arankar. Across the battlefield, Hitsugaya, while engaged in a fierce fight with Haribel, is aware of Rangiku's situation but remains focused as he tries to keep up with Haribel's overwhelming speed. One of the three female Arankar briefly remarks that she will take a short rest, claiming it is no contest since Rangiku is already being overwhelmed by all three. Rangiku suddenly attempts a surprise attack on her, but the Arankar blocks it and prepares a counter. Before she can respond, an explosion interrupts the exchange. Hinamori has arrived on the battlefield. Both Aizen and Hitsugaya sense her arrival immediately. Rangiku quickly checks on Hinamori, who confirms she is fine. Hinamori declares that although she is a lieutenant of Squad 5, she is currently acting to protect her fellow Soul Reapers, not as Aizen's subordinate. Rangiku acknowledges her words, and together they face the three female Arankar. The three enemies charge at them, but Hinamori traps them using a Kido formation. She then remarks that she did not expect to catch all three at once before activating the spell, releasing a massive explosion that sends a shockwave across the battlefield. Elsewhere, Kyoraku continues his battle against Stark while Ukitake observes calmly. Lilinet questions Ukitake, asking if he intends to join the fight. Ukitake replies that 2-on-1 battles are unfair. Lilinet insists that Stark is extremely strong and warns that Kyoraku might be killed. Ukitake gently thanks her for her concern, noting that she is kind. This irritates Lilinet, who challenges him to fight instead, prompting her to draw her sword in anger after he tells her she should not be on the battlefield. Back in Rangiku's fight, she expresses surprise at Hinamori's improved Kido skills. However, the three female Arankar emerge unharmed, having activated their resurrection, which fully restores their injuries. Hinamori is shocked, but Rangiku explains that Arankar resurrection also significantly boosts their power. One of the Arankar unleashes a Sero, forcing both Rangiku and Hinamori to evade as they realize the attack is far stronger than before. The three female Arankar then decide to finish the battle in one coordinated attack. They combine their powers, releasing a massive surge of spiritual pressure as they merge their offensive abilities into a single overwhelming assault. Rangiku and Hinamori immediately prepare themselves. Meanwhile, Lilinet is seen repeatedly hacking at Ukitake's sword, while Kiraku asks Stark if he is not going to stop her. Stark calmly replies that she never listens anyway and tells Kiraku he should worry more about himself than others. Lilinette then fires a Sero at Ukitake, but he effortlessly swats it away with his bare hands, stating that the attack is barely at the level of a Menos. He casually tells her to go home, which only further irritates her. Back on the main battlefield, the three female Arrancar reveal their trump card, a creature known as Ion, formed from the fusion of their left arms. The monstrous being instantly launches a devastating attack on Rangiku, leaving her unable to react in time and sending her crashing from the sky. Hinamori quickly intervenes and rescues her using Kido, but she immediately notices the severity of Rangiku's injuries. Her ribs and internal organs have been badly damaged, leaving her unable to breathe properly. As Hinamori prepares to heal her, Ion strikes again, landing a single blow that breaks nearly every bone in her body. Kira reacts just in time to pull Hinamori out of the attack's path. Kira and Hisagi then step forward to confront Ion. Hisagi acknowledges Hinamori's efforts and tells her to rest while they handle the creature. Hisagi takes command of the situation and instructs Kira to evacuate Rangiku and Hinamori. Kira hesitates, questioning whether Hisagi can handle Ion alone, but Hisagi snaps at him, reminding him that Kira's priority should be healing the injured since he is a former Squad 4 member. Kira complies and quickly creates a prism barrier, placing Rangiku and Hinamori inside, while beginning emergency treatment on Rangiku, first due to her critical condition. Hisagi keeps his distance and attacks Ion using a lightning-charged strike from his Zanpakuto, slamming it down with force. Believing he has created an opening, he moves in for a follow-up attack, but Ion narrowly evades and counters, nearly grabbing him. Ion rises again, effortlessly snapping the chains around its neck before seizing Hisagi in its massive hand. It prepares to devour him, but Iba suddenly launches a surprise attack from behind. However, Ion reveals an extra eye on the back of its head and fires a Sero directly at Iba, stopping him instantly. It then tightens its grip on Hisagi, crushing him further before throwing him aside, leaving him unable to stand. Ion continues advancing toward Kira's prism barrier, where Kira is racing against time to stabilize Rangiku's condition. Just as Ion reaches the barrier, a massive hole suddenly appears in its chest, blood erupting outward. The head captain stands revealed, calmly remarking that his subordinates should be ashamed for forcing him to appear on the front lines himself. A terrifying surge of spiritual pressure erupts, shocking Omaeda into panic, but Soifon calmly informs him that it is their head captain. Kira is also stunned as he watches the head captain stand directly before Ion, which continues striking its own punctured chest in desperation. Despite the heavy damage and continuous bleeding, Ion releases a furious roar and Kira is shocked that it is still alive. Ion then undergoes a violent evolution, its injuries rapidly healing as its body grows even larger and more monstrous, its spiritual pressure becoming overwhelmingly intense. Its right arm swells far beyond the rest of its body as it charges directly at the head captain. However, he effortlessly blocks the attack and coldly questions whether that is truly all it can do, dismissing Ion as a beast driven only by instinct to kill. Without hesitation, the head captain slightly unsheathes his blade and immediately reseals it. In an instant, Ion is sliced cleanly from head to torso and collapses to the ground. The three female Arrancar are left in shock at the overwhelming display of power. Even as the heavily wounded Ion attempts a final desperate strike, the head captain finishes it with a cyclone of roaring flames, reducing it to ash. Kira is left in awe at the sheer level of power he has just witnessed. Meanwhile, Hitsugaya unleashes multiple ice dragons against Haribel, pressing forward with direct attacks, but Haribel blocks them with ease. She comments that he has become more focused, asking if it is because he believes his subordinates are safe now that the head captain is on the field. Hitsugaya sharply rejects her words and immediately resumes his offensive. The head captain orders Kira to reinforce his barrier, just as the three female Arrancar charge at him. He acknowledges their resolve and praises their courage for attacking despite being only fragments of their full strength. In response, he incinerates their remaining arms with a technique he refers to as light burns, reducing their attack instantly. Haribel watches from afar, silently acknowledging the sacrifice of her subordinates. Haribel then opens her clothing slightly, revealing her rank as the third Espada. She immediately launches a high-speed attack, forcing Hitsugaya to attempt his bunkai, but she moves faster than he can complete it and slashes him down in a single decisive motion. Nearby, Kyoraku remarks that if Haribel is the third strongest, he expects Berrigan to be first and Stark to be second. Stark calmly reveals his true rank. He is the Primera Espada, the strongest of them all, though Kyoraku remains unfazed by the revelation. Baragan, meanwhile, continues facing Soifon and Omaeda as all three top Espada release overwhelming spiritual pressure across the battlefield, signaling the true escalation of the war. Back in Las Noches, Renji and Chad continue battling waves of Exequias before being forced to deal with a new group of hollows. Rukia finishes off the remaining Exequias and confronts Rudabon, who warns them that Ichigo's path leads only to death. He releases a massive surge of pressure as the final confrontation begins. At the same time, Ichigo continues clashing fiercely with Ulquiorra. However, he is gradually being overwhelmed. Ulquiorra questions whether Ichigo still intends to fight, reminding him that their escape routes are closing and there is nowhere left to go. Ichigo refuses to be discouraged and continues fighting with determination, declaring that he will defeat Ulquiorra and rescue Orihime no matter what. In a flashback, at Ichigo's home, Yuzu is seen preparing breakfast when Ichigo rushes out in a hurry, skipping his meal and asking her to leave it as it is, promising he will be back before noon. Meanwhile, in Soul Society, Hinamori visits Aizen, who calmly commends her writing style before she submits her lieutenant report to him. At the same time, Hitsugaya finds Rangiku drunk again and questions her about her report, reminding her that it is the lieutenant meeting day. Around them, the other lieutenants are already seated, conversing as the meeting proceeds. At Karakura High School, Mizuhiro arrives and is immediately approached by Asano, who panics over rumors that Ichigo and Chad are joining their school and might damage its reputation due to their delinquent image. Mizuhiro calmly dismisses the rumors. However, he then reveals that class assignments have been posted, and it turns out Ichigo and Chad have been placed in the same class, causing Asano to panic even further. Orihime arrives at class looking for Tatsuki, but Tatsuki launches a surprise attack, which Orihime easily blocks, stating she can no longer be caught off guard. Chizuru then attempts to ambush Orihime, only to be kicked away by Tatsuki, leading to their usual bickering. Ichigo is seen talking to a young ghost girl while passers-by ignore him, assuming he is talking to himself. Back in Soul Society during the lieutenant meeting, Rukia is recommended for a position to gain more field experience as a Soul Reaper. At the same time, discussion begins about promoting Renji to Lieutenant of Squad 6. Rukia is informed that she will be assigned a one-month mission to Karakura Town. She does not inform Byakuya. Expecting only a cold rejection, Ukitake offers to inform Byakuya on her behalf so she can leave without worry. Renji is handed his official lieutenant appointment letter. Ikaku asks if he will tell Rukia, but Kira urges him to hurry, revealing that Rukia is about to depart for the human world. Renji refuses, insisting he will only tell her after she returns from her mission. Later, Ichigo and Chad cause a disturbance while dealing with local bullies. Asano is terrified, while Mizuhiro calmly introduces himself to them. In the chaos, Asano is being beaten, prompting Ichigo to ask Mizuhiro to come up with a believable excuse in 5 minutes, so they won't get suspended for intervening. Back to the present, Ichigo continues battling Ulquiorra while Chad and Renji fight off the endless wave of Arankars. They work together efficiently, with one handling the current enemies while the other clears the newly arriving ones. Soon, a gigantic Arankar appears, reminding them of a similar one they faced before. They recall that its weakness is water, and remember how Rukia used her ice powers to defeat the previous one. With Rukia absent, they are unsure of what to do, so Renji charges in and attacks the giant Arankar. To his surprise, after stabbing its stomach, his sword becomes stuck. Before he can react, the Arankar releases a burst of intense flames. Although they survive the attack, Renji is shaken. Fortunately, Chad helps him pull his sword free. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra compliments Ichigo on how much stronger he has become and wonders what drives his growth. He questions whether Ichigo's motivation comes from protecting his friends or from fighting for Orihime. Back in the battle, Chad attacks the giant Arankar again and successfully severs one of its arms. Renji celebrates, believing they have finally defeated it, but their hopes are crushed when the Arankar instantly regenerates its arm. The sight leaves them stunned. At the same time, Ichigo's fight against Ulquiorra begins to improve. He can now read Ulquiorra's movements and feels as though he is becoming more like a hollow, while Ulquiorra is becoming more like him. This new understanding allows him to dodge Ulquiorra's attacks no matter how fast they come. Elsewhere, Renji launches another assault on the giant Arankar and tells Chad to stay back, convinced that he can handle it alone. Instead, Chad uses his attack on the Arankar, weakening it and drawing its attention toward himself. Believing Chad to be the main threat, the Arankar focuses entirely on him, allowing Renji to strike from behind without being noticed. This time, they successfully bring it down, though even more smaller Arankars soon emerge. Meanwhile, Ichigo continues blocking Ulquiorra's relentless attacks, but Ulquiorra's speed keeps increasing, making it difficult for him to keep up. Just as Okiura is about to land a decisive sword strike, Orihime quickly activates her barrier, shielding Ichigo from the attack and buying him valuable time. Meneli and Loli make their way toward Orihime, with Loli still resentful of the special treatment Aizen once gives her. Meanwhile, Okiura questions Orihime about why she chooses to shield Ichigo from his attack. He asks if it is because Ichigo is her friend, and Orihime insists that she has to protect him. Okiura then points out that she did not interfere during his earlier attacks and wonders why she suddenly decides to act now. Seeing Okiura's attention shift toward Orihime, Ichigo quickly calls him back into the fight. He thanks Orihime for helping him but warns her to stay back so she does not get hurt. The battle resumes as Ichigo unleashes a Getsuga attack at Okiura. Although Okiura blocks it, he is surprised by the strength behind the attack. As Orihime anxiously watches the fight, Loli and Menoli arrive behind her, and Loli immediately grabs her. Due to the intensity of his battle, Ichigo fails to notice what is happening. Chad, however, spots Orihime's situation and alerts Renji. Realizing she is in danger, they decide they must quickly finish off the remaining Arancars so they can rescue her. Suddenly, the Arancars around them are wiped out in an instant. Looking up, they discover that Uryu has arrived. He apologizes for being late and reveals that he is already aware of Orihime's predicament. When the others wonder why Ichigo is not rushing to save her, Uryu explains that Ichigo is fully occupied by the overwhelming spiritual pressure of the opponent he is facing. At that moment, Ichigo finally notices that Orihime is in trouble and immediately tries to attack Loli. However, Okiura blocks his path. Although Okiura has no interest in supporting the girls, he refuses to let Ichigo leave the battle. Encouraged by this, Loli becomes even bolder in tormenting Orihime. Meneli, however, admits that she does not want to harm Orihime, which only angers Loli further and pushes her to continue the abuse alone. Suddenly, a powerful disturbance shakes the area. When the dust settles, Yami appears eager to fight Ichigo himself. He attempts to join the battle, but Okiura stops him. Instead, Okiura orders him to deal with the girls surrounding Orihime, making it clear that he does not want anyone interfering in his fight. Yami immediately attacks, leaving both girls defeated and Orihime alone. Despite everything that has happened, Orihime chooses to heal Loli. Loli is stunned that Orihime would save her after knowing she came with the intention of killing her. Witnessing this act of kindness, Yami turns his attention toward Orihime. Wanting to repay the favor, Loli bravely attacks Yami in an attempt to protect Orihime, but Yami easily overwhelms and defeats her. Yami then moves toward Orihime once again. Ichigo desperately tries to reach her, but Okiura continuously blocks his path and tells him that he must defeat him first if he wants to save her. Just as Yami is about to lay a hand on Orihime, Uru arrives and fires an arrow into Yami's shoulder. As Ichigo turns toward him, Uru immediately tells him not to lose focus. He orders Ichigo to continue fighting Okiura while he handles Yami himself, confidently assuring him that he can win. Yami immediately retaliates against Uru and slams the ground with tremendous force, creating a massive crater. Uryu narrowly avoids the attack and quickly begins thinking about Orihime's safety. To keep her away from the battle, he suggests that they continue their fight on a lower floor. Ichigo questions whether Uryu can handle Yami alone, but Uryu confidently assures him that he will be fine. Yami also agrees, finding Uryu to be an interesting opponent, and the two head underground, where their battle continues. Meanwhile, Okiura keeps pressuring Ichigo to activate his hollow mask and fight at full strength. He cannot understand why Ichigo refuses to use his full power, and wonders if Orihime is the reason. Ichigo denies it, but elsewhere, Uru reaches the same conclusion. He believes Ichigo is holding back because Orihime would not be able to withstand the immense spiritual pressure released by his full power. At the same time, Rukia continues her difficult battle against an enemy capable of creating endless clones. The number of copies keeps increasing, gradually pushing her beyond her limits. Meanwhile, Uri realizes that his regular attacks are doing little damage to Yami. Determined to end the fight, he unleashes one of his strongest techniques. This time, the attack proves effective, and Yami cries out in pain as the damage finally begins to show. Elsewhere, Rukia finds herself overwhelmed as multiple clones attack her simultaneously. Believing she is about to die, she prepares for the worst. Fortunately, Renji and Chad arrive just in time and rescue her. Renji helps clear away the surrounding clones, and for a moment, they believe the battle is over. However, their opponent soon reappears and confidently declares that no matter how many allies come to Rukia's aid, the outcome will remain the same. Renji and Chad ask Rukia how she has been dealing with the enemy all this time, and after hearing her explanation, the three of them join forces, determined to claim victory together. Meanwhile, Uryu gains complete control of his fight against Yemi. Yemi struggles to land any meaningful attacks, and with the battle seemingly won, Uryu decides to return to Orihime. However, Yemi stubbornly pursues him, unknowingly falling into a trap Uryu has prepared. As Yemi gives chase, the floor beneath him collapses. Earlier, Uru had already destroyed the support pillars on the lower levels, causing Yemi to crash through one floor after another and continue falling toward the bottom of the structure. Back above, Ichigo and Orihime hear the constant crashing sounds and fear that Uru may be in danger. Their worries quickly disappear when Uryu returns completely unharmed. With Orihime now safe, Ichigo entrusts her to Uryu's protection and finally grants Ulquiorra's request by releasing his full power. Satisfied, Ulquiorra departs, and Ichigo immediately follows him to the roof of Las Noches. The moment they arrive, the tremendous spiritual pressure they release can be felt throughout the fortress. Rukia, Renji, Chad, and even their enemies sense the overwhelming power, realizing that Ulquiorra has reached the top of Las Noches. Once there, Ulquiorra explains why he brings Ichigo outside. He reveals that if he releases his true power within Las Noches, the fortress itself could collapse. Having created enough space for an unrestricted battle, Ulquiorra finally unleashes his ultimate transformation. Without hesitation, he attacks Ichigo. The difference in power is immediately apparent, as a single strike leaves Ichigo badly wounded. In that instant, Ichigo realizes just how terrifying and overwhelming Ulquiorra's true strength really is. Meanwhile, Uru remains confident that Ichigo will emerge victorious and reassures Orihime of that belief. Orihime, however, cannot calm her fears. Deeply worried about Ichigo, she asks Uryu to take her to his location. At the same time, her fears begin to prove justified. Ulquiorra overwhelms Ichigo and tells him that despite all his growth, his power still does not surpass that of a human. Ulquiorra admits that he once considered Ichigo unusually strong, but the ease with which he now dominates him convinces him that Ichigo remains far below the level of the Hollows. Ichigo responds by admitting that he has known from the beginning that Ulquiorra is stronger than him. Even so, he refuses to surrender. Despite his determination, every attack he launches is effortlessly crushed by Ulquiorra, who breaks through his techniques without difficulty. As Ichigo struggles to remain standing, Ulquiorra unveils his true form, the visage of true despair. The transformation releases an overwhelming spiritual pressure that dwarfs everything seen before. Meanwhile, Uru and Orihime continue making their way toward the battlefield when they suddenly sense the terrifying Reiatsu. Uru is shocked by its presence, realizing that it is unlike anything he has ever felt before. Ulquiorra then reveals a shocking truth to Ichigo. He explains that among all the Espada, he alone possesses a second release form. He further reveals that he has never even shown this power to Aizen himself. Hearing this, Ichigo is visibly shaken. Despite witnessing Ulquiorra's overwhelming transformations, Ichigo still refuses to give up. Ulquiorra notices that no matter how badly he is beaten, Ichigo never drops his sword. From that unwavering resolve, he concludes that Ichigo still believes he can win. Wanting to destroy that hope completely, Ulquiorra decides to show him the full extent of his power. He becomes determined to reduce Ichigo to nothing, if that is what it takes to break his spirit. Before Ichigo can even think about defending himself, Ulquiorra launches another devastating assault. The speed is so overwhelming that Ichigo has no chance to react. Ulquiorra quickly gains control of the battle and seizes Ichigo with ease. At that very moment, Orihime and Uryu finally arrive at the battlefield. Orihime is horrified by the condition she finds Ichigo in and can barely process the sight before her. Ulquiorra notices her arrival and coldly tells her to watch as he takes the life of the person who came to save her. The statement fills Orihime with terror. Unable to bear what she is witnessing, she desperately begs Ulquiorra to stop. But Ulquiorra still holds on to him. Ulquiorra eventually leaves Ichigo behind, and Orihime immediately rushes to his side. Even after Ulquiorra warns her that Ichigo's condition is too severe to be treated, she refuses to give up on him. Meanwhile, Uryu steps in to buy time by attacking Ulquiorra from a distance while hoping Orihime can heal Ichigo. However, none of his attacks are effective, as Ulquiorra effortlessly brushes them aside. Whenever Uryu tries to close the distance, he is quickly wounded because Ulquiorra's speed far surpasses his own. At the same time, Orihime becomes increasingly confused and desperate as Ichigo lies motionless before her. She repeatedly uses her healing powers, but he shows no sign of life. As frustration overwhelms her, she notices that Uryu is barely holding his own against Ulquiorra. Knowing that Uru is counting on her to restore Ichigo so he can rejoin the battle, she becomes even more distressed when nothing changes. Finally, she cries out in desperation, Suddenly, Ichigo rises to his feet in a completely different form. Ulquiorra immediately questions who he is, but the transformed Ichigo gives no response and launches straight into an attack. This time, Ulquiorra struggles to defend himself as the overwhelming power behind the attacks is no longer human, but hollow-like in nature. The force of the battle is so immense that even Uryu and Orihime can barely withstand the shockwaves. Orihime can hardly believe that the monstrous figure before her is truly Ichigo. Before Ulquiorra can react, one of his arms is severed. Although he quickly regenerates it, he realizes that defeating this version of Ichigo will not be easy. Ichigo continues his relentless assault without pause. When Ulquiorra strikes with his sword, Ichigo stops the attack with his bare hand, leaving Ulquiorra stunned. As the battle continues, Ulquiorra realizes that Ichigo's speed has reached a Sunito level that he can barely follow. The overwhelming difference soon becomes clear as Ichigo completely overpowers him. Even after securing victory, Ichigo does not stop and moves to finish him off entirely. Uryu and Orihime watch in shock, unable to believe that Ichigo is willing to kill his opponent. Ulquiorra, however, expects this outcome. Seeing Ichigo transformed into a hollow-like being and unwilling to live with the shame of defeat, he accepts death, and Ichigo ultimately ends him. Rukia, Renji, and Chad continue battling their opponent as he keeps creating more clones to overwhelm them. Realizing they cannot keep fighting endless copies, they work together on a plan. Rukia launches an ice attack while Renji and Chad rush in to keep the enemy occupied. As he focuses on defending against their assaults, he fails to notice Rukia's true objective. Her attack freezes his wings, the source of the clones, and destroys them before he can react. With his wings gone, the trio finally eliminates his ability to create more enemies and can focus solely on defeating him. Meanwhile, Uryu cannot bear watching Ichigo attempt to tear apart Ulquiorra's fallen body. He grabs Ichigo's arm and tries to calm him down, but Ichigo no longer appears to be in control of himself. Instead of listening, he strikes Uryu with his sword. Orihime is horrified by what she sees and blames herself for the situation. She believes that if she had not cried out earlier, Ichigo would never have transformed into this terrifying form while trying to save her. Soon afterward, Ichigo suddenly begins returning to normal. At that moment, Ulquiorra, whom everyone believes to be dead, launches one final attack. Ichigo's hollow mask disappears, and he collapses to the ground. Orihime immediately rushes to his side, and before long, he regains consciousness. As he awakens, he notices Uryu's injuries and questions whether he was responsible for them. He also realizes the terrible condition Ulquiorra is in. When Ulquiorra challenges him to finish their battle, Ichigo's conscience refuses to accept such an unfair fight. He even asks Ulquiorra to injure him so they can continue on equal terms. However, Ulquiorra soon realizes that his body can no longer move properly and that the battle is already over. Accepting his fate, he abandons the fight and gradually fades away into nothingness while Ichigo, Orihime, and Uryu silently watch his final moments. Just as Rukia, Renji, and Chad believe they have finally defeated their opponent, Yami suddenly appears. Sensing that Ulquiorra has been defeated, he arrives on the battlefield. He reveals that he wanted to assist Ulquiorra earlier, but Ulquiorra refused his help, now filled with anger. Yami decides to take on Rukia and her allies himself. The group is shocked to see that he has grown much larger than the last time they encountered him. Despite this, they stick to their usual strategy and launch a combined assault. However, Yami easily powers through their attacks, showing just how much stronger he has become. Meanwhile, Hitsugaya remains locked in battle against the third Espada, while the other captains continue fighting their own opponents across the battlefield. Nearby, Rangiku still lies unconscious on the ground as Kira focuses on treating her injuries. Elsewhere, Captain Soifan continues her fierce battle when her lieutenant suggests using the limiter release to quickly eliminate their opponent. However, Soifan explains that the situation is not that simple and that such a solution will not work. As Kira observes the ongoing battles, he becomes increasingly worried about the captain's chances. The head captain reassures him, telling him to concentrate on healing Rangiku and to have faith in everyone fighting. Encouraged by those words, Kira returns his full attention to treating Rangiku. Back in the battle against the third Espada, Hitsugaya appears to be struck by a devastating attack that slices him in half. Believing she has finally won, his opponent lets her guard down. However, she soon discovers that she is only cut through an ice clone. Shock spreads across her face when the real Hitsugaya suddenly appears unharmed behind her. With his deception revealed, the battle continues once again. Hitsugaya continues his battle and explains that he can freely control his ice powers. However, his opponent decides to demonstrate her own abilities. Since her power is based on water, she unleashes streams of superheated water that melt much of Hitsugaya's ice. The unexpected counter catches him off guard, but he refuses to back down. The Espada keeps up her relentless assault, but Hitsugaya uses his speed to evade her attacks. While focusing on escaping, he fails to notice that she has moved directly behind him. She suddenly fires a Sero at close range, and only then does he realize the danger. Despite the surprise attack, he manages to escape without suffering serious damage. Growing tired of watching him dodge, his opponent decides to end the fight once and for all. Hitsugaya, however, realizes that she has been waiting for the battlefield to become completely flooded so she can fight at full strength. Understanding her strategy, he begins searching for a way to counter it. Eventually, he considers releasing his Bankai, despite never having used it in such a situation before. Just as he prepares himself, he senses Kira's spiritual pressure below, where the wounded are being treated. Hitsugaya immediately realizes that releasing his Bankai could endanger his injured allies. The thought causes him to hesitate, and his opponent quickly takes advantage of the opening by launching another massive water attack. Forced to respond, Hitsugaya fights back, but he still refuses to use his Bankai for fear of harming those below. His opponent mocks his resistance, claiming that his weakened attack has no chance of overcoming her power. Even so, Hitsugaya continues pressing forward. To her surprise, he breaks through her attack and manages to push back against it. Although he suffers injuries in the process, she is stunned that he was able to overcome such overwhelming force. Confident that his wounds will prevent him from challenging her again, the Espada declares that he can no longer fight her head-on. Hitsugaya immediately rejects that claim. Rising back to his feet, he reveals that his control extends to all forms of water, not just ice, and prepares to continue the battle. Halibel continues insisting that Hitsugaya's injuries prevent him from fighting at full strength. Hitsugaya calmly responds that being wounded does not stop him from controlling his powers. Before continuing their battle, he asks for her name. The two briefly introduce themselves, with Halibel revealing her name and Hitsugaya doing the same. With the introductions over, the battle resumes. Hitsugaya begins gathering his power and warns Kira to move away from the area so he will not be caught in the attack. Meanwhile, Kira remains focused on healing the wounded below. As Hitsugaya finally releases his full power, an enormous surge of spiritual pressure spreads across the battlefield. The force is so great that even another Espada battling one of the captains senses it from afar and wonders who is responsible. Before Halibel can react, Hitsugaya's technique takes effect. Ice rapidly forms around her and completely traps her within it. The attack overwhelms her, and she is ultimately defeated. The nearby Espada is stunned that someone like Hitsugaya managed to bring down Halibel. Elsewhere, the battle between Captain Soifon and her opponent intensifies. The Espada increases his assault, forcing Soifon onto the defensive, realizing they need a new approach. She quickly regroups with her lieutenant, Omaeda, and devises a strategy. The plan is for Omaeda to distract their opponent while she delivers the decisive attack. However, their opponent quickly sees through the plan and suddenly targets Omaeda instead. Seeing the danger, Omaeda prepares to confront him alone, but Soifon stops him, pointing out that he is no match for such an enemy. Omaeda responds that she is no match either. Despite the risks, Soifon steps forward and faces the Espada by herself. The Espada then unleashes his deadly technique, the Breath of Death, which begins slowly destroying one of Soifon's arms. As the decay spreads, Soifon realizes that it could consume her entire body if left unchecked. She immediately orders Omaeda to sever the infected arm. Though reluctant, he eventually carries out the painful task and cuts it off before the technique can spread any further. Watching everything unfold, the Espada realizes something unexpected. Despite her fearless reputation, Soifon's desperate decision to sacrifice her own arm reveals that she, too, fears death. Soifon initially has to fall back from the fight, and Omaeda steps in to hold off the Espada for a short time. While regrouping, Soifon tries to figure out what to do next. Omaeda then suggests that they should fight together and combine their efforts to defeat the Espada. Soifon refuses at first, but Omaeda continues insisting, genuinely trying to help out of concern and loyalty. Eventually, Soifon agrees in a way that makes Omaeda misunderstand her intent. She tells him she will leave the Espada to him alone, which shocks him. He quickly clarifies that he meant teamwork, not fighting solo. But before he can correct the misunderstanding properly, Soifon already leaves the area, flying off and abandoning him on the battlefield. Only then does Omaeda fully realize the situation he has been put in. He is now alone against the Espada. Omaeda tries to stall by launching attacks, but the Espada easily breaks through all of them without effort. Realizing the overwhelming difference in strength, Omaeda immediately turns and runs, choosing survival over confrontation as he is completely outmatched. Elsewhere on the battlefield, another captain is engaged in a separate fight with a different Espada. At the same time, Ukitake is dealing with the Espada's subordinate, ensuring the fight does not spill over into the others. The captain tells the Espada that neither side wants their subordinates killed, but it becomes clear that Ukitake has the upper hand against the subordinate. This makes the Espada uneasy as he worries Ukitake might finish her off, but the captain reassures him that Ukitake would not do something like that. Back with Omaeda, the Espada grows bored of his constant retreat as he keeps running without fighting back. When Omaeda is finally caught, the Espada unleashes his Breath of Death ability on him, repeating the same deadly technique used earlier against Soifan. Meanwhile, the Espada fighting alongside Ukitake explains that she and her group are different from the other Espada the captains have faced so far. The captain realizes this and begins considering how to use that information to his advantage in battle. Omaeda continues desperately running, terrified of the deadly gas, remembering what it did to Soifan earlier. The Espada, also frustrated by the endless chase, uses the attack not just to kill him, but also to draw Soifan out. Soifan, however, remains hidden as she gathers herself and prepares for a decisive return. Just as the Espada prepares to finish Omaeda, Soifan suddenly reappears and activates her Bankai. The Espada is momentarily stunned. Seeing Bankai for the first time, Soifan declares that she originally did not want to use it, but now she has no choice. Despite the heavy strain the massive weapon puts on her body, she prepares and unleashes its devastating attack directly at the Espada. Across the battlefield, chaos spreads as multiple captains sense the overwhelming presence of Soifan's Bankai. The sheer pressure of the release distorts the surroundings, and even Soifan struggles to maintain control over its power. A violent wind sweeps across the area, knocking Omaeda back into a wall, while Soifan herself is barely able to stand her ground. The force of the Bankai tears through her bindings and drags her movement off balance as she is pushed by its destructive energy. Omaeda quickly realizes she is in danger from her own attack. He rushes forward and positions himself near the impact zone, catching Soifan before she is thrown further into harm's way. In doing so, he protects her from injury and holds her steady as the storm of power subsides. Despite everything, Soifan remains focused only on one thing, confirming whether the Espada has been defeated. Once the dust clears, Omaeda points out that the Espada is already collapsing and burning out from the attack. Elsewhere, Captain Kiraku's battlefield also escalates as the Espada he is fighting releases a powerful aura, drawing attention to the nearby clashes. The Espada, sensing the immense spiritual pressure earlier, asks Kiraku whether his Bankai is stronger than what they all just felt. Kiraku does not give a direct answer, but instead compares it to Hitsugaya's power, stating that he is still stronger than Hitsugaya. The Espada takes this as a challenge and prepares to fully engage. Kiraku calmly sends his kimono toward Ukitake, signaling that the opponent is finally ready for a serious fight. The Espada then calls out to his subordinate, Lilinet, reminding her that they are one and must fight together. In response, Lilinet merges with him, transforming into his weapon in the form of a gun. Kiraku is briefly surprised when he realizes that Lilinet is still conscious and speaking through the weapon. The battle begins in full force between them. However, Ukitake suddenly interferes, firing a Sero toward the Espada mid-fight. Both Kiraku and the Espada are taken off guard by the unexpected intervention. Kiraku questions why Ukitake interferes in his battle, and Ukitake calmly explains that he stepped in because he could see Kiraku was facing two opponents alone. He considers it unfair for one captain to be outnumbered, so he joins the fight to balance the situation. Meanwhile, the Espada shark notices that Ukitake has managed to counter his attack using Sero. Confused, he demands to know how Ukitake was able to replicate his technique. Ukitake simply warns him that if he fires again, he will understand. Shark immediately tests this by firing once more, only for Ukitake to counter it again, finally revealing the secret behind his ability. Shark quickly concludes that Ukitake's technique must have a limit, and he plans to overwhelm him with continuous attacks. However, before he can carry out his strategy, Kiraku suddenly disengages and moves to create distance, intending to disrupt Shark's focus. This forces Shark to shift attention back to Kiraku, who tries to keep him from closing in, knowing that Shark becomes more dangerous at close range. Just as Shark believes he has closed the gap and prepares to fire, he realizes too late that Ukitake has already intercepted and countered again. At the same time, Kiraku uses the distraction to reposition himself closer to Shark. In response, Shark unleashes his full power, releasing a massive surge of spiritual pressure that is felt across the battlefield. Komamura, who is guarding Kira and the wounded captains, senses the overwhelming energy, and Kira also reacts in shock as they try to identify its source. Suddenly, Wonder Weiss appears on the battlefield, shocking everyone present. Immediately after his arrival, the previously defeated Espada began to reappear and recover, including Halibel and others who had been taken down earlier. Shark informs Kyoraku that Wonderweiss's presence can only mean one thing. Aizen has grown impatient and is ready to make his move. Kyr's tells Komamura to join the other captains in battle. However, Komamura insists on staying behind to protect him. Kurs points out that if all the captains are defeated, the wounded survivors will eventually die as well, so he urges Komamura to go and help the others instead. After breaking free from Aizen, Shinji goes to meet the head captain. Seeing that they are fighting against Aizen, the head captain asks if Shinji and his companions have become their allies. However, Shinji makes it clear that they are not allies of the Soul Reapers. He states that they are simply Aizen's enemies and Ichigo's allies. The answer surprises the head captain, and Shinji immediately disappears to reunite with his comrades. Just then, a massive creature emerges from a dark source of power and begins releasing large numbers of Gillians onto the battlefield. Shinji and his group decide to take them down one by one, and during the fight, they even make use of their hollow powers. Some of the captains suggest joining forces with them, but they refuse the offer. Meanwhile, one of Shinji's comrades decides to eliminate the creature responsible for spawning the Gillians. Using his ability called Hero, he launches a single attack at the monster. The creature explodes instantly, leaving everyone on the battlefield completely shocked, with Halibel determined to resume her battle with Hitsugaya. Hitsugaya asks Shinji's two female allies to help him fight the Espada while he goes after Aizen. However, one of them immediately refuses, explaining that they also come primarily to deal with Aizen and cannot allow him to take on that task alone. While they argue, Lisa wastes no time and charges straight at Halibel. Once the argument ends, Hitsugaya and the other girl join the battle as well, turning it into a 3-on-1 fight against the Espada. Elsewhere, Shinji's other comrades take on another Espada, Stark. Facing multiple opponents at once, Stark is forced to increase the speed of his attacks, firing at several enemies simultaneously to keep them at bay. Meanwhile, Halibel continues to endure the relentless assaults coming mainly from Hitsugaya and Lisa. Watching the battle unfold, Jin comments to Aizen that Halibel is holding her own remarkably well despite being outnumbered 3-1. However, before the conversation can continue, Shinji arrives and directly confronts Aizen himself. At the same time, Soifon and Omaeda continue struggling against their opponent. The tide begins to turn when one of Kisuke's allies arrives to assist them. He first erects a powerful barrier in front of the Espada, preventing the enemy's attacks from reaching them. Confused by what is happening, the Espada watches as more barriers appear around him, gradually restricting the space available for movement. With the trap complete, the ally instructs Soifon to use her Bankai. Having already prepared the necessary support, he ensures the attack can be launched successfully from a long distance. Before the Espada realizes what is happening, the missile is fired. With no room left to dodge and no opportunity to counterattack, the enemy is struck directly and defeated. Immediately afterward, Shinji points out to Jin and Aizen that one of their subordinates has just been killed. Despite the news, Aizen remains completely unfazed. He simply turns his back on Shinji and offers no response. After the battle, Soifon falls from the sky, but before she can hit the ground, Omaeda rushes beneath her and breaks her fall with his own body. Once she regains her footing, she tells Omaeda and the man who helped them that she has already reached her limit. She explains that her Bankai is normally meant to be used only once every 3 days, yet she has been forced to use it twice in a single day. All she can do now is hope the fight is finally over. Meanwhile, their ally cannot hide his admiration for the incredible power of her attacks. Unfortunately, the battle is far from finished. To everyone's shock, the Espada is still alive, and the barriers surrounding him begin to crack apart. The sight terrifies Soifon, who cannot understand how he is still capable of moving after taking such devastating attacks. The Espada then reveals the truth, claiming that he is immortal and the true king of Hueco Mundo. Considering himself a god, he refuses to accept defeat so easily. Despite this revelation, Kisuke's ally launches another attack. This time, part of the Espada's body disappears, but he still remains alive. Seeing this only makes Soifon even more anxious. In a flashback, Aizen and Jin previously visit the king of Hueco Mundo in his chamber. Aizen attempts to manipulate him by promising him a place in the new world he plans to create. However, the king sees through the deception. Having long held a grudge against Aizen for taking his throne, he declares that his only goal is revenge and reclaiming what was stolen from him. He rejects Aizen's offer outright and orders his subordinates to eliminate everyone who accompanies him, which they promptly do. Back in the present, the remaining fragment of the king's power continues raging, where Soifon and the others are standing. Consumed by hatred, He vows to hunt Aizen forever for stealing everything that once belonged to him. Eventually, however, his existence fades away completely, leaving only his crown behind. Everyone watches in silence as the crown falls to the ground and shatters before their eyes. Meanwhile, Shinji turns his attention to Jin and engages him in battle. He declares that once he defeats Jin, he will move on to fight Aizen as well. At the same time, Stark finds it strange that nobody is talking about the death of the Segunda Espada. Looking around the battlefield, he notices one of his injured comrades. However, he calmly admits that he is not the type of person who seeks revenge for fallen allies. Stark continues his battle against one of Shinji's comrades while Lilynette refuses to let him waste any time. Acting as his gun, she begins firing attacks directly at their opponent. Stark tries to calm her down and tells her not to be so aggressive, but she ignores him. Eventually, their opponent catches up to them and realizes that the gun Stark is carrying can actually talk. From that moment on, he stops targeting Stark and focuses all of his attacks on Lilynette instead. This surprises Stark, who cannot understand why the enemy has suddenly stopped attacking him. Lilynette quickly points out that it is Stark's fault for letting their opponent discover her secret in the first place. Meanwhile, Hitsugaya and Shinji's two female allies continue their battle against Halibel. However, the second girl once again distracts Hitsugaya, and the two begin arguing in the middle of the fight. As a result, Lisa is left to face Halibel alone for a short time. Seeing this, Halibel asks whether Lisa intends to fight her by herself. Lisa replies that she has no such intention, and immediately calls out to the others, telling them to save their argument until after the battle. Hitsugaya then admits that fighting alongside them is difficult because he knows nothing about their combat styles. Assuming they have fought together for years, he asks how their teamwork normally functions. The two women explain that their fighting techniques are completely different. However, they reveal that they do share one thing in common. They both become much stronger when they activate their hollow masks. This revelation catches Hitsugaya by surprise. Elsewhere, Stark finds himself being overwhelmed as more opponents join the battle and unleash their attacks on him. Under constant pressure, he is nearly consumed by the assault, while Lilynette continues encouraging him from the sidelines. Eventually, Lilynette takes the initiative and releases a pack of wolves from the gun. The wolves charge through the battlefield and begin attacking Stark's enemies. At first, the opponents are able to fend them off, but everything changes when one wolf manages to latch onto one of them. The resulting explosion is so powerful that they initially assume the wolves are some form of Sero attack. However, one of them quickly realizes that the wolves cannot be Seros, since they are capable of moving independently and launching attacks on their own. Although they still do not understand what the creatures truly are, they know they are dealing with something far more unusual. The wolves buy Stark enough time to recover and get back on his feet. He then explains that the wolves are actually manifestations of the combined power of himself and Lilynette. With renewed momentum, he launches a counterattack and begins pushing his opponents back. Just as Stark appears ready to finish the battle, a sword suddenly pierces him from behind, catching him completely off guard. The fighters are left stunned when Stark is suddenly struck from behind, and they immediately wonder who managed to land such an attack. To their surprise, the attacker is Kiraku, who finally joins the battle to settle things with Stark himself. As the fight continues, Kiraku can still hear Lilynette's voice, which tells him that she is still present, despite no longer existing as Stark's gun. Having transformed into the wolves earlier, she remains connected to the battle and immediately launches attacks at Kiraku. Stark repeatedly tells her to stop, but she refuses to listen. Believing that Stark will lose if she does nothing, she continues fighting on his behalf. However, Kiraku eventually manages to eliminate her. Stark desperately calls out Lilynette's name, but there is no response. Realizing that she is truly gone, he is left shaken. Kiraku, meanwhile, is pleased that the battle has finally become a proper one-on-one fight. In contrast, Stark feels the weight of fighting alone for the first time. Kiraku then explains the rules of the technique he is about to use. He warns Stark that attacking from above will determine the winner, and that the loser will die. Knowing the danger of the situation, Stark becomes extremely cautious. During the exchange, Kiraku lands a deep slash on Stark's arm. Stark initially believes his arm should have been severed from the force of the attack, but to his surprise, it remains attached. He quickly retaliates and manages to strike Kiraku as well. This makes him wonder whether Lilynette is somehow still supporting him even after disappearing. Eventually, Kiraku gains the upper hand and decisively defeats Stark. As death slowly approaches, Stark reflects on the past. He remembers the day he and Lilynette first met Aizen, who rescued them from their enemies and invited them to become his allies. Out of gratitude, they chose to follow him. Now, as his life comes to an end, Stark regrets that he can no longer repay the debt he owes Aizen. Meanwhile, Aizen observes the battlefield from afar. He watches Halibel continue her struggle against Hitsugaya and the others, but eventually grows tired of seeing his subordinates being overwhelmed and defeated. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, he orders Jin to end his fight with Shinji and accompany him. The two then head toward Halibel's battlefield. As Halibel, Hitsugaya, Lisa, and the others notice Aizen's arrival, they immediately wonder what he intends to do. Without any warning, Aizen suddenly attacks Halibel and strikes her down. The shocking betrayal leaves everyone speechless. Aizen coldly declares that she is no longer of any use to him, having proven incapable of defeating his enemies. In his eyes, the Espada have failed, and Halibel has outlived her value. Back when Halibel still serves under the king of Hueco Mundo, she witnesses other female creatures being bullied by male creatures. She intervenes and saves them, turning them into her companions as they begin to follow her. However, the king of Hueco Mundo becomes angry that she challenges the male creatures in Las Noches and orders her and her companions to leave. On the day of their departure, one of the male creatures she had previously wounded tries to attack her again. Halibel fights back, but the power gap is overwhelming, and she is gradually overpowered. Realizing she cannot win, she orders her companions to flee while she stays behind to buy them time. However, her companions refuse to abandon her. Even knowing they cannot defeat the enemy, they return to help her and are killed in the process. Their sacrifice pushes Halibel into desperation and rage as she struggles to survive, but she is still pushed to the edge of death. Just when everything seems lost, Aizen appears and kills the enemy. The attacker does not expect Aizen's intervention at all. Aizen then reveals that he was the one who originally granted the creature its power, and because it misuses it, he eliminates it. He then offers Halibel a choice, telling her that if she desires power like that, she can obtain it by becoming his ally. In the present, Halibel recalls these events and finally realizes that Aizen has been using her all along. With her final strength, she attempts to strike him back, but Aizen kills her without hesitation. Afterward, Aizen prepares himself to face the captains and the wizards who came alongside Shinji, ready to continue the battle on his own terms. Mashiro believes she has already defeated the last Espada, unaware that he is still alive. Kensei quickly warns her in time, and she immediately resumes the fight. Kensei advises her to remove her mask first and reapply it later so she can maintain hollow form longer and extend her battle duration. However, Mashiro confidently insists there is no issue, claiming she can remain in hollow form for up to 15 hours and continues fighting. She pushes forward believing she has the upper hand, but the Espada suddenly counters and turns the battle around. Mashiro is defeated and Kensei rushes in immediately to rescue her, carrying her to safety. He then decides to take revenge on the Espada himself. Elsewhere, other wizards prepare to engage Aizen, but Hiyori refuses to back down. Despite Shinji trying to restrain her, she charges straight at Aizen. Before she can even land an attack, Aizen strikes her severely in the stomach. Shinji rushes to her side, shocked and desperate, unable to accept that she might die. Hiyori explains that she acted because she could not tolerate what Aizen has done. Shinji then thinks of a way to save her and remembers Orihime's healing ability. However, since Ichigo has not yet appeared, Shinji becomes impatient and shouts out Ichigo's name, wondering where he is. Meanwhile, Ichigo stays behind with Uryu, ensuring he regains his strength. Uryu urges Ichigo to leave, knowing others are waiting for him, and assures him he will be fine. Ichigo eventually agrees and departs, flying down from the rooftop of Las Noches. At the same time, Rukia, Chad, and Renji continue battling their opponents, but their attacks have no effect. The enemy overpowers them easily, and Rukia is caught and thrown from a great height. As she falls, Ichigo arrives just in time and rushes toward her to save her. Ichigo rescues Rukia and brings her to safety before heading off to confront the Espada. While watching him, Rukia notices a change in his expression, as his face no longer carries the relief of someone who has just saved a friend, but instead the intensity of someone preparing for a distant and serious battle. Ichigo deliberately lures the Espada away to a remote location, so Rukia will not witness his transformation. There, he activates his hollow form and engages the Espada in combat. However, the Espada remains unfazed and reveals his rank as 0, declaring himself stronger than Ulquiorra and the other Espada Ichigo has faced before. Ichigo remains confident, refusing to be shaken, and continues the fight believing he will still win as he has always done. Suddenly, Kenpachi and Byakuya Kuchiki arrive on the battlefield. Kenpachi immediately joins the fight against the Espada, while Byakuya tells Ichigo to return to the human world to protect those who are in danger there. Ichigo insists on staying to finish the fight himself, but Byakuya continues to push him to leave. Ichigo explains that he will wait for Kisuke, who is the one capable of opening the gate for him. At that moment, Mayuri Kurotsuchi arrives with a carriage and announces that he has discovered a Garganta. He instructs Nemu to prepare it and reveals that Ichigo will be used as a test subject, which unsettles Ichigo. Unohana then steps in and calmly states that she will accompany Ichigo, ensuring he is not afraid. Byakuya again insists that Ichigo hand over the fight against Espada Yami to them, telling him that his duty is to protect his town where he is needed most. Ichigo finally accepts that he has no choice and agrees to leave. Rukia watches sadly as he departs, but Ichigo reassures her that he will return. With that promise, he leaves the battlefield. With the Garganta opened, Mayuri Kurotsuchi warns Ichigo and Unohana to watch their footing carefully, explaining that one wrong step inside could send them into an unknown space with no way of returning. Despite the warning, Ichigo and Unohana proceed into the Garganta. Meanwhile, Kenpachi is seen engaged in a brutal battle against Yami. Byakuya questions Kurotsuchi about why he remains behind when the situation in the world of the living should be of interest to him. Kurotsuchi calmly responds that he has no intention of doing anything that would concern Byakuya. He adds that the corpses left behind are far more interesting to him and that once the battle in the world of the living concludes, someone will likely open a Garganta from there. He plans to use it to travel there himself and carefully examine all available corpses. Byakuya is slightly surprised, interpreting Kurotsuchi's words as confidence that Ichigo will ultimately bring an end to the battle in the world of the living. Kurotsuchi dismisses the idea as nonsense, but Byakuya shows a faint, knowing smile. Inside the Garganta, Ichigo and Unohana move through the shifting void. Unohana asks Ichigo about his first impression of Aizen at Sokyoku Hill. Ichigo recalls Aizen's overwhelming and monstrous strength, admitting that he was completely helpless during their encounter, and that Aizen did not even need to release his Zanpakuto. Unohana then reveals crucial information about Aizen's Zanpakuto. She explains that its ability is complete hypnosis, which manipulates all 5 senses. It can distort a target's perception of form, shape, presence, smell, and even reality itself, making anything appear different from what it truly is. She further explains that even something as simple as a fly can be perceived as a dragon, or a swamp as a field of flowers. The activation requirement is simply for the opponent to see the release of his Shikai once. Anyone who witnesses it becomes trapped in complete hypnosis. She reveals that nearly everyone involved in the current conflict has already seen Aizen's Shikai, except for Ichigo. Because of this, Ichigo holds a crucial advantage in the coming battle, and she warns him never to mistakenly view Aizen's release under any circumstance. Ichigo takes this warning seriously and becomes even more determined to defeat Aizen. Meanwhile, Kenpachi continues overwhelming Yami in combat. Kurotsuchi eagerly remarks that he hopes Kenpachi finishes him quickly so he can begin dissecting the body. Nemu prepares nearby as instructed. Kenpachi and Byakuya briefly bicker mid-battle when Yami suddenly unleashes a point-blank Zero at both of them, engulfing the battlefield in explosive energy. The Zero blast is immense, but both Kenpachi and Byakuya manage to escape completely unscathed. Almost immediately afterward, they resume bickering with each other, their argument escalating to the point where both seem ready to turn their blades on one another. Before they can clash, Yami steps in angrily, interrupting them, and both Soul Reapers immediately redirect their attacks toward him for interfering. Frustrated by being treated as an afterthought, Yami erupts in rage and releases his full power. He undergoes a complete transformation, declaring his resurrection, Ira, and proclaiming himself a beast of rage that grows stronger through anger. Meanwhile, in the world of the living, Tosen and Komamura are locked in a fierce battle, with Hisagi joining in to support Komamura. Both Komamura and Hisagi fight with the hope of reaching the true Tosen and opening his eyes through battle itself. Elsewhere, Hiyori is critically wounded after being stabbed by Ichimaru. Harako catches her as she falls, but she is losing a massive amount of blood and struggling to breathe. Aizen observes the scene calmly, remarking that Harako's eyes are filled with rage and hatred toward him. He then challenges Harako directly. Harako in turn asks Hachi to tend to Hiyori until Ichigo arrives, before stepping forward to face Aizen himself. Tosen, witnessing Aizen on the battlefield, expresses surprise that he is personally present. He declares that he will handle Komamura and Hisagi with his true power, implying that Aizen has granted him something beyond Bankai. He then initiates holification, ignoring Komamura's desperate order to stop. A hollow mask forms over his face as he completes his transformation. Tosen immediately overwhelms the battlefield. He strikes down Hisagi with a powerful slash and effortlessly counters Komamura's Shikai, before kicking him away with overwhelming force. Komamura is sent crashing into a building as Tozen declares that Ichigo, whom Soul Society considers an ally, also uses hollow power, questioning why Komamura looks down on his choice. Komamura responds firmly that Ichigo did not choose hollowification, whereas Tozen did, proving he has lost his way. At that moment, Hisagi rises again and uses his chain technique to restrain Tozen, remarking that he narrowly avoided the attack because of what Tozen once taught him. He recalls Tozen's past words that when in doubt, a warrior should not seek power, but a heart that does not fear battle. Hisagi then questions why Tozen has abandoned those beliefs for power. Without hesitation, Tozen impales Hisagi with his blade and kicks him away. Enraged and determined, Komamura activates his Bankai, vowing to do everything he can to make Tozen open his eyes once again. Tozen coldly retorts that Komamura has already witnessed his power and yet still believes Bankai can defeat him. Komamura responds sharply that Tozen now speaks like an espada, asking if he has forgotten his days as a Soul Reaper, recalling how they first met and how Tozen once served alongside him in the 13 Court Guard squads. Komamura swings his blade, and his giant Bankai samurai mirrors the movement, launching a massive strike toward Tozen. At the same time, Aizen is seen calmly unsheathing his sword. Hirako explains that because of his deep suspicion of Aizen, he had never once allowed Aizen to reveal his Zanpakuto to him directly, though he already understands what it is capable of. Hirako then prepares to activate his own Zanpakuto in response. Meanwhile, Komamura and Tozen's battle intensifies. Tozen, fully aware of Komamura's Bankai, targets its weakness. Any damage inflicted on the giant is reflected onto Komamura himself. Despite this, one of the giant's blows lands and crushes Tozen's arm, though it regenerates instantly. Komamura realizes in that moment that Tozen did not become a Soul Reaper for justice, but for revenge. Tozen's past is revealed. He once had a close female friend who dreamed of marrying a Soul Reaper and becoming one herself, promising to share stories of her missions with him. However, she was later killed by her own husband, an event that shattered Tozen's faith and led him to abandon justice in pursuit of vengeance. Returning to the present, Tozen unleashes a barrage of slashes at the giant samurai, and Komamura is struck by the corresponding wounds. Komamura, understanding the depth of Tozen's pain, acknowledges that their beliefs are fundamentally incompatible. He declares that, for the sake of Soul Society, he must defeat Tozen. In response, Tozen activates his Resurrection. A dark, ominous aura erupts around him as he transforms into a terrifying winged insect-like creature with elongated limbs and multiple exposed eyes. Regaining his sight for the first time, Tozen laughs in twisted joy, remarking that he can finally see again. He looks at Komamura and coldly insults his appearance before charging forward with razor-sharp fangs aimed at him, fully embracing his monstrous new form. Tozen launches a relentless offensive against Komamura, leaving him with no choice but to focus on defense without any opportunity to counterattack. Elsewhere, Hirako activates his Zanpakuto, causing his sword to move in a circular pattern as a mist-like aura surrounds them. Although Aizen notices the change, Hirako tells him it is already too late to hold his breath. In the next instant, Aizen finds himself inverted as the sky and earth switch places, with Hirako welcoming him to his inverted world. Tozen continues his barrage against Komamura, who manages to block the attacks and land a small cut on him, only for the wound to heal instantly. The two clash fiercely as Komamura argues that Tozen has closed his eyes to the world before him. Even though he can now see, Komamura says he has lost sight of the true essence of a person, their heart. They exchange powerful blows, landing several hits on one another, but Tozen's instant regeneration gives him the advantage. He eventually strikes Komamura's giant samurai with a devastating sound wave attack, causing it to collapse. Komamura retaliates with his own attack, but as Tozen prepares two Seros, Komamura silently apologizes to Aiba, Hisagi, and Tozen for failing to kill him. At that crucial moment, Hisagi suddenly appears and drives his blade deep into Tozen's head. Sadly, he states that Tozen is no longer the captain he once knew, because the former Tozen would have easily avoided such an attack. As Hisagi delivers the finishing blow, Tozen recalls memories of the day he cried out for justice after his friend's death. Meanwhile, Hirako explains that his Zanpakuto's power completely disrupts his opponent's sense of direction. He charges at Aizen, who fails to defend himself properly and suffers a slash across his arm. Hirako confidently declares that it is impossible for Aizen to reverse every distorted direction in the middle of battle. He lands another strike, although Aizen manages to block some of his attacks. However, just as Hirako moves in for the finishing blow, Aizen suddenly cuts him across the back. It is revealed that Aizen has manipulated Hirako's 5 senses, calmly stating that Hirako's ability pales in comparison to his own. Back in his normal form, Tozen weakly opens his eyes and sees Hisagi and Komamura standing before him. They urge him not to speak because his throat has been slashed. Moved by Komamura's heartfelt plea not to lose himself to revenge, Tozen becomes emotional and asks to see Hisagi's face one last time. Explaining that his hollow powers still allow him to see before he can do so, Aizen suddenly kills Tozen. Enraged, Komamura shouts at Aizen, declaring that he can never forgive him. At that exact moment, Ichigo bursts through the space behind Aizen and lunges at him with his sword. Ichigo immediately launches a fierce Bankai assault on Aizen, but Aizen effortlessly blocks the attack. It is then revealed that Aizen had placed a protective guard behind his neck, the exact spot Ichigo had targeted. Aizen remarks that Ichigo should have used his hollow mask before attacking, as it might have allowed him to land a successful hit. Ichigo realizes Aizen is correct, admitting to himself that he had hoped to end the battle in a single strike before being exposed to Aizen's Shikai. However, his fear of his inner hollow taking control prevented him from using his hollow powers, a decision he now recognizes as a miscalculation. Aizen then invites Ichigo to attack again. This time, Ichigo immediately dons his hollow mask and rushes forward, unleashing another assault. Despite the increase in power, Aizen effortlessly evades every strike, calmly stating that there is no way Ichigo's blade can reach him. Refusing to accept this, Ichigo continues launching relentless attacks, carefully adjusting his timing with each strike, yet Aizen avoids them all with ease. Suspecting that this may be the effect of Aizen's Zanpakuto, Ichigo is stunned when Aizen reveals that he has not even used its ability during the battle, and that everything Ichigo has witnessed is merely his natural strength. As the battle continues, Aizen begins analyzing Ichigo's emotions. He questions the hatred Ichigo feels toward him, pointing out that there is no personal grudge between them. After all, Orihime and his other friends are still alive and unharmed. Aizen concludes that Ichigo is fighting without true hatred or murderous intent. His words nearly shake Ichigo's resolve, but Komamura quickly intervenes, warning him not to be manipulated by Aizen's psychological tactics. Soon, the remaining captain-class fighters and wizards arrive and gather around Ichigo to confront Aizen together. They decide to work as a team, creating openings that will allow Ichigo to land the decisive blow. Encouraged by their support, Ichigo regains his determination and carefully observes the flow of the battle from the sidelines. The assault begins with Hitsugaya charging at Aizen, only for Aizen to dodge his attack with ease. Kyoraku quickly joins the offensive, attacking alongside him. Even so, Aizen remains completely composed and begins taunting Hitsugaya during the exchange. Provoked by Aizen's words, Hitsugaya finally loses his composure and responds by activating his Bankai, preparing to take the fight to another level. As Hitsugaya releases his Bankai, Kira and Iba remain inside a protective barrier alongside the unconscious Hinamori and Rangiku. Feeling the overwhelming spiritual pressure generated by the battle, they acknowledge how terrifying the clash has become, though Kira cannot help but wonder if even that will be enough to defeat Aizen. On the battlefield, Hitsugaya declares that his sword is filled with hatred and that he does not care whether such feelings make him unworthy of being a captain. So long as he succeeds in killing Aizen, he immediately charges forward, determined not to give Aizen any opportunity to use his Zanpakuto's ability. Watching from a distance, Ichimaru realizes that Hitsugaya has completely misunderstood the true nature of Aizen's power. Komamura and Love soon join the assault as well, yet Aizen effortlessly evades every attack. He calmly states that unless they perfectly combine all their fighting styles, they will never be able to catch him. After avoiding another wave of attacks, Aizen remarks that his understanding of power is fundamentally different from theirs. He then launches a counteroffensive, instantly overwhelming Komamura before turning his attention to Rose and defeating him as well. Observing the battle, Ichimaru reflects that Aizen is not feared solely because of his Zanpakuto's ability, but because of his immense personal strength. It is that overwhelming power that allowed him to unite the Espada despite their conflicting ambitions and personalities. Ichigo watches in disbelief as Aizen effortlessly defeats one powerful fighter after another. Soon, Soifon steps forward to confront him. Aizen coldly remarks that she must have gone mad to stand before him as the supreme commander of the stealth force. Soifon attacks using multiple clones while Hitsugaya's ice restrains Aizen's sword to limit his movements. Seizing the opportunity, she strikes with her stinger, only to realize that her attack has failed to connect. At that very moment, Kyoraku suddenly appears behind Aizen and stabs him, catching him off guard. Simultaneously, Hitsugaya rushes forward to finish the attack. Just as Aizen prepares to defend himself, Hirako activates his inverted world ability once more, disrupting Aizen's sense of direction. Taking advantage of the opening, Hitsugaya drives his blade straight through Aizen's back. For a brief moment, everyone believes they have finally gained the upper hand. However, their victory instantly turns to horror when they realize that the person who has been stabbed is not Aizen at all, but Hinamori. The illusion shatters, revealing that Hitsugaya had unknowingly impaled her instead. Aizen then appears unharmed and immediately cuts down Kira and Iba. Furious, Hirako demands to know when Aizen had activated his Zanpakuto's ability. Meanwhile, Hitsugaya stares in disbelief at the dying Hinamori in his arms. Overcome with guilt and rage, he lets out a scream and recklessly charges at Aizen without listening to anyone's warnings. Aizen effortlessly defeats him before swiftly taking down Soifon as well. Hirako and Kyoraku immediately rush in to continue the fight, but Aizen cuts them down with a single strike each. One by one, the strongest fighters fall before him. From the sidelines, Ichigo can do nothing but watch in complete shock as Aizen stands victorious and smirks at the devastation before him. Aizen calmly states that he has no intention of killing the fallen captains and vizards. He explains that their wounds are not fatal and that he wants them to remain conscious, forced to witness the outcome of the battle while lying helplessly on the ground. Enraged, Ichigo prepares to charge at Aizen, but his advance is halted by the sudden arrival of the head captain. Standing before everyone with a grim expression, he is surrounded by enormous pillars of flame dancing around his body. Aizen remarks that the head captain has arrived too late. He points out that he is the last captain still capable of fighting and claims that his death will mark the end of the 13 court guard squads. According to Aizen, he should never have left his position. Without hesitation, the head captain charges forward and the two immediately exchange blows. During the clash, Aizen manages to stab the head captain, but to his surprise, the head captain grabs hold of Aizen's arm and refuses to let go. He declares that even if complete hypnosis is still active, he can never mistake the spiritual pressure of the blade that pierced him. In the next instant, gigantic pillars of fire erupt around them. The head captain reveals his intention to drag Aizen down with him in an all-consuming inferno. He orders Ichigo to stand back, stating that as someone outside the 13 court guard squads, he has no place in this battle. However, before the flames can consume Aizen, a mysterious figure suddenly appears behind the head captain and attacks him. Although the head captain initially blocks the assault, he is soon struck away and discovers that his inferno has completely vanished. Aizen then admits that the head captain's Zanpakuto is the most powerful fire-type Zanpakuto in existence and acknowledges that fighting him head-on would have placed Aizen at a disadvantage. The mysterious attacker is revealed to be Wonderweiss, a modified Arankar, whose resurrection, extinguer, was created for a single purpose: to seal the head captain's Zanpakuto abilities. In exchange for gaining that extraordinary power, Wonderweiss sacrificed his intelligence, memories, and senses. Wonderweiss immediately charges at the head captain, but the veteran warrior blasts him away with a single punch. He declares that Aizen is naive if he believes sealing his Zanpakuto is enough to defeat him. The head captain then asks whether Aizen knows why he has remained captain commander for over 1,000 years. The answer, he declares, is simple. No Soul Reaper born during the last millennium has ever surpassed him in strength. Wonderweiss launches another assault, but the head captain effortlessly evades his attacks while counterattacking with devastating precision. He acknowledges Wonderweiss's immense power, but notes that he is still inexperienced and relies on straightforward attacks. Despite Wonderweiss's relentless barrage, the head captain blocks every strike and severs several of his arms. He even remarks that he is relieved Wonderweiss is no longer in his childlike form, allowing him to kill him without hesitation. Releasing a terrifying amount of spiritual pressure, the head captain suddenly closes the distance and unleashes a crushing two-fisted strike. The blow completely shatters Wonderweiss, reducing him to pieces. Turning his attention back to Aizen, the head captain believes the battle is finally over. However, Aizen reveals the true purpose of Wonderweiss. All the flames that had been sealed away earlier were stored inside Wonderweiss's body. Suddenly, Wonderweiss's stomach bursts open, releasing the enormous power that had been contained within. The head captain desperately tries to stop it, but he is too late as a colossal explosion engulfs the battlefield. As the flames rage out of control, the head captain performs an incredible feat by drawing the inferno back into his own body. Aizen watches with genuine admiration, noting that had he not done so, the explosion would have destroyed the barrier along with the replica town and everything within it. Although he successfully contains the catastrophe, the effort leaves the head captain severely burned. His arms are badly damaged, and he collapses into the scorched crater left behind by the explosion. Seeing his opportunity, Aizen approaches with his sword drawn, intending to finish him off. Yet, even in his weakened state, the head captain refuses to surrender. As Aizen comes within reach, he suddenly grabs Aizen's leg and activates a powerful destructive spell at point-blank range. Aizen attempts to evade the attack, but at that exact moment, Ichigo appears in his hollow form and unleashes a devastating slash directly at him, striking him. Aizen quickly recognized the head captain's technique as a forbidden attack that could only be activated by using the user's scorched body as a catalyst. Realizing he had underestimated the head captain's power, Aizen narrowly escaped the attack. At that moment, Ichigo, wearing his hollow mask, unleashed a devastating slash powerful enough to split a skyscraper in two, striking Aizen across the shoulder. Ichigo immediately followed up with another attack, but Aizen blocked it and laughed, claiming that Ichigo had once again failed to kill him and that the opportunity had been his last chance. However, Ichigo remained unfazed, stating that injuring Aizen was enough. Aizen then revealed the Hogyoku embedded within his body and sensed traces of Ichigo's spiritual power lingering in his wound. Praising Ichigo's growth, Aizen declared that Ichigo had matured exactly as he intended. He went on to reveal that every battle and every step of Ichigo's development had been carefully monitored by him all along, claiming that Ichigo's progress was part of his plan from the very beginning. It was then revealed that Aizen had been observing and guiding every stage of Ichigo's growth and battles from the shadows. Aizen continues revealing how closely he has monitored Ichigo's growth, watching him from the moment he learns hollowification from the Vizards due to his fear of his inner hollow. He observes Ichigo's defeat at the hands of Yami, his eventual mastery of hollowification during his battle against Grimmjow, and even his confrontation with Ulquiorra, which ultimately ends in Ichigo's victory. Back in the present, Ichigo is stunned and demands to know what Aizen means when he claims that every battle has gone according to his plans. Aizen calmly tells him not to be surprised, explaining that he has always viewed Ichigo as a fascinating research project and has therefore guided his development from the shadows. He then attempts to weaken Ichigo's resolve, asking whether he truly believes his victories are solely the result of his own hard work and determination rather than carefully planned steps designed for his growth. Refusing to accept Aizen's words, Ichigo demands to know why Aizen considers him such an important subject. Aizen responds by revealing that he has known about Ichigo since the day he was born, and that he is someone truly special. However, just as he is about to reveal the truth about Ichigo's identity, he is interrupted by Ichigo's father, who suddenly arrives in his Soul Reaper form. Shocked by the sight, Ichigo can hardly believe what he is seeing. Isshin quickly pulls Ichigo away from Aizen, telling him that he will explain everything later since he undoubtedly has many questions. Surprisingly, Ichigo replies that he has nothing to ask, believing his father must have had his reasons for keeping the truth hidden, and that he will wait until the time is right for him to know. Meanwhile, Aizen notices Jin Ichimaru nearby and remarks that he has merely been standing by and watching. Jin casually replies that he simply has not found the right opportunity to intervene. At that moment, Ichigo rushes in and launches an attack, but Jin effortlessly blocks it while Isshin engages Aizen in battle. Smirking, Jin remarks that it has been a long time since he last fought Ichigo and warns him that this time he will not be holding back. While Isshin and Aizen continue their fierce battle, Jin remarks that it has been a long time since he last fought Ichigo. He asks whether Ichigo remembers their previous encounter, recalling the time Ichigo became enraged after he attacked Jidanbo. Jin reminds him how their clash ended with both Ichigo and Jidanbo being blown away by a single strike. However, Ichigo coldly replies that he does not remember. He explains that what he truly cannot remember is Jin's heart. Ichigo reveals that whenever he fights an opponent, he can sense what lies within their heart. While he cannot read minds, he can usually understand why his opponents fight and what they seek to achieve. The stronger the opponent, the more clearly their heart is conveyed to him. Yet with Jin, he feels nothing at all. Ichigo points out that throughout their battle, Jin never truly seems to be looking at him. Jin remarks that he can now understand why Aizen finds Ichigo so interesting. He then reveals that when he was young, he was told that his Zanpakuto could extend the length of 100 swords. However, in its Bankai form, it can extend up to 13 kilometers. Deciding to demonstrate its power, Jin activates his Bankai, causing the blade to instantly shoot forward, effortlessly slicing through every building in its path before colliding with Ichigo. Although the impact forces Ichigo backward, he quickly regains his footing and counters with a Bankai slash of his own. Meanwhile, Rangiku finally manages to open her eyes. At the same time, Ichigo is shocked to see Jin's massive blade instantly retract so quickly that he can barely perceive it. Gin immediately rushes forward, and the two engage in a fierce exchange of sword strikes. Suddenly, Jin launches another extending attack, grazing Ichigo's shoulder. Ichigo quickly closes the distance, only for Jin to effortlessly block his thrust as his blade retracts once again in an instant. At that moment, Ichigo realizes that the true terror of Jin's Bankai is not its immense length or destructive power, but the unbelievable speed at which it contracts. Jin is impressed that Ichigo manages to figure this out so quickly and admits that he still possesses tremendous potential. Even so, Jin declares that Ichigo is not yet good enough. Gin then reveals the true speed of his Bankai, explaining that it can extend and retract at a speed 500 times faster than the time it takes him to clap his hands, making it the fastest Zanpakuto in existence. Elsewhere, Isshin continues battling Aizen, who calmly admits that he has already reached the limits of what a Soul Reaper can achieve. As the Hogyoku embedded within his body begins to glow, Aizen declares that it is finally starting to understand his desires. He explains that the Hogyoku's true power is to manifest the wishes of those around it. According to Aizen, Kisuke believes the Hogyoku possesses the power to blur the boundary between Hollows and Soul Reapers, because that was the desire he held as its creator. Aizen further explains that the hollowification of Shinji Hirako and the others served as proof of the Hogyoku's true abilities, as it completed their transformation and turned them into fully realized wizards. Just then, Ichigo blocks another one of Jin's extending thrusts, interrupting Aizen's explanation. As the battle rages on, a strange white substance begins emerging from the Hogyoku. Aizen declares that the Hogyoku possesses the power to shatter the wall separating ordinary beings from those who stand as gods. Suddenly, a crimson ray of energy pierces straight through Aizen, leaving everyone stunned. As the battlefield falls silent in shock, Aizen turns toward the source of the attack and calmly recognizes the newcomer, declaring that Kisuke Urahara has finally arrived. As Kisuke arrives, Aizen immediately moves to attack him, believing he can catch him off guard. He assumes Kisuke has no knowledge of the Hogyoku, but his plan fails. After the attack, Kisuke reappears behind him, revealing that he anticipated everything and came fully prepared. Kisuke explains that he has already met Yemi, who openly boasted about the Hogyoku given to him by Aizen. This encounter gives Kisuke deeper understanding of the power Aizen is using. He then launches a counterattack against Aizen, but to his shock, Aizen survives every strike. Kisuke then escalates the battle by joining forces with Isshin. Together, they coordinate attacks on Aizen while Yoruichi strikes from above. Despite the combined assault, Aizen remains standing and even retaliates, forcing Kisuke to quickly warn Yoruichi to retreat before she is caught. Aizen, now amused, tells Kisuke to continue revealing all his strategies. He sees through Kisuke's preparation and wants him to exhaust every remaining plan so he can face him at his strongest. Aizen then evolves further using his changed form and launches a counteroffensive, overwhelming the group and sending Kisuke, Isshin, and Yoruichi flying. Ichigo watches the situation unfold, remaining tense but focused. At that moment, Jin appears behind him and remarks that this is the first time he has seen Aizen fight so seriously since obtaining the Hogyoku. Jin then tells Ichigo that no one can defeat Aizen now and that all of them are likely going to die. Ichigo asks Jin what his own fate will be in such a situation. Gin calmly replies that he already knows he will die. But before that happens, he intends to take Ichigo down so Aizen will not waste his attention on him. With that, he challenges Ichigo to a fight. Elsewhere, a wounded Rangiku is seen rushing through the battlefield despite her injuries, determined to stop Jin. Meanwhile, Jin begins his attack on Ichigo, who responds by activating his hollow form as their battle begins. Kisuke, Yoruichi, and Isshin continue attacking Aizen, but he effortlessly blocks every strike. Yoruichi struggles to keep up, quickly retreating whenever Aizen attacks, though some of his blows still affect her. As the battle drags on, Isshin realizes they are no match for Aizen, understanding that anyone capable of comprehending Aizen's power must be on the same level as him. Meanwhile, Ichigo watches the fight unfold and can barely endure it. He keeps staring at the battle, but Jin repeatedly draws his attention back to their own confrontation. Gin points out that none of Ichigo's attacks have any effect on him, meaning they would be completely useless against Aizen, who is even stronger. Seeing that Kisuke and the others are no longer revealing any new tricks, Jin concludes that they have already exhausted all their options. After some time, Aizen decides to head for Karakura town and tells Jin it is time to leave so they can clear out the town and take control of it. As he prepares to depart, the mask-like shell covering his body begins to fade away. Pleased with the result, Aizen admires how thoroughly he has brought Soul Society to ruin. Gin then opens a Senkaimon, and the two of them step through it. Ichigo can do nothing but stand there and watch them leave until Isshin snaps him back to reality and orders him to open a Senkaimon as well, so they can save Karakura town. A guy urges him to hurry, but Ichigo remains frozen, feeling that everything is hopeless. The guy questions whether he intends to stay behind and cry, reminding him that doing nothing is not an option. He then makes Ichigo think about what Aizen's arrival in Karakura Town means and tells him to remember the people he wants to protect. Instantly, memories of his friends and sisters flash through his mind. Determined once again, Ichigo asks his father to open the Senkaimon, and the guy does so. While Aizen and Jin arrive in Karakura Town, Ichigo and the guy race after them at full speed. Suddenly, the guy tells Ichigo to stop, sensing that the cleaner is no longer present. Since the cleaner normally ensures that nothing remains trapped inside the Senkai gate, the guy concludes that Aizen must have destroyed it. Taking advantage of the situation, he decides to teach Ichigo the final Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo is stunned and wonders why the guy suddenly brings it up. Meanwhile, Aizen and Jin continue toward the townspeople, most of whom are lying unconscious on the ground. At that moment, Keigo suddenly gets back to his feet, completely unaware of why he had been lying there in the first place. Ichigo immediately questions why the guy chooses a place like this to teach him about the final Getsuga Tensho. The guy explains that it is necessary because they are inside a disconnected realm where time flows differently from both Soul Society and the human world. According to him, Ichigo will need this power if he hopes to face Aizen. The guy then begins the preparations, tying ropes across different points in the area. He explains that Ichigo will enter an inner realm where he must meet Zangetsu, the one who can teach him the final Getsuga Tensho. However, he warns Ichigo to be ready for a battle as well. With everything prepared, the training begins. Meanwhile, Keigo, having just regained consciousness, looks around in confusion and sees countless people lying unconscious throughout the streets. Unable to understand what happened, he searches for answers and soon comes across Arasawa. Relieved to find another person awake, he is happy that he is no longer alone. The two of them wonder what happened to everyone else, since nobody seems to be waking up. While searching the area, they find their female friends and decide to carry them back to the school for safety. Inside his inner world, Ichigo arrives in a realm completely covered by water and is shocked by the sight. He soon encounters a man and initially doubts that he is the Zangetsu he was told to find, as he expected to meet an old man. It is only after the introductions that he realizes this man is indeed Zangetsu. However, Zangetsu immediately informs Ichigo that he has no intention of teaching him the final Getsuga Tensho. Back in the human world, another survivor awakens and begins wandering around in confusion. During his search, he encounters Aizen and Jin, assuming they are ordinary humans who might know what is happening, but before he can even ask any questions, the two effortlessly erase him. Shortly afterward, they spot Arasawa, immediately recognizing her as one of Ichigo's friends. Meanwhile, Ichigo continues confronting Zangetsu, who suddenly declares that he will not allow Ichigo to leave. In an instant, Zangetsu attacks and tears through Ichigo's chest. Before Ichigo can react, Zangetsu pulls something out from within him, and it transforms into a gigantic hollow. Shocked by the sight, Ichigo can only wonder what exactly it is. Back in Karakura Town, Keigo and Arasawa eventually come face to face with Aizen and Jin. The overwhelming pressure from Aizen's spiritual energy alone leaves Arasawa completely unable to move. Realizing the danger, she tells Keigo to run away. Aizen allows Keigo and the unconscious person he is carrying to leave unharmed, but he turns his attention to Arasawa. He reveals that Ichigo is currently on his way with a new power, yet confidently states that he is prepared to crush that power before it can become a threat. To begin, he decides to target Arasawa. Trapped by fear and unable to move, Arasawa desperately wonders what she can do. Just then, a mysterious figure suddenly appears behind her. Zangetsu reveals to Ichigo that the hollow he pulls out of him is the very form Ichigo takes when he defeats Ulquiorra. Ichigo is stunned by the revelation, as he never knows what he looks like in that state. Zangetsu then explains that Ichigo must now fight both him and the hollow as a single opponent. He makes it clear that only by defeating them in his normal form can he obtain the power he seeks. With that, Zangetsu and the hollow merge into one being, creating a powerful enemy that Ichigo is forced to face. Back in Karakura Town, the figure who appears behind Arasawa is Kanonji. Realizing that she is in danger, he immediately steps forward and decides to protect her by attacking Aizen, despite lacking the strength to truly challenge him. Just as he is about to make his move, someone suddenly stops him. The newcomer is Rangiku, who is relieved that she arrives in time. She quickly tells Kanonji and Arasawa to run while she buys them some time. At first, Kanonji hesitates, believing that a single woman cannot possibly face two men alone. However, Rangiku angrily orders him to leave immediately. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, Kanonji finally obeys, carrying Arasawa and her friend away from danger. Seeing this, Jin asks Aizen for permission to deal with Rangiku personally, assuring him that it will not take long. Aizen grants his request and reminds him that they still have plenty of time. Jin and Rangiku then move to a more distant location, where Rangiku finally asks him why he chooses to follow Aizen. Gin refuses to give her a direct answer. Instead, he draws his sword and coldly tells her that she is simply standing in his way. Meanwhile, inside his inner world, Ichigo thinks about all the people he wants to protect. Remembering his family and friends strengthens his resolve, and he refuses to give up. With renewed determination, he continues attacking the fused form of Zangetsu and the Hollow. Later, Arasawa reunites with Keigo, who is now carrying a sword he takes from one of their friends. He explains that they need some way to defend themselves because Aizen's overwhelming spiritual pressure is becoming unbearable. Keigo also informs Arasawa that he has already located several of their friends and brought them together. At the same time, Aizen resumes his advance through Karakura town, while Jin has already finished his confrontation with Rangiku and returns to his side. Meanwhile, Ichigo's battle continues to grow more intense. The fused opponent proves incredibly difficult to defeat, and the strain of the fight begins affecting him even outside his inner world. Back in the Senkai Gate, blood starts flowing from Ichigo's mouth, causing the guy to wonder how much longer the battle will continue before Ichigo finally overcomes the challenge. Kananji, Arasawa, Keigo, and the others who have awakened gather together and continue discussing the strange situation around them. Suddenly, they sense Aizen's overwhelming spiritual pressure once again and immediately begin running away. Unfortunately, they end up running straight into him. In desperation, they throw various objects at Aizen, only to realize that none of them even come close to reaching him. Terrified, they turn around and flee once more. However, Keigo decides to stay behind and confront Aizen with the sword he is carrying. Arasawa calls out for him to come back, but he refuses to listen. Believing the sword must be powerful because it belongs to someone dressed similarly to Ichigo, Keigo prepares to fight. Seeing the boy's courage, Kanonji also chooses to stay, unwilling to let Keigo face the danger alone. Just then, the true owner of the sword suddenly appears. Taking the weapon back from Keigo, he immediately attacks Aizen and creates a series of barriers to buy everyone time to escape. While Aizen focuses on destroying the barriers, the group prepares to run. However, before they can get very far, Aizen effortlessly smashes through every obstacle in his path. At that moment, Jin arrives and calmly informs Aizen that his encounter with Rangiku is over. Aizen notes that he can no longer sense Rangiku's spiritual pressure and questions Jin's actions, knowing that Jin has always harbored feelings for her. Curious, Aizen asks why he would kill her. Jin calmly replies that he did not. As the children begin fleeing again, Jin volunteers to deal with them. While Aizen is speaking to him, Jin suddenly turns his blade on Aizen and strikes him without warning. Aizen is genuinely shocked by the betrayal. Although he has always suspected that Jin might one day attempt to kill him, he never realizes how thoroughly Jin has prepared for this moment. Jin reveals that his attack is far more than a simple stab. He has implanted a substance inside Aizen that begins destroying his cells from within. Taking advantage of Aizen's weakened state, Jin manages to extract the Hogyoku from his body and escapes with it, convinced that he has finally achieved his goal. For a brief moment, it appears that Jin has succeeded. However, Aizen suddenly begins releasing immense power once again. To Jin's horror, Aizen's body rapidly restores itself. Aizen then declares that he is the true victor because the Hogyoku continues to respond to him even after being removed from his body. Despite no longer possessing it physically, he remains connected to its power and can still control it. Jin is left completely stunned, unable to understand how such a thing is possible. Aizen then realizes the truth behind Jin's actions. From the very beginning, Jin never joins his side out of loyalty. Instead, he spends years waiting for the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Ever since he is young, Jin witnesses Aizen's cruelty and countless crimes, and everything he does afterward is part of a long plan to bring Aizen down. Aizen calmly retrieves the Hogyoku before suddenly turning on Jin Ichimaru and stabbing him. At that same moment, Rangiku awakens with a sharp sensation in her chest. Feeling that something is terribly wrong, she whispers Jin's name in worry. Aizen then reveals that even before Kisuke Urahara created the Hogyoku, he had already discovered the answer himself, though his initial attempt had failed. To complete his Hogyoku, Aizen sacrificed the souls of hundreds of Soul Reapers and countless residents of the Rukon district who possessed latent spiritual abilities, feeding them to the orb. However, the Hogyoku remained unsatisfied. Through his experiments, Aizen concluded that Kisuke's Hogyoku was also incomplete, prompting him to steal it and merge it with his own. Standing over the wounded Jin, Aizen thanks him for all his assistance, declaring that thanks to his efforts, he has finally surpassed both Soul Reapers and Hollows. Meanwhile, Rangiku rushes to Jin's side and breaks down in tears as she cradles his wounded body. Shortly afterward, Ichigo arrives alongside his father. He gently places Jin down and thanks him for everything he has done. Looking toward Karakura town from miles away, Ichigo is relieved to sense that his sisters are safe. Ichigo then instructs his friends to remain where they are. Tatsuki, however, cannot help but notice something strange. While she can feel the overwhelming pressure radiating from Aizen, she senses absolutely nothing from Ichigo. Aizen reaches the same conclusion and claims that Ichigo has failed to evolve despite being given the opportunity, because he can no longer sense Ichigo's spiritual pressure. Aizen assumes that Ichigo has lost his power. However, the severely wounded Jin manages to open his eyes and stare at Ichigo. Looking closely into Ichigo's eyes, Jin notices a power greater than ever before and feels relieved, believing he can entrust the rest to Ichigo before he dies. Ichigo then suggests that he and Aizen take their battle elsewhere. Aizen arrogantly responds that Ichigo is in no position to make such demands. Before he can finish speaking, Ichigo suddenly grabs Aizen by the face and launches him across the landscape toward the distant mountains at incredible speed. As they arrive at the mountains, Aizen finally realizes that Ichigo has not lost his spiritual power at all. Instead, he has condensed it into overwhelming physical strength. Even so, Aizen confidently declares that physical power alone can never rival his transcendent abilities. The Hogyoku immediately responds to Aizen's will, triggering another transformation. Multiple wings emerge from his body and he vanishes instantly before striking at Ichigo. However, Ichigo reacts with ease and parries the attack, causing a nearby mountain to explode into fragments from the force alone. Aizen relentlessly launches attack after attack, but Ichigo calmly blocks every strike. The shockwaves from their clash tear through the surrounding landscape, reshaping the mountains with each collision. Growing frustrated, Aizen swings his sword with enough force to shatter Ichigo's blade. To his disbelief, Ichigo casually stops the sword with his bare hand. Unable to comprehend what he is witnessing, Aizen quickly retreats and recites a powerful high-level sealing spell. The technique traps Ichigo inside a massive dark structure designed to imprison him. Yet Ichigo simply raises his hand and shatters the entire spell with a casual wave, reducing it to dust. Ichigo then tells Aizen that his power now surpasses Aizen's own. He further reveals that the force which destroyed the first mountain was not generated by Aizen's attack, but by the swing of his own sword. Before Aizen can react, Ichigo instantly closes the distance and delivers a devastating slash that crashes directly into him. Aizen immediately disappears and reappears at a distance from Ichigo, clutching his chest as he feels the same kind of wound Ichigo once inflicted on him before. Shocked, he demands to know why Ichigo has backed off. In response, Aizen's rage erupts. His third eye swells violently, bleeding as his power spirals out of control. He unleashes a catastrophic energy blast, then undergoes a terrifying transformation, his body bursting apart and reforming into a monstrous, inhuman form with no trace of his original face remaining. From this evolved state, he fires explosive attacks that bombard Ichigo relentlessly, their shockwaves extending all the way toward Tatsuki and the others. Ichigo raises his arm and blocks the assault, though his skin burns from the impact. Aizen closes in instantly and captures Ichigo, but Ichigo calmly asks if this is all he can do. With a casual motion, Ichigo slashes his blade, forcing Aizen to retreat again. Ichigo declares he is tired of Aizen's arrogance and decides to end it with his final Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo's body erupts with overwhelming energy as his form transforms, long black hair flowing, his presence becoming otherworldly. It is revealed that the final Getsuga Tensho is not just a technique, but Ichigo becoming the Getsuga itself. However, using it will cause him to permanently lose all his Soul Reaper powers. Despite this, Aizen still cannot sense Ichigo's spiritual pressure and begins to question whether Ichigo has reached a level beyond even him. Ichigo unleashes the attack, slicing Aizen cleanly in two. Yet Aizen regenerates and rises again as Ichigo reverts to his normal form, collapsing to his knees as his Soul Reaper powers begin to fade. Aizen declares victory, but is suddenly pierced by multiple Kido spells. Shocked, he turns to see Kisuke Urahara arriving, remarking that the sealing is finally taking effect. It is revealed that during Aizen's transformation earlier, Kisuke had secretly planted advanced sealing Kido designed specifically to activate when Aizen reached his most vulnerable state. Ichigo's battle weakened him just enough for the seal to succeed. The Hogyoku no longer recognizes Aizen as its master as the sealing intensifies. Aizen, struggling, questions why Kisuke does not use his intelligence to overthrow even the Soul King. Kisuke calmly replies that without the Soul King, the Soul Society would collapse. Despite Aizen's resistance, the ceiling completes, restraining him completely. The dark clouds disperse and light returns to the battlefield. With peace restored, everyone including Ichigo's friends realizes that the battle has finally come to an end. With the battlefield in ruins, the barrier is undone. Unohana states that she has completely healed Hiyori's body, and as long as Hiyori does not give up her will to live, she will eventually regain consciousness. Harako thanks Unohana, visibly relieved. A Soul Reaper suddenly rushes in, reporting that Kuratsuchi is about to activate the Tenkaichitsu within minutes and ordering everyone to evacuate. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi is seen being delayed by his subordinates, as they urgently ask him to wait a little longer. Across the area, rows of Soul Reapers gather as they welcome Kenpachi Zaraki and Byakuya Kuchiki, alongside Hanataro and Kotetsu, who are also acknowledged by the group. One of the subordinates asks Kenpachi about the battle, and Kenpachi dismissively calls it a lousy fight. Kisuke Urahara informs Ichigo that he has sent everyone back home and, for once, has not erased their memories. Ichigo expresses relief, stating he is tired of hiding everything and plans to tell them the truth when he returns. Kisuke then informs him that Aizen's cross seals have been taken to the Seraite, where the Central 46 will decide his fate. Noticing Ichigo's solemn expression, Kisuke tells him there is no reason to feel down, as he has saved both the world and everyone from Aizen. Ichigo then asks Kisuke if Aizen was truly rejected by the Hogyoku, implying that Aizen may have lost because his will was not strong enough. Meanwhile, Orihime and the others arrive to see Ichigo, and he is both surprised and glad to see them. However, Ichigo suddenly collapses, crying out in agony. At the same time, Aizen is sentenced by Central 46 to the lowest level of the underground prison, Muken, where he will remain for 18,800 years. Aizen scoffs softly, mocking the idea that they believe they have the authority to judge him, which enrages the council. Elsewhere, Hitsugaya is seen training intensely inside a cave, relentlessly practicing his Bankai in hopes of becoming strong enough to protect Hinamori. Outside, Rangiku stands in thought, reflecting on Ichimaru and noticing how everyone around her is trying to move forward and improve themselves. She feels grateful that Ichimaru left her no keepsake, as it allows her to continue moving forward without being held back. Ichigo later awakens and learns from Rukia that he was unconscious for 10 days. She explains that his powers have not yet fully disappeared, according to Kisuke, who revealed that there are multiple stages to losing Soul Reaper powers. Ichigo's hair has shortened again, and his spiritual power has stabilized, but he will eventually black out once more and feel intense pain when his powers finally vanish completely, which could happen at any moment. Despite this, Ichigo simply smiles and says at least his friends are safe. He acknowledges that he understood the consequences of using his final technique and has no regrets. He then states that since everyone has recovered, they should return to Karakura Town. Ichigo is in Karakura Town when he pursues a flying hollow, but struggles to defeat it. Rukia intervenes and easily eliminates it using a Kido spell. After school, Ichigo walks with Rukia and asks how long she plans to stay. Rukia replies that she will leave once her mission is complete. Later that night, Ichigo fights another hollow and manages to sever its arm, but just as he moves in for the finishing blow, his strength suddenly drops. Yuru and Rukia step in and quickly defeat the hollow, both realizing that Ichigo's spiritual power is reaching its limit and is declining faster than expected. Yuru questions why Rukia continues to let Ichigo fight, and Rukia admits she is aware, but is also considering Ichigo's feelings. Ichigo later brings Rukia to meet his friends, and they all go ice skating together. He helps Rukia learn how to skate as fireworks light up the night sky, and everyone enjoys the moment. Afterward, they head home. On the way back, Ichigo and Rukia sense a hollow nearby. Ignoring Rukia's warning, Ichigo rushes in to fight, but is overwhelmed, forcing Rukia to rescue him. She encourages him, reminding him they are friends, and supports him as he regains his resolve. With renewed strength, Ichigo defeats the large hollow on his own. Rukia then realizes Ichigo had already known about her mission all along. Ichigo simply tells her to always remember that they are friends. Shortly after, he collapses. When he wakes up, his friends are by his side. Rukia informs him that his body is entering the second stage of spiritual power loss and that his remaining abilities will soon disappear completely. Ichigo accepts this calmly, having expected it. He can no longer sense spiritual presences, and even Rukia's presence begins to fade from his perception as they share a final goodbye. Ichigo is seen having breakfast before heading out, reflecting that it has been 17 months since the battle, and he is now in his final year of high school. His friends are already aware that he once possessed Soul Reaper powers, and although it was never spoken aloud, they all accepted him as he is. However, he no longer has those powers. Since Ichigo lost his abilities, Karin's own spiritual energy has grown noticeably stronger. At school with Mizuhiro, Ichigo notices his combat pass inside his bag. It has turned into a simple piece of wood ever since he lost his powers, but it remains the only proof that he ever served as a Soul Reaper. Meanwhile, Uryu is seen actively going out to deal with hollows, taking over the duties Ichigo once handled. Later, Ichigo is with Asano, who brings up Rukia's absence. Ichigo explains that Rukia has completed her duties. When Asano asks if he misses her, Ichigo denies it, insisting he prefers his normal life and hopes it stays that way. Ichigo appears to have achieved the peaceful life he once desired, but he still cannot ignore situations where people are bullied or robbed. Using the physical strength he developed during his Soul Reaper days, he steps in to help whenever needed. However, one of the individuals he rescues seems suspicious and appears to already know Ichigo's name. The next day at school, Ichigo negotiates with the soccer team to serve as their goalkeeper in exchange for money. He notices Tatsuki, who is now working part-time as an assistant instructor, as well as Orihime nearby. Ichigo later calls his boss to resign from his job, but just then a group of delinquents arrives, seeking revenge for their beaten comrade, who is currently hiding. At that moment, Uryu steps forward to confront them. Meanwhile, the man Ichigo helped earlier arrives at a building, taking an elevator to the 5th floor using an execution access card. Inside, he enters what appears to be a bar where several people are gathered. A red-haired woman dressed in maid attire asks him if he has found him. The man replies that the next substitute Soul Reaper is proving to be quite interesting. Uryu is seen as delinquents charge at him, and Ichigo joins in. Together, they take them down while bickering over interfering in each other's business. Another group of delinquents then arrives to confront Ichigo, but they are quickly defeated by Ichigo's boss, a woman who terrifies Ichigo the moment he sees her. She accuses him of always finding excuses to skip work and orders him to come with her quietly. He refuses, but she instantly closes in, drags him into her bus, and drives off, leaving Uryu impressed. She brings Ichigo, tightly taped up, to her office, revealing she runs odd jobs, services, and owns the Unagiya shop. Her name is Ikumi Unagiya. She hands Ichigo a stack of job requests that have piled up. In an instant, the fierce boss transforms into a caring mother when her son arrives, saying he is hungry. She gently tells him to wait. Shortly after, another man arrives at the office and offers Ichigo ramen, but he refuses. Orihime later approaches Uryu, worried after hearing Ichigo was abducted. Uryu reassures her that Ichigo is fine, though both of them sense something strange around him lately. Meanwhile, back at Unagiya, after eating ramen, the man pulls out a photograph, revealing it is Ichigo's father, and says he wants to run a background check on him. Ichigo confronts him, asking what he wants with his father. The man tells Ichigo to visit Kisuke's shop, hinting that someone interesting is there. At Kisuke's shop, Karin is seen picking up items from Kisuke. She insists there is no need for Ichigo to regain his powers, because he has always been the one fighting and protecting them, and now it is their turn to protect him. Ichigo later sees Karin leaving Kisuke's place. The man remarks that Kisuke may not be who Ichigo thinks he is. Ichigo asks for his name, and he reveals himself as Ginjo, handing Ichigo an access card before leaving. Later that evening, Orihime visits Ichigo with bread. Meanwhile, Uru spots someone suspicious and chases after them, but the target moves too fast and suddenly appears behind him, striking him down in a single blow. An ambulance siren sounds as Uryu is shown lying on the ground in a pool of blood. Uryu is seen being carried into an ambulance. Mizuhiro and Asano are walking and talking when Mizuhiro senses they are being followed. Tatsuki suddenly calls out to them in panic to look up as a huge steel beam falls toward them. She rushes in just in time, pushing them out of harm's way. Tatsuki warns them that it looks like someone deliberately tried to drop the beam on them. Ichigo is later seen by the stream, where he throws away his combat pass. He heads home and is greeted by Yuzu, who proudly shows her good test scores. He praises her and asks about their father, but Yuzu says she has not seen him since morning. Ichigo then rushes to the hospital to see Uryu, where he meets Orihime. Rukin states that Uryu was attacked by someone, leaving Ichigo deeply worried, though Uryu refuses to reveal any details. Ichigo eventually leaves, while Ryukin offers to take Orihime home, but instead tells her that Uryu was not cut down by a hollow or a soul reaper. After examining the residual spiritual pressure, he admits he has never seen anything like it before and warns that Orihime and Chad are in danger, as they are likely the next targets. The next day at school, Asano and Mizuhiro act as though nothing happened. Ichigo is with Yuzu planning to go shopping when Tatsuki approaches and reveals what happened the previous night, explaining that someone seems to be targeting Asano and Mizuhiro. Ichigo and Tatsuki immediately rush out, splitting up to search for them. Ichigo finds them at a construction site, already knocked out. There, he encounters the same man he previously caught trying to steal from Ginjo, who claims he was hired by someone. Ichigo punches him in anger for threatening his friends and family. At that moment, the mysterious attacker who injured Uryu appears, but vanishes just as quickly when Ryukin arrives. Ryukin tells Ichigo not to get involved, saying there is nothing he can do to help. Frustrated by his helplessness, Ichigo decides to contact Execution. Ichigo reaches out to Ginjo, asking to meet and talk. The next day, Orihime tells Ichigo that Chad has not been coming to school. She says she plans to visit him and asks if Ichigo wants to come along, but he refuses and walks off alone, still thinking about everything that has been happening. He recalls his phone call with Ginjo, where Ginjo said they would meet at night and that he could help him. That night, Ichigo meets Ginjo at the agreed location. Ichigo explains that his friends are being targeted and attacked, and since Ginjo is clearly no ordinary human, he is the only one who might have answers. Ginjo then brings Ichigo to their base, a bar, admitting that his earlier mention of Ichigo's father was just a pretext to get his attention. Ginjo then reveals their true purpose. They want to help Ichigo regain his Soul Reaper powers. Ichigo questions why they are doing this. Ginjo explains that they are human, but not ordinary humans. They were born with a special ability, which he demonstrates by extracting the soul from his drink and absorbing it. He explains that their power allows them to pull the souls out of objects and manipulate them for use. Ichigo is shocked as Ginjo further explains that everything, even objects, has a soul. They can extract and enhance these souls and shape them into tools, like how Ginjo turned his necklace into a sword, using this ability called Fullbring. Soon after, a red-haired woman enters the room. Ginjo introduces her as Raruka, another member of their group, who was the one responsible for bringing Chad in. Ichigo becomes confused and confronts Chad about what is going on, but Ginjo tells him to calm down, saying he will explain everything. Ginjo continues, revealing that all of their parents were attacked by hollows before they were born. The hollow remnants inside them influenced their powers, making them something closer to hollow abilities than Soul Reaper powers, which they have come to resent. Because of this, they work together to rid themselves of these abilities. He then explains their discovery. There exists an opposite type of individual, someone who possesses both human and Soul Reaper powers. By interacting with such a person, they can transfer and exchange powers. Ginjo says there was once someone like Ichigo who shared these abilities, and through that person, one of their members was able to become completely human again. Therefore, their goal is for Ichigo to regain his Soul Reaper powers so they can take them and become normal humans. Ichigo, however, rejects this explanation, saying it is not the answer he is looking for, and that he still wants to understand what is truly happening to him and his friends. Ichigo leaves the building. The next day, he exits school and is tailed by Raruka, who wonders if he is worth the risk, though she also shows clear personal interest in him. Meanwhile, Orihime visits Uryu in the hospital. While there, she senses a hollow presence and assures Uryu she can handle it. She encounters Ichigo while searching for it, but the strange presence suddenly vanishes. That night, Ichigo reflects on everything that has happened, including Ginjo's statement that he would wait until the next day for Ichigo to decide whether to regain his Soul Reaper powers. Back at the execution base, Ginjo notices that Ichigo has not returned. The following morning, Ichigo eats breakfast with his sisters. On his way to school, he meets Chad, who tries to talk to him about fulfilling their promise and regaining his powers, but Ichigo says nothing and continues on. At Execution's base, Ginjo and the others sense that someone new is around Ichigo, putting them on alert. Later, Ichigo notices a suspicious figure and tries to chase them, but loses sight of them. He instead finds Yuzu suddenly under attack by a hollow. Ichigo cannot see it at first and struggles to fight back, but then closes his eyes and begins to sense its presence. Using that awareness, he lands a hit and forces the hollow to release Yuzu. Ginjo arrives, catches Yuzu, and helps finish off the hollow. Ichigo is relieved and grateful. That night, Ichigo meets Ginjo and the others again and declares that he wants to regain his powers so he can protect the people he cares about. Ginjo returns Ichigo's combat pass and tells him to keep it safe, which Ichigo accepts. Ichigo is taken to the execution base where Raruka brings out a cute dollhouse and declares that this will be his training space. Ichigo is confused by the setup. Raruka then explains her Fullbring ability, Dollhouse. She can move people or objects into and out of anything she considers cute or that she loves. She places a love sticker on Ichigo's clothing, using it as a pass to send him into the dollhouse. Inside, his training is to defeat a plushie opponent, which he can only accomplish if he successfully awakens his Fullbring. Inside the dollhouse, Ichigo dodges and runs from the plushie, trying to figure out how to use Fullbring since Raruka gives him no guidance. Chad arrives and tells him to use his combat pass, saying that is the key to activating it. Ichigo agrees, noting that they think alike. At that moment, the 15-minute limit is reached, and the plushie transforms into a violent, beast-like form. Raruka becomes alarmed, noticing the transformation, and confronts Giriko, the bartender-like member. Giriko explains that they cannot remove Ichigo from the box due to its rules. It operates on a 30-minute survival condition, after which an exit will appear if the person survives. If the rules are violated, the gods of time will bring retribution, and he cannot deactivate it. Inside, Ichigo hides from the rampaging plushie while trying to understand Fullbring. He focuses on his combat pass as Chad urges him to recall the pride he once had in his Soul Reaper powers, as that emotion is the key to activating Fullbring. Ichigo reflects on his memories as a Soul Reaper. So many moments he can barely count, and as he does, the combat pass suddenly erupts with a dark crimson surge of power. Ichigo realizes from the crimson surge of power that it is the Zangetsu Sword Guard. Because he has fought countless battles, his combat pass has absorbed memories of those experiences. Using this, Ichigo forms the Sword Guard and manages to block the beast plushie's attacks. He then senses the familiar feeling of Getsuga Tensho, charges forward and strikes the plushie down, believing he has won. However, Giriko corrects him, stating that if Ichigo truly won, the plushie should return to normal, and it does. Raruka then sneezes on them, which is revealed to be the trigger that allows her to undo her dollhouse ability. Ichigo snaps at her in frustration. Suddenly, Ichigo hears fragments of Rukia's voice coming from the combat pass, leaving him confused about what is happening. Meanwhile, Orihime visits Chad's home again, but she is confronted by a delinquent. The mysterious man then appears and reveals that he was the one who attacked Uryu earlier. Orihime asks who he is, and he introduces himself as Tsukishima Shukuro. Back at home, Chad notices something wrong with Orihime's spiritual energy from the gift she brought. He immediately informs Ichigo about it. Tsukishima is then seen using his Fullbring ability, Book of the End, transforming his bookmark into a sword. He declares that he intends to punish his apprentice Shigarawa for disobedience. Orihime steps in, insisting she cannot allow Tsukishima to leave, as she recognizes him as the one responsible for attacking Uryu. Tsukishima eventually meets up with Orihime, already knowing that he is the one who attacked Uryu. Orihime furiously declares that she will not let him get away. At the same time, Chad senses a change in Orihime's Reiatsu and immediately realizes something is wrong. He informs Ichigo and leads him toward the source of the Reiatsu, and the two rush off to reach her before anything bad happens. Meanwhile, Orihime continues confronting Tsukishima over his attack on Uryu. Shishigawara, who accompanies him, mistakenly believes that Orihime is standing up for him, but Orihime quickly makes it clear that she is not doing it for his sake. Before long, Ichigo and Chad arrive at Orihime's house. However, Tsukishima disappears before Orihime can stop him. Moments later, Orihime suddenly feels as though he appears behind her and cuts her shoulder with his sword. She collapses while clutching her shoulder just as Ichigo and Chad rush in and ask what happened. To her surprise, she discovers there is no wound despite clearly feeling the attack. She lies and tells them she only has a minor stomach ache. When they ask why she came there, she lies again, claiming she came to see a friend. In reality, she deliberately keeps the truth from them, especially from Ichigo, knowing he is currently unable to fight. After convincing them that everything is fine, they leave. As they walk away, Ichigo asks Chad what is going on. Chad has already realized that Orihime is intentionally hiding something from Ichigo and decides to speak with her later. Instead, he tells Ichigo that he may have been mistaken about the Reiatsu he sensed. Even so, Ichigo remains convinced that something is wrong. He goes to meet Jinju and tells him everything that happened. Jinju reveals that Tsukishima is the one who attacked Uryu and explains that he is a Fullbringer like them, although he is no longer part of their group. They believe Tsukishima's meeting with Orihime is an attempt to keep Ichigo away from their team. Jinju assures him that they will investigate the matter and report back, and Ichigo leaves. On his way home, he notices his father meeting with Kisuke before the two head off somewhere together, but he stays hidden and does not let them see him. Later, Orihime calls Chad to warn him about Tsukishima. She explains what happened earlier, including how she felt herself being cut, despite finding no wound afterward. She also warns that Tsukishima appears to be targeting each of them one by one and urges Chad to be careful if he shows up next. Chad thanks her and promises to stay alert. Elsewhere, Tsukishima asks Shishigawara about the remaining friends of Uryu whom they have not yet met. Shishigawara tells him that only Ichigo and Chad remain. Tsukishima then wonders what Ginju's next move will be and considers whether he should go directly after Ichigo. Later, Ichigo meets up with Ginju and the others to continue his training. Wanting to speed things up, he suggests fighting one of them directly. However, most of the group disagrees, pointing out that he has only managed to manifest the shadow of his Fullbring and is not ready for that level of combat. They decide that he should continue training as before, this time inside a birdcage-like training area. Thinking about the people he wants to protect, Ichigo agrees and begins his next training session with the group. Meanwhile, Chad senses that someone is following him while he is walking down the road. Realizing that fighting there could put him at a disadvantage, he quickly retreats instead of confronting his pursuer. Back at Ginju's hideout, the Fullbringers are already discussing Chad's situation when Ichigo overhears them and asks what is happening. They immediately realize they should not have mentioned it in front of him, fearing it will distract him from his training. They assure him that Chad can handle himself and will be fine. Ichigo, however, remains uneasy. Determined to finish his training as quickly as possible so he can check on his friend, he unleashes a surge of Reiatsu and attacks all of his opponents at once. The burst of power is so overwhelming that it shatters the birdcage itself. Everyone is left stunned by the display and surprised that he is able to break through the training structure. Afterward, they have Ichigo contact Chad by phone. Chad reassures him that he has successfully shaken off the people who were following him, allowing Ichigo to finally relax. With his worries temporarily eased, he decides to continue his training. Meanwhile, Chad remains suspicious. He cannot understand how someone was able to follow him without him detecting their presence sooner. Although he no longer sees any sign of a pursuer, he still has the feeling that someone is watching him from the shadows. Soon after, Ichigo begins the next stage of his training. This time, he is tasked with fighting the Fullbringer Jackie as part of his effort to further develop and strengthen his Fullbring abilities. The fight begins, and while Ginju and Riruka watch from the sidelines, Riruka suddenly gets up and leaves. Her behavior prompts Yukio to comment that he does not like the way she acts, but Ginju tells him not to worry about it. In reality, Riruka leaves because she does not want to watch Jackie's battle. Meanwhile, Ichigo and Jackie continue fighting. Jackie effortlessly avoids many of Ichigo's attacks and reminds him that he no longer possesses his Soul Reaper powers. Since he is now fighting with his human body, he cannot withstand attacks the way he once could, putting him at a disadvantage during the battle. Elsewhere, Chad meets with Ginju to ask about Tsukishima's mysterious ability. He is troubled by Orihime's strange behavior and cannot understand why she acts as though she has known Tsukishima for a long time. In response, Ginju explains the nature of Tsukishima's powers and how they affect people. Back in the fight, Ichigo continues holding his own against Jackie when his Fullbring suddenly begins acting out of control. Confused, he wonders what is happening. Seeing this, Jackie suggests ending the match before things get worse. Ichigo refuses, insisting that he has been using his power this way all along. When Jackie remains unconvinced, he unleashes another attack, and this time it successfully strikes her. Even so, Jackie warns him that using the power in its current state will only harm him in the long run. Meanwhile, Ginju reaches a surprising conclusion during his conversation with Chad. He claims that whatever is happening to Orihime is not Tsukishima's doing and suggests that she may be dealing with something entirely different. Chad then brings up Uryu, who was attacked by Tsukishima, but Ginju continues to insist that Tsukishima is not responsible. When Chad presses him further and asks who could be behind it, Ginju speculates that Tsukishima may not have attacked either of them at all. The statement leaves Chad shocked and confused. At the same time, Jackie finally decides to stop holding back and fully engage Ichigo in battle. The two prepare to clash with their powers at full force. Suddenly, Tsukishima appears at Ginju's hideout. Chad is immediately alarmed by his presence. Tsukishima notices that Jackie is missing and, after seeing Yukio holding his handheld game, quickly realizes where she is. He then draws his sword and cuts through the game. To the astonishment of everyone present, Ichigo suddenly appears before them, left completely bewildered. The group can only wonder what Tsukishima has done. Now that Ichigo has gained control of his Fullbring power, Ginju believes he is finally ready to face Tsukishima. Chad strongly opposes the idea, and his frustration erupts so intensely that the walls around them crack apart, drawing the attention of nearby people. Furious, Chad storms off, with Ginju following behind in an attempt to calm him down. Chad explains that if Ichigo learns that Tsukishima is responsible for attacking Uryu and Orihime, there is no way he will remain calm. What Chad does not realize is that Ichigo has been standing behind them the entire time. Once they notice him, they understand that they can no longer keep the truth from him. At that very moment, Tsukishima appears. Ichigo immediately confronts him, and a fight breaks out as Chad and Ginju watch from the sidelines. However, Ginju soon realizes that continuing the battle could be dangerous for Ichigo. Concerned that pushing himself further could seriously damage his body, Ginju steps in and takes over the fight himself, engaging Tsukishima directly. As the battle continues, Ichigo notices that Ginju is about to be injured and unexpectedly rushes in to help him. Chad tries to stop him, but Ichigo refuses to listen. Even so, Chad cannot help noticing how much Ichigo's combat ability has improved simply by observing Ginju's fighting style. Tsukishima is equally impressed, amazed at how much Ichigo has grown after such a short period of training. Suddenly, while the fight is still underway, Yukio intervenes. Using his abilities, he forcibly pulls Ichigo away from the battlefield and prevents him from continuing the fight. The move catches everyone off guard. Tsukishima is particularly surprised by the intervention. Seeing how determined they are to keep Ichigo away from him, he realizes that they do not want the two of them getting any closer. To him, that only makes Ichigo an even more valuable target and a greater point of contention between the two sides. Tsukishima tries to stop Yukio from taking Ichigo away. Since the transfer process is still underway, he knows he can interrupt it before it finishes. However, Ginju blocks him before he can attack Yukio, allowing the process to complete successfully. Ginju then explains that they are not hiding Ichigo because of Tsukishima. Instead, the commotion from their battle has attracted a crowd, and someone has already called the police, forcing everyone to handle their business separately. Afterward, the group leaves and Ichigo is returned to normal. Confused about his surroundings, he asks where they are. The others explain that they have relocated to a hotel because Tsukishima discovered their previous hideout. Since their base is no longer secure, they decide that Ichigo will continue his training there for the time being. Ginju also informs Yukio that they will need his abilities more than ever. Since Yukio can create virtual spaces through his game system and temporarily trap people inside them, he will now create isolated battlefields for Ichigo and his opponents. This will prevent Tsukishima from detecting their Reiatsu and tracking them down again. Ginju then reveals that he will personally be Ichigo's next opponent. Meanwhile, Orihime visits Uryu at the hospital. After spending some time healing him, she leaves and begins heading home while reflecting on recent events. Along the way, she meets Chad, who tells her that her presence is needed where Ichigo is training. The two immediately head to the hotel together. Back at the hotel, Yukio creates a special game space for Ichigo and Ginjo's training battle. The rules are simple. Each participant receives 6 lives, and the first person to lose all 6 is defeated. Both fighters agree to the conditions, and the match begins. At the same time, Chad and Orihime arrive at the hotel. As soon as Ruruka spots Orihime, she rushes over and asks who she is. Chad introduces them, but Ruruka immediately objects to Orihime getting involved. She argues that if Orihime keeps healing Ichigo, he will continue pushing himself recklessly and may eventually suffer injuries beyond her ability to heal. Orihime confidently rejects the concern. She declares that no matter how badly Ichigo is injured, she will always be able to heal him. With that, she heads inside and meets Yukio and Kutsuzawa. Yukio then adds her to the game world. By that point, Ichigo has already sustained heavy damage during his fight with Ginju. The moment Orihime enters the game, she is told to heal him as quickly as possible. Without hesitation, she immediately begins treating his injuries and restoring his strength. Elsewhere, Kisuke and Ichigo's father finally wrap up their discussion. With everything nearly prepared, Kisuke asks Rukia to release her Reiatsu so they can complete the final stage of their plan. Orihime begins healing Ichigo, and Ichigo quickly realizes that Chad must be the one who called her. Not long afterward, Chad also enters the game world. He explains that he has asked Yukio to create a separate training space for him because he refuses to sit back while Tsukishima remains a threat. Determined to face him in the future, Chad decides to train on his own. Ichigo is surprised that Orihime does not object to his training. In response, Orihime tells him that she cannot stop him. She knows how much he has suffered from being unable to fight, and now that he is finally regaining his strength, she has no intention of standing in his way. Once she finishes healing him, Ichigo resumes his battle against Ginju. As the fight continues, Ichigo is injured again, prompting Orihime to rush forward and heal him. However, Ginju stops her and explains that she must endure watching him struggle if she truly wants him to become stronger. Reluctantly, Orihime holds herself back and allows the training to continue. Later, Orihime and Ruruka spend some time talking together. Eventually, Ruruka grows tired of the conversation and gets up to leave. Before she goes, Orihime points out that she has not finished the donuts she is eating. Ruruka casually tells her to have the rest, and Orihime happily thanks her for the gesture. As more time passes, Ichigo's condition worsens during the battle. Concerned, Orihime tries once again to reach him, only to discover that Yukio has trapped her inside a small enclosed space within the game. Unable to escape and unable to make Ichigo hear her voice, she can do nothing but watch. Meanwhile, Ichigo is pushed to his absolute limit. Ginju strikes him in the eyes, leaving him unable to rely on his sight. Forced to adapt, Ichigo continues fighting by sensing Reiatsu and listening for movements. Even then, Ginju overwhelms him and ultimately ends the match by driving his sword into Ichigo's stomach, leaving him unable to remain standing. Just when it appears that the battle is over, everything changes. Ichigo suddenly gathers the entirety of his full-bring power and completes its evolution. Rising back to his feet, he pulls the sword from his body and unleashes a powerful counterattack against Jinju. The release of his newfound power is so intense that even Jinju is injured by it. Rather than being upset, Ginju is delighted by the outcome. He congratulates Ichigo, declaring that he has finally awakened his complete full-bring and successfully completed his training. With the goal achieved, Ginju officially welcomes Ichigo into execution as a full member of the team. The next day, Ruruka brings food to Orihime. Orihime invites her to eat together, but Ruruka quickly declines, saying she already had donuts earlier. She then leaves abruptly, and Orihime eats by herself. Later, Orihime and Chad prepare to return to school, since Ichigo has already decided that he will not be attending for the time being. Meanwhile, the members of Execution realize that Tsukishima is likely to target Ichigo's friends and family next. They believe his goal is to isolate Ichigo from everyone close to him, making it easier to confront him alone. On the way to school, Orihime comments that it has been a while since she last attended classes. She then asks Chad why he suddenly wants to return to school, but Chad remains silent, and the two continue on their way. Later that day, they visit Uryu to check on his condition. As they leave the hospital, they unexpectedly run into Ruruka. When they ask what she is doing there, she claims that she only came to buy donuts. In reality, she is there to make sure they are safe. After a brief conversation, she leaves and goes her own way. Not long afterward, Tsukishima suddenly appears before Chad and Orihime. He casually reveals that Ruruka is the one who told him where to find them. Chad immediately realizes that if Ruruka revealed their location, Tsukishima must have done something to her first. Tsukishima confirms his suspicion. Without hesitation, Chad tells Orihime to get away while he holds Tsukishima off. He launches an attack, and Tsukishima quickly notices that Chad has become significantly stronger since their last encounter. Even so, Tsukishima remains calm, as Chad continues pressing the attack. Seeing that Chad refuses to back down, Tsukishima begins using his ability on him. Slowly, he alters Chad's perception and creates the feeling that Tsukishima is someone he has known for a long time. Chad initially resists the effect and continues fighting. Tsukishima then turns his attention to Orihime and begins affecting her memories as well. Unlike Chad, Orihime is unable to resist. Before long, the influence starts overwhelming Chad too. As Tsukishima's power takes hold, both Chad and Orihime collapse. With his mind being manipulated and his memories distorted, Chad loses the ability to continue fighting. Before Uryu arrives at the scene, Chad and Orihime are already gone. Realizing he is probably too late, he wonders what happened. As he thinks back, he remembers that no one has ever spoken to him about Tsukishima except Orihime, who once asked him about the man. Unable to find any clues, he leaves the area. On his way, Uryu runs into some of his friends and chats with them briefly. However, he explains that he still has something to take care of at school and continues on his way. Meanwhile, Ichigo remains unaware of everything that is happening outside as he completes his final stage of training with Ginju and the Execution members. Once the training is over, he is officially declared ready and finally gains the power he needs to protect the people he cares about. That is when Yukio informs him that much more time has passed in the outside world than he realizes, although it feels much shorter to him. Nearly an entire day has gone by. Concerned, the group urges him to hurry home and check on his family, filled with confidence and determination. Ichigo leaves with the belief that he can finally protect everyone he loves. However, the moment he reaches home, he notices an unfamiliar pair of shoes at the entrance. Confused, he wonders who could be visiting. Just then, his sisters rush over to greet him and excitedly explain that a cousin has come to visit after a long absence. Immediately, alarm bells go off in Ichigo's head. He knows he does not have any cousin who would suddenly appear like that. The moment he enters the living room, his fears are confirmed. Sitting there is Tsukishima. Without hesitation, Ichigo demands to know why he is in his house and what he has done to his family. Tsukishima remains calm and says nothing. Even so, Ichigo already understands what has happened. Tsukishima has altered his sister's memories and inserted himself into their lives. Before Ichigo can react further, Keigo and several of his other friends arrive at the house. Tsukishima casually reveals that he invited them himself. The revelation pushes Ichigo's frustration even higher. He lashes out at Tsukishima, only to be scolded by his family and friends who believe he is simply overreacting and losing his temper. To make matters worse, Tsukishima announces that he will call Chad and Orihime as well. Hearing that sends Ichigo into an even deeper spiral of anger and helplessness. He realizes that Tsukishima is deliberately cornering him, surrounding himself with people who now view him as a trusted friend. No matter what Ichigo says, everyone around him only sees Tsukishima as someone close to them. As the voices of his family and friends continue trying to calm him down, Ichigo reaches his limit and bolts out of the house. Running through the streets, his mind races. He thinks about every person he knows and becomes terrified that Tsukishima may have already manipulated their memories as well. The more he considers it, the more trapped and isolated he feels. Everywhere he turns, he imagines finding another person who has been turned against him. Overwhelmed and unsure of what to do, Ichigo continues wandering until someone suddenly taps him on the shoulder. Startled, he turns around, fearing the worst. Instead, he sees Ginju. Ginju tells him that Tsukishima has already reached everyone in execution as well. From Yukio and Riruka to the rest of the group, they have all fallen under Tsukishima's influence. As Ichigo and Ginju try to figure out their next move, Ichigo begins blaming himself for everything that has happened. He refuses to blame the execution members, believing that they only tried to help him. Ginju, however, tells him that he should not blame himself either. He explains that he has finally realized the true nature of Tsukishima's ability, rather than simply manipulating people's minds. Tsukishima inserts himself into their pasts, making it seem as though he has always been a part of their lives. Thinking back on everything that has happened, Ichigo realizes that everyone affected by Tsukishima has spoken about him as if they have known him for years. The realization confirms Ginju's theory. Ichigo then asks whether defeating or killing Tsukishima would restore everyone to normal, but Ginju admits that he does not know for certain. At that moment, Yukio suddenly appears and tells them to follow him. Ginju is immediately suspicious and refuses at first, but Ichigo believes Yukio is leading them to Tsukishima. Determined to confront him, Ichigo convinces Ginju to come along. Yukio eventually leads them to Tsukishima's residence. Although Ichigo hesitates before entering, Tsukishima calmly assures him that no trap has been prepared. Once inside, Ichigo is greeted by the very people Tsukishima has affected. To his shock, they welcome him warmly and even tell him that he should apologize to Tsukishima for attacking him earlier. The sight hits Ichigo hard and pushes his frustration to its limit. Unable to endure it any longer, he rushes upstairs to confront Tsukishima directly. He refuses to fight in front of his family and friends. When he reaches the room, he finds that the members of execution are there as well, all seemingly standing on Tsukishima's side. At that point, Ginju encourages Ichigo to stop holding back. He assures him that his loved ones will not interfere and tells him to fight with everything he has. With that, the battle finally begins. Ichigo immediately overwhelms Tsukishima with his speed. His movements are so fast that Tsukishima struggles to keep track of him, and before long, Ichigo lands a hit on his arm. Refusing to let up, Ichigo continues his relentless assault. Then Tsukishima does something even more shocking. He brings Chad and Orihime into the room and has them witness the fight. Afterward, he asks Orihime to heal the wound Ichigo inflicted on him. Ichigo desperately tells her not to do it, but Orihime completely ignores him. Instead, she insists that Tsukishima deserves to be healed and proceeds to treat his injury. Ichigo can only stand there in disbelief. As if that is not enough, Chad begins talking about memories in which Tsukishima supposedly helped Ichigo throughout his life. He speaks as though Tsukishima was present during major moments, including the missions to rescue Orihime and Rukia. Hearing this leaves Ichigo completely stunned. For the first time, he fully witnesses the terrifying extent of Tsukishima's power. It is no longer just a matter of changing people's opinions. In their minds, Tsukishima has become part of Ichigo's history itself, woven into memories that should never have included him. Before long, the execution members turn on Ginju and launch an attack. Outside, Ichigo continues his battle with Tsukishima. When Ginju learns that Ichigo is already fighting outside, he decides to quickly deal with the enemies inside and rush to help him. However, the execution members keep creating obstacles in his path. Despite this, Ginju manages to overcome them. Meanwhile, Ichigo continues fighting Tsukishima outside. The battle takes a turn when Orihime suddenly appears and prevents Ichigo from attacking. Ichigo tries to stop her, but she refuses to listen. Tsukishima then tells Ichigo that he is the one who is mistaken. He claims that he has always been part of their lives, which is why everyone remembers him, and insists that Ichigo is the one with the false memories. The revelation leaves Ichigo confused and unsure of what to believe. The situation worsens when Chad joins the fight and attacks Ichigo while Tsukishima strikes from another direction. As the pressure mounts, Tsukishima suddenly appears behind Ichigo and moves to slash his shoulder. At that critical moment, Ginju arrives and takes the blow in Ichigo's place. Shocked, Ichigo catches Ginjo before he falls and helps him land safely. While Ginju is unconscious, Ichigo begins to wonder if he has also fallen under Tsukishima's influence or if the ability has simply not affected him yet. When Ginju regains consciousness, he reassures Ichigo that he still sees Tsukishima as an enemy and Ichigo as an ally. With his doubts eased, Ichigo resumes his attack on Tsukishima. Just then, Uryu arrives, making the situation even more confusing. Standing beside Ginju, Ichigo cannot tell whose side Uryu is on. Uryu raises his bow and aims an arrow directly at Ichigo. Believing he is about to be attacked, Ichigo braces himself. Instead, Uryu reveals that he is on Ichigo's side and that his real target is the person responsible for cutting his shoulder. To Ichigo's shock, Uryu identifies that person as Ginjo. Before Ichigo can process what is happening, Tsukishima suddenly strikes Uryu with his sword. In the chaos, Ginju makes his move and steals Ichigo's full-bring power for himself. Caught completely off guard, Ichigo is unable to react. Ginju then drives his sword through Ichigo's chest, leaving him stunned by the betrayal. While Uryu lies helpless on the ground, Ichigo remains frozen as Ginju keeps his sword embedded in his chest and continues absorbing his power. Ginju then reveals the truth behind his plan. He explains that he intentionally allowed Tsukishima to cut him the first time so that he would appear to become Tsukishima's enemy, making it easier to gain Ichigo's trust and lure him into joining their side. He further reveals that the second cut was meant to restore everything to normal. With that, Ichigo realizes that Ginju and the rest of Execution have been manipulating him from the very beginning. Meanwhile, the other Execution members wait for Ginju's return, already aware of the entire plan. They assume he is simply taking the final step needed to complete their scheme. As Ichigo watches Ginju successfully drain away all of his full-bring power, despair begins to set in. After spending 17 months without his powers and working so hard to regain them, everything is taken from him in an instant. With their objective accomplished, Ginju and Tsukishima prepare to leave. Ichigo desperately demands that Ginju return his powers, refusing to accept defeat. However, Ginju coldly tells him that he should be grateful he is being left alive at all. Suddenly, Ichigo feels a sword pierce through his body from behind. Startled, he turns around and sees his father alongside Kisuke. For a moment, he suspects that Tsukishima's ability has affected them as well. His father quickly clarifies that he is not the one who struck him. The person standing behind him is Rukia. Rukia explains that the sword she uses is specially prepared by Kisuke. The wound she inflicts is not an attack, but a transfer of power. By striking him, she once again gives him the power of a Soul Reaper. She further reveals that the blade contains the combined Reiatsu of the captains, all gathered together to help restore Ichigo's strength. Ginju dismisses the development, claiming that he has already taken all of Ichigo's power. Rukia immediately corrects him, explaining that the full-bring power he stole is insignificant compared to the power Ichigo is about to wield. Ichigo then grasps the sword, and the battle begins anew. Instantly, Ginju senses the overwhelming spiritual pressure pouring from Ichigo. Ichigo moves so fast that Ginju can barely follow him. The power being released is so immense that Ginju starts to question whether it truly belongs to Ichigo. Ichigo calmly responds that he is still only using the sword he has been given. Moments later, the tremendous force of his attack slices through the building behind Ginju. This leaves Ginju completely shocked. Ginju is stunned by the enormous Reiatsu flowing from Ichigo. As Ichigo regains his composure, he senses the spiritual pressure of many others within the sword. Realizing that numerous Soul Reapers have contributed their Reiatsu to restore his powers, he points out that such an act normally violates Soul Society's laws. Hitsugaya then explains that the decision was personally approved by the head captain, who believes that Ichigo deserves their support after saving all of their lives on multiple occasions. As repayment for everything he has done, the captains willingly lend their power to him. At that moment, Tsukishima appears once again. Ichigo is instructed to face him, and the two immediately resume their battle. Meanwhile, the members of Execution emerge and demand their share of Ichigo's stolen full-bring power, just as Ginju had promised. Keeping his word, Ginju distributes portions of the power among them. Each member receives a share and is satisfied with the result. Elsewhere, Orihime and Chad continue running. Orihime struggles with her emotions after feeling what seems to be Ichigo's cry. Even though Tsukishima's altered memories make her believe that he has always been her savior and supporter since before she met Ichigo, she still finds herself wanting to see Ichigo. The conflict in her heart leaves her confused. Suddenly, Tsukishima appears before them and questions why Orihime is doubting the memories he gave her. He then reminds Chad that he was supposedly the one who gave him the necklace he wears around his neck. His words once again throw both Chad and Orihime into confusion as they struggle to separate reality from the false memories implanted within them. Before Tsukishima can push them any further, Kisuke and Ichigo's father arrive. They quickly remove Orihime and Chad from the battlefield and carry them away from Tsukishima's influence. With his friends finally safe, Ichigo no longer has to hold back or hesitate. He is informed that the people he cares about have been protected, allowing him to focus entirely on the fight ahead. The execution members then prepare to attack, but before they can make a move, the captains descend onto the battlefield. Having come to support Ichigo, they intercept execution and engage them in battle instead. At the same time, Yukio reveals that the additional full-bring power he receives from Ichigo has greatly enhanced his abilities. Using that power, he expands the range of his game world and separates the battlefield into multiple spaces. Since everyone already has an opponent, he creates individual arenas where each fight can proceed independently. As the battles begin, Kenpachi is matched against Kutsuzawa. The fight is completely one-sided, and Kenpachi overwhelms his opponent without wasting any time, bringing the battle to a swift end. Ichigo and Uru end up in the same area while facing their opponent. However, Ichigo tells Uru not to interfere, making it clear that he wants to handle the enemy by himself. Elsewhere, Hitsugaya finds himself trapped inside Yukio's game world. Yukio constantly uses his full-bring abilities to create obstacles and distractions, preventing Hitsugaya from getting close enough to attack him directly. Rather than fighting head-on, Yukio relies on tricks and traps to keep the captain occupied. Meanwhile, Captain Kuchiki is placed in the same area as Tsukishima. Unlike the others, Byakuya is pleased with this matchup. He believes he is the best person to face Tsukishima, knowing that Ichigo would likely be too emotionally attached and hesitant to fight him without holding back. At the same time, Renji successfully defeats his opponent. However, Yukio continues watching the battle and attempts to keep Renji trapped inside the game world. Realizing the situation, Renji's defeated opponent asks him to kill her so he can escape. Renji refuses, believing he can instead take her hostage and force Yukio to release him. To Renji's shock, the woman takes her own life, sacrificing herself so that he can be freed. The outcome leaves Yukio frustrated and upset. Meanwhile, Hitsugaya finally locates Yukio's hiding place within the game world and immediately moves in to attack. Before he can reach him, Yukio creates a sealed room and attempts to trap Hitsugaya inside with numerous monsters. However, the plan fails completely. Hitsugaya effortlessly destroys every monster with his ice powers and begins freezing Yukio himself. As the ice spreads across his body, Yukio loses control over the game world and can no longer maintain his traps. Hitsugaya then offers Yukio a deal. If Yukio releases everyone from the game world, he will remove the ice encasing him. Otherwise, the freezing will continue until Yukio is completely frozen and destroyed. Elsewhere, Ikkaku battles Shishigawara and eventually defeats him after a hard-fought clash. At the same time, Byakuya and Tsukishima finally begin their long-awaited confrontation. Meanwhile, Shishigawara gets back on his feet after surviving Ikkaku's earlier attack. Refusing to give up, he declares that he is prepared to die for Tsukishima. Ikkaku tries to reason with him, warning him not to throw his life away so blindly. He points out that Tsukishima would never sacrifice himself in return and tells Shishigawara that his loyalty is being wasted. Ikkaku also reminds him that he has already been given permission to kill him. He warns Shishigawara that if he charges at him again, he will not hesitate to finish the fight for good. Elsewhere, Rukia continues battling Riruka, who constantly uses her full-bring abilities to confuse and mislead her. During the fight, Riruka recalls her childhood and the day she first discovered her powers. She remembers using her ability on a boy she liked, only for him to tell everyone about it and turn her into the subject of gossip. Since then, she has carried those memories with her. Now, she believes she can finally use her powers in battle without being judged for them. Using her abilities to their fullest, Riruka succeeds in outmaneuvering Rukia. She then suddenly disappears, leaving Rukia unable to locate her or determine where she has gone. Meanwhile, Byakuya and Tsukishima continue their intense battle. Byakuya calmly informs Tsukishima that he can see through all of his movements. In response, Tsukishima increases his speed and finally manages to land a cut on Byakuya's arm. Confident in his advantage, Tsukishima boasts that there is no technique Byakuya could possibly use that he does not already know. Believing that Byakuya has been worn down, Tsukishima lowers his guard and moves in closer to finish the fight. However, he fails to realize that Byakuya still has techniques beyond the knowledge Tsukishima gained through his ability. In an instant, Byakuya unleashes a powerful Kido attack that Tsukishima never anticipates. The attack tears through Tsukishima's chest, leaving a fatal wound. As Tsukishima collapses, Byakuya acknowledges the battle they shared and considers it a worthy fight. Moments later, Tsukishima succumbs to his injuries, bringing their fight to an end. Later, Kenpachi, Ikaku, and Renji regroup, and Kenpachi immediately asks about their battles. They confirm that they have already defeated their respective opponents. Shortly after, Rukia is brought in by Yuakuya Kuchiki. She is reported injured but still alive. At the same time, Hitsugaya arrives alongside Yukio. Hitsugaya questions Yukio about Rukia's condition, but Yukio claims he knows nothing about it. Instead, Yukio demands to be released from the ice binding him, insisting that he has already fulfilled his part of their agreement. However, they then notice a trap still active above them. Hitsugaya tells Yukio to deactivate the trap so he can release him properly, but Yukio refuses, explaining that he can only do so after receiving orders from Jinju, who is currently engaged in battle against Ichigo. Meanwhile, Ginju continues speaking to Ichigo, explaining that with Tsukishima defeated, the memories of Chad, Orihime, and everyone else should now return to normal. Ichigo is confused by this explanation. Jinju also claims that the captains who arrived to assist Ichigo have likely betrayed him and left him trapped inside Yukio's game, warning him not to trust them. However, Uryu immediately warns Ichigo not to believe Ginju, stating that he is manipulating him. Hearing this, Ichigo refuses to hesitate any longer and releases his Bankai, using its power to attack. The pressure of his release shatters Yukio's trap. Ichigo then declares that he will continue forward on his chosen path by protecting everyone and defeating Ginju. In response, Ginju also activates his own Bankai, revealing that he was once a substitute Soul Reaper as well. Ichigo acknowledges him seriously and urges that they end the fight once and for all. Later, the captains return to Soul Society after witnessing Ichigo's final decision. They had come to observe whether Ichigo would remain a substitute Soul Reaper or fall under Jinju's influence, and they are satisfied that he makes the right choice in the end. Ichigo eventually defeats Ginju. However, Tsukishima is still alive and attempts one final move targeting Rukia. Before he can succeed, Riruka steps in and takes the attack for her instead. Tsukishima is shocked and asks why she interferes. Riruka explains that Ginju was the one who saved them all, and more importantly, Ichigo was the one who saved Ginju. Because of that, she refuses to allow Rukia or Ginju to be killed. Riruka is later rescued by Kisuke, who brings her to his place for treatment. While recovering, she feels ashamed, realizing that even their former enemies showed them kindness. Meanwhile, Tsukishima, still injured, is carried away by Shishigawara. Tsukishima thanks him, but Shishigawara responds that there is no need for gratitude since Tsukishima had also helped him before. Elsewhere, two squad guards report to Yukitake that Ichigo has defeated Ginjo. Riruka, after recovering, quietly leaves without informing anyone. When Kisuke checks her room later, she is gone. She is later seen alone on top of a building, reflecting on everything that has happened before deciding to leave. Ichigo and Rukia eventually return to Soul Society. The head captain and the other captains are surprised when Ichigo requests an audience with the head captain. During the meeting, Ichigo asks for Jinju's body, which Renji had been tasked to retrieve, so that he can take it back to the living world for a proper burial. The captains react with anger and suspicion, reminding him of everything Jinju has done. However, Ichigo insists that now that his friends are safe and everyone has returned to normal, he sees no reason to deny Jinju a proper burial. After some debate, they finally agree. Ichigo takes Jinju's body and prepares to return to the living world. Before leaving, he tells Rukia that they will meet again. Rukia watches him go, unable to let go of the memories of everything they have been through together. Thanks for watching. Check out this next video, and remember to subscribe and Zap.